Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Awakening. Awakening in a different world might be a fantasy of many people, dreams of breathing fire and throwing meteors with fancy eyeballs or simply using swords to cut souls and stuff. It has always been the highest degree of allure among people, but believe me when I say that the feeling of truly being reborn is, surprisingly, normal. It may have something to do with the fact that I still had my memories and cognizance from my previous life, but even then it was quite normal, at least until I was put in an observation pod a few hours after my birth. I do remember hearing what seemed like a woman's cry, probably my mother, but the baby's senses were not doing much favor to me at all. I did feel the several needles shoved into my limbs quite well though, and let me tell you, those damn things hurt like a bitch. It would take me a few months to realize that I was in an observation pod. A baby body barely has enough energy. Apparently even my cheats can only do so much while my own body is not developed. That brings us to the cheats, wishes, or hacks I got before being thrown here. It is the first thing all reincarnators and transmigrators think about, right? Well, I got some of my own too. Something that was supposed to make me OMG, 2 please nerf level strong. I wonder if you saw that supposed in the previous statement. I use the word suppose because the abilities were nerfed brutally. When I was offered a choice to throw a dice to decide how many essences I could choose and I had gotten a 6, I was overjoyed by it. The smile on that devil's face was supposed to clue me in as to what I was up for. Apparently my body and soul were not strong enough to bear the power of all those essences, and thus the power was reduced. Well, at least that was the explanation that I had gotten. The fact that I was thrown into a random world and a random family, which judging from the observation pod somehow doesn't fill my heart with joy, it also says a lot about the reincarnation itself. I mean, sure, I was offered the customary cheats, but if I don't get to live past the moment I was born, what was even the point of that? If I had known that I was going to be caged like this, I would have chosen essences to help me escape this situation rather than something to become OP and live a lazy life. Well, so much for that. The essences that I had chosen were the essence of the binder. It had the power to bind anyone and make them as loyal to the binder as the user decides. The one who is bound can also bind others, and this could give me a potentially infinite army under my beck and call. The bindings were also almost unbreakable until the one who is bound was ordered to kill themselves or was basically 2 against the orders received. They were unalterable by anyone but me and were untraceable by anyone but me too. I could even revive anyone dead and bind them as long as I had their body, soul, or even a very close belonging of the person, and could repeat it an uncountable number of times since once bound, the souls become my property and I can summon them to me at will. It was a one-way cheat to conquer almost any world with the least amount of work possible. Instead, what did I get? The number of people I can bind has been reduced to 1 per year, which will increase further as I age, but still I can only bind people who are close to me or lower than me in power. The other aspects of the power were thankfully almost untouched. This made me almost useless, as a newborn was not really strong and I didn't even get the chance to touch anyone to bind them first. Fucked from the very start. The second essence that I had chosen was the essence of the broker. It basically enabled me to make any deals I so wanted. They would be followed regardless. I just had to get the consent of the other party, and they had to do so of their own free will while knowing the contents of the deal. I couldn't just, let's say, imperio them and make them do whatever I want. The deals could be just about anything. From a simple pencil to a fucking Sharingan, just about anything could be traded. Pretty fucking broken, right? On the side note, beating someone up and making them sign something or accept a deal was considered fair as it was done of their own free will. The free will here was debatable, but according to the devil, I refuse to call him anything else, even if beaten up, someone could always choose to deny it. The simple fact that they had chosen not to do so shows that it was their free will. Well, who am I to say anything else? It is, after all, to my own advantage. This, however, was useless again, as I needed to be able to talk or write to make a deal. Well, fuck it all. The third essence was the essence of the Archmage. It was supposed to make me a cheat class magician like Solomon or something. A power generator or sorts which could make any type of energy I wanted, mana, spiritual power, chakra, ki, etc., you name it, and it made it. I was to start with enough power levels that would let me throw around high-level spells for hours before I became somewhat tired. Super intelligence and the ability to make as well as analyze and recreate any magic was also included too. Instead, my powers were highly suppressed due to my body not being able to bear the brunt of it. I couldn't cast anything right now though, as I still had to theorize the spells or simply learn how they worked. The fourth essence was the essence of the mad doctor. It basically made me a mad scientist and was honestly something that I was counting on the most. It also gave me the knowledge of alchemical and medical lores with the ability to make potions to do practically anything. And by anything I mean literally anything. Immortality, regeneration, you name it and it had it. The biggest cheat about this however was the ability to spawn the ingredients for the potions or anything involving the essence. It also had the immunity to most diseases and poisons. This again was nerfed and almost fucked out the window. The ability to spawn ingredients was scaled now according to my mana, which was honestly not much. The fifth essence and the one which I was probably counting on to survive whatever this is was. The essence of the king. It gave me infinite stamina and willpower. Or rather was supposed to. Instead it is currently changing my body and I would probably have inhuman amounts of it when I reach adulthood. Fat good that did for me right now though. Along with it, it also gave me pain immunity, which I can positively say hadn't taken hold yet because those motherfucking needles hurt my butt. Then there was peak human physique and inhuman amounts of charisma. But again peak human baby was, still a baby and I don't think my charisma as a baby was helping me so much right now. The part one was counting on however was the ability to create a bloodline that this essence gave me within reason of course. I went all meta on it and chose a mix of Heracles' bloodline that allowed him 7 lives, a Science Zenkai and super regeneration. It was fair to say that it was not accepted. Instead I got an extra life for every year I live till I have 7. If I died, the extra life will however be regenerated in 1 year and without immunity to whatever killed me. I did get a nerfed version of the Scion Zenkai too but no regeneration however. I did bargain in the fact that my blood couldn't be used by anyone else without my permission. No stealing daddy's bloodline. Fuck you Danzo, Orochimaru, and people like that. I am not sharing the sweet bloodline I have with anyone until I want to myself. The last essence was the essence of the blank. This one however was not nerfed at all, not that it mattered at all. This one didn't give me any super special power or anything. It just removed all limits from me. I can learn and do things even if I should not be able to do it without let's say a bloodline. For example, I could use the ice bloodline even if I didn't belong to the Yuki clan in the Naruto world. This however came with the clause that I had to work my ass off for it though. I will be able to develop my abilities to unnatural degrees and will not be stopped by anything due to incompatibility either. None of the not enough potential or sorry not born of the bloodline crap though. So I insert my name here, because I don't know my name yet, with all my cheats was now shut inside an observation pod, trying to think of what and why as well as planning my eventual breakout and then maybe conquer the world if I was motivated enough by then. Well, I could have lived with it if that devil bastard hadn't thrown me into a random world because it took my world-choosing privileges as compensation for saving my life. I mean what the fuck dude, I was offered the chance to roll the dice fair and square. How is it my fault that your products had problems? If it was so, I should have been informed at the very start. The bastard then had the audacity to tell me that I could have chosen to bring the essences with me and not just drink everything at once. Well then, next time write it in a bloody manual. And this is the brief story of how I am currently floating in an observation pod whose greenish liquid hurts my eyes if I try to keep them open for long. Time skip. 2 years have passed. How did I know? I honestly wish I could say that I counted the seconds and despite how cool that would have been, I did no such thing. Yeah, fuck you Senku. I had more than enough on my plate to count as it is. The experiments done on me, whatever it is that was injected into my body and the reactions it had on me. Honestly I think that without the Mad Doctor essence, I would be dead meat. I could hypothesize a few things about what was injected inside my bloodstream but without actually conducting any experiments, I couldn't say for certain. Anyways, what I could say for certain was that Mad Doctor saved me. I am pretty sure that the medicines that were pumped into me would have poisoned even adults let alone a newborn. I would have been dead meat already if I didn't have the immunity to all the poisons. I didn't know if it was the immunity to poisons or something else that they had discovered which led them to increase the dosage on me. That is not to say that I haven't done anything in these past 2 years at all. I have been concentrating on my body with the Archmage and found that even outside of my inbuilt power generator my body had some sort of energy. It was violent and chaotic and extremely hard to control. It was decently high in amount as well, but then again I didn't have anything to compare to so I was completely lost. What I needed before anything else was to first figure out where I was. Sounds pretty simple, right? Well, there was a small problem, I was still stuck inside of the same observation pod. Well, there was however a ray of hope because now that it has been 2 years, I had 2 extra lives. These 2 years had been the worst thing that I have experienced and as I had stated it, the essence of the king did help me live through it because the pain resistance was increasing and the infinite willpower was apparently a thing because I can still think about these things which means I haven't broken down yet. Any man would be rendered half mad if stuck inside a child's body without any kind of extra help and that is assuming that the child gets proper care and even has other people around them to keep them company. Humans are social beings. One can only stand being alone for so long without breaking down. The fanfics and anime that show the MC being a badass motherfucker and practicing chakra control right out of their mother's wombs without any kind of support are big fat liars. This is where the essence of the king helped me because of the infinite willpower. It prevented me from losing hold of my sanity and helped me focus on what I wanted to do. So, what is it that I wanted to do? What I wanted to do was try out a hand on my essence of the Archmage. This ability allowed me to theorize any fictional ability with enough time and recreate it. So I did just that. I need information, and to do that I needed to hear, see, and listen well, basically, observe my surroundings. Remembering Rayleigh's teachings about observation hockey. Close my eyes, already closed, and concentrate on the surroundings. The fact that I had no one to hit me and that the observation pod was supposedly soundproof was also a barrier, but I somehow got past it. I concentrated on my own heartbeat, the sound of the medicines and food being injected into me, the sound of air that I breathed which hit the oxygen mask on my face, the movement of the hair on my head when the air bubbles that sometimes appeared in the liquid made contact with me. The air bubbles that hit my body and burst were a major part of my training. Well, I am proud to say that it only took me 2 weeks. I based it on the fact that they injected me with food 4 times a day, to sense when a bubble would hit me next. This, however, was insanely hard to grind. Observation hockey did work on the principle of making the sense hypersensitive and forcibly awakening the sixth sense, at least that is what I had theorized. I needed around another 7 months to sense anything outside of my observation pod. The world appeared like it was through heat vision, only that this one had many more colors to it. I observed that my own body had a reddish-black colored energy. The same was present in the few that came around my observation pod sometimes. The height would make them adults, that said I do hope that they didn't just let children play doctor on me. The amount of reddish-black energy they had, however, differed for everyone. I am assuming that the reddish-black energy is some kind of a magical power like mana or chakra maybe. The few that came around me had several times my own energy. I am pretty confident that if I use the energy from my power generator, then I can overcome them in a few years of natural growth. This thought, however, went out of the window very soon. It was the day that I had observed an energy source around 100 times my own. I pulled back my observation hockey almost on instinct so as to not catch the attention of the being that was around me. It was like I was doused with a bucket of cold water, which made me rethink my plans for the future. Was that monster really the strongest one here? My observation hockey was not strong enough to get the definite shape of people to high contrast. I couldn't read their lips, and that would be assuming that I knew what language they were talking in at all. I sure as hell didn't want the attention, well, even more attention of this being on me if it were to catch a wisp of my observation hockey. The information gathering mission suddenly became a lot harder. It took me almost all of my waking hours of 5 more months of work to extend the range to an almost 10-meter radius around me. The change in colors showed the change in emotions. If someone was feeling sad, the aura around them changed to a different color. I did push my luck with the lower-powered beings that approached my observation pod and soon found out that they didn't realize what was happening. It took me a while to theorize that observation hockey worked by super-enhancing my senses to a ridiculous degree and using it to forcibly drive my sixth sense into a hypersensitive mode. That was how the future sight ability activated. Different people have different makeups as their personalities and bodies were different, and that is why the advanced version of the observation hockey manifested in different ways among people. I could see the auras of people. The brightness and size of the aura represents the strength and quality of power they have. The color of the aura around the person represented the emotions felt by them as well as the type of energy they might hold inside them. It must be made clear that the aura of a person and the energy they held inside them were completely different things. I could understand how they felt, and this made my chance of gathering information much easier too. However, it was also at that moment that I realized a very major problem. I myself couldn't control my emotions. I am sure that they are monitoring my heart rate and all the vitals. A severe chill ran down my spine when I realized that the being who had visited me might have noticed my nervousness in its presence. I didn't want any more, if that was even possible, attention towards me. What if they just extract whatever information I had in my mind and then mind-wiped me into a drone? That thought alone chilled me to the bones. I should have taken a mind protection essence, damn it. What should I do? The fuck should I do? It took me an entire day of thinking to decide the next course of action. I needed to learn occlumency. The thing that was quite vague in the Harry Potter universe, yet entire volumes of books were spent hinged on that same field of magic. It didn't just protect one's mind, something that I desperately needed right now, but it also helped to control one's emotion quite well. I needed both these things for myself. And thus started my long journey to theorize occlumency and recalling everything I did about it from everything I had read and using my Archmage essence to juice out any sense from it. This, however, took a lot of work. I remembered that we needed to clear our minds before anything. This part was hard, much harder than I had thought it would be for me because I had nothing to do but float inside an observation pod. My brain was working too fast, and a super intelligent brain is not always a boon, especially when it can calculate several thousands of things that could go wrong at any given instant during my experiments. The fear of the unknown is something that is extremely hard to ignore, and being shut inside of a fucking observation pod didn't do wonders for a mind. It took me a whole month this time around to attain any progress. What was the progress that I attained? I learned to empty my mind. But apparently to make a clemency shields, I needed to have my defenses attacked, which are quite hard right now. I'd rather no one ever tried to look inside my mind. How do I even put up any defense? Where do I put up any defense? Believe me when I say that the MCs in those fanfics who can do all this right out of their mother's wombs are all fucking liars. It doesn't work like that. Even with my cheat skill Archmagescence, it doesn't work like that. It may be because of the nerfs, but it still wouldn't be easy. I tried to theorize anything I could, but how do I create a dish if I only know its name and that it is supposed to taste sweet? It is just not possible. There are literally an uncountable number of trials and errors that I could make. If I had an example of any of my thoughts being dragged out, I could have understood, I could have felt how and what to protect. What to do to prevent that part from happening. Now, however, I had no clue how to work this out. So I tried to work with something else. I grinded something that I already knew. As Bruce Lee had once said, I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Bruce Lee, bro, I seriously hope you were not just pulling my leg with this, or I am more or less screwed. I repeated the process where I could empty my mind, repeatedly. It started off as repeatedly thinking of different things completely unrelated to each other so that my thoughts couldn't be tracked. This changed in about 2 months, where the speed of changing my thoughts increased by a lot. When you don't have anything to do but concentrate on one work, infinite willpower, and the essence of the blank, things mix up to become pretty fucking broken. Throwing my thoughts away constantly did give me a pretty insane control over my mind. Now I know that there was another method of bombarding someone's mind with random thoughts, and I could have tried. It would honestly have been much easier. Then again, it was not an assured method either. I could overwhelm a human's mind with 100 thoughts per second, but whatever, these monsters are outside my observation pod are not humans, or they are not normal humans. Who knows if it will be enough to overwhelm them? But there was a thought that stopped me from doing it altogether. Supposed I could bombard them with random thoughts, the question still stands about, from where and how did I manage to have those memories? That would put me on the top of the list right off the bat. That was a big no. The second was, I didn't know where I was exactly. On the off chance that I bombed someone with the memories of this world, I could probably screw everything up too. I know that the chances of me having the memories of this world is astronomically low, but it doesn't change the fact that the possibility does exist. Sure, I could try changing thoughts with endless expanses of single colors, for example first white then black then yellow and so on and so forth. That however had its own problems. Last but not the least, running through all those memories increases my heartbeat and vitals. I don't have control over my body, and with all these instruments attached to my body, I am not risking anything towards me at all. So this plan was thrown right out of the window. What? You thought this was easy? Well, fuck no. So I went off to my 10,000 kicks, I mean the practice of clearing my mind. 5 more months and I noticed a qualitative change in myself. The control that I had over my thoughts gave an extreme boost to my control over the strange power in my body. I could move it much easier now. Previously this had been quite hard to do because the energy was very chaotic. Sure, it worked how I said, but how do I say this? If I had to use an example, then I would say that previously it was like a bunch of sheep being led by a shepherd. That is to say, it moved, but it wandered around a lot and I had to work extra hard to keep it in line, whereas now it moves like trained dogs. The effort needed to control it was very easy. And that led me to the next part of my training. The strange power that I had inside me, it was increasing with time, but it was not being used for anything. I didn't dare use my internal power generator to produce different types of energies to compare it with my own power. Observation pod and all. You would be surprised how limited your options become when you are one wrong step away from being dissected by who knows what. That last but absolutely not the least advantage that I gained was my control over my thoughts. I could make my mind go blank with just a thought. That also brought along with it an extreme awareness of my own mind. Now awareness was an essential part of my only other skill. Observation hockey was jump kick to a higher level. I could now feel everything in a 50-meter radius around me. The images that were transferred to my brain also changed a little, as they now held much more contrast compared to what it was previously. Still not enough to observe their lip movements, but enough to make a human shape clearly. It was an honest-to-goodness upgrade over watching humanoid blobs of light running around. I also discovered something interesting. The medicines that were pumped inside my body actually had more effects than I had previously thought. It actually increased the strange energy in my body every time it was injected. I kept a close eye on my energy's growth. That specific drug was injected inside my body at an interval of 2 weeks. Over the period of the next 3 months I noticed the pattern. Every time the drug was injected inside my body, I felt slight pain, despite my increasing pain resistance from the essence of the king, and then the strange power inside of me became even more chaotic. It broke my muscles if the pain I felt in my body was any indication. This process continued for 2 whole days until the chaotic energy in my body was suppressed or rather accommodated by my body, and then after it calmed down a little, that same energy started to heal my muscles over time. I did notice that the calmer the energy, the faster the healing was. Also, the more it moved inside my body, which it normally didn't, the faster the healing was. The power did settle down a bit, but every time after it did, there was a distinct increase in the amount of that strange energy inside of my body. It brought both relief and an urgent fear inside of me. Whoever these people were, they were making a weapon. This world was obviously not a peaceful one if they had to raise newborns in observation pods and artificially increase their power levels. I really hoped it was not the Dragon Ball Z verse and the planet was destroyed by Beerus because he burned his tongue with tea. What? I had too much time. An empty mind is the devil's workshop. And the only devil I have known was not a pleasant person. The good thing, however, was that the chance of them simply killing me off was reduced considering I lived through their ridiculous experiments. In the last 2 months the dosage increased because I had figured out how to stop the pain and assimilate the drug inside my body faster. With my increased control over my powers, I could simply guide my power to my muscles and increase the rate of my own healing. The motherfuckers must have realized it as they increased the dosage to once a week instead of once every 2 weeks. That pushed me to the limit. I mean, even if I could heal faster than before, there was still a limit to how much I could stand. I, however, didn't increase my healing rate any further. The bastards, however, didn't hold off. I don't know what kind of sadistic feeling they were attaining from this, but after 4 weeks of no results, they dosed me with twice the amount of the drug than normal. It should have been somewhat manageable, but when my body started assimilating and adapting to it, another dose was added. This was apparently too much for my body, and for the first time since I was born in this world, I blacked out completely. The observation hockey dimmed down until I couldn't see anything and all my senses started faltering as well. I did try to use that strange energy and even use some from my power generator, but the healing effect couldn't keep up. I did notice that the bastards around my observation pod were suddenly in a flurry, rushing around like headless chickens near every machine they could to figure out what was happening. It was only when I observed it further I found out that this drug was different. Much more powerful than the previous one. I once again felt that familiar blackness, and for the second time in my life, I died. Time skip. I do not know how long I took to come back to life. This was, after all, the first time I died after being reborn with my cheat, so I had no way of knowing. The sudden sense of dread washed over me as I realized that I was screwed now because they would leave it at nothing to dissect me and find out the reason for my revival. I hurriedly checked my vitals. A clemency working overtime to push out all the stray thoughts, and observation hockey checked the state of my body. I realized that my overall power had grown by almost twice. I could attribute this to the drug as well as my nerfed Zenkai. This growth was enormous compared to what I have had till now. Still, was it worth it? I died because of this. If I didn't have that essence, I would have died for real. What is to say that they will not repeat this again just to get this result once more? Among all of these worried thoughts, I didn't realize a new fact for a while. I could hear again. The realization hit me like a truck as I hurriedly pushed my observation hockey outside my body and towards the surrounding, and I, for the first time in 2 years, cried. I cried like a baby. I hadn't realized in my previous life that hearing sounds could be this good. To hear my own voice felt like a blessing. My throat was parched and my voice a little unnatural due to almost no use since my birth, but my body was still well maintained due to the essence of the king and the strange energy inside my body continuously healing any damage that I might have had. The sound alerted all the people observing me. The flurries of shouts and orders were shot around, but I could care less. The voice, which would have been annoying to the almost unused ears of mine, now sounded like music. It is true that we don't know the value of something until we have lost it. The ability to hear something was so common that we almost always neglected it or took it for granted. It cried. The subject gave a signal. Hurry, send a word to the head. We need assistance. The purging of the drug was successful. Give me the vitals. Blood pressure, normal. Heart rate, a little above normal, attributed to first sensory contact in 2 years. No atrophy in muscles detected. The subject has a higher than average regeneration. The energy levels have stabilized to 2.25 times the level prior to the drug injection. The vitals are all normal except for minor signs of stress and hysteria. Obviously he will have stress. The kid almost died. We had listed its vitals for around a whole minute before we could resuscitate him. I would be worried if he didn't have signs of stress and hysteria. The boss had killed off almost everyone in the team who were involved in the increase in the drug dose. They were under orders to report about the increased adaptation to the drug, but they pushed it too far. It was for the sake of results. This child can be what we need to throw those fakes out and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Those bastards almost messed this chance up. This was the only specimen that survived the correct genetic recombination. Every other subject died. The value that he has is beyond anything we can imagine. I agree. They got what they deserved. I would have tortured them more before killing them. Okay. I could understand their language. The things that I heard are giving me mixed feelings. The fact that the fucking cunts that killed me are dead makes me happy, but at the same time the talks about taking down the so-called fakes is giving me a bad feeling. It seems like they are trying to overthrow a government or some kind of coup d'etat and are planning to use me as some kind of super weapon. Okay, again, not a heartening thought, but still something that can be used to my advantage. If they want to use me as a weapon, it will mean that they will have to train me. It will give me a chance to learn, but more importantly interact with someone. The thoughts did soothe my heart to a great deal as I stopped crying. The fact that I was feeling hungry might have been another reason. Scene change. It has been 2 weeks since I woke up. Believe me that I never thought I would say this, but floating in the observation pod did have an advantage. I didn't need my diapers being changed. That seriously sucks. I was still being observed, but now I was kept under the constant eyes of people. All my vitals are being observed, so no random movements. I did, however, keep my training up in a different way. I still kept moving my strange energy around my body and found a way to increase my strength. With the control that I have over my power, I can make the energy more chaotic or controlled with a mere thought. Concentrating the chaotic part of the energy on a single part of my body, more specifically the muscles, during a time when the energy is stirred more violently by my thoughts, can lead to minute tears in my muscles. The observation hockey is an insane skill in this matter, as I can feel the wear and tear in my body. This is followed by healing the same part with the smoother flow of the energy. It is really amazing to see the same energy acting in such different ways with different applications of it. Repeating this process over and over did give me a slight increase in power every time. The Mad Dr. Essence's knowledge of medicine helped me maintain stable growth over my body. My body, as I had already noticed, was different from a human's. That said, I couldn't keep away the probability of the biology of humans in this world being different altogether. I also observe everyone's emotions around me to know that this was not recorded by anyone, or else they would have been like monkeys with their butt on fire. That is not to say that everything was going fine. These people hardly came around me, and I was still given food artificially. I couldn't hear their voices. That did put a damper on collecting information. Sometimes a few of them did speak, and I remember being called young lord. The reverence and adoration in that voice, a woman I guess, was almost dripping, and it reassured me that I am not going to be screwed that easily, maybe. It was a plus to know that they were talking in English. I don't know what I would have done if I had to learn the language to start collecting information. Now that would have sucked major balls. I, however, decided to keep the binder slots free for now. It was because I didn't know how that would work and if others can see when I invoke the power. I know that the marks cannot be seen or altered by others, but it never said anything about the invocation. It was too tempting to just mark the first person that I had a skin contact with to know what was going on around here. The woman who called me young lord had slightly lower power reserves than me. Well, what can I say? I am a very powerful baby. The other thing that I have been able to advance was my observation hockey. Now I could use my sight and hearing better, so the observation hockey did gain a significant boost. We never realize how much we depend on our sight and hearing to observe our surroundings until it is taken away. Right now I can use observation hockey up to 500 m around me. Apparently that near death, or rather, the second death for me, did more than enough to push my observation hockey to another level. I could feel them but still couldn't hear them properly because the room in which I was kept was again soundproof. That said, the beeping of machines was a welcome noise this time. I could also identify the difference between the different people using their auras only. It helped me to keep track of their identities and how I could remember who came to change my diapers and when. The shift in rotation is completely random because I cannot find any pattern in it. The woman who called me young lord has only come twice now. The other time was 9 days after her first appearance. I am not even sure if there will be any use marking them with my binder if they are mere nurses. So there is a fair chance that I could mark them despite all of the risks that are involved in it and then find out that she couldn't come to me regularly. I would be wasting a mark unnecessarily. Geez, can't someone give a 2-year-old a break in his plan to conquer the world? Really, is it too much to ask? This was finally the day there was a change. The door opened and a few people came in while I merely turned my head in their direction. My eyes work much better now that it has adjusted to, well, seeing. The one in the lead is the scientist that comes in most frequently while I was in this room, followed by 3 more people. I pushed my observation hockey out once more and stilled. One of them was the same monster as the last time. I couldn't forget that energy because it terrified me for the first time in this world. At least this time I saw the face of this person. Silver hair and red eyes. The bastard was quite handsome. The only thing that soothed my heart somewhat was the fact that he now only had around 30 times more power reserves than me. Then again, raw energy wouldn't be that much of an indicator. The skills of this person was definitely something if all these scientists were actually sucking up to him. The second and third ones were not that far behind. The second one was another man with brown hair and was even stronger than the first one. Not too much of a difference, but a difference nonetheless. While the third one another silver-haired one with blue eyes and was slightly less, around 15 times more than my power reserves. The last man was a black-haired one with purple eyes and, is that a pointed ear? Elf. Dark elf. The fuck, just where am I? The final one was a woman who was around the same level as the first two, and she had brown hair and wore glasses. What is the situation of the child? Asked the monster. A scientist started answering. The subject is fine. It however was not completed, as I saw that the head of that person was blown off into a rain of blood and flesh all across the room. The child is not a subject, growled the brown-haired woman, stilling every scientist in the room, and I swear that if I hadn't peed a while ago, I might have just let some of it loose right now. My clemency ran its full power at the moment's notice as I pushed all the thoughts out of my head, making it blank again. If anything was observed right now, it would only be my surprise at the explosion and nothing afterwards. Newborn, technically, babies are not supposed to be afraid of death, or even understand what blowing someone's head is supposed to be. It will do well for you all to remember whose blood flows through this child's veins. I will not stand any insult to this blood. She growled out. Hot damn lady, is it that time of the month? While I would have liked to ask this, my mind was currently running at a fast pace to take in every bit of information. Why yes, my lady. The scientist who led them stammered. The young lord has recovered completely from the mishap of 2 weeks ago. He slept for 8 hours after that, but his body had recovered well enough during that time. We found his healing to be several times faster than others. He has also exhibited a resistance to normal poisons which would have harmed anyone of his age. This enabled us to continue administering the enhancement drug to him for a whole 2 years, in which he was administered over 100 dosages of the drug, which is a record, whereas the one who had survived longest before this was only about 2.5 months with 5 dosages. In the period of 2 years there has been a massive increase in his power reserves. So I slept for a period of 8 hours after that. It does narrow out how much time had passed. That is to be expected considering his lineage. He is our key to defeating those 2 abominations, growled the brown-haired one. What is his current power level? Currently, he is around the high level of high class and could almost be considered a peak high class if it is only in terms of his reserves. We do not recommend any further usage of drug enhancement as it can cause harm to him. It would be prudent to let him associate with the world and learn more about it. Then so be it. Raisvan, the silver-haired one, looked towards the brown-haired one. I hear that you are having a child as well, even if it's a half-breed. Spat out the brown-haired one. Bring the child there and raise him. We will plan out further training till then. The silver-haired one looked a little red, and observation Hockey did observe how angry he really was. He however merely nodded, which was a good decision knowing the difference in power between the two. Has your father said anything about the child yet? Asked the black-haired one who had been quiet till now. The man shook his head but didn't comment. In that case allow me to name the child, since he contains the blood of my ancestor as well. The others probably were all right and nodded. The black-haired one picked me up and raised me, and all the while I was having the Lion King flashbacks. Dude, just don't eat me of any cliffs. I name you Damien Lucifer. The one who contains the blood of 2 of the true Satans, Lucifer and Asmodeus. You shall bring us to our true positions as the rightful rulers of the underworld, the whole devil race, and then the whole world. The room cheered while I peed. Fuck. I am in high school DxD. POV. Report. The subject has regained its consciousness. The vitals are normal. The physical conditions are all normal. The increase in the power reserves is 2.25 times during the last dosage, although the target had lost its vitals completely for a whole minute before it was restored. Was there any information about the power that blasted from him before losing vitals? The unknown voices asked. No, sir. We still haven't been able to find anything about that power. The surrounding staff had all lost their consciousness, and the range was a whole kilometer around the subject. Only the more powerful ones barely held on to their consciousness. There were however some exceptions as well on both sides, where some of those with more reserves fainted while some with lower reserves remained unaffected. We are still unsure about the reason as to whether the attack was irregular or whether it was for some other reason, and are trying to find out a common pattern among all those who were conscious. Do whatever test is necessary and make reports about each person's experience when stuck with that power. I want all important and unimportant details to be covered. Do not miss anything. I would hate to lose a capable person like you due to some petty carelessness. The voice ordered almost uncaringly, almost. The listener, however, was completely aware of what it was. It was a do-or-die statement. With sweat running down his forehead, he bowed and stepped back, leaving the person to his lonesome. After the scientist left, the man stood up and walked to the wall in front of him, and a magic circle lit up while the wall folded in itself, revealing a lab behind it. In the middle of the lab was an observation pod with a woman with black hair floating in it. The man walked up to the pod and touched it softly while his face lit up in a smirk. Soon, mother. I will have all the actors needed for my final play. The world shall watch and I shall enjoy their despair. The sound of laughter echoing throughout the room after that would have made anyone's skin crawl with fear. Embarrassed face. Chapter 2, Welcome to Hell. Damien. I am Damien Lucifer, 6 years old. I'm the so-called young lord of the old Satan faction. An organization of idiots who want to take over the world despite being thrown out of their own homes and not being able to do anything about it. I truly worry about the sanity of these idiots, or their IQs sometimes. That said, was this even the world that I knew of? I had to take a full month to convince myself that I am in this messed up world and stuck in a den of psychopathic terrorists. Almost nothing was shown about them except the fights where they died. Like 3 times, and they all died in the very first fight. Except for Rise of Him, the amount of screen time they got was less than a single episode. If that didn't tell someone about their condition, then I don't know what would. These were the thoughts that ran through my head in the first month. There was not even a mention of the name Damien in the entire LNs. Was I a new character? Or was I someone who had originally died before even getting a mention at all? These thoughts plagued my mind. Existential crisis at its finest. I guess being shut in an observation pod for 2 years didn't do my mind much favors. If this is the same world or not, I didn't know. There were already a few indications that my existence has changed a few things. If the real Damien was someone who was supposed to not even exist or die without any mention, I had no idea. The one thing that I knew for sure was that I am going to mark this world with my own bloody name. I will not be forgotten like a side character. Bomb. A servant fell while walking beside me. Sigh. This is something I have been trying to control as well. I have no idea how, but I have awakened Conqueror's Haki. It might have been when I died. The problem with this is control. I am basically a Naruto in this case. Not the idiot, I want to be a Satan, or something like that Naruto. I would have shot myself before doing that. I mean, in terms of willpower, I have, well, an infinite amount of willpower. The first time my death might have been due to being crushed under my own Haki. I always prevent that line of thought though. That was embarrassing to even think about. Anyways, this didn't automatically make me a Hokage, as you can guess. It is basically a reservoir of power that I can access. The pipe which draws from it is still my body. I have to train myself to make the pipe bigger. Peak human is nothing in comparison to a devil's physique. Even then, idiots who do not work out, like ever, still have physiques much stronger than a base human. A high-class devil is physically 20 times stronger than a normal human, without training. Let's not talk about ultimate class, Satan class, and super class. I will, however, have to train my physique. What I have to worry about now is controlling this power. My body has been strengthened quite nicely due to my race, but it is still not enough to completely suppress the flow of the Haki that always tries to erupt from my body when I lose control of my emotions. I have been told to do some mental exercises by the doctor. I know it is quite evasive for a doctor, and I would have normally called him a quack if I didn't know the reason for it. The idiot trio, Kruzuri, Shalba and Kateria, are elated by my power. It shows them that their plans are way in towards fruition. If some people fall unconscious or cannot stand in my presence because of it, then they were not worthy of standing in the presence of the young lord. Bloody fuckers. If the cost of letting the entire weight of my Haushika wasn't death, I was sorely tempted to crush them all under the full brunt of it. I sighed and woke up the servant. After all, he was the one guiding me to my destination today. After 4 years of being taught the basics of reading and alphabets, which I aced easily due to my cheats, I was finally getting a chance to learn magic. Yes, magic. I mean, sure, I can already do that, but I have never learned it formally. No one tries to teach me anything that is not decided by the idiot trio or Rise of Him maybe. There were no books regarding magic in detail in the house. I doubt it was child safety. These people have a very strange idea about safety after all. So it leads me to only one conclusion. I am being controlled. They are trying to control all the aspects of my learning to know what I can do so that if I turn against them, I can be put down very easily. If I had to guess, then it is the Conqueror's Haki which had them, or rather Rise of Him, on edge. The idiot trio are just that, idiots. Their jealousy is suppressed by the fact that I am made from the DNA of both Lucifer and Asmodeus. Yes, artificially from the DNA of 2 Satans. Not their descendants, but the Lucifer and the Asmodeus themselves. These fuckers take the blood thing too seriously. Well, that aside, many things have happened in these 4 years. I was taken by Razvan Lucifer, who was surprisingly a decent person. Well, as decent a devil in this place can be. The one who was the main source of all the pain was Rise of Him. He browbeat any shred of confidence out of Razvan. I personally think that he was told that he was useless so many times that he actually believed it. The imagination-based magic can be a bitch sometimes. That subconscious change in body is not always advantageous. That bastard didn't drop his guard even a little against me. Euclid did come over sometimes to check upon my physical condition and measure my demonic power. My power has grown by almost double in the last 4 years. The process will speed up when I become 8. 8 years is generally the age when a devil child starts developing faster. It is also an age where clan traits awaken. That is not to say I haven't been doing anything on my own. I have been carrying on the process of breaking and repairing my muscles with demonic energy flow. This counts as a use of magic too, and magic-like muscles can be grown through work. This, however, is still inferior to the Zenkai or enhancement drugs. I, however, will have to find a way to keep my power in check. It was because I have seen the amount of power Rizavim had. It was almost impossible. 10 times as strong as the original Lucifer. I had thought that the original Lucifer was somehow as strong as Shalba or something. That was completely wrong. If my estimation is correct, a Satan-class devil is at the very least 5 times stronger than someone like Euclid. A super devil was, however, a completely different story. A super devil is 10 times as strong as a Satan-class devil. It was really humbling to know how weak I was. I have estimated that currently Euclid is 15 times stronger than me. A Satan will be 5 times that, so 75 times stronger than me. A super devil, however, is 750 times stronger than the current me. Euclid was stronger than a normal ultimate class devil, but then again apparently the original Satan descendants, especially Lucifer, had immense demonic power. 4 times more than normal. Rizvan, who was considered an ultimate class devil, was actually considered a waste of a Lucifer. We also have to consider that power reserves don't translate to being strong. It is like having giant chakra reserves. If one cannot use it properly, then it is meaningless. But this barely matters to me, well, in a good way at least. Either way, they are stronger than me, enough to crush me with a thought. What I need right now is a way to utilize my power. I did try out some magic based on my imagination. It was honestly too wasteful for my taste. That dress break was only viable at the upper levels because of the boosted gear. Without that, it would have been much easier to just rip armor off with my own hands, considering the amount of demonic power that would be required for it. A magic, after making it, needs to be refined over and over. The magic circle plays a major role in this as well. This is one of the reasons that clan devils were so ahead of clanless devils. The simple magic circle increased their efficiency by several times. For example, a clanless devil has to use 100 units of demonic power for, let's say, a dress break. A clan devil can use a magic circle to do it in 20. This sheer difference on top of an already distinct genetic advantage is extremely hard to overcome. Even someone like Sarorg had this genetic advantage despite not having any demonic power. This is also the reason why Ajuka Beelzebub, Astaroth, was so feared. It was because he could use almost 99.99% of his demonic power. He could use 1/10 of the demonic power of Surzex to do the same work. Goes to show how much of a monster Surzex must be to be considered the strongest devil. That said, Rizavim was by no means weak. I doubt he was even at the level of Surzex. There is a reason why Surzex Peerage doesn't have any sacred gear users after all. They are specifically chosen to fight off against the men who can render all sacred gears completely useless. And, right now, I am stuck between these monsters. I am not even considering the likes of Ophis and Great Red now. It is now that I truly comprehend the importance of a Longinus. The biblical god was like a cheat book. I could just imagine the amount of work I will need to surpass these people. Assuming that all the shit starts when it does, which already seems unlikely, damn butterflies, I have something around from a decade to 15 years to reach the mark. I asked Rizvan and the idiot trio for a magic circle, but apparently it was decided that I will be getting the Lucifer magic circle and that I will only be allowed that when I start my formal magic education. I did try to analyze it using my Archmage and cut off some of my power waste, but I soon had to give up my training when I realized that I was being watched. Every fucking second of it, I was being watched. Euclid started visiting me a lot during that period, which was 3 months ago. I promptly gave up the training with the excuse of it being boring. Children are quite unpredictable. Deal with it. If it was not clear to anyone, then I would like to restate it. I am basically their weapon. When I said I was like Naruto here, I was not kidding. Our situation is the same in more than one way. Although the presence of the 3 idiots keeps anyone from bullying me. This is where your teacher is waiting, young lord. Another student will be joining the lessons with you today. She is 2 years older than you but very talented. The servant Frederick who brought me to the room added. I nodded in reply. Apparently I have to act as if I have a stick up my ass. I apologize for delaying you and taking your time, young lord. He bowed once more. Very well. Leave now. I need to attend the class. Oh, and speak like a douche as well. So I basically had to act like a silver-haired Uchiha. Thank you very much, young lord. HN. I entered the room thinking about the one who will be joining me today. Knowing the idiot trio, it is doubtful that they will allow someone normal to get anywhere near me. Then again, knowing rise of him, it could very well be someone to keep an eye on me. The room was quite spacious, facing the garden. Inside the room there were 3 people. Razvan, another middle-aged man. Observation hockey shows that he is at least as strong as Razvan too, an ultimate class devil, and the final one, a young silver-haired, red-eyed girl. She has no human part to her, so she is a pure-blooded devil too, or rather a full devil. Pure-blooded devils are more of a symbolic thing rather than biological. Only those born from both parents from the Satan families, 72 pillars, and extra demons can be called pure-blooded devils. Others are called natural-born devils or full-blooded devils. They are all different things. Come in, Damien. Come take a seat. Razvan beckoned me. I bowed slightly to him. It was more of a nod and less of a bow, but he is someone who is content with that. He is your teacher for magic and combat arts. His name is Gregory Bune. The men bowed to me. The other child is your companion who will be studying magic with you. Introduce yourself, girl. Razvan spoke to the girl then. Greetings, young lord. My name is Gretel Lucifuge. I am honored to study magic with you. The girl spoke in a slightly shy yet stoic tone of voice. I however had to do a double take inside my head. Lucifuge? I had no idea that there were other Lucifuges alive. You wouldn't happen to be related to Euclid, would you? I asked, and my now sharper senses observed a twitch of fear run across her eyes, but she schooled her expression quickly and answered me. I am his younger sister, my lord. Ah. Euclid had a younger sister. I looked towards Razvan. His expression was a little complicated. I thought Euclid's parents had passed away during the Great War and the Civil War. Adopted? I asked, a little curious. Her mother survived the Civil War and was taken in because she covered for Graphia Lucifuge, which helped her betray the true Satans. She was then used to give birth to other Lucifuges as a punishment. The 3 boys before her couldn't stand the enhancement process and perished. Apart from you, she is the only one who withstood the enhancement drug and process with 5 doses. This is why she was chosen to be your companion for this class. Razvan explained in a plain voice while my head ran at the speed of a supersonic jet. I observed her look of pain when her mother was mentioned, a look of anger at Graphia's name, and then the rest was fear. Observation hockey was extremely useful for observing emotions. She was even afraid of me. Given the extremes that these bastards go to, I can only assume what they did to her mother. Give birth to other Lucifuges, what a fucking polite way to say that she was turned into a breeding stock. So half-sister. Razvan however shook his head. No, Euclid himself conducted the experiments. He even used his own father's genetic samples for the process. They are siblings in every sense of the word. I completely blanked my mind using a clemency. I had to do it to not let my Haushoku crush them all. That fucking piece of shit. He did that himself. If I remember correctly, then he was obsessed with Graphia. Did he try to make a Graphia of his own? Did he kill off those 3 before her because they were boys? I had to forcibly push down the urge to vomit at the very thought of it. The girl herself was barely holding herself from crying. Her hands were clenched and her emotions were all over the place, but even with her quivering lips, she still tried to maintain the stoic appearance. Was she trying to be brave? Or was this another way for Euclid to mold her into a copy of Graphia? Thousands of thoughts ran through my mind and I kept pushing them out of my head. I couldn't even take a deep breath, as that would show my emotional instability in such a situation. They will pounce on every weakness I show. Fuck fuck fuck. It doesn't matter what her mother or brother or sister did. I spoke up and all 3 looked at me. What matters is that she is with us. I then looked towards the teacher and spoke, trying to ignore the look of surprise on the girl's face. I wish to start our lesson for today. Let us not waste any time. The teacher was a little flustered but still nodded back. Razvan nodded and then asked me to raise my hand. He then put the mark of the Lucifer house on the back of my palm. Concentrate on the mark and try to invoke the magic circle. I did as was said and pushed my demonic power towards the mark, and just like that, a palm-sized silver-colored magic circle lit up on my palm. The feeling of power and control were not the prominent ones on my mind at that moment, it was the beauty of the magic circle. The thing was beautiful. It was the only thing I could think of. This is the mark of the Lucifer house, created by Lucifer himself. This is our mark as the rightful rulers of the underworld. Use it with pride. Razvan spoke and then strolled out of the room. In that case, let us start our first lesson on devil magic. The teacher started teaching. The foundation of devil magic was created by Lucifer himself. The basics of this type of magic is image, desire, and power. He looked towards us as if asking if we understood. We nodded and he continued. The first part is imagining something. Having a clear image in your mind. The clearer the image, the easier it is to cast the magic. The difference between a clear and unclear image can lead to anything between a failed spell to 100 times the cost or even an accident that could kill the user. This step is the most important. Please remember this, young lord. I nodded and observed that Gretel did it too. The girl was supposed to be smart enough to be put beside me, so this much was to be expected too. The second part is the desire. To use magic, we have to desire it. The stronger our desire, or conviction in wanting to achieve the result, the easier we will achieve the magic. Desire and intent are the driving force behind the spell. A spell with just image and power can only result in so much. Let us take a simple fireball for example. We can imagine a perfect fireball and then add power to it to make it manifest too, but if we don't intend to harm anyone with it, if we don't desire for an intended result, the damage will always be held back by our own magic. Our demonic power is a part of ourselves, an extension of our own selves. If we don't want to attack, it will always hold itself back. So desire is extremely important for a spell. In the case of the fireball spell, imagine the image being the shape and creation of the fireball and power being the fuel that keeps it burning, then desire is the temperature and the force with which it is thrown. Did you understand that? I nodded again. The last part is the power. It is basically the fuel for the magic. The more power you add, the bigger the fire will be. I raised a hand and asked the question that had been on my mind for a while. I wanted to verify if what I knew about magic circles is true. Why do we use magic circles if we can use magic without them? The teacher smiled and answered, "A good question, young lord. A magic circle is primarily used as a focus. It has other uses as well, but we will come to that later. Let's say that a clanless devil has to use a magic spell, a fireball for example. He will have to imagine the spell, desire, and then use his own power to create the spell. Supposedly he takes 100 units of energy for it. If he creates a magic circle, however, it can be programmed to reduce the consumption of the spell by taking many factors like the flow of power, unnecessary uses, extra wastes and other such factors and cutting them out. If such a circle can be used, the clanless devil can, let's assume, do the same magic with 80 units of energy and thus prevent a 20% loss of power. Are we clear till here? I nodded. The clans, however, have specialized magic circles for themselves. These circles have been refined over millennia and unnecessary uses are cut off. It is like polishing a sword or a diamond, scraping off unnecessary materials for the best results. The family sigils that are used to mark someone's hand contains the family's original magic circle. This can be used by simply pushing their magic into it. There are differences between the ones used by the family and the servants. The sigil is also used to protect the magic circle itself, as the code itself is safe inside the sigil. It works like a machine where you enter the power and get the results and know nothing of what and why it happened. The original magic circle is only passed down to the heir or heiress when they take over the house, as it's one of the family's most guarded secrets. I am proud to say that my own housebune's magic circle can conserve 68% power. He sounded very proud of it. I wonder how much this magic circle conserves. I assume that there are safeguards regarding the runaway servants as well. He smiled. There are. Most of the traitors remove the mark and then run, because if not, then they can be tracked back or a kill switch can be activated in it. The fools in the underworld don't use the kill switch part right now because of the reincarnated monstrosities they are defiling our noble race with, something about causing unrest. No wonder there are so many strays roaming around. I felt a sudden chill down my spine. I wonder which one I have. I need to learn of a way to remove the sigil and the mark soon. Fucking shit. They put a curse mark on me and I didn't even realize it. Ha 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 ha, don't look at it like that, young lord. The heirs and family members don't have a kill switch in their marks. This is especially true for the Satan clans. The Satan clans have servants from the extra demon clans. They all have their personal magic circles. The Lucifer clan has servant clans of Lucifuge, Satanachia, Agalirept, Floreti, Sargatanas and Nebrios. Each Lucifer has their own aide from the Lucifuge clan when they come of age. He said that while looking at Gretel. The girl seemed to shrink under the gaze. I changed the topic again to avoid her being under scrutiny. Right now, anything would be better than the thought of Euclid and his depravity. What other uses do the magic circles have? They can be used to store any spells that the user has created or mastered. These spells can then be called at a moment's notice. The magic circles have a function to identify and store the most efficient use of the magic. So you don't have to actively keep on trying to bring the best spell for recording. It keeps improving as long as you train. That is absolutely genius, though it raised another question. Then can't someone older simply store a magic in the magic circle for the children to use? Ha 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 ha, if only it could be so easy. Every devil is different, young master. Magic involves the thoughts, imagination, desires, willpower, and even the instinct of a person casting it. You can replicate the spell, but you cannot replicate all these factors. Take for example a 100 milliliters glass that has 50 milliliters water in it. For some, it will be half full, but for others it will be half empty. Everyone has a different thought process, so simply copying a spell into the magic circle doesn't work. It is like platform-dependent programming languages in computers. The only exception is that no one can create a bytecode because there are too many variables to manipulate and the language is too complex. Can control over demonic power be improved so that we can avoid wasting energy? I asked again and the teacher thought for a moment. It can be done. It is extremely hard though. Demonic power is extremely chaotic by nature, and to control it is even harder. It is hundreds of times easier to just create a magic circle that will waste 20% less energy than controlling our demonic power to do the same. But if we can do both at the same time, we can conserve 34% demonic power instead of just 20%. True. Such things come with experience though. Anyways, you are a Lucifer young lord and also part Asmodeus. Demonic power will never be an issue for you either way. By the time you are an adult, you will be a Satan class at the very least. There will never be a necessity for you, considering that all the Satan houses have magic circles that conserve above 80% energy. Fucking lazy ass. The magic lesson went on for a few more hours. Say what you will about them, but these people don't skive with my training, provided they want me to learn something. I did complete my basic education within 4 years. So it was more or less established that I am a genius. Then that is all for today, young lord. The teacher ended the class and then left us alone in the room. I had to wait for the other servant to pick me up. Although I knew that he was waiting right outside the door, it is always my choice when I decide to leave. If I am needed anywhere, I can always be called. I turned my attention to the girl sitting beside me. She was suddenly a bit more tense but slowly loosened herself, or rather pretended to be comfortable. It's like I am some sort of monster. Well, I am, kinda, sorta, but still. I mean, I am not really bad looking. I have silverfish white colored hair and blue eyes. My hair color is more on the white end than her darker shade. I have my haughty emo look practiced to perfection in my bathtub while looking at my reflection. If anything, I looked even cuter, like a cute Killua. Hell, I even have a psychopathic family like Killua. Anyways, I think she is too afraid of me eating her, something I would think of if she was at least a decade older. So what do you do in your free time? I asked, trying to start a conversation. Pretending to be a kid is such a pain in the ass. The only other kid I know is a Joy, and 3.5 years old. I can act like an older person in front of her. This, however, is a new situation. Me. HN. On second thought, maybe acting like the emo Uchiha is not good to get along with an emotionally damaged and less confident girl like Gretel. Don't worry, I don't eat people. I was thinking if you are free and want to, we can play together sometimes. With me, she stuttered and looked completely stunned. HN. But that would be impolite. I am from the Lucifuge house. We are servants of the LL Lucifer house. It's like talking to Hinata. In that case, play with me if you have free time. This is an order. Oh, order. That, okay. If I wasn't sure that we were being watched right now, I would have hugged this girl and let her cry. Good. I want to see how much influence I really have. If all of this is just a hoax to send me into a sense of false security. I have seen the emotions of the idiot trio, and even if Rizavim has plans for this, the idiot trio will no doubt push it if it is only due to Euclid, even if it is just to show a servant his place. Pride is a major part of their personalities. I hope I can get her away from him and if possible attached to me. If 5 doses of the enhancement drug is something to go by, she is supposed to have strong potential. I have only marked 1 person with my binder and I have 5 slots empty. If she is really trustworthy, then I can get my other binder slot in use too. The room quieted down a little after that. She didn't speak anything, but she did sneak a peek sometimes at me. Not being able to stand the quiet for any longer, I spoke again. Want to play now? I mean, it's not like we are doing anything. Okay. We can play the word game. Do you know it? She shook her head sadly at this. I will teach you. And then I did teach her how to play the word game. The girl, despite her lack of confidence, is very smart. She did keep up with me but seemed reluctant to try to win. It will take some work to change this. I need her to gain some confidence. Scene change. The servant apparently had enough after an hour and decided to knock. I didn't create any problems for him either. I had more than enough time for starters with this adorable girl, and now she needs her time to adjust to me. I returned back to the residence of Razvan. The man himself was not present. The one who was present was a woman in her mid-20s with jet black hair and blue eyes with a baby in her lap as she tried to feed it. Young lord, you are back. She smiled at me and it honestly made me happy. I don't know what good deed Razvan had done to get someone like Arya. Arya Smith was a half-British half-German lady in her mid-20s. People might not recognize her by her name, but she has another identity. The identity given to her by her baby in her lap. I went ahead and softly pinched the cheeks of the adorable ball of fluffiness which turned and pouted at me. Vienna Lucifer, or the ones who was supposed to be Vale Lucifer. I know this is exactly who she is and not someone else because I have checked the presence of an extremely powerful sacred gear inside her. It was also one of the main reasons that a half-devil like her was allowed to live here with her mother. Although, I would have personally preferred if Arya had taken her somewhere and hidden her away. The bastard Rizavim has already started poking Razvan, and while Arya would never show it, she had marks on her body. Marks from being hit. Obviously Razvan held back. The man's fault right now is being a coward with pride, not a heartless jerk. This might soon change, however. I do not have enough demonic power to just bind him with binder, or I would have done that before he could become something irredeemable. The child, however, has been bound by me so that even if she accidentally died, I would be able to bring her back. Being a young girl will only make her troubles worse. My presence might have caused worse butterflies than I could have expected. I am back. I smiled at the lady. She patted my head. She only did this when no one was in the house except her, Vienna, and me. Shows of affection from a lowly human is seen as a weakness for someone like me. Motherfuckers. How was the lesson? Did you have fun learning about magic? She smiled gently at me. The lesson was nice. The teacher was adequate. Her face twitched as she tried to control her smile. Obviously. For my genius young lord, teachers can only be adequate and nothing less is permissible. Oh, her teasing while still maintaining the respectful tone. I also played the word game with a girl after class. I said, concentrating on Vienna's soft cheeks. Oh. A girl, you say? What is her name? Was she cute? Does the young lord have someone whom he likes? Her face took the look of a cat that caught a canary. I deadpanned at her. I don't know if kids my age can deadpan, but I couldn't care less at this moment. She burst out in giggles at this. Really? Women and their habit of gossip. Her name is Gretel Lucifuge. She is Euclid's sister and studies magic with me. I invited her to play when she has free time. Apparently she knew about Gretel, as her face took a hint of sadness which she pushed aside quickly and took a motherly look for me. The young lord is very kind. I will be glad to make some cookies for you when she comes to play. She said as she half-hugged me, squishing me to Vienna, who was trying to free her cheeks from between us. Chocolate cookies. I added. Chocolate cookies then. This woman is the closest thing I have to a mother in this world. And probably the only thing that has kept me sane in all this chaos. I would have bound her too, but I didn't want to force her. Call it whatever shred of humanity I have from my previous life. The logical part of my mind shouts at me for being a fool and not taking advantage of every resource I get, but even then I firmly keep it at bay. Maybe I am afraid to become like these bastards, cruel, remorseless, unloving. I mean, what is even the use of becoming all-powerful if I am left alone with a bunch of sex toys at the end of it all? The calm logical part of my head screams at the openings that I am leaving for her. But really, can you blame me for being just myself, even if just a bit, in front of someone? I know that someone like Rizavim can and will use her against me if he finds out about our bond. I don't act like this with her if there is anyone except us in the room or even outside of this room. This room is the only place where I don't get the feeling of being stared at all the time. The reason why I am not binding her, even if I know that I can control her trust towards me, provide her the free will of her own, is because despite of the domestic violence which would have landed Razvan in jail in any civil society, as I scoffed at my thought, she actually loved him. Weird, right? Is this what they call love, being blind? Razvan had picked her up during his rebellious phase when he had gone off to the human world. She had no one and was about to be sold off as a prostitute. The point was that the pimps or whoever it was picked a fight with Razvan, who was a moody bastard right then, and fair to say that he slaughtered every one of them, leaving only Arya alive. I could take a guess that she then latched onto him and Razvan probably used her to relieve himself. If it was a twisted case of Stockholm Syndrome or if there was something else going on, I don't really know. Razvan kept her after that and she stayed as his servant / stress relief after that. Humans being kept as servants for the devils is not unknown. Some part of me felt disgusted at this mockery of fate, but some part of me, to my great disgust, felt thankful because it is the only reason why I am sane right now. I felt someone approaching the house and pulled away from her. She is a very smart woman. I will be in my room practicing my lessons. Please send something for me to eat. I spoke stoically and she nodded with a smile. A smile that held pain, helplessness and acceptance. Scene change. I laid on my bed as I thought of what I had learned today. My mind running it through analysis with the Archmagescence. The theory that the teacher taught us today was no doubt the most basic of the basics. I put my hand in front of me and imagined a ball of fire. Only the fire, no general shape, no size, nothing. Just that I needed a fire in front of my hand. I felt my demonic power move and I didn't do anything to change its flow either. The result was a normal flame in front of my hand for a decent cost in demonic power. The second try was to think of its shape and size, color of the flame and heat. The result was a fireball with much more stability and power and less than half the cost. The effect of imagination was evident here. The third try was to imagine the phenomenon. The fire igniting, imagining more oxygen being fed into it and containing it within the previous shape and size. The color of the fire changed and the heat increased a lot. The cost decreased instead of increasing too. It gave me the conclusion that pinpointing the exact reason instead of just thinking about increasing the heat will avoid wastage of demonic power instead. I can understand why a Juka wastes so little demonic power. I can hardly imagine any of these idiots studying basic sciences before doing magic. Only the scientific type do so. And even fewer use that in their magic. The reason is not because they are fools, it's because most of them are lazy. To consciously put thought and concentration on something as trivial as creating fire when they can just brute force through it because of their magic and not even put a noticeable dent in their power reserves is stupidity for them. I however intend to make this a habit. An instinct as simple as breathing. The Archmage essence will help me with this. I tried the same spell once more but this time while controlling my demonic power and guiding it towards the spell. The result was faster invocation and decrease in the cost of the spell. The last time I tried the final spell with my magic circle. The result was almost cheating. It barely took 5% of the first spell's demonic power cost but had almost 12 times the power. So the efficiency changed by a factor of 240. And this was for a simple fireball spell. There are still improvements that can be done. The control of demonic power can be improved further, the theory behind the fire's power can be changed and refined more. I wonder if I can use atomic fissions and fusions as a theory for this spell. Not that I am going to try. A nuclear explosion to the face is not something I am willing to endure right now. Maybe, when I am office level strong then. I closed my eyes and thought about my progress in the last 4 years. How long do I have to stay here? The fact is that I could escape if I really wanted but they would easily find me. Also, annoying as this place might be, they are willing to train me with knowledge that hardly anyone would use without any kind of a catch. There is obviously a massive catch here too. That said, jumping from a frying pan into the fire for no reason at all seems to be a bit stupid. I plan to wait here for a while. At least until Vienna is grown up. If Arya wishes to leave, then until that point, however unlikely that may be. In these past few years, I have had to hold back my progress to keep them in an illusion about my full power. Geniuses provoke feelings of admiration, monstrous geniuses however provoke fear and envy. I have more than enough eyes on me as it is, I don't want more. That said, I did take measures to cover up for these as soon as I am free. The 3 things that I have been concentrating on right now are thought acceleration, parallel processing and, the mother of all training cheats, the shadow clone jutsu. The Archmage core provides me with any kind of energy I want. There is no reason to waste that. I haven't used it properly though, but just reverse engineering the theory is a pain in the neck and two. Thought acceleration and parallel processing on the other hand was easier. The Astaroth house used these magics as a base of their spells. Ajuka Beelzebub being the biggest example of the potential of these spells. If I had to take a guess, I would say that the monster had at least around 11 mind partitions. Yes, 11 bloody partitions, and that is a shoddy estimate from around over 400 years ago. 285,311,670,611 parallel processes. A rough estimate considering the feats he has done in the Civil War. The fucking monster. That said, what is to say that he hasn't improved again or even that it was the best he could do? He had turned every spell cast by Tsufame Tariku Leviathan, enough to submerge an entire city, those numerable weapons made from water and even her attacks from her true Leviathans, see Serpent of the End, from with his calculation-based magic, Kankara formula. The amount of calculations that would require is not something that my little mind can even fathom right now. That is not to say that I am completely useless right now. I have a respectable 4 partitions thanks to the cheat that my Archmage essence is. I have been trying to work on something completely different though. Is it possible to make a part of my mind act on a different thought process? I haven't been able to make any headway regarding it though. It is like looking towards the left and right at the same time, and I am not fond of the idea of having a shadow clone inside my head. I would have greatly appreciated a part of my head dedicated to controlling my Haushika Hockey. Well, I will try that when I get a lead somewhere. The second was thought acceleration. A 40 times normal speed after 4 years of work is quite nice considering I was mostly shooting in the dark. Now that I have started my magical studies, I do hope I can get enough materials. The advantage of these skills on my occlumency is immense, and I now have decent occlumency shields. Although how decent they are remains to be seen because I haven't been mentally attacked yet. I don't even dare ask anyone about this. This is one of the main reasons that I want to reverse engineer the shadow clone jutsu as soon as possible. A shadow clone has an independent thought process and can attack my mental defenses while maintaining my secrets. The cameras and surveillance spells in the room, however, are a major problem. I dread to think of what will happen if any of these bastards get a whiff of how to use a skill like the shadow clones. Although the lack of chakra will prevent them from easily deciphering it, it's better to not discount the possibility of it. That has ultimately led me to a final choice. I must follow the footsteps of Aizen-sama. Illusion magic for the win. I have to become so good at illusions that even if I do the moonwalk on their dinner table, they will not be able to sense it. This is easier said than done though. Demonic power is used to weave hologram-like illusions. They are also used for communication circles, so it is actually easily known. The ones I am interested in, however, control the senses of the victim, and that means working inside the victim's mind. Genjutsu is absolutely out if I use the Naruto method. The Naruto world's genjutsu acts after the user sends a thread of chakra into the victim and uses it to manipulate their chakra. This thread of chakra can easily be broken if the chakra is pulsed. Obviously, the higher the control over someone's mind, the harder the victim finds it to break out of the genjutsu. This is, however, useless on a devil. Demonic power is naturally chaotic enough to break the thread if it is injected into the victim. That completely cuts off the chakra method unless I can work it on Koto Amatsukami or Infinite Tsukuyomi levels. That is, however, extremely hard, not impossible, but extremely hard to do without the cheating eyes. I also have to find a way to study illusion magic without anyone knowing about it. If they know I am interested in illusions, they will know what to expect. The reason why Aizen-sama was so successful was because no one knew what hit them until it did. I have a basic plan on what to do, but for now the most I can do is to wait and learn magic. With that in mind, I concentrated on using the fireball spell without my magic circle while trying to imitate the flow and movements of the demonic power as it was with a magic circle. Time to ramp up my demonic power control. I have no idea when I will have to throw away this Lucifer magical circle. It is better if I start preparing myself for it early on. Add magic circle creation to the list of things I need to learn. And with that I started the mind-numbing cycles of fireball creation. Kateria Leviathan. The young lord has started his magic studies and was assigned to Gregory Bune along with Gretel Lucifuge as a student. The men reported. Very well. Keep reporting to me about his progress. The men left in the flash of a magic circle. Kateria laid down on her bed after throwing aside her robes. One of her hands crawled up towards her breasts and the other between her legs as she closed her eyes while her digits worked on her insides. Her mind in a haze with thoughts about the adult form of the young lord, Damien Lucifer. Kateria was easily over 500 years old, and in all this time, if she had wanted, she could have easily bore a child to continue the Leviathan line. She, however, didn't do this. Why? The reason was extremely simple. She didn't find anyone worthy. The other Satan descendants were the same as her. They were of the same station, but Kateria didn't want that. No, she will never be satisfied with something that simple. She wanted more. She wanted someone who surpasses all of them. And due to the latest experiments, among 542 subjects, one successful result. The ultimate piece of art was born. Damien Lucifer. The one who defied all logic. The one who will bring a new era to the devils. The true rulers of the devils, and this entire world. Even after his birth, he had shown that he surpassed all the plebeian devils and proved his superiority over all of them. 200 doses of the enhancement drug. The idiots administering the drug had no idea what that thing actually was, but she knew. It was no simple medicine made from chemicals and herbs. No. It was beyond that. The enhancement drug contained the blood of the original Satans. The pure blood of the original Satans, if injected into any human, will enhance their abilities to an extreme degree. Obviously, such lowly races will never be able to contain that blood and will wither away and die. If injected inside a devil, they can withstand it better than a human, but in the end the result is the same. The blood of the original Satans contains the traces of the birth of demonic power. It makes all the demonic power in normal devils boil in agitation in the presence of their rulers. She had personally seen hundreds of devils die and wither away trying to gain a speck of power from that blood. She did succeed obviously, but none went beyond 3 doses of the drug, and even that one didn't live long enough. When Gretel Lucifuge had survived 5 drops, it was calculated that she would become Satan class by adulthood. It had made her envious beyond compare to think that her, the daughter of a traitor and the sister of another, had gained such power from the blood of her ancestors. The only assurance is that she will be trained to obey the true Satans, and that Euclid will himself see to it that the training was able to calm her mind. And then, 2 years later, it happened. The project that was almost considered dead, the project to merge the DNA of 2 Satans to create a child, had borne results. A child had finally lived. And the boy who lived LOL, BN. The only success of Project Genesis and the only one who had the blood of not one but two Satans. That is the person who Kateria Leviathan wanted to be the father of her child. Others couldn't just match up. Who else could withstand 200 doses of the enhancement drug by the age of 2? It was as if the enhancement drug, the blood of the original Satans, was a part of his own body. The one who had caused problems in the experiments was due to his overenthusiasm and injected more than the prescribed enhancement drug into his body. The drug contained other chemicals other than the blood of the original Satans, which in themselves are harmful to the body. She had personally executed that man. That said, the young lord had survived. Unsurprisingly, if someone asked her. And then he had released the burst of power that had knocked anyone not worthy of standing in his presence out. A 2-year-old child had knocked high and ultimate class devils out with their own power. The sheer presence of the true king. Oh, she couldn't wait for him to grow up. Even Gretel Lucifuge had only been able to bear 5 doses by the age of 4, and she was predicted to become a Satan class by adulthood. Then what would Damien become? She had no idea, but she most definitely looked forward to it. To the growth of Damien Lucifer, the future father of her child. Embarrassed face. Chapter 3, Plans and Powers. Damien. I walked into the magic combat class, Gretel already waiting for me inside. It has been 3 years since my magic lesson started. I am 9 years old now. Inside was the same person who had given us the first lesson in magic, Gregory Bune. That is not to say he was the only teacher we had all this time. We have had around 10 teachers in these 3 years. No teacher had lasted more than 2 months at a time. Some were recalled at a later time to teach us. Although it was made sure that our training was not affected at all. All of these teachers were the kind that even Satans would like for their children. Some of them might not be particularly strong, but even then, even the weakest of them was a low ultimate class devil, and, that is quite rare apparently, that said each and every one of them were specialized in teaching. They were masters of their own areas. Boons with their dragonification and dragon tamer abilities were extremely durable and had stood in the front lines in the Great War. He has a specialty in enhancement magic. More precisely, he can enhance his body to abnormal degrees. One of my teachers, the only female among all these teachers, was an expert at mind magic, Ophelia Paimon. She scared the crap out of me the first day she was introduced. The mere thought that someone could get inside of my mind was my greatest fear since the first day I reincarnated. Well, after I had gotten over it being locked up in the observation pod though, but that does not count. I had known at that very instant that I had to do something about her. That was a year ago. I broke out of my thoughts by the words of the teacher. Welcome, young lord. It's a pleasure to see you again. Are you ready for today's lesson? Gregory smiled as I took my seat. I nodded in reply. It's good to see you as well, Lord Bune. Yes, he was the lord of the House of Bune, who was thought to be dead in the underworld and the House of Bune extinct. I was not surprised considering that many people who were thought to be dead are still alive and in hiding. As for the extinct houses, the main line generally inherited the clan trait strongest. There were exceptions as well, Ajuka Beelzebub being the prime one. A branch family member who inherited, or rather, developed his powers to ridiculous levels, and so when the main house dies with no pure-blooded devils in branch houses to take over, unless there are extenuating circumstances, is considered extinct. I wouldn't be surprised if out of the 38 extinct houses, at least a dozen are actually still alive and only in hiding. I looked at Gretel and nodded as she bowed to me. These last 3 years have been a boon to us. Her confidence has increased just as much as her trust in me, so much so that I am now sure that I want to bind her to me. In my studies so far, I have found out that in general devils in general are too lazy. Anyone who is a high-class devil or above generally didn't want to be creative. That is not to say all were the same. Some of them were exceptionally hard-working as well. What actually frustrated me was the lack of unique magic that any of them had developed. You would think that in all these centuries, there would be people who would use different and unique kinds of magic, but no. All we were learning was elemental magic, barrier magic, mind magic, and sealing magic. The rest was all focused on the clan trait. While the clan traits were almost on the level of cheating in some cases, it was still not good to put all the eggs in one basket, well until you were Sirs X Lucifer. It makes people too predictable and easy to counter. That said, their inherent pride in their traits and laziness made them all oblivious to this fact, or it might be the fact that they think that devils are the strongest race. Anyways, onto the current situation. We were only taught elemental magic as a means of attack. Considering the fact that the House of Lucifer didn't have a mode of attack in their clan trait and the Asmodeus trait was a bit unique, I had to learn elemental magic as well. Gretel was made to choose ice magic even though she was more fluent with space magic. Like it wasn't even a comparison between the two. While she was above average due to no lack in trying, in ice magic, she was a genius. In space magic. This fact only made me hate that bastard Euclid even more. What is even worse is that she is snubbed because of her lack of genius in ice magic. It didn't help her already down in the dumps self-esteem and made my work to raise her confidence even harder. If my previous thoughts were no more than assumptions, no, I was completely sure that he wanted to make her a clone of Graphia. I chose lightning and ice magic as a method of attack. When taught properly and provided with enough research materials, the Archmage was a beast of an essence. It was evident by my progress with those magic types. If what I learned from the idiot trio was a fact, it was already at the level of a mid-ultimate class devil. A mid-ultimate class devil when I was holding back my 7 mind partitions and thought acceleration. Maybe, Essence of the Blank had a part in it as well. Today we will be learning about some of the unique magics out in the world. On our nods he continued. There are many esoteric types of magic used by different beings in this world. Each has their own origin and their own styles, advantages and disadvantages, but at the end of the day are still based on the 3 basic steps: imagination, desire, and power. The only difference is when they use an outside source of energy, for example the yokai using senjutsu, which is the manipulation of nature's energy, which requires a specific method to use. The most troublesome among these are the magic used by the dragon race. Dragons. Yes, young lord. Dragons are simple creatures. My family is associated with them because of our dragonification and dragon tamer abilities. Some people consider their simplicity as their weakness, which, while true in some cases, is not exactly the case in most. Their simplicity makes them a pain to give up their pursuit once they have decided on something. This unbending desire also translates to their magic. The second step desire is, as I had once stated, the speed at which the fireball was thrown. It increases the power of the fireball temporarily. This, however, cannot be done by just anyone. The true limits of the second step is desire is used by dragons due to their powerful souls. The stronger dragons are generally formed from the energy of the world and have exceptionally powerful souls which survive even if they are severed and left without the body. They might lose their rational consciousness, but they do not die easily, and once the pieces of their souls are collected back, can still be merged easily. No other beings except some of the higher gods can do this. This comes with advantages too. Their stronger souls push their desire to change the very fabric of reality and do magics that the world has deemed impossible. A few examples of these magics are the boost and divide magics used by the 2 heavenly dragons. My mind was running at an exceptionally fast pace right now. I hadn't even bothered to try learning magics like boost and divide because wasting my time on magics that I can just observe later on with my Archmage essence and easily learn would be plain stupid. This, however, changes things. The strength of the soul is the reason why most of my essences couldn't function at full power. Although their strengths increase every day even now, I don't think I will be reaching the levels of the heavenly dragons anytime soon, so even if I am able to copy boost or divide, I will be limited by how many times I can pull it off. Why don't the devils try to copy those magics then? Won't our strengths increase by a lot even if we can just double it? Gretel asked from beside me. That might be true, but dragon magic is exceptionally notorious to copy. It is because it manifests due to their innermost desires. Their entire magic is based on desires. The Welsh wanted to grow stronger and dominate everything, so their magic manifested in the form of boost, while the vanishing dragon wanted to take away all the powers from others for their own, so their powers manifested in the form of the divide magic. It comes from the very core of their souls and is not something easy to copy even if some devils somehow reach the same strength of soul as them. This shit explanation sounds more like the manifestation of Mangekyo Sharingan. Bullshit abilities to control. The heavenly dragon were considered as 2 of the top 10 strongest beings of the world. I asked and he nodded, so I continued, so if they double their powers a few times, won't they be stronger than even the strongest beings? I asked the question which had confused me for a long time. I am still not an expert on soul magic as I haven't been able to get my hands on these even now. A good question, young lord. I internally rolled my eyes at the blatant favoritism shown towards me, which Gretel was offered nothing. That is because they cannot. What? It is simple. They don't do it because they simply cannot. Their strengths are capped by their own level of strength. Many people have the misconception that they increase their entire power with their magic, which is not true. They can increase their powers, true, but that is only during their outrage, when they abandon all their defenses and concentrate only on attacking in a mad haze of anger. Other than that, they can only boost their normal magic to reach the level of their all-out attacks. That means almost all their attacks will be as strong as if they were using all of their powers behind it. The increase in power is in the spell and not themselves for the Welsh dragon. The vanishing dragon in the same way is bound by the amount of power his opponent has and cannot absorb power beyond their own limit because their bodies cannot bear it. And the sacred gears contain their own souls, so their magics can be used by their users without any stress on their own souls. I concluded. Precisely. The discussion continued for a while and we had a sparring session. Gretel is at the level of a peak high-class devil with the demonic power reserves to match, at the age of 11. Say what you will, but those enhancement drugs worked really well. My own power reserves have increased to the level of a mid-ultimate class devil in the last 3 years. If only she was taught space magic as well as she was being pushed towards ice magic though. I think her space magic affinity comes from her father, who was a branch family member of the House of Dantalion, ranked Duke, and have exceptional affinity with space, while the other two siblings inherited the ice affinity of their mother, the heiress of the House of Lucifuge. Yes, it is finally the time to bind her. I dodged the spikes of ice that dug out from under my feet and sent a hail of icicles towards her, which she easily blocked with a quick barrier. And this is where I end my lesson, young lord. Gregory's voice stopped us. I finally noticed that the training ground around us was completely destroyed. I have to say that the two of you have made remarkable progress with your magic. I don't have anything else to teach you. I think that the young lord will be concentrating on the Asmodeus clan trait. I nodded. Crusory hadn't inherited the magic of the first Asmodeus, but then again, none of his descendants had, well. Until me, that is. I could sense that he was extremely jealous about it, but there was nothing he could do. On the other hand, someone had been extremely pleased to hear this. Lady Leviathan has decided to assist you in learning the magic herself, as no one else other than you has this magic right now. I apologize that I couldn't be of any help in this matter. He bowed. Gregory was a really loyal individual, and if that loyalty hadn't been for Rizavim, along with his other, less than pleasant habits, I could have bound him as well. I am almost at the same level of demonic power as him, and in about a year I will easily qualify for it. Don't bother about it. You have already helped me more than I could hope for. I presume that the other lessons will go on as they have been. That is correct, young lord. Your lessons at barrier, mind, and other such magic practices will go on as usual. Only instead of the usual combat and elemental magic with me, you will be working with Lady Leviathan. That's a relief. I didn't want to lose my contact with the other tutors. He left the room and I turned to Gretel. A game of chess. She nodded and followed me. This has become a routine for us. Since my invitation 3 years ago. The servant outside the door bowed as soon as I exited the room. Young lord, you have a lesson with Lady Leviathan in 2 hours. Would you like me to show you the way? Very well. Pick me up from my home in an hour and a half. With my piece said, I walked forward with a young Gretel following me. We walked in silence. No words were needed, at least not in places where we could be heard easily. This hiding all the time has become second nature to me. That said, it is extremely stressful. Then again, for all their scientific advancement, psychological welfare has never been a point of focus for the devils. Then again, if I didn't have my memories of my previous life, I would have been a spoiled young brat who didn't know what's what, under no fault of my own, and that is if I had survived the first 2 years, that is. Anyways, my head went back to the time when I met our new mind magic teacher. Ophelia Paimon is a beautiful lady who looks to be in her 20s. She has beautiful light blue colored hair and blue eyes. She was a peak high-class devil in terms of demonic power, but her expertise is in the complexity of mind magic. The Paimon is a house-ranked king among the devils. Their trait is called Bewitching Voice. It is an extremely high-level mind magic that bends the target's will towards the user. It can be anything from a passive use where the user's voice is extremely pleasant to hear and makes the people gravitate towards them. This, coupled by the extremely high charisma that they have, makes them very great speakers, traders, teachers, and leaders. The House of Paimon has always been more loyal to the House of Lucifer, and Ophelia Paimon is the current head of the house. Lord Paimon had passed away during the Civil War, supposedly, but in reality he had taken a place in the old Satan faction and asked his wife to take the side of the new Satans to wait for the old Satans to regain their strength. Compared to the old bastard whom I had the displeasure of meeting once, Ophelia is a much more favorable choice of company. She is also considered a prodigy and has led her house through sheer political acumen even during the Civil War, when her house was seen as an enemy of the ruling body in normal times and an unwilling ally at the best. She brought the House of Paimon from that point to a well-established house which thrived in trade and politics, while others which had the similar circumstances had been reduced to poverty, such as the Belials, who held the same rank of the king, but Lady Belial had to sell her ornaments while Lord Belial had to skive on new clothes to the public gatherings simply so that his son could attend the best education there was, and Die Hauser Belial did not disappoint. The emperor completely deserves his title. Unlike the other bastards who were using the king piece to boost their powers, he trained to the extent of being able to counter them all with sheer strategy and techniques. Ophelia Paimon was similar in her talents. So it was safe to say that I almost had a nervous breakdown when I realized that she was going to be teaching me mind magic of all things. A field where it wouldn't be surprising if I let something slip out by mistake under the influence of her bewitching voice. I had made a little progress with my clemency on my own when I had finally completed my shadow clone. I had practiced with me trying to probe my clone's mind, but the simple problem was that I had no idea how to do so, and I couldn't develop the legilimency technique in 4 months' time, and also used that to train my clemency shields from the scratch to build a mindscape. So for the first time I took a risk. I used my time in the first lesson itself to bind her. The fact that I had low ultimate class devil level demonic power reserves, which was around 4 times more than hers, was helpful for that. There were no light shows or anything and I had kept the binding mark invisible the whole time. Her loyalty was also dialed up to the highest level. It was a bit unfair to not give her that chance, but the place and situation I am at, I can't afford those luxuries. It was not a bad choice either because I later found out that she was ordered by her father, who in turn was ordered by Rizavim to program me to be loyal towards Rizavim and only Rizavim. She was allotted lessons 2 days a week even now. And this was done without the knowledge of the idiot trio. She was doing it simply as her duty because she believed that me leaving the old Satans would be bad for her house. This was surprisingly easier for me to stomach than some self-righteous shit that people feed themselves to justify all this crap. She was simply doing whatever she thought would be good for her house. I simply couldn't bring myself to completely hate her because I would have done the same thing too. She didn't have any other motives, and while she could have easily used her skills to program me to her liking, she actually had no intention to do so. Then again, she was already loyal to me to a fault. Taking out my anger on her for something like this, which I had already been expecting, would simply be a waste of time. I didn't have enough time to be petty. I had far more important things to concentrate on. Another good thing about these marks is the fact that I can talk to those that I have bound telepathically through my mind, despite the distance. This telepathy has been a great boon for me. My discussions with Ophelia through our link has helped me improve my mind magic at an exceptional pace. The fact that my Archmage essence was copying her bewitching voice also had something to do with it. Another thing that I gained was that I can now finally learn things that these bastards didn't want to teach me. Whatever I want to learn about, Ophelia gets the books on it and reads them to me when I pretend to sleep, and knowing Ophelia's connections, it is not a faraway guess that she can acquire any book I want. That is not to say that she doesn't get anything out of it. She received a nerfed version of my Archmage, blank essence, and the King essence without any bloodlines to increase her strength. I am also planning to get her completely under control using my broker essence and then give her a nerfed broker essence too. It will complement her bewitching voice skill perfectly. Ophelia is in a position where she has contact with both the current government and the old Satans, and with enough power she can influence both sides and also provide me with valuable information. My progress towards illusion magic is now finally going in my intended direction. The fact that I can now detect the spells in my room caused them to remove the normal ones from around me. There are still a few others which I can detect but have to leave intact because I don't want to give away my real progress. This still restricts my movements just as much as before, so no change on that front. While thinking of these things, we arrived at my residence. As soon as I opened the door, a little white missile hits my stomach and little arms wrapped around my waist. "Dummy, you are back," cried a sweet voice in joy which brought a smile to my face. Vienna Lucifer, or Vi as I call her, is my life and joy in this hellhole. I looked towards Arya. The beautiful Arya gave me the same smile overflowing with motherly affection as she scolded Vienna, "Vienna, that is not how you talk to the young lord." Earning a pout from the adorable little silver white-haired girl and a smile from me. Her smile, which brought relief and happiness to us, also held back her own pain. As Vienna grew older, that bastard started pressuring Razvan even more, and Arya brought all that wrath and frustration onto herself to protect her daughter. I too kept her out of the shit whenever I could. It is one of the reasons that she is so attached to me. A few more years. I need to establish a network before I leave this place, or I would be caught within days and dragged back here, and then I don't even want to guess what would happen. I only get one chance at this. This and the fact that Arya still, somehow loves Razvan. I have tried all the methods of detection, each mind magic I could, to know if she was being influenced. She isn't. It almost drove me mad trying to figure out the reason for this. Is love really this blind? I am still a little weaker than Razvan, and I don't think I can cover that gap for a few years, naturally that is. Any sudden jumps in my power would be problematic, and natural growth still needs me to stay here for a few years. I need to bind more people to hasten the network I have outside this place. Anyways, this little devil has taken to calling me dummy instead of Damien. I squeezed her cheeks and pinched her nose before she sat on my lap. It is really adorable to see her pout though. "Welcome, Gretel, how was your lesson today?" Arya asked as she brought us snacks. "Good morning, Lady Arya. The lesson was pleasant. Thank you for asking." Gretel bowed to her and she stood beside me. "Oh, lay aside the lady, Gretel. Also take a seat. The food is best while it is still hot." I couldn't. "Sit, Gretel. It is best if we use our time efficiently, also we can practice better if you have eaten something." She did look reluctant but sat down. 3 years ago, the same thing took me an hour, a forceful order, and then another hour to stop her from passing out due to nervous breakdown to make her do this. It is considerable progress. "So how was your day, young lord?" Arya asked as she sat on the couch in front of us. "It was quite productive. The teacher said that I have learned everything I could in his class and I have to self-study further to learn more. I will still be attending other subjects though." I said as I picked up the spoon and fed the little gremlin in my lap before I was allowed to take a bite of my own. Really? I nodded and she rubbed my head affectionately. The young lord is really smart. I would expect nothing less. The midget in my lap was probably annoyed because I was late in feeding her. Hey, it is probably because Dummy is such a dummy. No need to praise him, Mama. And then she turned towards me with her tongue out making faces at me. I simply pulled her closer in my lap and fed her to keep her mouth shut. Vienna, what should I do with this girl? She smiled and I noticed that Gretel was smiling too. She had been a little upset from the time she learned that I will not be attending combat magic class with her anymore. This would reduce our time together. This place is her little safe haven where she can relax a little, and when beside me, no one dares to force her to do anything. I will also be attending lessons for the clan trait from Lady Leviathan. I said and watched her pause a bit. Her emotions were all over the place, but the most prominent ones in it were fear and worry. It was actually understandable. In all these years, while the idiot trio have tried to influence me, it was through others and only on certain occasions. Now, however, I will be among them and be taught by one of them. She is probably worried about my attitude after this. After all, the attitude that they have towards her in Vienna is not hidden from anyone. Don't worry about it. I will be fine. I said, staring into her eyes, and her eyes widened a little after that. She had all that pain under her smile. I know. My young lord is the strongest after all. The girl in my lap, who looked like a squirrel right now with her cheeks puffed up, tried to make a quip, but I shut it with another spoonful of food. It is not good manners to talk with your mouth full. I could always stop feeding you if you want, though. I smirked slightly and she bristled, but then reluctantly gave up and melted in my lap. We laughed a little, and then after the snacks were over, Arya took Vienna aside and I turned my attention to my only companion now. Gretel. Why, yes, young lord. Every Lucifer has been assisted by a member of the Lucifuge house. You have heard of it, I assume. She looked a bit lost but nodded nonetheless. I want you to be my companion. Her eyes widened, but I paid her no mind. If you agree to it, I will not allow you to back out, and any attack on you will be an attack on me. I am not foolish enough to claim that I will protect you from everything. I am neither omnipresent, omniscient, or omnipotent after all, but I promise you this, that anyone who lays a single finger on you, I stopped and stared into her eyes, will regret being alive for the rest of their lives. She was quiet for a moment, but my observation hockey showed the range of emotions she was going through right now. I will not force you, though. It is all your own decision. Do you accept it? I raised my hand towards the now stunned girl. A few seconds of awkward silence later, I sighed and brought my hand back. I guess I asked too much. Don't worry, this won't change anything between us. I closed my eyes. Maybe I pushed too hard. I accept. My eyes snapped open. I looked towards her, and as if asking my unsaid question, she replied. I accept, young lord. In that case, make the pledge, and in return you will serve under me. I offered her my hand again. I, Gretel Lucifuge, pledge my loyalty to you. I accept. Deal complete. And it indeed was. My first deal with the broker was complete. The broker essence was very similar to the laws made by Tet, the god of games, the one true god, in Disboard, just much more freely used. So I can use the pledges and deal in a way to influence other things as well. In this case, her loyalty towards me from a deal will make it nigh impossible for her to be mind-controlled against me. The small fact about the broker essence that is often overlooked. It will prevent someone other than Paimon from brainwashing her against me. These steps are necessary. I mean, I had escaped the attempt by the skin of my teeth, so there is no way I am letting others take a hit on her as well. I held her hand and applied the essence of the binder's mark on her, and took a while to transfer a nerfed Archmage essence and blank essence to her. The king's essence would be more easy to observe, so I will have to hold it back for now. I don't think she has what it takes to use the broker, not now at the very least. With this I have 3 people I can trust. Why, young lord, this is, she stuttered as the information on the essences entered her head. This is my gift for joining me. You are not allowed to tell anyone about this. I also want you to practice mind magic and space magic whenever you can, but not disclose your progress to anyone. Is that understood, Gretel? I sat down and Gretel heard my voice in her head. Her eyes widened and she snapped her head in my direction. I smile and nod in reply. From now on, for any private talk, you will use this mental link to talk to me. It is simply similar to talking out loud in your head. If you want me to hear you, I will. If not, I will not be able to hear you. I believe you have heard about telepathy. She hesitated for a moment until the situation caught up with her. Why, yes, young Lord. I heard in my head and smiled. It will also help your ice magic. You won't have to hear anyone complain about it. Her heartbeat quickened and her expression went back to the fake stoic one outwardly, while her emotions were all over the place. I am not a fool, Gretel. I know things, and even if I want to, I clenched my fingers. Right now I am not strong enough to change everything. I can, however. I looked up to the eyes of the young girl who looked like she wanted to run and hide at this very moment. That Euclid bastard will suffer a very, very painful death at my hand. I took a deep breath and continued, do this much to ease your situation right now. She stood there stunned for a second and I could see the hints of tears building in her eyes. Youngli. You just have to do one thing for me in return. I looked directly at her. Just be yourself, just be Gretel Lucifuge, because that is who you are. You are not someone's substitute. You are not Graphia Lucifuge's replacement, you are Gretel Lucifuge, the aide of Damien Lucifer, the devil. Is that understood, Gretel? I noticed that Arya was observing us but seeing the situation, she was unsure of what to do. She wanted to approach us but was hesitating. I turned towards her and gave her a nod. Vienna looked a little confused but Arya's maturity showed and she nodded at me with a smile. She took Vienna back to her room. As soon as the door was closed, I rose from my seat and hugged the girl in front of me, and as if the straw that broke the camel's back, she broke down. She sobbed into my chest while her hands gripped me as if fearing all this to be a dream, but even in this situation what truly angered me was, she was not making any noise, or rather she was trying to muffle her cries. Was she trained to be like this? Not even allowed to cry. Hate and disgust bubbled inside of me and at that instant pushed Euclid very near the level of the bastard rise of him on the list of people I wanted to make suffer. I won't kill this utter bastard, no, that would be too easy of a way out for that bastard for what he made my Gretel suffer. He will beg for death and I won't grant him that, just like I promised to Gretel. It took around 30 minutes for her to calm down and after that none of us spoke. We just sat there in silence. No words were needed, just the presence of each other was enough for us to be satisfied. Scene change. I stood outside the place for my next lesson. The residence of Kateria Leviathan. Now many people would be wondering why Kateria, who is a Leviathan, was teaching me about the clan trait of the Asmodeus. Well, aside from the fact that I was the only one who inherited it after the original Asmodeus, and thus no one with practical experience in the trait was alive at the moment, it was the trait itself. The Asmodeus was associated with the sin of lust for a reason. It was a very unique magic that he used, pleasure magic. There are several techniques but unlike normal demonic magic used to manipulate pleasure or lust, this one was on a whole nother level. It was like comparing a normal magician using water magic and the original Leviathan use, the sea serpent of the end, to manipulate water, there was just no comparison. Pleasure magic was used by Asmodeus to corrupt, basically mind-break humans, angels, fallen and other races alike and make them their willing slaves. Yes, I got the cheat code of a badly written hentai manga protagonist. I bet the bastard who threw me here must be laughing his ass off at this. I mean, while I enjoy sex in the female gender just as much as any healthy male, there was a reason I didn't take the essence of the breeder or other sex-related essences. Not that I would have rejected it if it was for free, but I didn't see a use of taking it as one of the selected essences. The problem I have right now was my 9-year-old body. Damn hormones. I have endured being in this, well, literal hell and kept my sanity in check all this time, but even then I don't think I could bear it if someone called my dick cute. No fucking until I get to puberty. Anyways, as one can take a guess, cruisery wouldn't have been of any help and any written notes from Asmodeus had all needed to be tested by me personally. Here is the place that Kateria put her foot down. Her words, which if I remember correctly, I do because I have a perfect memory, were, I will not allow any lowlife to teach such intimate skills to the young lord. It was, when translated politely, no hussies need apply here. It was honestly creepy with the amount of lust I was sensing from her as an 8-year-old myself. I took a deep breath. I have endured worse than some sexual molestation from a relatively good-looking woman, crazy aside. I can do this. With these words in mind, I stepped inside the room. Kateria Leviathan. Kateria waited impatiently for Damien to arrive. She was finally going to start her plan to take her rightful place at his side, as his queen. The fact that he inherited the Asmodeus' unique pleasure magic was only another mark on his already long list of accomplishments. Learning all forms of magic at unprecedented speeds, being an ultimate class devil at less than 10 years of age, a genius adept in any subject he touches, the tales of Damien's talents were already resounding among the supporters of the old Satan faction. Obviously almost none of them knew the boy personally. They had done too many things to make sure that he doesn't get in contact with lower people until he is trained in their ways completely. His mannerism did show the finesse and grace of kings. The only part that she didn't agree with but couldn't do anything about was letting that human take care of him. To be honest, it was not much of a problem when he was younger. He was just an experiment meant for the rise of the old Satan faction, but as his talents flourished, his position became more and more important. The fact that he showed the unique magic of the original Asmodeus was already something that was being talked about in the entire circle. Cruisery hadn't been happy obviously, no matter how much he didn't show it or even pretended to be happy, it was clear as day for someone who had known him for years, someone like her, that he was holding a lot of humiliation inside due to the fact that even he hadn't inherited the magic. This made Damien's claim over the Asmodeus line even stronger. The Lucifer line had a contender which couldn't be disputed, or rather no one dares to dispute it. Rizavim was just too strong for that. Even when he hadn't lifted a single finger in the Civil War. The results of the war could have been completely different had Rizavim participated in it, but he hadn't. He had just laughed at the three of them when they had requested for help, saying it was not interesting enough for him to help. It had made her blood boil, but Kateria was angry, not mad. Challenging Rizavim with her strength alone would have meant certain death. This is why all three of them, even after being humiliated, had not said a single word. While others may call Rizvan a waste of the Lucifers, and even she believed it and didn't care much about him, it was a fact that she actually liked him more than his father though. Rizavim Lucifer had no loyalties, no care, no attachments, he is a pure force of chaos. He seeks nothing but destruction. She is not sure that if one day they obtain the underworld all under their control and Rizavim wouldn't just destroy it all over again because he was getting bored without anything to do. This is also a reason why all three of them held so much hope in the young lord. He was much more controlled and just as talented. He had shown all the talents to become a super devil in time too. It was just a matter of time before he could take his reign. At least that was the plan before he showed that he had inherited Asmodeus' pleasure magic and people began to consider him more for the position of Asmodeus now. This had thrown a wrench in their plan. The other side though was completely unknown. The Lucifer bloodline never manifested in a certain way. The original Lucifer had too many powers and it is not known whether it was something that could be passed down or just magic developed by Lucifer himself. Rizavim had the ability to cancel the use of sacred gears, which while it may seem very powerful, was actually a weakened form of the original Lucifer's power to negate any miracle of God. This is what made the original Lucifer able to face off against God even with the difference in power. Then again, the House of Lucifer's enormous demonic power reserves alone were a boon beyond compare. Even that half-breed had as much demonic power as a normal high-class pillar devil of her age, and that is saying something. The bell of the main door rang and her face lit up. She signaled her attendant to bring the young lord in. Initially it was being decided that Damien would have other mid-class and high-class devils to test his magic on. The three of them would teach him all about his magic from the notes left by Asmodeus and he could experiment on his own. She however put her foot down. It wouldn't do for others to have contact with him so soon. Pleasure was a two-way weapon. If one of the high-class devils managed to get a sway on him, it would hinder their plans for the future. A child can easily be influenced by that kind of pleasure. If anyone was to influence him, it would be her. Obviously the violent aspects of the magic can always be tested on the others. She can take control to teach him about the sensual aspects. Asmodeus could charm others with his mere presence. He could imbue his pleasure magic into his very voice and make it pleasurable to hear, so addictive that people would kill their own friends just to hear that voice. But it came after his understanding of people and the bodies of the opposite gender. Damien entered the room with a stoic face and bowed slightly. "Good evening, Lady Leviathan. I have come for the lesson." She smiled and asked him to take a seat. "Tell me, Damien, have you read all the books that were sent to you before this?" "Yes, Lady Leviathan. The books on body language and speech patterns were really enlightening." She smiled at the stoic-looking kid. "Then show me what you can do on your own." He looked at her for an instant before he lifted his hands and a flame appeared on it. The difference, however, was that instead of the regular flame, this one was pinkish blue in color. Passion flames. The flames which cause pleasure instead of pain. She gulped in anticipation. "Show it to me." "Don't worry with that much flames, it won't hurt me in the least," she said as she let her robes slip and fall down. The attendant was already sent away and no one could disturb them in this. She put on the barriers of the house on a high security setting and called him forward. "Come forward, Damien. Experience the feel of a female body and learn." She pushed her breasts forward. The child was quick on the uptake and stepped forward. His small palms grabbing and in the process, sinking into her breasts and the flame lit her skin. It was like a shiver shot through her entire body. A moan escaped before she could think of anything. She had had trusts with Cruzuri and even Shalba a few times. Before the civil wars, she had more partners, so it was not like she was a chaste virgin. It is just that she couldn't imagine herself degrading to the levels to let the other lower-class devil men touch her. The very thought repulsed her. It was for this reason that she had many female attendants, to attend to her every need. He moved his fingers in a circular fashion, encircling the areola and only glazing past the nipples but not touching them for more than a fleeting moment. The flames had begun to sink slowly into her skin and her legs trembled as her lower lips were working overtime to produce moisture. She held the boy in her arms and a simple spell put away his clothes, rendering him nakedness as well. "Damien, I want you to concentrate. Pleasure can work both ways, and if you lose yourself in pleasure, you will be defenseless against others. So keep your concentration on your magic no matter what I do. He looked at her for a moment but then brought back his stoic face and called out, "Yes, Lady Leviathan." She found his act to try and act mature quite adoring. Taking his face in between her palms, she brought him to her face and claimed his lips. The chaste lips of Damien Lucifer were claimed by her. His grip on her breasts increased and the flames ran through her entire chest, lighting it up. The pleasure increased several times and she pushed her tongue into his mouth. He stilled for a second. After all, no matter how much you read or study, the real deal is always a little different. Slowly his grip loosened a little and took on a comfortable hold of her breasts and her tongue explored his preteen mouth. He offered no resistance and she smiled inwardly. A little forceful dominance mixed in with pleasure and she can groom him to be the man she wanted. Dominant when she wanted and submissive at her own will. It was not like it would hard with her centuries of experience. Her hand grabbed his cock. It was big for his age, then again given his lineage that was to be expected, it is just that it would take time for him to grow into what she needed to pleasure her. She slowly caressed the 5-inch dick and rubbed the tip with her thumb and the boy shivered in her arms. He gripped her nipples and turned and pulled at it but the flames of passion changed the pain into the sweetest pleasure. She pulled back after thoroughly tasting Damien's mouth. Seeing the glazed look in his eyes, she smiled. "Do you understand what to do now?" The body was probably still lost in the haze of pleasure. She pressed his cock a little harder and he broke out of the haze with a slight wince. She shivered in excitement. "Yes. Do you understand what to do now?" I what?" She smirked internally. "Well, it doesn't matter. I will guide you through this." Skipped. "What, you haven't been touched here?" She nodded and he continued, "Well, I can understand though. Who would have been worthy of claiming this treasure? I can only hope that I qualify for it." She wouldn't say this in 100 years but even for a little boy, this comment made her preen in joy. It was after all true. Both Shalba and Cruzri had tried to claim the place after all but she had completely shut them out. She had her own pride. Then again, this was her own partner that she was grooming. The fact that a boy almost half her size was saying this to her also helped make it funnier and thus acceptable, even as a joke. "You do qualify but prove that you deserve it," she smirked. She probably shouldn't have said that because as soon as she did, the pleasure shot up and her moan stuck in her throat and she fell back on her bed. Every time she tried to speak, the pleasure shot up, stopping her words in her mouth. The torture went on for who knows how long. Even in her haze, she did notice that he didn't touch her lower hole even once after that. Only around it sometimes but never directly. At this point she was almost ready to beg him to do so but it was only her pride that enabled her to hold back. Every time she felt that she would pass over the edge, the pleasure stabilized and she was stuck right on the edge. It was frustrating as much as it was pleasurable. It was at that instant that she heard the voice, "Do you accept Kateria? Do you agree to give all of yourself to me completely? Do you agree to be mine completely, in body, mind and soul? In return I will let you achieve this release." She bristled a little at those words before she realized that he was following the book trying to emulate Asmodeus. He, unaware of her thoughts, continued, "Do we have a deal?" The pleasure shot up again and stabilized right before her release. She clenched her teeth to regain her breath and then said, "Yes, I accept it." The pleasure that was stuck was released and this time Kateria couldn't control herself and let out a long wail as her body arched as currents of pleasure shot through her in waves. The pleasure was overwhelming and soon she blacked out. It took her several minutes to regain her consciousness. She saw that Damien was sitting on the chair in front of her bed. His hand on the armrest and his head resting on his palm while he gazed at her with an emotionless gaze. The disconcertment in the scene was too much compared to a moment ago. She stood up, her knees a little weak even now. The Asmodeus magic was really worth its name. "Did you learn properly, Damien?" she asked absent-mindedly as she stretched her body, trying to get the feel in her legs. "Kneel." It was as if her body had a mind of its own, dropped down on her knees. She looked up to see the same emotionless gaze from a moment ago watching her coldly. Before she could question anything he spoke again. "What were your intentions for me? Answer everything. Do not attempt to use half-truths or leave out parts of the answer. Speak." Terror seized her heart as words flowed out of her mouth. Everything from her deepest desires, the most shameful ones to the full extent of her plans for Damien, her body spoke everything without her willing to. "So you wanted to tame me?" The arrogance. "I guess it is quite fair then with what I did." The condescension in his voice made her blood boil in anger. She finally regained control of her body and tried to call her magic to aid her and teach the brat his place but it failed. She just couldn't call upon her magic at all. "Oh, you want to teach me my place, don't you?" Her head snapped towards the boy who had a small smirk on his lips. Was he reading her mind? "I am not reading your mind. To be honest, I don't need to. You have no ability to hide your thoughts. One has to wonder how you wasted all these centuries doing nothing." Ah, Vegeta would go crazy if he knew that there was someone like you alive. Then he laughed out loud at his own joke. She gritted her teeth as she glared at him. What did you do? She ground out through her teeth. Me, he tilted his head. I just showed you the difference between us. I showed you the simple reason why you are merely a devil, while I am the devil. Kateria found herself finding it hard to breathe as a heavy aura descended around her. The look in the boy's eyes changed completely as pure power radiated from around him. And you, my dear Kateria, just made a deal with the devil. Embarrassed face. Chapter 4, Laying Out the Foundation. Damien. It has been a year since I took control of Kateria. Many things have changed. Some for the better while some for the worse. It did make me realize my weakness. How I alone couldn't control everything. Power matters, but it could only take me so far. After all, Trihexa was strong, Ophis was strong, and I know that the former was screwed over while the latter became no less than a mascot. What is to say that even if I become as strong as them, I can't just be sealed. What I need is control. I need to establish a team of my own. A force to back me up. There is only so much a lone man can do after all. I looked towards Kateria, whose eyes were unfocused as she stared blankly in space. She has been like this for a few minutes. I ended the spell and she fell to her knees and looked all around, deep fear entrenched in her eyes. It seems like my work with illusions are paying off if I can put you in one. I still need to work on my casting speed and power. Maybe Yujitsu will help. The fear system of the Western Yukai could help, but only so much. Chakra, spiritual energy, fear, demonic power, do I really have to use that to gain the last bit of advantage? I mused to myself. You can excuse yourself, Kateria. Get leaned up and be back in 10 minutes. I commanded offhandedly as I sat and took a sip of my tea. The last 4 years I have focused my personal research solely on illusion and mind magic. It picked up in speed after I gained the allegiance of Ophelia. Her sources made gathering any information I wanted much easier. In fact, her bewitching voice was also an extremely strong trait when used perfectly. Lord Paimon, her father, only used it to instigate the people to cause war and chaos. It is probably also a reason why he is so close to rise of him. Fucking psychopaths. I needed 30 seconds to use the spell on Kateria, who is a mid-Satan class devil. I don't think any Satan class would stand still for that long. The goal was to develop a technique similar to Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu Kansen Simon, taken to a whole nother level. There are many ways in this world to detect other people, so normal Kyoka Suigetsu wouldn't work. No. My goal was to create an illusion that can trap a Juka Beelzebub. Anything less than that was a failure. That said, even an estimate about the power of such an illusion scared me. That is not to say that I didn't have any clue as to what to do. The Archmage was too good for that. It is just that I didn't want to use that option until I had no other way left at all. I didn't want to keep all my eggs in just one basket. What would I do if I had an enemy who had clairvoyance or future sight? That is a one-way road to fuck me. Safe to say that normal illusions were out the window. The second part that I introduced to cover up the detection aspect of the illusion was mind magic. I had choices of using something of a notice me not charm aspect to my spell so that the target doesn't really pay attention to the spell on them. This obviously led to 2 problems. 1, the fact that the second add-on becomes an added component, thus increasing the complexity of the spell and thus making the spell, bulkier, which in turn makes it easier to detect, which is a complete reverse of what I want the spell to do, so that is out of the way. The second is the fact that if they don't even realize that they are in an illusion, even when I tell them so myself, it makes any psychological methods of combat useless. That is what I call a bad illusion. No, what I want is an illusion which, even if the people realize they are caught in the illusion, can't do shit about it. I don't want them to realize how it is that they were caught in the illusion, and if it is still active, that paranoia they experience when fighting me will be the greatest weapon I can use. Easy to say, I was back to the drawing board. So I thought of something else. I went back to the crux of the problem. What I needed was for them to not realize how they are caught under my spell, which is due to my energy inside their body. So obviously somehow I needed to hide that energy. This was, however, easier said than done. I needed to hide it in such a way that even magical diagnoses performed by a Juka himself didn't show any results. I needed to make it disappear. And then it struck me, what I needed was to keep my energy in others' body a secret, the Fidelius charm. Who cares if they figure out that they have my energy inside their bodies if they can't even find it? And thus the second part of the spell was ready. I obviously had to take around a whole year to develop a suitable Fidelius. The concept of hiding a secret inside one's soul did take a lot of time. It was at this time that I wished I had the Sephiroth Graal. Then came the third part. Protecting the spell inside anyone. I mean, even if it is hidden there and people can't find it, it doesn't mean that they can't make their energies go haywire for a while to break the illusion. I mean, even if a house is hidden, if someone drops a nuke in the general area, it can still be destroyed. A big enough bomb works as well. So how to protect it? Also how to make it so that it can last long enough, I mean last forever. After all, Kyoka Suigetsu's Kansen Simon lasted forever until broken. I had to think about it forever, and the few things I postulated all led to only one answer. Aizen Zanpakuto was just too bloody cheating. The only way a spell can last so long on someone even when they go through exercises almost on a regular basis like the 13 court guards did was 1, if the user was constantly feeding it energy to prevent it from breaking, which no matter how small the amount for a person would have sucked Aizen dry in a day. Second, if the target was the source of that energy as well. In general, most beings produce energy of their own, souls, or in general people of the Bleach universe produce Ryoryoku no matter how small it is. What Aizen's Kansen Simon did was use that very energy to constantly feed itself. It was also one of the reasons why the spell was unbreakable, because as long as Ryoryoku existed inside a person, they would remain under the illusion, while if someone became completely devoid of Ryoryoku, they would simply die. At least this was what my little brain could think of. They will never realize the spell because the spell was being used by their own energy, and they will never find it while their own energy cannot harm itself. I had simply left all my research for a complete day and gone off to sleep when I had realized the sheer insanity of it. The difficulty level just soared insanely because unlike Aizen, I was dealing with many races of people who use different types of energy. A spell to manipulate different types of energy to form the spell when all the energies behave in unique manners is just. It would have been very simple if I had seen Kyoka Suigetsu at work even once. That is not to say that I stopped working on it. If I have to understand how to cast that spell on everyone, then I will do so. I have already completed the spell for the devils and other beings with demonic energy, as Kateria is an example of. I still need to use it on other races. Needless to say, it is a long-term project. I do have an idea for it as well, but it is so insane that even I had to laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. But then again, if someone like a Juka Beelzebub was caught in simple illusions, he wouldn't be a Juka Beelzebub. This is the guy who designed a spell to search and erase anything supernatural from the internet. The entire fucking internet. The mind wipers from the Harry Potter world need a fucking lesson right here. These are the reports, Master. My thoughts were interrupted by Kateria's voice. I looked and saw that she was carrying a file with black cover. I promptly took and opened it, and my lips turned up in a smile. So it seems that I was right. What is the progress on this one? I asked Kateria, and she stood straight. He was said to have a connection with a devil, and an old one at that. It's Mephistopheles, right? I know, considering that I am the one who gave you this news after all. What I ask is if you have been able to contact him. I have had some agents contact him. It was received quite well. Apparently the boy was quite insecure about his talents due to his very heritage. It made any agents we sent his way being accepted quite well. In that case, arrange a meeting. I wish to meet this person. I believe that you can arrange a way for me to be taken outside without anyone watching over you. She did look a little reluctant despite all her fear, but I knew that it was nothing that she couldn't do. It will be done, Master. Very well. Make it as soon as possible. Also, no one should catch wind of this. What about the others? The other one has been taken by Glinda Goodwitch when her sacred gear awakened. We have no idea where she is right now. Her voice quivered when she reported the last part. I slumped back down into my chair. I had expected it already. The time for that had already passed, not that I had expected anything in the first place. The fact that there was even a match in this case was already a miracle. I had only even asked for this because she was supposed to have been born before me, and any butterflies wouldn't have affected her being born or her sacred gear. Any news about the vampires? I thought in my mental link with Ophelia. Yes, Master. I have been able to secure a trade alliance with the vampires. The Teeps faction producing bloodstones have been specially welcoming. Her voice calmly replied through the link. Did you hear any news about any child in the Vladi house? A damper, to be precise, along with a damper of the Teeps as well. I asked back. We haven't been so close as to inquire into such things directly, but I did receive some information from the servants and a few other nobles who seemed to be enthralled by a prospect of trading with us or simply receiving a favor. She replied. What exactly did you learn? Your information was correct, Master. The Teeps head has a daughter with a human woman. She is obviously not treated well like any other half-blooded vampires. Apparently she is also close to something called the Monster of the Dungeons. I haven't been able to hear anything more concrete about this person due to this being a well-kept secret, but there are rumors of it being involved with the death of a concubine of a high-ranking vampire. She replied back. Very well. Keep an eye on the situation, but do not make it look like you are looking into it. This task is extremely important to us. The girl possibly has a very high-level sacred gear. Just keep an eye on her, and if she or the other person tries to escape, take them in as soon as possible. Also, if any other devil is seen lurking around, inform me directly. Do not engage them. Do not contact them. I ordered. Any information about the other targets I told you about? I asked, leaning back. The case with Clearia Belial has some undercurrents that are not profitable for us to interfere in for now. I wouldn't have even known about it if you hadn't warned me about it. The location of the Holy Sword project is still being investigated. The church seems to be putting a lot of stress on it after their project Siegfried was a disaster. The other targets haven't awakened their sacred gears yet. On a positive note, I have found the pair of Nekasha that you had asked me to inquire about. Contracting the Nibirius had been easy enough, though it did take some time to narrow down who it was you wanted to find. I found the two, and the elder one seems to be around 7 or 8 years old while the younger one is 3 to 4 years of age. Their mother had recently passed away and she was a servant, a maid in particular, not a peerage member of the Nibirus branch member. They have no legal right over her. I did arrange for them to be discreetly taken away to a specialized location and am only waiting for your orders. She gave her report to me. They might still have a claim over the two sisters, as a scientist under the Nibirius is the father of the two Nekasha. It is obvious though that he doesn't care about the two, however, as I doubt that he even knew that they were his daughters. That said, when we start our plans, they can interfere using this relation and demand a claim over the two sisters. If possible, make sure that he is finished off, preferably in an accident though. Make sure that the two sisters disappear and it appears as if they encountered an unfortunate accident when you take them away. Taking them away is important because the elder might be recruited by a member of the branch family and that would be a problematic situation to deal with. I instructed after thinking over the plans. Do you have any idea about the whereabouts of any other Nekashas? I asked in hope. My apologies. It is still being investigated. I did find out that the mother of the two girls was a resident of the eastern Yukai under Nurerihion. They have a clan of Cat Yukai there and one of his lieutenants is a 7-tailed Nikomata named Magari. From there she moved to follow a humanman she loved, which as I was just informed earlier by you is a scientist for the Nibirius, it will make it easier to narrow down the search. She completed a little disappointed. No need to take any unnecessary risks. Our strength is not enough to be able to afford being doubted by anyone right now. I am finding a method for you to be able to take down our opponents in a less conspicuous way soon enough. By the way, have there been any more orders from the old Satan faction? I asked. Its master. I caught the hesitation in her voice and raised an eyebrow to myself. What is the matter, Ophelia? I was given an order today. She answered meekly, fear lacing her tone. However, unlike Kateria, her fear stemmed from disappointing me rather than me trying to hurt her. What order? I insisted. I was ordered to brainwash Gretel Lucifuge to make her loyal to Euclid Lucifuge, make her acceptable to all of his orders without absolutely any question. They want me to subtly program her over time, she answered in a low voice and then became quiet. I absolutely quieted down for a moment. Thousands of thoughts running in my mind. Gretel, I have vowed to protect her, or at least take revenge for her if she joined me, and she had blindly decided to put all her trust in me. A sinister part of my mind laughed at the childish naivety, but I forcibly crushed that thought with all the brutality I could muster to defend the honor and innocence of the one person whom I call my first friend in this world. I had already decided that I needed to make Euclid pay, very dearly for all the sufferings that were suffered by Gretel, and when I think he couldn't drop any lower, I am always amazed. When Gretel was behind in her ice magic, she was being scolded and physically hit for it. Now however, when she was improving with my nerfed essences, she was being harassed in a whole different manner. The worst part is that Gretel refuses to tell me anything about it. I did read her surface thoughts and found that she wanted to prove to me that she was strong and not disappoint me with every problem. So, she simply smiles every time we meet. I could see that she was starting to sometimes have dark circles under her eyes, which for an ultimate class devil was saying something. I had even ordered her to tell me, without using any compulsion though, and she had begged on her knee to let her handle this, that she wanted to prove herself. I was almost blank that day, until I realized that she didn't want to prove herself to me, she wanted to prove herself to her own self then. Gretel's inferiority complex and crippling fear ran very deep, and she was making an effort to fight it, to go against it on her own, to prove to herself that she was worthy of being with me. I tried to open my mouth several times, but no words came out when I saw her face, her teary eyes. This was the first time that Gretel had asked me for something. I just couldn't say no at all then to her, no matter how much I wanted to. Thankfully my occlumency levels are now extremely high since I practiced with my shadow clone, so I reined my temper in and replied. Okay. You are to give them a false time with the reason that Gretel is very advanced in mind arts due to her practice with me. Tell them that it would take around 5 years to complete the work. If they do not agree, point out that Gretel Lucifuge is currently ultimate class, even if only a low ultimate class level. I answered in an extremely even tone. My mind throwing aside any signs of emotions with my clemency because I knew it would be nothing positive. I will inform Gretel about it. You are to help Gretel increase her mind magic to the levels where even your father can't touch her mind. Yes, master, it will be done. With that I felt the telepathic link cut off. I closed my eyes and thought about my future plans. As long as the illusion is not ready, I will not be safe if we run away. Casting it on others will only be useful if I can have them lower their guards for me. The binder slots are all counted. I have to prepare them for the eventualities. No matter how I calculate, it is still 3.5 to 4 years for me to establish a base where I can comfortably separate from them. But, things won't be quiet until then. Razvan's own jealousy had been focused on me after a few of Ryzavim's comments. I never paid any attention to any of this and he doesn't dare try anything with me. This had led to the load being increased on Arya and Vienna. I couldn't take it at all and had even asked Arya if she wanted me to interfere. The sight of blood on her lips had made me plan ways to butcher that son of a bitch then and there, but Arya had known me too much for my own good. She made me promise to absolutely stay out of this and to not hurt Razvan until he first attacks me, making me swear on her life. The only thing she asked me was to protect Vienna. I can't understand why she is still so insistent on protecting Razvan. Even Stockholms must have a limit, right? Yet, I couldn't take it when she just smiled and hugged me while saying it will all be fine. This woman was my mother for all sense and purposes. She has raised me as her own child. I can sense her emotions all the time and that is why I know that she has no bad intentions and doesn't think of me as any different from Vienna. This makes it all the more painful. Why are all the females in my life so complicated? Yes. All. This includes Vienna as well. Vienna Lucifer awakened the divine dividing sacred gear at the age of 7.5, a year ago, and things turned worse. Ryzavim's provocations along with the jealousy of Razvan soared after this event. I still don't understand why Razvan would be jealous of his own daughter. If he is so jealous, then why doesn't he train? These reasons have forced me to accelerate my plans. However, this is easier said than done. If anyone finds even a hint of this, it could turn into a shit show extremely fast. Kateria can cover for me but not that much. No matter how much these people flutter around, Ryzavim is still the one who keeps them all under control. I don't have a shred of doubt that if Kateria displeased him even once, she would be killed. Kateria's sources are vital for me. Ophelia's people can move freely in the light using her business and networks and it has its problems as well. Kateria's people have no such problems and can do many of the darker works openly, that said their identities make it difficult for them to get around. Currently I am having Kateria focus on getting sacred gear wielders. She is using it under the agenda that it could be used against the false satans. Ryzavim is not really bothered by it because of his abilities. He can negate sacred gear. His overconfidence blinds him to any idea of this being the plans of a coup. The ability, as absurd as it is still half-baked compared to the true ability. Ryzavim just couldn't fill Lucifer's shoes in this one. Despite the extremely high demonic power, the skill at using the unique trait of the Lucifer is still not strong enough for Ryzavim. The reason why this hasn't been revealed is because Razvan hasn't inherited this trait and neither has Vienna, yet. I have seen and analyzed his powers already and can use it to some extent but haven't shown it in front of anyone. I did figure things about the Lucifer trait though. It is the same as the Uzumaki. Enormous reserves and too many unique abilities. My personal ability is something I haven't yet discovered yet. In the meantime I did get an alliance with someone trustworthy, the White Dragon Emperor, Albion. Vienna stayed close to me since her sacred gear awakened even more than before. It did help ease the suffocating tension in the house a little however. It was once when she was asleep that I probed her sacred gear using legilimens for the first time ever. It was through my clone though. I have to say that the sight of a 100 meters tall white and blue dragon was something to behold. He was more surprised than I had expected and showered my clone's consciousness with his poison breath. Safe to say that I had to send another clone to work when my first clone popped. The second meeting was much calmer however. I don't know about Drake but Albion is a very calm dragon, when he is not pissed at the very least. We had a very pleasant conversation. After inquiring how I was inside this place, he sat down and talked to me for a long time. I did find out that he had no intentions of harming Vienna. It was merely their hosts who get drunk on power and use life-threatening powers, Juggernaut drive, when someone shows them their place and hurts their fragile egos. The dragon part does help in that a little too. Dragons tend to be aggressive. Almost every single dragon is like that. The divine dividing made a small part of her into a dragon and this part makes her a bit impulsive. The wills of the previous wielders of the divine dividing inside the sacred gear didn't help either. They were the prime examples of what we call sore losers. Because they died of their foolishness, they want to drive others insane and kill themselves similarly too. With this in mind, the first task that I decided upon was teaching occlumency to Vienna. I can't have my sweet Vi going Juggernaut and throwing her lifespan away. Perhaps the occlumency and mind magic will also help her strengthen her mind and overcome the remnants of the wills of the previous users of the divine dividing. After all, it was a fight inside her mind. I could care less because if she was endangered, I would go inside and tear apart all their wills myself. The meeting with Albion made me think of a ridiculous thought. Albion's soul is sealed inside of the divine dividing sacred gear, so what would happen now if I used the binder's essence on him in this sealed state? Will I be able to summon him into the void like all the souls bound by the binder's essence? Will I be able to create a new body for Albion? I thought about it and realized that there were two main problems right now. First being that I didn't have enough strength for that. Albion at his prime was as strong as Surzex's true form at the very least, and that's without going into outrage. I don't think I can reach that level of power anytime soon. The second was that divine dividing was made by the God of the Bible, who was a genius beyond compare. Like Shurajuka had invented the evil pieces to reincarnate humans into devils, but the biblical God had done the same for Metatron ages ago. He just didn't make it into technology and distribute it among others. He didn't really have any reason to. Safe to say that I am nowhere near the level of cracking this right now. I however have no doubts that I can do so in time. The Archmage essence and Lucifer's original power, which is an advanced form of Rizavim's power, the sacred gear canceller is, negating the divine powers. If I can advance it to the level of the previous Lucifer, I do hope that I can get a heavenly dragon as a team member too. As for Vienna, the essences even in their nerfed forms would make sure that she would be as strong as a super devil by the time she reaches 20. I did make an agreement with Albion to keep a watch over Vienna though, and in return I will find a way for him to be free again. Kateria, arrange a meeting with the target as soon as possible. You can make an excuse of taking me outside for some experience. A fight if possible. I breathed out. This much thinking was causing me to have a serious level of stress. Maybe letting it all out will help. I will arrange for it, my lord. She said, and I got up and walked towards the door. In that case, our lesson ends today. Scene change. I looked at the scrolls of parchment in front of me. These parchments are a way of speeding up the plans that I have thought of. It is a little dangerous, but something that I can get out of unscathed even if these are found out. These can never be tracked down to me. The scrolls are made up of contracts with the broker essence, which is a pact that asks for complete and undying loyalty to the writer. These scrolls have a seal which has a pact to open it as well. If the seal is opened by someone, the pact is considered accepted, and if not, the writing destroys itself. I have made similar contracts to extract sacred gears which will be transferred to me automatically. The price will be negotiated before signing, if any. I am particularly sure that Kateria will simply forego the negotiating part and try to beat the other party into signing the contract. To avoid any complications from this, I made a clause that any memory about the deal will be completely removed from the target's mind. I know Kateria will not try to do anything too outward due to the conditions I have set on her, but some extra bit of caution never hurts. These can help the collection of sacred gears quite fast. I have to make another for the collection of unique powers. Those will need finer details to them due to many complicated kinds of powers, however. I stored the scrolls in my hammer space and massaged my head. I could trade demonic power too, but with the number of times I am tested, I would be found out in an instant. This plan has to wait till I am ready to be out of this place. The people normally think that as a losing party, the old Satan faction doesn't have enough reach. Well, they would be very surprised. Among the current 34 surviving pillars, 7 are siding with the old Satans and work together in secret. Then there is the matter of the so-called extinct houses, whereas actually 12 of these houses are alive and actually thriving, no small contribution to the experiments and drugs though. The Civil War was far more political than it was shown outwardly. The root being the descendants of the old Satans, but at some place also Zekrom Baal. While people say that Zekrom Baal wants the good for the devil race and puts it above all, it is not completely right. The old Satan descendants were complete fucks back then, but the extinction of more than a few houses laid in the hands of Zekrom Baal too. The houses which stayed neutral. And once when pressured to join with the other side to save their hides, they were then simply vilified. The aim of this was to remove political competitors. Then all of the cliques who were directly under Zekrom were promoted to high positions. It was not really all coincidences that the only strong devils that survived that war were the clique of Surzex, who was directly related to Zekrom. If I had to relate him to anyone, I would say, Danzo. Similarly, the case of Cleria Belial would also be the same. If I had to predict, I would say that Cleria didn't find out about the king pieces all on her own coincidentally. The Emperor was becoming a popular figure among the masses and had the strength to back it up too, real strength, and not due to doping, so controlling him through blackmail would be impossible. A more political play to make the Belial's name turn bad, however, would work. After all, simply fucking a priest doesn't deserve a death sentence. Thousands of devils have fucked nuns and priests over time. It just might have been the doing of Rizavim, but knowing the person he normally is, it's doubtable. Rizavim doesn't do subtleties. He is the type to hurt someone while showing that it was him who did it and even taunt the other party. No, this type of move was different. Unfortunately, I don't have much power to do anything about her right now, but maybe, just maybe I could later on turn Diehauser to my side. The worthless ability matched with my Archmage essence and demonic power would be phenomenal. To be honest, I am more surprised why Belials are not ranked higher. Knowing how much work is put under the use of this ability, I wouldn't doubt anyone if they told me that Diehauser Belial has more understanding of magic and powers than 3 of the 4 Satans. Such a person would be a boon for me to have on my side. Now, just how to get him to side with me? A meeting with Cleria is impossible. Then what? I tried to remember the names of other potential recruits for myself. Ophelia had arranged it quite well. They mainly consisted of the neutrals who didn't want to fight and were forced to. The second group were the ones who were not treated well by the current government. Not everything was sunshine and lilies. The Belial house's own head had to sell off his clothes and his wife had to sell off her jewelry to send their heir to school. This shows that not even the pillar houses were all hunky-dunky. Some were oppressed by the others under the guise of laws. The territory distribution also saw to it. This made it hard for them to gain money faster. The laws on devil contracts didn't help either. If I could make even a few of them to side with me, I can expand my network much bigger. Some might ask me why am I even doing these things? The answer would be simple. It is because this is a dog-eat-dog world. In this world, only just because I want the others to leave me alone doesn't mean others would leave me be. Either control or remove is the way of the world. The only way to get out of it is to become so strong or so important that they either couldn't do anything to you or have to tolerate you despite their crappy insecurities. And my case is special even among these anomalies. My power and potential aside, my very name could cause too many waves if disclosed. The fact that a child was born from the blood of 2 Satans directly will make me a symbol that can be used to heavily influence the devil race. This would make me a thorn on the side of all the current leaders of the 3 factions, and when I leave the old Satan faction, to them too. This network will help me collect leverage on the people who matter. I was broken from my thoughts by movement beside me, and I looked at the adorable ball of cuteness holding onto my waist while drooling at the corner of her mouth, and even in this situation, the scene brought a smile to my face. Vienna always makes my day happier, no matter the time. I had brought her with me on the pretext of playing, and we did play around, but then she fell asleep. I just couldn't bear to wake her up. It will also give Arya some time to rest. However, today there was something I needed to do. I caressed her head for a while, and when she relaxed, I removed her arm from my waist and put a pillow in my place and then leaned in to kiss her forehead. She opened her eyes and held onto my fingers. "Where are you going, dummy?" she whispered very softly. I smiled at her while patting her head with my free hand. "I need to go for a mission today. I will tell you the story about it when I get back tonight, okay?" She looked every bit reluctant for this, but if today hadn't been something that had been organized by Ophelia and Kateria together with much effort, I would have even relented. But this is necessary. This is for our own future and Vi's own safety as well. You can stay in my room and only go out when Arya calls you, okay? In the meantime, you can play the games I bought yesterday. I kissed her forehead lightly again as she nodded. Unlike me who got Gretel, she has no one to even call a friend. I am somewhat of a big brother to her, even if she never calls me one. She has been too adamant about it since she was 5 and I didn't force it. It made me realize that she and Gretel had been isolated without anyone of their own age for years. I didn't count myself to be the same because of my mental age right now. This has led them to stick onto me and each other as a source of support. Gretel has it even worse because unlike Vi, who has me and Arya, she doesn't have anyone though. I got up and flushed those thoughts aside. Today, I can't afford to mess up. I had plans to carry on, plans that might bring forward my estimates by a year if I succeeded at it. Good luck for work, dummy. She called out from behind me and I smiled at her and left after waving at her. Ophelia Paimon. Ophelia Paimon looked around towards her guests and smiled, quite satisfied at what was before her. The 5 that were sitting in the room right now were among the most renowned devils of her generation. Not in terms of strength maybe, but in terms of network and influence. Each one of them held important posts or connections in their families that could be used to gain support easily. Her master had been quite adamant about building a support base among the people without attracting any unwanted attention. She had her business, but that could only reach so far. The moment someone doubts her, most of her resources will come to a standstill and thus necessary preparations are to be made. The 5 currently in front of her were a part of this. Alicia Sallos, the lady of House Sallos, ranked Duke, was someone similar to herself. She had taken the position as the head of her house after her parents retired after the Civil War. However, in her case, she had the support of her parents and thus it was easier for her to establish herself as the #1 actress of the underworld. Seraphal Leviathan might have a higher position in the popularity polls, but that was only due to her position as a Satan. Alicia was a renowned social worker. The Sallos were the generals and had the gift of insight. This led them to establish a prospering business in the underworld as well as a few other factions. Her business especially flourished when it came to stock markets in the human world. The number of successful business ventures she had in the human world were many. In fact, while it is not well known, Alicia was one of the richest people in the human world. Her network would make it easier to find sacred gear users among the humans. Helena Dentalion, the second in line for the head position of House Dentalion, ranked Duke as the younger sister of Lord Dentalion. Her elder brother is the current lord and his son the current heir, but that didn't make her position any worse. Helena Dentalion was one of the best scholars among the devils, and while not at the level of a Juka Beelzebub, she was a person whose talents were recognized by many. She had a lot of connections among the education sector of the underworld. The next person was Victoria Valak, a member of the Valak's branch house. The Valak's clan trait alone makes them invaluable for most people. Seeker's Eye, while not an offensive trait, was bordering on cheating. It was one of the reasons why the Valaks were not sent to the front lines or even in the Great War by the Satans and were still valued so highly in the underworld. The Seeker's Eye guided the user to whatever they wished for. It obviously doesn't give out the direct location, but the user's desire or rather gravitates towards the particular wish. It has many conditions and restrictions, and the user's experience and control matters a lot. For selective use. A normal user might have a negligible tingling in their minds, while an experienced user might have a much stronger feeling. This made the Valaks one of the most wanted houses others wanted to marry. Victoria, while not known by many, not even her own house, was the strongest user of Seeker's Eyes. She, knowing her condition, hid her ability so that she is not sold off as some goods on high demand. Victoria had started working for her around a century ago and had shown remarkable skill in business. They had grown closer and Ophelia had taken her under her own wing. She had confided with her about her powers when she was confronted by her, and she had made Victoria her personal secretary. The fourth person was Charlene Glaciolabelas, the heiress of the Glaciolabelas house, ranked Earl and the younger sister of Falbium Asmodeus. The Glaciolabelas were a military family, and that was also partly due to the Satan Asmodeus being the chief strategist and in charge of the devil's armies. The thing about the Satans being neutral and not favoring a single house, let alone their own, is a load of crap. If that had been the case, then all the idiocy that Seraphal Leviathan does to spread news about her sister would never happen. If anyone even remotely follows this law, it would be a Juka Beelzebub. The other three are extremely involved with their families. Falbium is the same. In fact, while he doesn't show it outside, he is more involved than the other two. The other two don't involve their families with their work. Falbium, on the other hand, takes the help of his family to maintain the reports of the armies as well as many other works. This was mainly done by Charlene Glaciolabelas. The final person, however, was a surprise to even her. While she had sent the invitation, she herself hadn't expected her to arrive today. Cleria Belial was hardly someone who attended parties after all. So her surprise was reasonable when the Belial arrived at the party. Her master had been wanting to get into contact with her but had brushed it aside as something that was too difficult to do without attracting the wrong kind of attention. This was disguised as a normal meeting of friends, which was quite reasonable as she had a healthy friendship with everyone. She wondered how surprised her master will be. While his cold and collected face was cute, she always liked watching him break that facade whenever possible. The maid brought tea and snacks by then and had left the ladies alone. "So, what is the secret, Ophelia?" Helena chimed in from beside her. She raised her eyebrows. "Oh, please don't pull that one on me. Come out with it. Who are you seeing?" The other girls seemed equally intrigued by the sudden question, and Ophelia had to do a double take and consider what had led her to this. "I mean, look at your skin. That smile. It is not the usual business looks that you give people. I am telling you all, this is the look of a maiden in love." Ophelia rolled her eyes. Her master's essences had increased her attractiveness a lot along with her powers. Love, however, she had to think. Her master was without a doubt someone who would be the top choice for any female devil in a few years. She had never seen him smile yet. Then again, all their meetings had been inside the classroom, and Damien Lucifer was a master at maintaining a mask. He was years if not decades above his physical age, and at times Ophelia had wondered if one of the original Satans, if Lucifer himself had reincarnated into his body. Her case had been different as she had to keep the facade of the successful head of the house while attending to the business of the old Satan faction as well. Her father's foolishness had led to the death of her mother and left her newborn brother without a parent all this time. She had raised him as her own son, and it forced a young Ophelia to grow a lot more than even she had expected initially. And she was proud to say that little Ace had grown into a fine man. As for her dating someone, she just couldn't even think of anything like that. Her husband would have to be someone secretly aligned with the old Satan faction or someone neutral and under her control, and if she knew her father, only for show while he forced her to have a child with some other higher-ups of the old Satan faction. She just couldn't allow any of this. It was through great effort that she had kept Ace uninvolved in all this, so that even if she was caught, he would have a way out. Bringing a husband from the old Satan faction-aligned houses would put all her plans into jeopardy. As for the question, her master, maybe in a few years if he wanted. After all, he was someone who already knew everything about her, things that she kept from the whole world too. Oh, just look at her, lost in her thoughts, so spill already. Helena prodded. Alicia and Charlene enjoying the moment a little too much too, while Victoria had a slight smile on her lips and Cleria looked equally amused. It is no one, at least not anytime soon. She whispered the last part, giving the girls something to talk about. The girls showered her with questions which she diverted but gave them some false hints about having a tryst with a human during one of her visits in the human world for travel. It was a one-time thing and nothing else. She was the head of her house. If anyone wanted to marry her, they will have to marry into her house. Keeping her virginity wasn't something she was obligated to do. If we are on this topic, however, you all seem to have ignored Cleria. She has the same look as well. She expertly diverted the conversation towards the now stunned Cleria, who looked like a deer caught in headlights. What are you talking about, Ophelia? There is no one. She hurriedly denied it. Her stutter was like blood to hungry sharks around her, and they pounced on her metaphorically. She, however, didn't reveal any details. Only a somewhat similar answer to hers. The party was going on until her guests suddenly started to fall dizzy. The confusing part, however, was that no one noticed anything. The first one to fall was Helena, and she was soon followed by Alicia, Victoria, Cleria, and then Charlene. What truly stunned Ophelia was that none of her guests even knew what happened or showed any kind of reaction at watching others fall suddenly. When the last person fell silent, she heard footsteps coming from behind her. Looking around, she saw her master, Damien Lucifer, walk in, followed by Kateria Leviathan. He still had that calm and stoic look on his face as he looked at the downed bodies of the women. Then he turned to her, and for the first time Ophelia saw her master smile, and it was adorable. You have a beautiful house, Ophelia. Won't you show me around? This is my first time out after all. Ophelia was stunned, and looking at the eyes of Kateria Leviathan, she seemed to have a similar reaction. He understood it and laughed softly. What? Just because I don't smile out in the open doesn't mean that I can't or that I don't like to. We don't have sex in the open, and yet most people still like and want to, so then why is my smile being blamed here? Ophelia had her mouth hung open for a moment, unable to reply at all, before she saw that mischievous smile on his face and burst into laughter. It seems like she will be repaid well for her part in the plan today. Knowing her young master smiled was a good enough payment after all. Embarrassed face. Chapter 5, First Blood. Damien. A year has passed. I celebrated my 11th birthday a week ago, and a lot has happened in this year. I only have one binder slot open right now, and even that was only acquired a day ago. The last year has been extremely eventful considering how much progress I have made in my goals, both in personal development as well as making a network. Ophelia won me the lottery with the 5 girls in the party. Each of the girls are a gem in their own right, whether it is with their connections or their own personal talents. Helena Dantalion. Dantalion was known as the keeper of the forbidden library of Bibliotheca. A devil related to knowledge, and that was for a certain reason. The Dantalions held almost all the knowledge of hell except the most private secrets of a house. No one could claim to hand over that knowledge either. It was bound by blood. The head of the house can remove any one of the blood from the list of the people allowed into their library with a mere thought. They also removed any daughter or son married off to another family from this list so that others don't get access to their knowledge. Now most would wonder why they don't just destroy the castle Dantalion and siege the library. Well, it turns out that the forbidden library of Bibliotheca was an entirely separate dimension. The Dantalion house's trait was an affinity for spatial magic. Their children could get into the dimension only when the path is shown by someone in their house, and the secret is guarded with zeal. To keep the knowledge close to their hearts is a saying that they have taken up to the T, and this was proven to be a wise decision. The Dantalions were one of the least affected houses in both of the wars. In the Great War, they were kept back to provide help in logistics, while in the Civil War, none of the sides dared to lay a finger on them, fearing that they would side with the other side. This helped them remain neutral for a long time. They did side with the current government, but that was because the Civil War was leading the devil population to their end. Ultimately, the Dantalions were a house that wanted the development of the devil race as a whole. A rarity that I have come to respect. Helena Dantalion was a beautiful lady who looks to be in her early 20s, with deep navy blue hair and similar colored eyes, and had the look of a refined lady of the nobility. She had a very calm and composed demeanor and high intellect, which along with her access to the Forbidden Library made her one of the topmost scholars in the world. This has helped me immensely in my research with my illusion technique. I can now put Kateria under an illusion within 12 seconds, and that is when she has regularly been used as a practice dummy for me and has developed some semblance of resistance to normal illusions. My masterpiece is different though. The longer someone is under its effect, the easier they will fall under it the next time, because their energy gets used to the new pattern of flow, and changing it becomes very difficult. A conditioned reflex of the body. So even if I remove someone from under the effect of the illusion, the next time I can catch them much easier and faster too. Helena's teachings on even normal elemental magic and their effects on the world as a whole was fascinating, and although some of her theories are still, well, theories as they need enormous levels of powers and extreme mastery to achieve, my powers and essence of the blank makes it easier for me. She has made it a point to teach me about spatial magic, even the special cases from the Dantalian house, considering they have an affinity for space magic. This in turn enabled me to help teach Gretel the same, and she could use it too, considering that her father was a branch house member of the Dantalians. She had inherited her father's trait instead of her mother's, which was the reason why she had lesser affinity in ice magic compared to a normal lucifuge. That said, there was a reason why Dantalian was called the Duke of the Devils. Spatial magic is pretty fucking insane if used properly. I am actually stunned to see that it is a pretty underused class of magic, except for out-of-battle teleportation and making pocket dimensions. I estimate that if Gretel can reach her full potential with this type of magic, then by her 20s, she will become a pseudo-super devil, something beyond a normal Satan class but not yet a super devil class. Although, I have prepared a last push for this as well. Flashback, 10 months ago. It happened 2 months after the party Ophelia had organized. I was informed by Kateria that the meeting she had been trying to set had finally been decided. One of my targets was ready to meet me. The meeting was scheduled like the previous one, but this one instead at a different site. We had to improvise because ever since the last meeting, I sensed that I was being followed. I informed Kateria about it, and it took me a few minutes to realize who they were when I described their appearances to her. They were the lackeys of Euclid, or rather the lackeys of Ryzavim, who controlled them through Euclid. Ryzavim would never let any of these incompetent idiots anywhere near him. Euclid was turning into a bigger pain in the neck with each passing day. He was going to die, that was for sure. I just won't be able to live with myself if I left him alive after all the suffering he had caused Gretel. I was even planning to bind him if possible to make any use of him till it was convenient for me. That bastard Euclid had continuously kept a constant distance from me. The previous measurements of my power reserves were now done by random people that were sent to check up on my health regularly and monitor my progress. Still, this was the limit. Sending people to spy on me. I think that the last meeting might have been tracked somehow. It is not that we had lied and disappeared somewhere though. It was a minor inconvenience though. I left a clone with Kateria while she invoked a barrier in the place. The aim of this action was to simply cover my demonic power, which I used to put an illusion around myself and then jump behind them with a short-range teleportation. The illusion was to make me look like Ryzavim, and the barrier covered my clone and Kateria temporarily during the invocation for me to slip. I slowly put the two of them in an illusion. The same one that I use on Kateria, however this one will simply make them fail to notice me. I then scanned their bodies to check for any surveillance devices or spells. Finding nothing, I heaved a sigh of relief. If I had found something, I would have had to bind both of them till they could be disposed of without any suspicions towards me. With a second illusion prepared to subdue them if necessary, I took a deep breath and prepared for the next part. Time to play this out. How is the work progressing? I tried to imitate Ryzavim's look to the best of my ability. The bewitching voice, making it impossible for them to ignore me or notice anything awry. The two for their part jumped back to a defensive position as quickly as possible, each ready to attack at the moment's notice. Keep your demonic powers under control. If they notice your presence, no matter the demonic power you use will change your fates. I spoke casually all the while my eyes remained on my clone and Kateria. Lord Ryzavim, stuttered the shorter one. How long have they been here? I asked, remaining unfazed. The stooges collected themselves quite fast, however. Perhaps they were not that incompetent after all. About 10 minutes ago, my lord. Have they met anyone in this time? No, my lord. I stayed silent for a few moments while looking at my clone and then turned towards the stooges, eyes bringing about all the seriousness I could. I take it that you both are aware of the seriousness of the mission. Why, yes, my lord. We are to assess the motives of Lady Leviathan regarding the young lord and find out what they are doing. I nodded. I hope you understand what would happen if you were to be discovered. I, however, gave them no chance to reply and sighed. To think that Kateria wouldn't even realize that she was being followed in all this time, just what have the descendants of the proud Leviathan come to? I then looked at the two of them. My observation hockey sensed their overflowing fear, which had fluctuated with a tinge of disdain when I bad-mouthed Kateria and went back to fear when I again looked back at them. Or perhaps the two of you are much more competent than your age seems. Their emotions jumped to one of pride for an instant. I then pretended to ponder for a moment and then looked at the two of them again. Say, would the two of you like to work for me directly? I found that the shorter one was happy while the taller one didn't show it directly. He was a little suspicious at the sudden offer. Nope, that wouldn't do. I expanded my demonic power slowly to just expand the two of them. The illusion helping me to disguise my presence and making it seem to them as if it was Ryzavim's power instead of my own. Or is that a no? I glared at the taller one, who went completely white in the face. His suspicion completely drowned under the overwhelming fear. And no, my lord. I accept. He stuttered while the other one nodded frantically. Then pledge your loyalty to me and in return I will let you live for this slight. I smiled just slightly. Is that a deal? Why yes my lord, I Sectus Amon, swear my eternal and undying loyalty to you in body, mind, heart and soul. The taller one breathed heavily as the pressure kept increasing on them. The other one, Aractus Shack, soon followed and my smile widened. Deal complete. I looked at my two new thugs with a smile on my face. The idiots had sworn off their minds, hearts, and souls as well. That made any conscious betrayals impossible. The illusion dispersed and I again returned back to my true form. The two in front of me however didn't have any reaction to it. They were already completely loyal to me. The essence of the broker is, broken as fuck. Who sent you and why? Euclid Lucifuge to monitor you and find out if Kateria Leviathan was influencing you in any way. What would you do then? We were to be called in front of Rizavim Levon Lucifer by Euclid and report that Kateria Leviathan was meeting with the members of the New Satans and bringing you to them to plan a coup in return for the Leviathan title. What the fuck? Who else is in on his plan? I asked as hundreds of thoughts raced through my mind. When we were ordered, only he was present, my lord. What do you mean, when you were ordered? Give me all the information you have. I asked impatiently. I have heard that Chrysaor Asmodeus was also in on this plan. They were a bit wary of how close you were with Kateria Leviathan and wanted to spread suspicions about you. That does sound like something that Chrysaor would do, young lord. As for Euclid, I can hazard a guess as well. Kateria's voice brought my attention to her, but I assume that you already know the reason. Gretel. I whispered softly. To be honest, young lord, you have been keeping her around yourself almost constantly, she said a little hesitatingly. It is because Gretel has been forcing herself to overcome her fears. I don't want her to snap and break due to stress. She is making a lot of progress, but the amount of stress that she is under is not something someone barely into their teenage years should have to bear though. And that has led to me being targeted by that piece of shit, or rather you being targeted with me being discredited. I clenched my fists. That said, what should I do now? If they return, they will be expected to relay the false report, which would get me restricted. If they don't, they will be marked as traitors and be killed. Not that I care about them, but then why? Why do I have a bad feeling about all this? Just what should I do? I can just kill them. I will say that I caught them following me and thought that they looked suspicious. Not that someone like Euclid can call me out or anything, and Chrysaor knows better than to say anything to me directly. He can only try to make moves in the background. Kateria offered. I would consider it too, but something didn't sit right here. How could Euclid just make a plan like this? I know that the men is borderline crazy for Graphia and now some of it is being transferred over to Gretel, but is it still crazy enough to actually come for me directly? And not just me but even Kateria, no matter how I think, something is wrong here. After all, this plan didn't do anything but aggravate me and Kateria, and at the very worst, it would make some people suspicious about Kateria. Not like anyone would dare to question the Leviathan about it. Should I let this be as it is? Even if we get caught, there is nothing that can be done to us, and it would show that we were of no danger to Euclid if we could be targeted so easily. But the actual question was, would it stop at that? Would Euclid try something else, and if that could lead to more scrutiny on me? Even if we are not called out on it, they would still try to keep a closer eye on us. I need more information. What would you have done if the two of you were caught spying on us? I asked the two. We were told that we were to say that we came to keep guard on you two to keep you safe, my lord, answered Aractus. And that we were told to stay hidden so as to not hinder your training, completed the second one. Do you know for sure that it was Chrysaor Asmodeus who was with Euclid in this plan? The two looked at each other for a while and then answered, we have heard this through rumors. So not sure shot information here. One last doubt I needed to clear, are any of your houses involved with this? Aractus nodded while the other denied. Sectus continued, my house is close to the Astaroth house and supports Ajuka Beelzebub. I joined the old Satan faction because I am from a branch house and was promised the head of the house position when we take control over the underworld's devils. So the shacks were sided with whoever was making this plan. I closed my eyes and reviewed all the facts that I had on my mind and ran through every possible situation that I could and thought of a plan to utilize this situation in the best possible way. I brought out 2 pieces of parchment and made 2 contracts and then passed it off to the 2 of them to sign. Read this and if you agree, sign it. The 2 read the contract and signed it without any hesitation. The essence of the broker for the win any day. I looked at Kateria and then back to the meeting place, call Shalba and ask him to verify that these 2 were sent by Euclid. If asked why, say that Euclid himself wasn't reachable. If I remember correctly, his lab has measures against communications. Record the conversation and when it is done, return. We will continue with the meeting. And so we did. We waited for the other party to arrive and he did 20 minutes later. A boy who was barely 10 years old arrived with another human magician and another devil who I didn't have any idea about. I looked at the boy who had black hair and was wearing glasses, but those eyes had ambition in them. I could sense his trepidation, but he still held up despite this. This is the person I was looking for. George Faust. The descendant of Faust, the magician who had made a contract with Mephistopheles, but more importantly for me, the wielder of the Longinus dimension lost. The other two left the boy with us as they left. They were both Alicia's people, and she had already made them sign the required contracts that would wipe their memories about anything to do with this deal as soon as they returned back home and forbid them to ever talk about it before then. I had taken precautions for every step that I could think of. Kateria took the initiative to talk while I merely watched. She had to assert that she was the one teaching here. "So you are the child who wanted to make a contract with us?" she asked imperiously to the little boy, who looked a little nervous but nodded quickly. "Why do you want to make a contract with me? You could have chosen anyone else, even your ancestor's benefactor, Mephistopheles," she continued. "They are not as strong as you. The old Satans made the devils and many magics to increase powers much faster than what the new ones do. I want that power. Proposing a deal, are we?" She smiled and then looked towards me. "In that case, Damien, you will take care of this deal." I nodded in return. "So you want the magic of the old Satans to increase your magic powers quickly?" I asked slowly. "Yes. Any ritual or similar magic," he clarified. "There are several such magical rituals that I have read upon." It was also when I discovered there was a reason the old Satans were hated so much. Sacrificial rituals containing simple sacrifices from an animal to the blood of a virgin to even a newborn child. The horrors and sheer extent of human depravity that was written in those books almost made me puke if not for my clemency. Those rituals were strictly banned right now, and any devils found teaching them to humans are penalized heavily, although it is mostly reincarnated devils, but this is a law that is followed quite strictly even for the pure-blood devils. After all, the world already had more than enough with the evil peace system. If they added the rituals and soul-based contracts again, it would surely lead to the other factions to target them aggressively. Thus, the only place to acquire such rituals was from the creators of the said rituals directly. "I assume that you will arrange for the materials for the rituals on your own?" I asked. He nodded. "Very well. I can provide such rituals." I felt his emotions bubble up in excitement when it suddenly calmed down a little and he reined his expressions in quickly, although his true feelings were easy for me to see. What do you want in return?" he asked slightly hesitantly. "I want an artifact or item of my choice. Your ancestor is said to have many trinkets. I want an artifact of my choice from you." He raised an eyebrow, but I changed the subject and directed him towards his desired rituals. Kateria had brought out the piece of paper and I brought out the contract. "But before that you should check the contract and see if it is acceptable." And pushed the books about rituals towards the other end of the table. He quickly looked through the book and then back at me. After a few looks, he nodded and I passed the contract and he raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" "A contract. It states that you will offer me an item or artifact of my choosing from you and that you cannot tell anyone about what happened in this deal. We don't want anyone to just search your mind and find out about it, so after the deal is complete, you will forget everything about this meeting. If you don't remember, no one can find the information out of you, so this is to protect both of us." He seemed a little reluctant at the memories part, but I pushed on slightly. "After all, we wouldn't want any of the new Satan's people to find out about this deal, now do we?" I used my trump card. Fear. And the result was expected. Trepidation flooded his emotions and he looked pale at the thought, and then I took the opportunity to pull in a little. "If you don't have the memories, you can pretend that you were kidnapped and experimented on, or even that someone is trying to frame you. However, if you are caught with the memories, well, I let my words drift and watched the pale face of the boy, all the while enjoying myself. As expected, this was too much for the inexperienced little kid and he folded in quite fast. I agree." He took the pen that I offered to him and signed the contract, and I smiled inwardly. I had sensed the presence of his sacred gear already. The deal was completed. I got up from my seat and shook hands with the boy. "It was nice doing business with you. I hope that we can make more deals in the future. I will await it." "Why, yes. Thank you very much." He hugged the book close to his chest and turned around, walking out of the house. Sensing that he was out of the range, I scanned the area for any spells, and upon finding nothing, I looked at Kateria and ordered, "Ask the person who will deliver him back to take away the book from him when he falls asleep. His memories of anything even remotely related to the deal will be removed in an hour." She nodded and walked out. What? I had promised to offer the ritual books, but nothing about not stealing them back. With all this taken care of, I waited for Kateria to complete her work. She returned very soon. Now on to the harder part. I looked towards Sectisamon and said, "I am sorry, but for this plan to work, you will have to perish." The power of the essences showed when the men simply bowed and accepted it without a work. I continued, "To make it seem real, attack me, but first attack Aractus. Just injure his arm with your house trait." He looked conflicted for a moment, after which he steeled himself and brought out his demonic energy to attack me. The poisonous flames, a special trait of the House of Amon, flared and first burned Aractus' hand, but before any flames could come out towards me, he was frozen into an icicle. Well, what can I say? I have mastered the elemental magic to borderline Satan class already. Young Lord. Kateria was about to ask but hesitated. This was actually the first time I have killed something, and despite being a devil, the remaining human parts of me from my previous life still wanted to vomit seeing the frozen countenance of the Amon devil. I pushed the memories out with my clemency. I still have work to do now. Time cannot be wasted as every instant counts. Kateria, put a barrier around us. Make it a strong one. I instructed. She complied with it as soon as she regained her bearing and made a strong water-based barrier, a specialty of the Leviathan house. I brought out a hand from inside the barrier and used something that I hadn't had a chance to use at all. Something that I didn't even dare to train inside the old Satan faction's hideout either. The reactor inside me worked full time as a ball of energy manifested in the space in front of us just outside the barrier. That. Kateria stuttered. I however paid her no mind as I concentrated on the ball of energy. I had only seen this in videos, and this was the first time I was even attempting to use it. Not that I didn't know the theory behind it. It expanded quickly in size, and soon there was a 20 meters big ball of light in front of us. Hold the barriers tight. I commanded, and this time Aractus joined in on it too, and slowly I exerted my control over the light. The ball was shaped into numerous spears of light, and then with a simple wave of my hand, it rained. Any fallen or angel would have laughed at the inefficient use of the light energy. This took a lot out of me, but still, when considered that this was done by a devil, the situation became just that much more incredulous. The entire area was riddled with holes and explosions, and while the other two were looking at the carnage, I kicked Aractus out. Before he could even say anything, his body was pierced with several spears and was riddled with wounds all over. Aractus Shax died. Did I feel bad about killing them? Yes, the human part of me was disgusted. Did I feel regretful? No, if things had been different, these idiots would have accused Kateria and me of being traitors, and while that wouldn't have been completely incorrect, it was still them who made the first move. Young Lord. I dragged the pincushioned body of Aractus inside and ordered, blast the area with a high-powered demonic-powered attack to mix with the light magic. You discovered the two, and they informed you that they were sent by Euclid. You verified this information. Sectus Amon, however, was plotting with the new Satans and had leaked the information about our meeting point to Stray Fallen. We were ambushed, and Sectus attacked Aractus and burned his arm, but was killed before he could do anything to me. You then killed the rest of the Fallen with a high-powered attack. You are to make sure that everyone hears this, as you then put the entire blame of this whole incident on Euclid for his incompetence that had caused the two of us, and especially me, to die. Then call out that he might be following Graphia's footsteps and take this opportunity to bring Gretel under our supervision. My eyes grew colder with each word I spoke. If they are playing the blame game, then they should be prepared for it too. Make sure that you are as angry as you can be and create a scene that the entire faction watches. I was barely holding back with Gretel suffering due to her request to not interfere and let her handle it, and because I was going to bring us out of that hellhole sooner or later, but if he is targeting me directly, well, all bets are off. I looked towards the 3 pieces of parchments from the contracts made today. The contracts had taken hold. George Faust already had his sacred gear removed on my command and memories about it forgotten. As for the contracts signed by the other two, they were made so that anyone who signs the contract apart from them will gain all of their powers, even the clan traits in their entirety after their deaths. If they die before anyone could sign the contract, their powers will be stored in the contract itself. The broker essence's powers depended on the words used to make the contract. The two were high-class devils, and while their powers were not much of a deal to me, it can still make someone like, say, Vienna, more than double in power. The clan traits were always a benefit too. I wanted to add memories to this list too, but devils had hundreds of years of memories, and people would die if bombarded with that much memory in an instant. A two-edged sword which can harm both sides. The worst part about the broker essence was that even I had to follow the conditions, and I cannot put a mind control on someone or lie to someone about the conditions when I make them sign it. This also prevents me from making those I bind using the binder's essence to sign the contracts, because they are in essence being mind controlled. The broker essence, however, was different. Those two had literally sworn off their entire beings to me. That was their reality. There was no active mind control involved. Yes, the word active is the key here. I could easily condition someone to make the deals without conditions. I could even beat someone to submission and make them sign the deal. Blackmail was a fair deal too. The essence was pretty fine with that, because in all those cases, in a twisted kind of a way, the decision was still theirs. It was not like people didn't break down under torture. If they did, then it is their fault though. We returned back to the old Satan faction's headquarters, and Kateria showed me that despite her imperious ways, she was still very similar to a normal woman. And boy did she throw a tantrum to cause a scene. Euclid never knew what hit him until it was too late. Scene change. Kateria walked into the base with her demonic power flaring all over the place in an unrestrained fury. Any no-named mook who even sensed her approaching in the direction hurried away. I merely followed her at a slight distance, making sure I am not too far behind her. Upon reaching the door to the place where Euclid normally sat, there was no waiting knocking or anything. A jet of highly compressed water cut through the door as she stepped into the place. What is the meaning of this, Lady Leviathan? The pond scum shouted, but hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I did scorn her quite a bit in my free time, and now poor little Euclid was going to face all that wrath. No, you will tell me what you meant by sending spies after me. Kateria didn't back down either. The attention that the place was getting by now was considerable. I mean, you didn't walk with Satan-class powers flaring in the place full of ultimate-class and Satan-class devils and not expect no one to check. Euclid frowned but replied frostily, it was to protect the young lord. I thought you had already confirmed it. That I did, but none of the reports ever said that one of them was sent to assassinate Damien and me. He was colluding with the Fallen to ambush us. And she dropped the bomb, stunning Euclid completely. What? He whispered. Sectus Amon was a spy. If you hire someone to a job as important as guarding Damien, at least make sure that you check their backgrounds. The Amons have been the greatest allies of the fake Beelzebub's family. He might have been colluding with them. We were trying to keep the young lord's existence a secret until he was strong enough, but you had to go and assign a traitor of all people to guard Damien. Are you out of your damned mind? The bastard still looked shocked. What? I decided to intervene. A few words from the innocent me would give weight to Kateria's statements. Sectus Amon attacked us at the same time the Fallen's ambush started. His poisonous flames burned Aractus' arm and was heading towards me before I had to kill him. Aractus, however, didn't survive as he was caught off guard and was struck with light spears all over his body. I brought out the bodies of the two from my pocket dimension. The still frozen body of Sectus and the pincushioned body of Aractus with a burned and rotting arm. No, my son. Another voice joined. It was Lord Shax, I think. I could care less, however. This bastard was in on it too. I continued, Lady Leviathan's barrier saved us, but Aractus had been disoriented from being burned and had fallen into the shower of light spears. I pointed out the wounds. No one can claim anything otherwise because both the poisonous flames and the light magic had a unique aura to it. I turned towards the now grieving Lord Shax and apologized for not being able to save his son. Appearances are always helpful. Shalba and Cruzuri had arrived at the place too. I immediately used my observation hockey on the two and saw that the two were also just that surprised at the scene. I decided to observe the scene from the side. Kateria, what is going on here? Shalba tried to mediate. Why don't you ask that to the person who assigned a traitor to guard Damien and me? We barely survived death just now. She growled, making the men recoil in fear. She then turned towards Euclid and continued, tell me, has that been your plan from the beginning? Assassinate me. Betray us, just like your sister. Euclid's power flared and I could see him clenching his hands tight. After that the bitch even had the gall to fight for the title of Leviathan against the fake. Tell me something, Euclid, are you colluding with the fake's whore, that sister of yours? Kateria. He barked as a silver magic circle started to light up, but it was instantly dispersed by the sound of a clap. Enough power to suffocate everyone present was released and I found myself hard to stay on my feet. Now, we don't need another civil war among ourselves, do we? We have more than enough people for that already, so calm down. No one needed to turn back to know who was talking, but they did still. Rizavim, Livy and Lucifer walked down with his sarcastic self and that condescending gaze on everyone. Calm down, Kateria. This incident, I am afraid, was my own doing. And even Kateria jerked at that. You see, I was curious. Curious as to how Damien's studies were progressing. He put his hand on my head and caressed my hair while I pushed my clemency to my limits to not give away any expression that might suggest anything to bring his suspicion towards me. Damien has been progressing very quickly in his magic studies, but a real-life experience was necessary. He bowed towards me, looking me directly in my eye and continued, devils are cruel beings, beings to evil. They do many unspeakable things, Damien, because that is what they are. To survive and stand at the top of such beings, you have to become crueler than them all. An assassin to kill you was a test of your resolve. To see if you could handle yourself in a fight, or would you stutter and hesitate. If you failed, very sad, but hesitation is not worthy of the Lucifer name. Kateria was chosen because she is extremely experienced and would help you survive, and also because you trust her as a teacher, and he then turned towards the frozen statue, and I see that you have done a very fine job at it, killed in a single attack. No hesitation was shown. Extremely worthy of the Lucifer name. Somehow every word he spoke made my skin crawl with disgust, but the clemency was helping me keep my calm and maintain a neutral expression. Unminding of my reaction, he turned towards Kateria. Well, Kateria, how did you like my prank? He smiled jokingly, but no one here wanted to refute. Survival instincts sharpened through centuries of experience wasn't needed to know what would happen if anyone dared to refute. "Ah, I see that you are upset, so why don't you take some rest for now? Relax and chill out. See, even little Damien here deserves some reward for such a spectacular performance. Euclid, send your little sister along with them. She is Damien's playmate, right? Oya ha 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 ha, has Damien decided to choose her as his aide?" He looked at me and laughed. "Oya oya, has that really been the case, and here I was just joking." Sure. As a reward for the first blood, Damien Lucifer now has an aide of his own in Gretel Lucifuge. Clap everyone. He looked around to see the stunned faces of the people. What's this? Little Damien just got his aide and no one is happy. Ah, don't worry Damien, I will clap for you even if they don't, and clap he did. The others regained their bearings soon enough and started clapping together. Even the shacks had joined in, though one only needed to see their faces to know their true feelings. It was at that instant that I realized just what kind of a being Rhizavim Livian Lucifer was. He was a cruel and remorseless bastard with not a shred of positive feeling who relishes in the pain of others. This man was a master of psychological torture and manipulation, knowing just what string to pull and what button to press to get a certain reaction from anyone. Devil's Bear Dissension. Rhizavim Livian Lucifer was a living, breathing example of this. I could feel the palpable rage of Euclid as he looked at me, maintaining a neutral face. The anger and the utter humiliation that Lord Shax hid inside himself as he clapped along. This plan was supposed to change their stance from Rhizavim's side to mine after losing their child. Now I doubt that it will ever happen. The moment that I had thought to turn the suspicions of Euclid and his side to get some scrutiny from me was completely overturned with a few words. A certain win to my side was changed to a begrudging draw, which has gained me enemies instead. Shalba and Cruzuri looked almost lost, solidifying my previous feeling that the Asmodeus was not involved in this. I stood there among the claps of the devils in presence of 2 dead bodies and a family of grieving relatives, thinking about the repercussions of this incident. End of the flashback. That was the first true encounter between me and Rhizavim Livian Lucifer ever. That was over 10 months ago, and while I did get Gretel out and officially as my aide, things had somehow become even more tense, as if it was even possible. I had gained a top-tier Longinus, one of the 4 world-ending ones, the Fog of Extinction, the Dimension Lost as a result of all that. Dimension Lost was so important because it solved so many of my problems after we left. Making an isolated dimension to stay, run away from any battle and hide, a threat to keep dangerous people away, but the most important one is that it will be the last push to help Gretel enter the levels of a super devil. The strongest space-type sacred gear with a pseudo-super devil specializing in space magic, and add on to that the Dantalian space affinity. Being a one-trick pony can be dangerous, but Gretel was bordering on ultimate class in other magic as well. That said, if one's skill is practiced beyond the limits that were initially perceived by people, one can become something beyond the comprehension of people and enter the realm of monsters, become a super devil. Surzex Lucifer is one such monster too. The fact that despite the existence of a Juka and Rhizavim, he is still called the strongest devil in existence alone is a proof of this fact. I want my Gretel to be someone of that level. That said, not everything was sunshine and butterflies since the incident. Ophelia was ordered to keep me away from Kateria more often now to increase the brainwashing. Fortunately, Gretel accompanied me for this as well. I was now being slowly distanced from Kateria, and while we still met quite often, it was significantly lesser than previously. During my visits to Ophelia, I even got a chance to meet the 2 Nekisha sisters. Kuroka and Chiron had been saved by Ophelia. The scumbag of a scientist who was their father had an unfortunate accident. I found out that their mother had passed away while she worked in the branch house of Nibirius. The 2 were barely scraping by each day, and so when Ophelia had offered them a job, the elder of the 2 had jumped at the chance to take it. Kuroka was much different from what I had read in the light novels or seen in the anime. She was still just as loving towards her little sister, but much more cheerful. She reminded me of Vi with how cheeky she was at times. Although there was a hint of maturity in her eyes due to her taking care of herself and her little sister. The weight of responsibility made her mature quicker. Ophelia was personally teaching them both with assistance from Victoria. I had specially asked her to not recruit any of them into peerages. While becoming a devil would no doubt boost their powers, it will also bind them to the current government. As long as they are not devils, they are outside the jurisdiction of the current government and can be free whenever they want. As for powering them up, I was looking into something of my own for that. Chiron is a bundle of joy. She is exactly like Vi. The trauma must have hit her really hard if she had been reduced to that thing, a puppet with muted emotions. Looking at the current Chiron, who was as bright as the morning sun, it was hard to imagine. Kuroka was of Vi's age while Chiron was 5 years old right now. I had taken the opportunity to bind both of them. Kuroka had been over the moon when she had heard the powers that she would get from the bindings. Apparently she was developing an inferiority complex because Ophelia hadn't taken her into her peerage and was keeping them away from her normal acquaintances. She thought that Ophelia might have been ashamed to have someone like her with her. The bindings helped remove those doubts and we explained the situation to her. She was hidden under my orders because the Nibirius connected with the old Satan faction might demand or try to plot to use Kuroka and Chiron for their results. I know for a fact that the Nibirius were working under the orders of Shalba to study Senjutsu in an attempt to create super devils. I wonder what will happen now that I have taken Kuroka and Chiron with me. There are no villages of Nekasha as I had previously read in the fanfictions in my previous life, and finding any Nekasha was extremely hard. I haven't found any in all this time either. Like seriously, a massacre like that would have started a war that the devils wouldn't dare even think about. Hunting an entire race because a reincarnated devil who was, previously, of that race decided to rebel / went mad, would have brought out the wrath of the already oppressed reincarnated devils on their masters, not to mention the wrath of the other races whose members were being poached by the devils. The current Satans themselves would have killed the ones involved if only to satiate the anger of the other factions. However, without the said experiments, Kuroka was not as strong as she was supposed to be. This will hopefully be compensated by the binders and all the mini-essences it grants those tagged with it help. The commonly known yukai are spirits which are either born from nature or born from human feelings, both positive or negative. The former ones are generally known as land gods or spirits, and they sustain themselves with nature's energy, senjutsu. They are generally animals who live for a long time and have gained the ability to use senjutsu to extend their lives. They slowly change their forms and become yukai. These yukai can then reproduce normally, and each of their children will be a yukai. The others born from human emotions can be anything depending on the type of emotion they were born from, and were called ayakashi or yoko, demonic spirits. At least that is the general view of the people. They use the fear of people as means of gaining power and fighting too. Ayakashi are mostly evil in nature, although they also have a sense of self and can change. These ayakashi can also reproduce normally to give birth to yukai children. The difference, however, is that when a spirit type of yukai gives birth, the child carries the progress of their parents as well. For example, a nine-tailed fox will give birth to another nine-tailed fox, and there are no half-breeds even with humans. All are full-blooded yukai. An example of such would be Kunu, the daughter of the head of the Kyoto yukai, Yasaka. Ayakashi, however, do inherit the bloodlines of their parents but not their progress. A nine-tailed fox ayakashi would give birth to a single-tailed fox, although it will be stronger than a normal single-tailed fox. They can also be half-blooded and such even when mating with humans. An example of such would be Rihan Nura, the son of Nurarihayan, the supreme leader of the Western yukai. That said, both types of yukai can become stronger by two different methods. 1. By simply living long. For example, a simple fox yukai would gain a single tail every 100 years. In 900 years, even if a kitsune sleeps in a cave or eats potato chips while watching anime, it will become a nine-tailed fox. A being at high ultimate class to borderline Satan class power. Such a fucking cheat. There are obviously more ways to increase their powers faster through training, fighting and other means. Kuroka was a spirit-type yukai, but her mother was a single-tailed nekasha, and thus she and Chiron were both the same. That said, just like the kitsune, they can also train to increase the number of tails that they possess. There might be some doubts that Kuroka, despite being a SS-class stray devil with ultimate class strength, still had only 2 tails. Then surely the method to measure the strength of the yukai was wrong. Not really. The Kuroka, who was a SS-class stray devil, was just that, a devil. The devil heritage added to her powers, but at the same time also suppressed her yukai heritage, which would have flourished much easier without any demonic powers present inside her. This time I intend to develop their powers to the best of their abilities. A 9-tailed nekasha, I laughed maniacally at the mere thought, and maybe, just maybe, a 10-tailed yukai goddess. These two are too precious to let anyone else get a hold of them. According to my estimate, I want them to become at the very least as strong as an ultimate class yukai by the time shit gets real. A pure ultimate class yukai would have a much better control over senjutsu compared to the half-yukai, half-devil hybrid. The chaotic demonic powers not being there to deviate their minds are also a major reason. Senjutsu is an art based on control and peace. A calm mind is a basic requirement for senjutsu. The demonic power of devils is based on emotions and is violent and chaotic by nature. These two powers are completely different. Trying to master the two at the same time would be extremely hard and slow. Thus, no matter how I see it, despite the temporary boost from the evil pieces, if I manage to recreate them for myself, the change into devil is not a good thing for Kuroka and has to be put off. Embarrassed face. Chapter 6, Rising Tensions. Damien. Me acquiring Dimension Lost, an indirect encounter with Rizavim and meeting Kuroka and Chiron were far from the only incident in the last year though. Soon after that another incident happened that I had known was about to happen. The execution of Cleria Belial. It happened just as I had known it to happen. The love story of star-crossed lovers meeting a bad end. I kind of wanted to call out the shit on Surzex and Graphia because of this. It did cause a massive political shitstorm, and while not direct, I did contribute to it as well through rumors that Zikram Bale was attacking Dihauser Belial because he was not on his side and such. These rumors were spread by people through discreet sources that had been planted months before the execution had even taken place and were just waiting to be triggered at the correct moment. The rumors stated that Cleria merely wanted to recruit a knight, and a holy sword wielder like Masaomi Yagaki was an excellent option. Zikram Bale, however, feared the Belials getting such a power and had organized it. It did hold weight because seducing church members to the devil's side was not something new. I heard from Alicia as well as Ophelia that the Satans were running around in circles like mad dogs trying to find the source of the rumors to no avail. The rumors also gained weight because it was accompanied by several other well-hidden facts that were buried away and could cause massive reputation damage to the Great King faction. They were naturally incensed, and on not finding anything, they started targeting Dihauser but couldn't make any overt move in fear of provoking a bad image. Now, while I personally don't have anything against the Great King or the new Satans, it is also a fact that if my identity is revealed, I would become one of their most sought-after targets in an instant. The Great King faction would especially be threatened by my very existence and would do anything to remove me permanently or bring me under their control, more chances of the former. That will just not work in my favor when I am out of the old Satan faction and on my own. This is why I am trying to undermine their credibility among the common populace as much as possible and make a network that can oppose that of the Great King faction. Political and social assassinations are very common among the high-class society like these. Dihauser was, however, supported by many other houses due to his reputation and thus was relatively unharmed from all scandals. I personally think that now that a scandal had been caused and there were blames being made on their names, Zikram personally backed down in fear if Dihauser knew and revealed about the king pieces. This, however, was not the correct time. The implications of this incident were that Dihauser Belial had grown disillusioned with the current government and had joined the old Satan faction, siding with Rizavim to spy for me. I had taken the opportunity to revive Cleria because she was bound by the binder's essence and thus her soul was under my control. Dihauser had almost blown a gasket when he had seen a revived Cleria due to him thinking that someone was using her disguise to mock him. Thankfully, Cleria's use of the worthless calmed him down, although it left him utterly confused. Everyone had witnessed the death of Cleria Belial with their own eyes. She then proceeded to state things that only the two of them knew, thus solidifying her identity. Safe to say Dihauser Belial was confused as fuck. I couldn't talk to him directly either. So Cleria had to convince him that she was safe and was protected by someone, namely me. He did put off signing or pledging his loyalty towards me, that said Cleria has repeatedly reassured me of his support. That, however, didn't make me angry though. If anything, I now had even more respect for Dihauser Belial. Not that I will be revealing myself to him anytime soon. I would like to keep myself a secret till I am sure of it. Respecting someone and trusting someone are two completely different things. Finally, he decided to move on his own. His reason was that if the Great King faction were responsible for his sister's death and the reason due to which she had to pretend to be dead even after being brought back to life, then he would bring them to their knees. It was quite different from what it had been originally, but something that I actually appreciated nonetheless. He joined with the old Satan faction and worked with them ultimately to use them as a means to get his sister justice. And that is where the twist happened. As Rizavim was already trying to separate me from Kateria, but there hadn't been a good enough replacement for her, who would fucking dare, Shalba and Kruzuri were smart enough to stay aside while Euclid doesn't come anywhere near me since the last incident. Now with the appearance of Dihauser Belial, this changed completely. No one could complain about Dihauser's competency in magic or even teaching. The title of the Emperor was enough to put down any objections at all. So I got my new teacher in strategy and advanced magical theory as well as live combat, and I couldn't be any happier. The first meeting between me and my new teacher was amusing for both of us as it suddenly appeared out of nowhere, unknown to both of us. Rizavim thought that he had pulled a prank on us, putting a suspicious newcomer and me in a situation like that to test out both of us. And that too right after the whole drama about spies. If that wasn't mocking me, then I had no idea what it was. That fucker. Flashback. I had been interrupted from my usual training and was called out to meet Rizavim. It was supposed to be my training with Kateria soon. The old butler had been outside my door and had escorted me to the meeting place. 3 people were waiting in the room for me. Rizavim, Kateria, and another man whom I identified only through pictures and videos. "Oh Damien, you are here. Come on in. Meet your new teacher, the Emperor, Dihauser Belial." He waved his hands towards Dihauser, who had slightly raised eyebrows and was hiding his surprise quite well with it. "And Dihauser, meet your new student, Damien Lucifer." Now that got his attention. "Lucifer?" he asked, surprised. Yes, Lucifer. To be more precise, Damien Lucifer Asmodeus. Created from the blood of my dear father and uncle Asmodeus, a satanic miracle child if you will. His words were almost as if he was singing with happiness while Dihauser finally had wide eyes as he looked at me. That. Kateria started to speak, but a single gaze from Rizavim shut her up. "Are you doubting my choices, Kateria?" His voice was simple and smooth with almost no change of tone from his previous jovial one, yet the warning was still clear. "And no Lord Rysavim." She stuttered and backed off. I for myself was pushing my occlumency to the best of my ability to keep a neutral expression. Revealing my identity to someone just out of the blue was. "Now Damien, listen carefully. Die Hauser here will teach you about house traits, strategies, advanced magical theories as well as combat. While Kateria is a very capable teacher, there are very few who know magical theories and house traits as well as Die Hauser." Rysavim chided. "Say, do you accept?" "Of course you accept. Who wouldn't want the champion of raiding games as a teacher?" Although his patronizing tone was annoying, none of his logic could be refuted at all. "Kateria will still find a way to bring me for classes, but this would most definitely reduce our time together by a lot." I put the thoughts aside and nodded slightly towards the surprised Belial, who nodded back in reply. "I would be glad for anything I can learn from Lord Belial." I ignored the hurt look from Kateria right now because if I completely disregarded Rysavim's opinion and threw a tantrum here, it would make him doubt Ophelia's brainwashing. That's if he is not doing so right now. It was fascinating how much she had learned to act in all this time. Normally she would have been happy to stay away from me, but now she knows that I have involved her too much, and if we get caught now, she will not be forgiven at all and will die with me. End of the flashbacks. Since then I have spent the last 8 months being taught by Die Hauser, and it has only served to increase my respect for the man even more. The man was an absolute genius and equally hard-working as well. I hadn't known anyone to deconstruct unique abilities, be it house traits or absolutely unreasonable sacred gear abilities, to overcome them with worthless. I had a wonderful opportunity to analyze the worthless ability too. It worked by eliminating a vital part of the magic. Like, imagine if a sequence of steps are needed for a certain result to occur, the worthless just disrupts the sequence by completely removing a part of the sequence. This would also explain the weakness of worthless. First being that the user has to know everything about the type of magic being cast. Now imagine a fire spell. Even if one doesn't understand every step of the spell, they can still remove the component used to increase the kinetic energy of the surroundings and thus making it powerless instantly. Obviously, without accurate targeting, a large part of the spell has to be overcome and thus a large amount of energy is required, which is coincidentally the second part of weakness, the amount of energy. There is a reason why Die Hauser can't just worthless Surzex or Rysavim. He simply can't match them in power. Ajuka would however simply outmatch him in processing speed and amount of magic he can use before the question of power even comes to place. I had been looking into developing this ability for a long time now, and with a front row seat to it, I just had to do it. I can use worthless now. The analyzing part of the ability was taken care of by my Archmage Essence, and as for power, I think I will have enough of that in time. Then came the strategy and combat classes. Die Hauser was a master of strategies as seen in his raiding games. The King Essence made me able to adapt to it very quickly, and it was honestly extremely helpful. Until now I hadn't had a chance to learn these in detail. It was definitely the most productive period of time I spent here. As for our personal relationship, he tried to remain professional as much as possible, trying not to make emotional connection with me. A wise decision too. Rysavim wouldn't have let any weakness go by. That however changed once when Gretel and Vienna joined us. It was something that I had taken up on myself. It started when Vienna, who was now 8 years old, had asked to be taught magic. I had been teaching her exercises about occlumency till now, but real magic was something that needed the house crest. I didn't think I could teach Vienna to control her demonic power enough to cast magic all the while hiding her abilities from everyone. She was still a child, and she was one of the few people on whom I wouldn't enforce the loyalty of my binder's mark. That was there only to protect her life in case Rysavim or anyone else did something. The others being Arya and Gretel. So I could only wait for the Lucifer crest to be applied to Vienna. I could technically force Kateria to use the Leviathan crest on Vienna, but the amount of bullshit that would cause, not to mention the questions it would raise, were not worth it. The same was the case with any other self-invented crests. Vienna had been very cheerful about learning real magic, as the cheeky brat had called it. Occlumency being boring, not that I denied it though. Occlumency had been boring without a doubt. All that had come to crash when Razvan the fucker had denied it altogether. She will be taught with the other children of the servants when she is 10. I wanted to rip off that utter bastard's tongue when I heard that. Shalba and Cruzari agreeing to it didn't help the matters either. Kateria also had to keep up with the facade. Vi almost had tears in her eyes while she was clenching her fingers. They had done so in front of the servants after all. The servants laughing and trying to show their approval to kiss their asses was what made her cry finally. She looked at me at that instant, looking at her teary eyes. I felt something crack inside of me and let out something that I had thought I had finally gained control over. Conqueror's hockey rumbled and the mob characters fainted. The glasses and the wooden furniture in the room cracked as Razvan skipped a breath while the other three took a few steps back in shock. Why are you laughing? I looked towards a servant on his knees heaving for breaths. A child with Lucifer's blood will be taught with servants. Since when did we fall so low? I looked towards Shalba and the other three. Such an insult will not be tolerated by me. I will look over her studies myself, and with that said, I left the room taking Vi with me, not giving anyone any time to say otherwise. Since then I had taken up all the responsibility for teaching Vi. Gretel, as my personal aide, helped too. She teaches basic magical theory and elemental magic to Vi while I help her with occlumency and mind magic. We have decided to keep these two magic as the only ones to teach her for now. Mind magic will be much more useful to her than anything else, whether it be keeping calm herself or to overcome the wills of all the previous wielders of her sacred gear. She accompanies us when Hauser teaches me magic along with Gretel, but she sits on the side only listening to everything that is being taught. The nerfed Archmage essence helps her understand magic much better than normal. When Hauser found out about Vi's situation and that I had taken it upon myself to teach her, although he didn't show it outwardly, I sensed his emotions and all of it was respect and approval for my action. This was also a reason why he allowed Vi to stay with me and Gretel during the class. This also brought our relationship closer. Although nothing was said outwardly, his behavior had subtle changes. The other significant progress happened after 4 months of that. This time by another one of those 5 girls, Victoria Valak. She was honestly one of the most cheat existences I had ever seen. Like seriously, the clan trait of the Valak was utter fucking bullshit. The Seekers I had been rare and rarely strong enough to be of significance. Except for the first Valak, the others hadn't really measured up to the mark. Victoria however was a unique case because she actually had a decently strong trait. Despite her average demonic power reserves, which most of the foolish devils considered as the measure of power, she was absolutely flawless. A light blonde with blue eyes who had what a lot of new devils lacked nowadays, patience and common sense. I like her especially because she is someone who could plan for the long term and choose allies whom she can trust, if we leave the cases of the Binder's essence out of it. Then again, that might have something to do with her trait too. Seeker's eyes help lead the user to whatever they desired. A simple pull depending on how strong their trait is. It reminded me of the compass of Jack Sparrow. She was the key to my next plan to search for sacred gear users. Like Vienna, some of the others might have changed so I had no idea who might be who. Victoria's presence helped narrow down the line of search by a lot. This led me to my next target. This time however I didn't leave to meet them myself but sent Cleria for the job. Lavinia Rennie was recruited on her way to Grauzauber with the promise that she will be helped to find the whereabouts of Augusta, the Witch of the East, and will be helped find any information about Glenda. I had known some of it from my knowledge of the novels, but Glenda, the Witch of the South of The Wizards of Oz, had taken Lavinia as an apprentice with the intent of studying her sacred gear. She however had pretended to be a kind and loving mother to her and had trained her as an apprentice, only till she had completed the research. After that she had sent her away to Grauzauber with an excuse of making friends while she had faked her death at the hands of Augusta. Later her research had been used by the strays of the 5 principal clans, the Utsasimi agency, to create Utsasimis. All the while Lavinia herself searched the world for her teacher's supposed killer. Now, the story in this world might be different. Vi being a girl alone had changed a lot of things, so relying on the knowledge of the future won't help unless in special cases. It had been easy to collect the information about those people if you had sources, and after providing some of it to Lavinia, it was easy to make her agree to collaborate with the Belial Devil. Cleria, who had supposedly died, still had her evil pieces because it was lost before her execution, and since she was dead, no one could summon the pieces back. Then again, those pieces couldn't be used by anyone other than Cleria, so the devils were not really worried about it either. Cleria used both of her bishops to reincarnate Lavinia as a bishop under her, the devil heritage, empowering her further and increasing her magical reserves. This had happened 4 months ago, and since then Hauser had been teaching both Cleria and Lavinia magic aside from me. For Cleria it was simply so that his sister could live peacefully. I haven't had the opportunity to visit them yet, but I do plan to do so soon. I just have to find an opportunity for it. The other Longinus wielders are all in areas that are under surveillance, which makes it difficult for me to reach them right now, or in places that I have no idea about. Apart from the Longinus, the other top-class pieces or hero descendants are already under other powers or hidden. Dulio had somehow gotten under the church's eyes and was taken in almost instantly. Same was the case when the child holding the spirit of the Maiden of Orleans had been discovered. I had no luck trying to find Chow Chow, so he was probably already taken in by Indra or Sun Wukong. Kuo is currently under extremely high surveillance. Hopefully my next targets are reachable. Not being able to leave much is becoming a massive problem for me. I did get another task started while inside this place though. Gathering and inspecting the servants of the old Leviathan who were loyal to her and had a noble status. Then inspect if any of them had a business in healing or medical services. The names of the hospitals in the areas of those nobles and their own personal details. The goal this time was to find Ingvild Leviathan. This world had 2 of the 3 strongest beings being dragons. Ingvild's power was extremely attractive to anyone, even if you discounted her ability as a Leviathan descendant and high Satan class demonic power itself. She was just too much of a prize. Information about said devil was not available though. It was almost as if she didn't exist because none of the old Leviathan servants actually betrayed her. Some of them did stay back but they still worked for the old Satan faction. Thus, I could only conclude that whoever it is that was hiding Ingvild had hidden her from even the old Satan faction and Kateria, which was actually a wise decision. Seeing how Vienna would have been treated if not for me, I would actually like to praise the nobles who hid Ingvild actually. The search had been carried out by Ophelia this time. It was the task that I had assigned her. I also asked her to get me the list of all the devils diagnosed with the sleeping disease. The disease was extremely rare. And from what I have found, it is neither genetic or communicable. I didn't have a lab to study it but the cases of the disease were easy to spot because of the sheer rarity of the disease. I had asked Ophelia to covertly gather as much information as possible about any patients. On the other hand, I did find some extremely interesting facts about the disease itself. Or rather than calling them facts, because I cannot verify them for myself right now, it is better to call them observations. I did find out a surprising fact that almost 40% of the affected people were either political opponents of the Great King faction or neutrals. Then the fact that the first case of this disease was found after the death of the original Satans and before the Civil War and has continued until today. Miss LaBelle conveniently gets affected by the disease after she is ousted from the Bale house. I searched my memory for other patients and found that in the future even Lord Citri is affected by the disease. Now some would wonder why Lord Citri if the current Satans are also sided with the Great King faction. Well, that assumption would be a false one because the Great King faction doesn't mean the Great King himself. The faction consists of hardcore devil traditionalists who believe in blood supremacy of the devils above all. In simple words, stuck-up old men, too used to being in a position of power to know the reality of the new world. They have engaged in more than a fair share of their own shady deals. After all, the economic situation is also a factor in being a pillar house. There are currently 8 suitable houses which have pure-blooded devils which can easily be revived but are not because that would mean distribution of power and no one likes to lose power, especially not old dudes with a mile-long pole up their asses. Second, they don't have enough money for it. Yeah, blood supremacy was ultimately a farce to keep most of the economic profit to themselves. Now where Lord Citri factors in all this is Sona. Her school would have made it so that many low, middle and reincarnated devils would have done well in rating games and made the higher positions harder to rig with a handful of king pieces. Him dying suddenly would have led to a massive problem too. So he so conveniently fell into the sleeping disease and Sona was forced to become Lady Citri, thus diverting her attention from the rating game school for the low, middle and the reincarnated devils. Conspiracy theory? Maybe. I would still like to err on the side of caution. This disease needs a cure and I need to somehow contact all the pure-blooded devils of the extinct houses to perhaps make a better support system. They can make decent candidates for the sacred gears that I have been collecting all this while. I mean, as strong as humans can be, pure-blooded devils have a natural advantage over them and I am not going to give up any advantages to myself on the account of devils being evil. I have seen and know for a fact that in this world devils are just like humans in terms of thought process. Humans can be just as corrupt if not more if provided with opportunity. No need to beat myself up over a redundant moral dilemma now. I had more important things to concentrate on. I looked at Vienna throwing around a wave of ice magic at the training dummy, no pun intended. Although she has only been learning for 4 months, she has progressed a lot. Divine Dividing's training can only progress slowly for now. We are all too strong for her to divide right now and thus we can only make a magic directly for her to try and divide. Believe me, trying to put your hand directly in any kind of offensive magic is hard to do. Much harder than just touching the user and dividing their power. Both Gretel and I are too strong for Vi to use her powers on directly, so the only thing we can do is make blocks of ice that she tries to divide till she is at the limit of her demonic power and then hold that state as much as possible, forcibly expanding the size of her energy reserves. Although this training is well and good, there is another problem with it. Boring. Dummy, give me another exercise already. Teach me a cool magic. Whined the adorable ball of fluff who is currently jumping all over the place. I hadn't encountered this with Gretel and had completely forgotten to consider this problem at all. Vi was a child. Fortunately a child that was more or less shielded from most of the horrors of the place. Gretel had seen too much and had barely had a sense of self when I had first met her, thus when she got a chance to become something that could break through those shackles, she took it with both her hands. She had already been very mature, too mature due to her circumstances, whereas Vi, while still a little better than the other dumb kids of the devils, still had her childishness. It was something I was quite glad about. I wanted her to enjoy her childhood, at least as much as she could. The fact that the essences helped her learn any magic taught at an incredible speed also didn't help. Children don't really have the concept of mastering things. According to her, if she can make ice, she has already learned ice magic. Tell you what, Vi. If you can hit me using your ice magic in 1 minute, I will teach you another magic. I offered with a slight smile. She brightened up for an instant but then soon frowned. You are trying to trick me, dummy. You are too strong for me to hit. Ah, she has become smarter. Oh, come on, I will even close my eyes and will only dodge without using any magic. Don't tell me you can't hit me even with a blindfold. I mocked. Ha. A blindfold. Line up, dummy, I am going to kick your ass and then you will teach me cool magic. She punched her palm with the other hand, getting ready. Lady Vienna, you shouldn't use such language. A voice interrupted her, making her freeze suddenly. But Gretel, see, dummy was teasing me. It's his fault. Ah, yeah. Somehow Vienna is afraid of Gretel's lectures. She had told me in our private time that it was because she didn't like seeing Gretel disappointed or wanted Gretel to hate her. As for me, the little gremlin doesn't think I will hate her for these things. Ha, a child has me figured out and I want to beat the likes of rise of him. I sighed. You should still control yourself. You are the young lady of the prestigious Lucifer line. Please handle yourself in a suitable manner. Gretel preached. It was kinda funny to see an 8.5-year-old being scolded by a 13-year-old. It would have been funnier if I hadn't been in the body of an 11-year-old. I tied a blindfold to my eyes. Okay, ready when you are, Vi. I need more practice with my observation hockey. This skill becomes stronger as I push it. Currently only the spars with Gretel and my clones in the rare cases when I am inside Kateria's private grounds can help me. While Gretel is nowhere near as strong as me, her space magic is very annoying. The prediction of those moves helps me push my observation hockey further while helping Gretel make her techniques even more refined. Short-distance teleportation, distorting the space of a certain area and then releasing it like a stretched rubber sheet to shatter anything in that area. She has invented her own version of a Camus-like attack. That shows the sheer genius she has in terms of space magic. She has been working on increasing the number of attacks and the invocation speed all this time. Now there are beings who can break space with their attacks, weapons that could replicate the same feat, but they are rare, very rare. Or the Dimension Lost wouldn't be considered the strongest defensive type sacred gear. If she masters this technique, she will have a very strong and almost unavoidable type of attack for anyone who was lacking in a detection type technique. She has even developed a few variations of this technique. Imagine pinching space like a sheet of rubber at a point and pulling it back and releasing it. I hadn't known it could generate that much force. Apparently Gretel knew. Her space bullet, as she calls it, to tear a hole through a 10-meter ice wall she had made through her own magic. A wall as strong as reinforced steel of 4 times the width. Space magic is such a cheat. Ready, dummy. Here I come, shouted Vi so loud that I wouldn't have needed the observation hockey to know her place. The surprise, however, was when the attack came from the opposite direction. The midget had tried to trick me, much to my happiness. I simply moved towards the left a little, dodging it. TCH, really, Vi, I thought you had better aim than that. What followed was a shower of icicles around me while I danced in between them. Her frustrations increased and her control over her attacks became weaker, but the power behind them increased, although at the cost of more demonic power. However, in a situation like now, where precision, speed and tactics were needed, it was bound to inevitably fail. Soon after, the match was called off by Gretel, but not before Vi threw a small car-sized ice block at me. I stepped out of the way and walked towards her as she collapsed on her knees, breathing hard. You had to have been cheating. That blindfold huff was fake. She pointed her finger at me indignantly. I tied the blindfold on her eyes, shutting her up completely, although she struggled to open it. I hugged her and sat on the floor, slowly caressing her hair. Tell you what. If you can master ice magic till the level Gretel teaches you to and learn a clemency to defend against my attacks, I will teach you the technique I just used. Till now only I and Gretel know how to use observation hockey, and she was also taught by me. A special technique that was created by me. Don't you want to learn this, Vi? She twitched and I continued, to be able to fight even with your eyes closed. That would look so cool, right? I looked towards Gretel. That's a fair deal, right, Gretel? Yes, master. The occlumency lessons will also help Lady Vienna learn the technique faster. She answered from my side. I pulled her hand, making her sit beside me, and caressed her hair too. She might show off the stoic face everywhere, but she probably needed this more than Vienna or me. Promise. Vi whispered, getting her breath together. Pinky promise. Ha, who makes pinky promise? Are you a kid, dummy? This brat, I chuckled. Although a little finger took hold of my own soon after. You should do that, Vienna. The mind magic will help you handle more of my power without being influenced. Dragons are temperamental beings. That said, people are like the steel of a blade. When they lose their temper, they lose their worth and power, commented the voice from Vienna's wings as Albion joined the conversation. I, despite myself, snorted at that, like 2 dragons during the Great War. Oh, please. As if they were preaching sermons about world peace there. They were fighting and so were we. The battlefields happened to coincide. Not much of a coincidence if you ask me, considering how much of the whole world they were fighting in though. But that hypocritical old father of the angels sealed us inside to empower humanity. What gave him the right to do so? What gave him the right to seal us? It is not as if they weren't killing and fighting. So, they can fight, but we dragons cannot fight. If he wanted to empower humanity, he had more than enough angels which he could have sealed, but, no, I want to make a super powerful weapon which will help increase my influence on the people to make them pray more. And since the distribution is random, no one can sue me either. Well, having fun with all that, aren't you, in the bland afterlife? The old dragon went on a rant. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought that Big G had accidentally sealed Lucifer inside the divine dividing, or Albion somehow had a feud with Big G instead of Drake, but they would be surprised at the amount of resentment that Albion had with the creator of heavens. You really hate Big G, or rather Grandpa, I suppose, don't you? I smirked in a good-natured teasing. After one gets through the rough exterior of the cold and aloof dragon, he is one of the best people one can know, although my surrounding people here don't exactly set the bar too high, but we can get the hint. He is a close second to Drake on my list of the most hated beings. He has done too many things that many don't even know about, to create the sacred gears. The lower class gears like the twice critical have been made from the souls of young Welsh dragons, the sword births were made from the souls of demonic beasts, even so-called blacksmith of the holy swords, the blade blacksmith sacred gears were made with the souls of high fays. Fays? As in the fairy race? Weren't they the allies of heaven? I asked, surprised at the reveal. As if that self-centered person would ever have allies. He couldn't even trust his own children. For someone who always preached forgiveness, he was too quick to throw his children out when it was inconvenient to his image. The dragon took a breath and continued. The Fays had demanded that the Excalibur and other holy swords be returned to the Lady of the Lake for the arrival of a chosen one. The biblical heaven had outright denied it along with the church and declared the swords the property of the church, just like the Norse swords. The Fays had protested and broke their alliance with them and isolated them in Avalon. Why do you think they cannot repair the broken holy swords? It was because they never made one in the first place. When some of the high-ranking Fays had come out to retrieve the swords, they were killed by the church. The creator of heaven had then taken an opportunity to use those souls to make the sacred gears known as Blade Blacksmith to arm his people with holy swords against the devils in the Great War. The Fays have since then isolated themselves from this world completely. The dragon just casually revealed news that would break the faith of many people if disclosed. Then again, the simple fact that the God of the Bible was dead was already more than enough to do the job, and much easier at that too. So the Fae are still alive? I asked, interested in the subject. I wasn't taught about this in a, well, unbiased manner, so it was always nice to find another opinion on the matter. Oh, they are safe for sure. I don't think anyone can find them if they decided to hide in their little garden. No one can enter there without invitation either. This was the reason why they, despite not being a warrior race, survived so easily during the Great War, while many spirits allied with heaven didn't live through the war, he said with complete surety in his tone. It did give me much to think about. Scene change. I was taking a shower when I received the news of Alicia. There has been a development, young lord. She said directly through the connection of the binder's essence. What development? I asked while proceeding to turn off the shower and dry myself. 2 hours ago, a child was admitted to a hospital under my family in Verona, Italy, under the social service programs to help the poor. The child was diagnosed with an extremely powerful sacred gear at the levels of a Longinus. She hastily told me everything she had found out. A 4 to 5-year-old child with grayish-blue hair, tan skin, purple eyes, and named Leonardo was brought to us by some social service workers. One of these people had reported that the parents of this child were poor workers in the construction sites around the town. The child was diagnosed with mild malnutrition along with a case of flu. What do you wish to do with the child? This was a way for me to search for sacred gears. I have asked all of my people to start groups to help people, especially children all over the world. Making orphanages, introducing health care programs, scholarship groups, educational tournaments, and such groups were starting to find children with sacred gears as well as rare talents as in hero descendants. Stealing sacred gears from those who have already activated them is slightly risky, so this method was used. It was basically what the church did. Only they experimented with the children to make super soldier wannabes. We are instead providing them with options, as we are taking care of their studies and living arrangements and providing them with job offers. If they accept it, they will be trained in combat or other fields. If they don't, we will simply trade the sacred gears off and continue funding their lives until they are self-sufficient. This method has wielded a significant yield already in finding us 4 high-class sacred gears already. Anyways, Leonardo. The kid with the Annihilation Maker. Do you have the contracts I have made for such cases? I asked, suddenly remembering the contracts. The ones for sacred gear exchange? Yes, I do. Each of us have a dozen of those at hand. Do you wish for us to extract the sacred gear with the contract? She asked to make sure if I wanted to recruit the child or extract the sacred gear. What kind of people are his parents? I asked, thinking about something. They are devout church followers. If we don't complete the extraction soon, I doubt that the child won't be recruited in the church. She replied. Normally I would have recruited the boy without a single moment of hesitation, but still had his parents. Yeah, I'd rather take the sacred gear and find another suitable host for it. Lavinia had no one with her and could easily be recruited. If this boy had been an orphan or else shunned by others, I would have recruited him too. If I had to train a host from the ground up, I would rather pick up someone with more potential and no other ties to the world. I wouldn't lie that the binder's essence was useful and I would probably be dead without it, but being surrounded by yes men all the time could be incredibly bad. It can make me lose all my inhibitions, and that is why I am choosing my targets very carefully. Not to mention the powers I can offer. This was one of the reasons I haven't used the loyalty function on a few people despite them being marked and have only put a confidentiality contract with it, and even that was skipped with Vienna. Moreover, I doubt that the parents of Leonardo would be happy. Imagine the parents of devout church people agreeing for their child who might have a world-destroying weapon made by God, being sent to the literal child created from the blood of two of the most hated enemies of Christianity. I am already thankful that I even had the chance to get Leonardo under Alicia's search radar for a moment. Extract the sacred gear. Offer him complete treatment in return and a reasonable amount to provide for his education and welfare. I commanded as I proceeded to wear my clothing. It will be done, young lord. She replied. This was a windfall. If I get this one, I would have enough power to hold myself and be independent soon. Not to mention that it will have crippled the hero faction before it can even be born. I doubt that without the dimension lost, any quick escapes that they made would be possible, so their operation would already have been extremely difficult. Now with the Annihilation Maker out, that would be near about impossible. While it is true that the true Longinus is still the strongest, Chow Chow alone with his bunch of hero wannabes won't be much of a problem. I would have tried acquiring the true Longinus too if it hadn't been for the will of God inside it. I have no idea how it would react to me. Could I even bind something like that? Theoretically, I would need to be stronger than the biblical God to bind him, but the question was it worth it? Which people do not realize something extremely important, I know it for a fact. The biblical God's disappearance has caused a heavy imbalance in the system. It has caused the sacred gears to attain balance breakers and even evolve. This has caused something like the holy demonic element to exist, or sacred gears being bounded to half-devils too. Most of these are the powers that I am using. If suddenly the biblical God reappeared due to my binder, and the balance is somehow restored, I will lose much more than I will gain though. So binding the true Longinus will is out of the question. I came out of my room. Today was a day that I was being taken outside and not with the likes of Shalba, who had only taken me out to the labs where experiments conducted by his people were present, all the while bragging about it all. No, finally after a 6-month period, I was being taken out by Kateria again. It is not like I hadn't tried binding both Shalba and Kruzari too, but it is just that both of them had been maintaining a certain distance from me since the Rizavim incident. It was clear for everyone that even Kateria was endangered last time due to Rizavim's ploy, so no one wanted to take the risk. That however didn't mean they stopped contacting me though. It is just that, they were a little more wary of me. Well, fuck that, they both looked like they were walking on pincushions. It was quite suffocating. If I had tried something during those times, things would have been bad. Simply because the meetings were never in private and there were just too many people around. Today's meeting was for another trade. I had considered meeting Kuroka and Chiron, but till now we can only talk through our mental links after a single meeting. I cannot meet them without exposing them to the old Satan faction, and I know for a fact now that Shalba was experimenting on Yukai subjects. Pushing the thoughts out of my mind, I walked out of my room. Arya was waiting there with breakfast already. Razvan had left a while ago. Vienna was still getting ready in her room. I looked at her. A new bruise was on the corner of her lips. I clenched my hands, digging my nails into my palms, almost drawing blood from the skin. Again, she is putting on that cheerful face. She looks at me and hides all that pain and puts on her smile to cheer me on again. I hate it all. Fuck. If I can't even help the woman I like almost as a mother, what good are these powers? I gritted my teeth, breaking the unspoken rule between us. He did it again. I whispered slowly. She looked at me for an instant before realizing what I had said as her eyes widened. Why do you bear this? I spoke as I walked forward holding her hand. I can help her in many ways, but if she herself doesn't want it, then I will do nothing. I don't want to change her mind with magic. No matter how beautiful the cage, it is ultimately a cage. No matter how well a bird is treated, it is still a prisoner. I don't want her to trade prisons from this place to her own mind and masters from Razvan to me. Why, young lord? She was surprised by the question, then proceeded to hug me. It's because he is my husband. He is under a lot of pressure and sometimes loses his control in anger. It is my duty as a wife to support my husband, always. Bullshit. Once is understandable, twice can be forgiven somehow, but so many times. Do you even remember how many times it has been? I asked, not giving up here. It doesn't. 83 times in the last 4 years, 62 in the last 1.5 years itself. I know. I have counted it all. At this rate he will kill you sooner or later. So answer me why. She looked into my eyes and answered, he will never kill me. It's because he is my husband. Fuck it. Then what about US? What is Vienna? What about me? I almost pleaded. The last few years had been much more painful because of the torture that Arya has been going through. It had escalated when Vienna's sacred gear was revealed, and even further when I had killed those people during the spy incident. I have somehow been able to keep Vienna out of it as much as I could, but Arya suffered. All I need is that one word. Anything. Just a single help, a single please. She however proceeded to hug me softly, placing my head in her bosom. Vienna is my sweet daughter, and you are my. She cupped my face in her hands and looked me directly into my eyes. Her eyes were soft and filled with love and affection. Please say that word, my whole being urged again. Cute little, only to be crushed, young lord. She smiled. The glasses in the room shattered. My heart shattered along with them. I looked back at her and her face was shocked, but right now I needed some time for myself. I pushed my clemency and swallowed the lump in my throat and spoke in my usual stoic voice, I will eat outside today. Thank you, and left without turning back. Tears threatened to fall, but I didn't turn back and left, hiding everything under my mental shields. On the way, I saw Razvan walking back, and if my hate could kill, Razvan Lucifer would have been a mangled corpse on the floor right now, but I simply walked ahead, not paying any attention to him at all. Scene change. We teleported to the decided place in a flash of our magic circle as I scanned the area to check for any spies again. All clear. No one followed us this time. I announced as we waited for the other party to arrive there. I had more than enough thoughts going inside my head, so the time spent was quiet, and soon a black car arrived. Kateria set a barrier to keep our identities hidden. The trade this time was a unique one. Soon a young boy of around 18 years arrived on a bike. I sensed no one else in the area, so this was the only person here. I used an illusion to change myself to look older. A young child doesn't look good at negotiations, and a young boy like this might not take me seriously after looking at my young form. The boy soon came inside the warehouse and looked around to check if anyone else was present. I sensed the metal around the area vibrating but didn't say anything except merely keeping an eye on it. The sacred gear responds to the will of the user, and this is one of the stronger ones. It is inevitable that something like this would happen. I would doubt the situation if something like this didn't happen. If anything, it showed good instincts. He was checking the area for anyone else using the vibrations of the iron in this place. I can see myself not regretting this decision now. Are you the one who left the message? He asked, getting straight to the point. That would depend on what that message would be. I asked. The offer about the job, the men. Technically I didn't leave the message, but yes, the message was from me. I smiled, trying to lighten the mood. The boy looked at me with suspicion. On one hand, meeting someone for the first time in such an abandoned warehouse didn't do much to invoke feelings of trust. On the other hand, I didn't have any other choice. After the last meeting, I didn't want anyone to get any idea about where and who I was meeting. Any public area would have made it extremely hard to look for spies either, so this was the only place I could think of. Considering that I haven't even met Lavinia yet and I am here to meet this boy personally, it is already evident how important he is for my plans in the near future. I will tell you outright that I have no intention of doing anything if it is illegal. I am preparing to join law enforcement. I just need money to pay my bills right now. So if this is any of the shady business, I am out already. He spoke up front. Kateria's emotions flared a little at his straightforward attitude, what with her not being used to such instances of communication, and she was about to say something, but I raised a hand and stopped her. I actually liked his attitude and smiled. It is good to have such open-hearted and honest people around too. I assure you that it is nothing illegal. We will provide you with payments for all your bills, and in return you just have to work for me. A bodyguard's job, if you will. He raised an eyebrow at this and I smiled and explained. I require a bodyguard against certain, special people. I replied while an icicle formed above my hand. The boy tensed before I dispersed the icicle and looked directly at him. I can't tell you much about me right now except that I need help from people with special talents. When I start my business, it will ruffle some feathers of extremely influential people, and while none of them can do anything to me politically or socially by then, it is a sure-shot assumption that I will be targeted. I want to hire you for a protection routine for myself. Why me? He asked, voice neutral and guard up. I smiled. We know about your special talent. I have no idea if you know what that power actually is, but it is something that will be invaluable for my protection. In return, we will provide you with training and resources to develop that power to its fullest extent and reach your full potential in return for your services to me. Isn't this just magic? He asked, bringing his hand up as iron dust in the surrounding swirled into a spike of iron just like my icicle and floated right above his hand. If we go into technicalities, then yes, it is magic, but it is different from what I used. I will explain everything later on. He looked a little pensive, but after a moment of thought looked at me and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I'm sure. As long as it's nothing illegal, I am all for it, although I don't even know the name of my employer yet. I chuckled at this too. I will tell you my name after you learn some methods to protect your mind. There is no shortage of people in this world who can read minds at will or simply hypnotize you easily. Protecting your mind is the basic of the basics. You've got to be shitting me, man. Mind readers are real. That is so scary. Imagine some creep looking into my mind directly. They have got to be rare, right? He asked, suddenly looking pale. I laughed again. I can estimate over a few 10 million beings that can do so easily. I mean, almost all devils can use some form of mind magic, however weak, against normal people. The same is the case with normal supernatural beings. To keep the existence of the supernatural world a secret, it is one of the first things taught to anyone before being allowed in the open in the human world. Shit. So people can get the password for my computer directly from my head? He asked, looking horrified. I burst out into a laugh, and even know the location of your hidden stash in your hard disk drive. It is very easy. His face paled with each word I said. I'm in, bro. You give me your training and I will protect you as you have asked. No illegal stuff though. I am not into criminal stuff. Well, that went off easier than I had thought. Perhaps his simple nature along with my use of bewitching voice and inhuman charisma from my king's essence worked to make this easier. I brought out a contract with the details already written in it. This is a contract between you and me. Make sure to read it properly. The thing with contracts with normal people is that they don't take it seriously. The saying, read a contract properly before signing, is true no matter the world. The contract is cool. I would like to clarify that I have a girlfriend whom I do not intend to leave. He spoke a little hesitantly. The offer was too good to give up anyway, so it was understandable why he was hesitating. That's fine. If you want, we can arrange teaching sessions as a scholarship program or even in this area. You can meet your girlfriend whenever you want. Just be reminded of the confidentiality contract. You cannot disclose any information about the general existence of magic without our permission. I looked a little conflicted and I was more calmed by it than anything. It showed his inherent loyalty, which I want to be directed towards me. Don't worry though. If you two are married, we can even extend teaching magic to your wife, that is if you continue the service properly. And thus the bait was hung in the front. He steeled himself and signed the contract and handed it back to me. I looked it over and felt the contract solidify and smiled. It is nice doing business with you, Mr. Magnus Rose. I know that we will get along well. We shook our hands and smiled at each other. We stayed till Magnus left and were about to visit Lavinia to check her progress when I heard a voice. Dummy, please come back. Dummy, please. Mama, she is not talking. She is not waking up. Dummy, come back. Please, dummy. Vi's voice rang through our mental link, and as my brain comprehended the words, my blood chilled instantly. Embarrassed face. Chapter 7, Innocence Lost and Resolve. Damien. I hurried back to the old Satan faction headquarters as soon as I heard Vienna's message, and my mind ran into an overdrive. Why so suddenly? The possibilities made me clench my fists in frustration and rage though. The only things I could think of was Arya speaking of these things to Raisvan and him killing her in rage, or him maybe looking through her mind, seeing our conversation and attacking her. I should have removed her memory of our talk. Guilt threatened to overwhelm me while the infinite willpower was raging to come out and tear everything in its path apart. I ruthlessly crushed it all under my occlumency shields. We appeared directly outside the residence and I ran inside as fast as possible. The house was clean. No one was present. I spread my observation hockey outside and sensed someone approaching. Thousands of thoughts racing through my head. Was she alive and only unconscious? Did Raisvan leave after simply attacking her and Vienna found her unconscious? Yes, she can still be alive. Keep control. I don't know everything yet. Kateria appeared inside soon after. They are in the public cemetery. All that hope died. Scene change. We teleported to the cemetery right then. I pushed all my emotions down and walked in. Public cemetery. In simple words, a place where the servants are disposed of. A place where not even pillar devils would bury their deceased. There were few people, mostly servants. I saw Raisvan standing beside the coffin with an emotionless face. Shalba and Kruzari were there, but it would be to merely watch a show. Rizavim and Euclid were not present. I could care less about it though. I walked in there. Vienna was sitting beside the coffin with her body shaking. Her sobs were heart-wrenching and for a moment I felt fear. I didn't want to see inside the coffin. A silly cowardly part of me was telling me that if I would wake up this would just be a dream. I pushed those thoughts aside and walked forward. Gretel was holding Vienna, but she was holding herself back as well. Arya had been a mother figure for the poor girl as well, but her position didn't allow her to do anything. She couldn't even cry to keep on the mask. Damien. When did you return? I heard Shalba's voice, but I walked forward robotically. The voice, however, got Vienna's attention as she turned back. Gretel looked at me at that very instant as well. Her eyes were red from crying for a long time. She ran towards me and hugged me tightly and sobbed even more than before while I could only hold her and walk towards the coffin slowly. In that coffin lay Arya's body. She looked so peaceful. As if she would wake up any moment and. D-dummy mama is sob, Vi's grip became tighter on me. I stretched my hand and touched Arya's face. Her skin was cold. The same skin that was hugging me not a few hours ago was now cold. The scene when I had left her hug rudely came back to me and the guilt threatened to crush me with every instant that passed. I took a strand of hair from Arya's head and slowly slipped it inside my sleeve. I will see her alive. After all this is taken care of. I hugged Vienna as the servants proceeded with everything. Her grave was covered while Vienna wailed and I kept a tight grip on her all the time. After everything was done, she was desperately hugging me. By now, her wails had been reduced into choking sobs. Vienna, what do you think you are doing? Get away from the young lord and return back to your room. Razvan's voice sounded behind me. My hand clenched. This bastard. This bastard was responsible for everything. The miserable life of Vienna, the death of Arya, everything, it is his damn fault. It is all his fault. However, I couldn't feel anger at all. There were no eruptions of rage or demonic powers. Even my conqueror's haki was extremely calm. Unlike what people say, anger is not always explosive in nature. No. When any negative emotion crosses a certain limit, the mind goes blank. There is only a field of white inside one's mind. It may be the mind's self-defense against extreme emotions. I just couldn't feel any rage at all. No sorrow. No nothing. Not even fear or caution. Vienna, get back here now. I then looked towards Vienna and took her hand in mine. Say goodbye to Mama. You don't want to send her away with tears. She looked unwilling but still waved towards the grave. I took her hand and led her out of the cemetery. Young lord, Vienna needs to be alone for a while. She has to learn how to behave. Razvan said, glaring towards Vienna, who trembled at the voice. I turned back. Kateria Leviathan. Kateria was dreading the thoughts of what would happen today since she found out what had happened here through Damien. She had felt Damien going stiff after their meeting was over and when asked that the human wife of Razvan had an accident. She already had an idea about what could have happened and she was probably the only one here who had any idea just how close Damien was with the human woman. It was something he had hidden extremely well. While she was actually quite miffed about the fact that someone like Damien would put that much value towards a lowly human, it didn't change the fact that it was true. It was the same for the half-breed daughter of hers too. So when Razvan shouted just now, her heart almost stopped beating for an instant. Damien turned back. The look in his eyes is something that would haunt Kateria forever. There were no heavy demonic power suppressions or whatever it is that he normally does, no anger, no rage, not even a hint of emotion in those eyes. Even back then when he had enslaved her, he held a hint of superiority in his eyes. It was as if his very presence mocked her. It enraged her every time she thought of it, but now she would rather have that look in Damien's eyes than whatever this is. She had to stop him before he did something terrible. She took a step forward, but before she could say something, he spoke. Are you questioning me? Kateria's words got stuck inside her throat. She felt a cold chill run through her spine. Those 4 words were said with extreme causality. So much so that it was eerily terrifying. Razvan too seemed to have a sense of self-preservation, so he kept quiet, as did Shalba and Kruzuri too. He turned back and took the girl with him while the Lucifuge girl followed. Kateria let out a breath that she had been holding. Suddenly a voice interrupted. A servant stepped forward and spoke loudly, Young lord, please don't be rude. B-O-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M-M-M-M-M. It happened instantly and Kateria put a barrier in front of everyone. A tall pillar of blue flames erupted all around the servant and rose through the cemetery into the skies. The demonic blue flames of Asmodeus. The strongest demonic flames of the underworld. It was the form of passion flames taken to the extreme, capable of burning off even souls. She had no idea that the young lord had reached this level with his clan trait. A full minute later the flame pillar subsided. And not even ashes were left. She turned around to see the haunted look in Razvan's eyes. It was not surprising after all. Razvan was only a high ultimate class devil, and this attack could have absolutely destroyed any ultimate class devil. Even the Phoenix's famed immortality would be absolutely useless. A soul cannot revive after all. Shalba was looking dazed while Cruzuri was clenching his hands while his eyes were wide in shock. While all this was going on, she had only one thought in her mind: had Damien Lucifer finally snapped and stopped holding back? Euclid Lucifuge. He looked from a distance at the pillar of flame that rose to the sky as a shiver ran through his back. Oyahahaha, Asmodeus's flames. Now isn't that surprising? This is indeed a very interesting development. What do you say, Euclid? He heard Rizavim's voice behind him and turned back. It is indeed unexpected to see the young lord have this much proficiency with the Asmodeus clan trait, Euclid said while wiping off the sweat on his forehead. This was way more than anything he could have imagined. Still, it is a surprise that Lord Razvan's wife died like this. After all, the first two were unfortunate accidents. The statement was interrupted by Lord Rizavim, and he wisely kept quiet. Yes, unfortunate accidents indeed. It is just surprising that this one happened while Lord Razvan was present himself. He might have grown a spine and become a real devil for a change, who knows? Bullying women and children, maybe there is hope for that useless brat after all. Euclid was about to say more before he realized that Damien Lucifer was walking in this direction. Damien, that was a glorious display of Asmodeus flames. He was one of the devils that I respected. A true embodiment of evil. Took whatever he wanted, destroyed whatever he disliked. Truly a marvelous devil. So, what made you use those flames? Lord Rizavim questioned the boy while the half-breed was already asleep and floating beside him. A sleeping spell maybe. As much as Euclid disliked that brat, his manners never left anything to be desired. He bowed slightly towards Lord Rizavim and then gave an answer that made his blood chill. His voice was annoying. There was no change in his tone, no extra emotion. It was as if that was the most simple answer and the one asking the question should have known it for a fact already. It was as if a common response for finding someone's voice annoying was to nuke them with the most dangerous flames in hell. It was an answer so surprising that even Lord Rizavim was stunned for a moment before he broke out in a loud laugh that echoed through the halls of the place. Wonderful, wonderful indeed. Spoken like a true devil. Devils are the embodiment of all that is evil. Destroy anything you dislike. I like that attitude. Hup then, don't let me hold you back from doing any evil you want. He bowed and left. No words were spoken. This is what a devil should be like, Euclid. Yes. He will be interesting indeed. Much more interesting than that disappointing son of mine. I wonder how long he will last though. Lord Rizavim, about your sister? Well, if things can be rewarded, then it can always be taken away for any mistakes. Don't worry about it. Gretel Lucifuge. Gretel followed the young lord at a distance to avoid being stopped by others. Her master has been the light of her life these years. Since she met him first at the age of 8. A white-haired blue-eyed boy asked her to play with him and then ordered her when she couldn't gather enough courage to do so. Gretel had been ordered basically each day to do things before, things that were painful, things that she disliked, but that was probably the first time that an order made her feel happy as she followed it. That was her first meeting with the person whom she would swear her life to. Over the years, her time spent in the hall of her master's house became the brightest time of the day for her. He ordered her to do things that would make her happy, things that normal girls her age should do. For normal people it would seem that he was an egotistical control freak who liked everyone following his orders, and to be honest, for the first few months even she thought the same. It took her about a year to understand that those orders were actually to protect her. No one could complain if it was Damien Lucifer giving the orders though. Thus no one could stop or punish her for doing things she wanted to. It made her truly happy then, and her trust in Damien Lucifer rose as a person and not just the young lord. Things back where she stayed were never good. She could barely count the number of times she had seen her mother since she turned 4. If she used her fingers, she would have enough to spare even if only one hand was used. She hated everything about that place. She hated the person taking care of her. Euclid Lucifuge was the one she hated the most in this world. He tried to make her into a clone of Graphia. She didn't even know or have any desire to know that woman. As far as she was concerned, she was the reason for her mother to be in that state, the death of her 3 elder brothers and now this state of hers. She was never good at the Lucifuge ice magic because she didn't inherit that power, and yet she was forced, tortured to excel at it, just because Graphia was so. When she didn't succeed, she was caned, and verbally abused for being useless. She hated it. She absolutely detested it. To become like the one responsible for her pains, for her mother's pains. Her mother had once told her not to hate Graphia and that she covered for her of her own violation. Graphia didn't do anything, but she was wrong. If Grafia hadn't betrayed the family, none of this would have happened. And now she was being molded into a copy of the person she detested. She hated it with everything. Later she found out that it was also this aversion of her to Grafia that slowed down her training in ice magic. Devil magic is based on imagination. If one doesn't want something from the core of their heart, their magic would always hold itself back. Her hesitation became the source of her weakness, which in turn took a toll on her confidence. She was literally on the verge of a breakdown when her master had first found her. The small meals with Master Damien, Miss Vienna, and Lady Aria were the happiest times of her life. It was a place where she had no pressure on her to excel in everything she did. No one asked her to be perfect, no one asked her to be someone she was not. She had always considered that place as her home more than anything. It was the place where she had sworn herself to her master. He had given her all of this power. He had seen through all her insecurities, fears, and hesitations, and in return for all of this, all he asked was for her loyalty and to be herself. Damien Lucifer wanted Gretel Lucifuge as his aide, not a copy of Grafia Lucifuge, not anyone else, just her. She remembered those words clearly even now, and she doubted that she would forget it till the day she died. She was finally wanted by a person for who she was. Although Gretel had never said it before, she was always afraid of being unwanted. She knew how she was born, and she always held a fear that even mother didn't want her. Her mother had never been anything but kind and caring to her and had given her all the love she could, but in the passing years this thought had always eaten away at her mind. This was the first time that someone had wanted her, just her, Gretel Lucifuge, and that broke down all the dams that had been holding back her emotions all these years. Her training to keep her emotions in check was all bypassed, and she cried. She cried like a child. On that day she swore herself to her master and, to herself. She would become someone worthy to stand beside Damien Lucifer, the devil. It was the reason why she begged him not to interfere when things became worse when she started excelling in her studies. Euclid made her feel disgusted whenever he even looked at her. She felt dirty. She knew what his thoughts were. Lady Aria had taken and fulfilled the duties of a mother as well for her. But she didn't involve her master in this. She didn't want to burden him any more than he already was, thinking of a way to escape from this place and survive, protect his loved ones and train. He was 2 years younger than her, and yet he worked much harder than her, so how could she ask for his assistance in this matter? If she couldn't even take care of this, then how would she be worthy of standing beside him? He had chosen her as his aide. She knew about Lady Kateria, even about teacher Ophelia and other girls who were bound by her master. Each of them were experts in their own fields. They were beautiful and able, and he could have chosen anyone to be at his side, and yet he chose her. So she would do her best to respond to his actions. This is why she trained. She mastered everything that was taught by the teachers and then everything that her master taught her. She even explored her trait of the power over space from her father's side, all that so she doesn't become a burden to her master and could become useful to him one day in the future. She had known her master better than anyone here, so she could understand just how angry he was at this moment. She was desperately shouting through their link for him to not attack when Razvan had tried to take away Miss Vienna. Master had held himself back desperately for all these years, and all this pain was simply for them to have a chance to escape this place. She didn't want him to throw all that away in a moment of rage. Now she was heading to him in fear that he would be angry at her for her interruptions. Gretel opened the door to his room. She noticed the barriers around the place and was relieved that she was allowed inside. Her master was on his bed with Miss Vienna sleeping beside him with her head in his lap. She closed the door behind her and bowed. "I am sorry for interrupting you, master." "No, I am actually thankful that you did what you did. I was not in the right state of mind back then. I am not sure if I am in control even now. I really would have attacked and killed Razvan if you hadn't interrupted me." She calmed down a lot on hearing this. At least he wasn't angry with her. It would have created unnecessary complications. "We need to prepare Gretel. We will be leaving this place soon. I just need Vi to get up to pace before leaving." He kept speaking, but Gretel noticed something wrong with his voice. Her master always kept a stoic face and a simple cold tone, but she always felt his emotions through his voice, but right now she couldn't feel anything. She hated it. This type of voice from her master made her feel suffocated. This is not how her master should be. His eyes looked vacant as he stared towards the wall and spoke. It was as if there was no life in them at all, and Gretel hated it with all her heart. She didn't realize it as she was inching forwards towards him and was almost near the bed. "Arrangements will be made, Gretel." And then she hugged him. She didn't know what brought this upon her or how she even thought of it, but somewhere in her heart she knew that if she didn't do this right now, she would lose something very precious to her. Something that she would regret for the rest of her life. She felt him become still for a moment, but she kept holding and slowly caressed his hair. "It is fine to cry sometimes, master," she whispered slowly to him, her own voice cracking. His breath hitched and she felt his heartbeat increase a little. "Please, just let it out." She kept holding her master and slowly he hugged her. She didn't feel any sobs or cries, but she felt wetness on the place his eyes were at, and she tightened her grip to take the boy further in her embrace. They stayed like this for who knows how long, while Gretel vowed to herself to become stronger. Damien. I woke up the next day between Vienna and Gretel, and suddenly the memories of the previous day came rushing forward. The pain was enhanced by the guilt that I was probably the cause of Aria's death. In a way, I am extremely grateful to Gretel for last night. If not, I don't know what I might have done. A clemency suppresses the emotions but doesn't remove them. There is only so much one can suppress until it breaks all the restraints. My actions last night were extremely unlike the normal me. It would probably cause some serious surveillance on me from now on, though. I looked towards Vi. With Aria now gone, she will probably be the target of all the pettiness that Razvan throws towards her, and I am not sure if she can take it. No. I won't take any risks anymore. I have to leave this place as soon as possible and do it in a single chance. 1 year. Even with everything, I will still need 1 year for this to work. Alicia. I called inside my mind. Young lord, are you? I am fine. I want you to follow a new set of instructions. I instructed before she could ask anything else. Yes, my lord. I will be leaving this place in a year. I want a base of operations in a dozen countries. Make sure that the development of each base is completely independent from each other. You can make it look like a new business development or anything else, I will leave it to you. I would like it better if the entire place is hidden from everyone else. Use all the contracts I have passed on to you all if needed. I will be sending more contracts for this purpose, and you can pass on any suggestions about the contracts if you want. I don't want any complications in the development of these bases. Try not to contact Ophelia directly throughout this period. Maintain your usual business with her. I assume that she will be under watch too. The contracts will be left in a secure location, and you will be informed about the location of the place by me. You can also discuss the plans with Cleria. She will be able to move much more freely than you. There was a slight pause on the other end. A year, master. Very well, it shall be done. We had already prepared a few bases before this in case you needed to leave suddenly. A dozen is just an unexpected number, but nothing impossible. Do you have any preference on which place to occupy? Although I will relay that India will be next to impossible. The Hindu pantheon's rule is extremely strong in the place. I have no wish to have a base in India or tussle with the Hindu pantheon. Italy, Japan, Britain, and America preferably. I would also like a place near Romania. Others I leave it to your choice. Consult with Helena and Charlene regarding all the warding and security details. I will be adding more from my side when I leave this place myself. Yes, my lord, it will be done. I laid back and thought about the next steps to be taken. Looking at the two girls beside me, I wondered just how involved I had gotten with the two of them. This coming year is going to be an absolute hell. Cleria Belial. Cleria watched the photograph of her deceased lover. Unlike her, he was not marked and thus could not be brought back. His body was already taken away and disposed of. The church refused to have anything to do with the traitor, and heaven's side was silent as always. Hypocrites, all of them. She knew the real reason why she was prosecuted. It was also one of the reasons why she followed the young lord so vehemently, because he promised to get justice for Masaomi. She looked forward towards her student and someone she has come to adore as a little sister now as she practiced her magic. Maintain the barrier and do not let the water freeze. Try to reduce the thickness of the shield for every barrier slowly, but do not reduce the amount of energy in any of them. Concentrate. Die Hauser, although stoic in front of everyone, is a very emotional person. Her cousin, who treats her like nothing but a real sister, has also taken a liking to her new bishop. Maybe it was her airhead and pure personality, or maybe it was the absolute demise sacred gear in her possession. Both made her a very interesting student to teach. She knew that Die Hauser was also teaching the young lord and was actually quite fond of him as well, not that he would say it out loud any time. Suddenly she received a communication and on checking found out that it was Victoria. Hello, Victoria. It is extremely rare for you to call me. How can I help you today? Something bad has happened, Cleria. Victoria's voice was hurried and tense. What happened? Our lords, Arya Lucifer is dead. She was killed by Razvan Lucifer yesterday. Lady Ophelia found out that young lord was extremely angry. Cleria felt her heart sink. Damien, Lucifer's closest subordinates, the ones he had bound, all knew that he was extremely close to 3 people. Arya Lucifer was one of them. If she really died, then he was bound to do something erratic. How is he doing? Is there any information about him? She questioned hurriedly. Her voice was heard by Die Hauser, who looked worriedly towards her, but she just shook her head. Alicia received a communication ordering her to establish bases around the world. He has left some instructions regarding those. Lady Charlene and I were instructed on different things though. What instructions? She asked a little absent-mindedly. We will soon be getting new contracts. These ones will be used to increase our powers at a faster pace. However, we will have to hunt stray devils and some less than savory devils for this. The instructions will all be delivered to us about their hiding places and bases, defenses and skills. Lady Charlene will help in this matter as well. We both will point in the direction and you will have to take care of the matter. Cleria tensed a little at this but pushed the thought aside. The young lord's gift had increased her power to identify magic and disable it much better than before. She has been training with her cousin and has gotten much stronger than just a few months ago. She was now steadily in the low ultimate class devil level, moreover just the fact that she can be revived by her master whenever she dies is already a big support for her. You will also be offered ways to carry out the operation such that no one can doubt you are behind these attacks. The young lord wants the old Satan faction to be a bit roughed up so their attention is scattered. Moreover, the more we can curb their power now, the lower their ability to send people to search for the young lord when he escapes. If anything, he wants all of them to be turned over. You are allowed to use torture of any kind for it, but if they are being difficult, just kill. Will we be targeting only the old Satan faction members? She asked while pondering over her thoughts. The mindless stray devils need to be killed and the members of the old Satan faction, if not turned, will face the same end. We will also be hunting down powerful stray devils. As long as they have powerful abilities and demonic power, we will hunt them. Victoria explained. Our master has asked that our identities, especially yours, should not be revealed. You will start the hunt after you receive the first set of contracts soon, explained Victoria quickly. It is said to be a gift for you and your peerage members. Master has also said that he will be binding Lavinia too as soon as he gets a chance. He needs to prepare for it though. Any ideas what this gift might be? She asked, a little intrigued. Her master's last gift had been the powers he gave her. Her magical prowess soared since she obtained these abilities, so she was quite excited about the prospect of this new gift. As for Lavinia, she had already known that master would mark her. He went through so much effort to find her after all. The increase in powers would also help Lavinia grow stronger. To be honest, she wanted to see Lavinia together with Damien. As far as she knew, Damien only had 2 girls with him and one of them was 8 and someone he treated as a sister. The Lucifuge girl is also said to be stoic and serious, not that she blamed the poor girl. She just thought maybe Lavinia's pure and simple nature will be a welcome change for him and also help his mental state a lot. As someone who liked staying in the human world, Cleria knew about the mental health of people, be it normal humans or supernatural beings. The place where Damien and those 2 girls stayed was one of the worst places to nurture a healthy mind even by devil standards. Maybe Lavinia will be a breath of fresh air in Damien Lucifer's life. On the other hand, Damien's temperament might have a positive effect on Lavinia too. It could make her serious and mature a bit. In all this time, Lavinia had grown on her and she had come to consider her bishop as a little sister. This little sister, however, needed someone to support her as well. I have no idea. These are just Lady Ophelia's guesses of it being a gift. That said, I do not believe that Master would send any of us into danger without making us prepared for it. True. Damien. I put down the last contract in my dimensional storage. This is the 400th one. 100 of 4 types of contracts. It has been 1 week since Arya passed away. The house had become hauntingly quiet. Vienna would simply look at Arya's room and cry while Gretel would try to support her during such times of distress and console the poor girl. She also supported me by just staying by my side, simply holding my hand and sitting quietly at times. It was more than anything I could ask anyone for. Especially her, whom I knew was suffering much more than me. The girl I was becoming, the pillar or support, has become the same for both Vienna and me. I felt extremely useless for a few days but then decided to push those feelings aside and work even harder to leave this place as soon as possible. If I want to escape the old Satan faction, the planning has to be extremely elaborate, meaning that it should not only include how to escape but how to prevent myself and the ones I take with me from being dragged back, and I can't even imagine what would happen in such a case. The first step was to gather a core group which has influence and money. Yes, influence and money, power can always be acquired later. Strong people have their movements monitored. The team I have right now, all the people under my binder essence's effect are the core group, and the only one even close to that is Kateria, who is bound by a deal. Together they have enough resources and money to make a network for me. Information and knowledge is the most important commodity in any powerful organization. Even thinking of fighting the entire world alone is the height of stupidity. This is the same world which sealed even Trihexa and has beings like the Tremorti, Ophis, and the Apocalypse Dragon Great Red. I can't even fight Rise of him right now, let alone those monsters. They can always pull an Uzumaki on me and seal me. Honestly, the biblical god must have been an Uzumaki descended from Naruto. Blonde and with a fetish for sealing. Currently, with the network established, the second part is to establish a base of operations. Supernatural construction services are extremely fast and efficient. That said, we took extreme care not to reveal our location. Each person involved in the construction had to sign a contract of loyalty until the work was complete, after which they would lose any and all memories of the place constructed. There were other details involved which ironed the finer points until I was satisfied. This will make it easier to make the location of the bases a secret. To make sure that they signed the contract about the memory clause, this whole thing was divided into two parts, with the memory clause being a part of a second contract which was signed after the loyalty contract. Devils are very particular about loyalty, so they don't want to sign a permanent contract, but still a contract that ends when the work is complete is doable. The simple glitch in this is, I decide when the work is complete. The loyalty of so many experienced people at one go is always appreciated. Several bases to hide all over the world is one of the basic requirements. The third part is power. Even if I can simply hide, it won't be enough because I want to reveal myself eventually. This will need for me to make a strong enough force to back me up. Supernatural factions don't want wars in general. The old Satan faction is an exception because these people are basically whiny sons of bitches who think the world owes them everything. But then again, there are such people everywhere, raring to cause war for their own means without any care for others though. The people I have bound directly, my core team, can increase their powers easily with a nerfed version of my essences. That said, only one person per year is not enough. Also, the current rate of the increase in their powers is not enough. Even a small faction like the Yukais in Japan have an ultimate class like Yasaka. And that is not to say that she is weak with there being so many ultimate class devils in the underworld. Nope. With the help of the ley lines, Yasaka can exert as much power as a heavenly dragon, which is stronger than even Surzex, a super devil, so no one would try to directly attack Kyoto until they can fight off such a power. I remember that Kunu had to be used to catch Yasaka off guard to capture her when the hero faction was opening the Dragon's Gate. That was, however, extremely absurd, and if it even succeeded, it would have been due to the 3 top-level Longinuses along with several other Balance Breaker Sacred Gear users, Chaos Brigade support, Office power, etc. Yasaka in her 9-tailed fox's true form is absolutely no joke. That said, the main part of the faction's power is the over a few 100,000 population of Yukai in the faction. A dozen people can't declare themselves as a sovereign country just because they have a nuke. A few million people together is a whole other story. Every faction has their hidden card which can temporarily offer them a power-up to fight others off. A small group of strong people can only be like the Vala team, strong but forced to flee every time. That, however, is not acceptable to me. I refuse to simply just hide away my whole life. So, we will be recruiting many people, through hook or by crook, and establish a base such that it would make lives extremely miserable for others if we are touched. Find information and blackmail materials and put spies in every place. This, however, is a long-term plan. The short-term goal is to attack the old Satan faction while also collecting power to increase the strength of my core members. The next set of contracts are the ones which make contracted people give away their powers and unique abilities to the ones who sign the contract. Increasing the demonic power by this method has already been observed by Kateria using the 2 contracts of the Amon and Shax devils I had killed earlier last year. There were, however, some problems. One of the devils who had obtained those powers didn't have any negative consequences because he was at the same level of strength as the ones whose power he absorbed. The other one, however, was not that lucky as he started vomiting blood, his internal organs were damaged and he died. We obtained a rough idea that any devil could only increase their power by the amount of demonic power they already had at the very maximum. It can take anything from 1 week to a month for a devil to get used to this new power. The control can be extremely shaky. Imagine suddenly gaining double weight and trying to fight with it. I tried to write a contract for the memory transfer, well, it didn't end well. Almost no devils train in mind arts. Just the usual brute force erasing of memories and hypnosis and almost nothing else. The transfer of memories, even if it was just their combat experience, was not good, especially with the extremely long lifespans of devils. 24 brain-dead experiments later, I decided to let the project rest. The current mission given to Charlene, Victoria, and Cleria will be to hunt down stray devils and make the targets sign the contract to give up their powers. This power will then be used to increase their own powers. The old Satans will be attacked and those who cannot be converted will be disposed of to reduce the power which can be employed to search for us after we run. Charlene will give us the information about the stray devil since she has access to the information of Falbium. Victoria will search for the targets using her ability which she has been studying using the nerfed version of my Archmagessence and has progressed more. Finally, Cleria will be wrecking some havoc. I have already thought of a way to hide her identity. She will be using the Amon house trait that I have in my possession. The house traits of the other houses will be used in these hunts to throw off the trail and leave false trails. This will cause several internal problems and lack of trust in the already shady bunch of the old Satan faction people. The old Satan faction will be facing a team of undying ultimate class devils out for blood. Kateria has already collected the names of several people and information about various bases to target. The attack will start in a month or so after Cleria finishes reigning in control of her new powers and reaches at least a mid-ultimate class stage with it. But I have to take several measures before this and I have just an idea in my mind. 11 months later. I walked out of the room and washed the blood off of my hands. The place developed by Shalba to conduct experiments to create super devils and increase the power of the devils is extremely disgusting. Dozens of test subjects of different breeds are in this lab. This place used anything from new medicines and serums to king pieces to obtain an increase in power. I am actually surprised that the old Satan faction was shown to be so weak or was destroyed so easily in canon, because right now the average power of the people following the old Satan faction is almost double that of the current government. Some of these methods have extremely high efficiency, although the side effects leave much to be warranted, not that Shalba would worry about it. So how did I come here in the first place though? I realized that I had encountered a roadblock in the development of my illusion technique. Almost every race has a different type of energy inside them, and the versatility needed to mold all these types of energies into the illusion of my choice is extremely tough to achieve. This could only be achieved through ceaseless experimentations. And what place better to acquire test subjects for the experiments, and maybe even some future recruitments. So I approached Shalba and asked for help because I wanted to learn torture and interrogation techniques. Although maybe a little bit hesitantly, I was granted access to the dungeons of the old Satan faction first. It was like I had won a lottery. Prisoners of almost every race imaginable were present there. The simple variety and background of many people present here was astounding. Starting from other devils to even demigods are all present. I even learned that in all these years many of the prisoners have died, but some of these prisoners have been kept here since the time before the Great War, and there were many devils who belonged to the houses which were assumed to be extinct by everyone. Too bad I only had one binder essence slot open right now after my birthday, as one of them was used on Lavinia a few months ago, so I had to choose. I did choose one. She was just too perfect to let go. Selene is an 8-winged fallen angel who has been here since the end of the last Great War. Her mind was on the brink of destruction and she was almost a hollow at this point, but this is something I simply couldn't allow to happen. Selene was not an ordinary 8-winged fallen angel. Nope. She was a second-generation angel originally. The daughter of the great Seraph Uriel, or the Holy Flames, one of the 4 archangels of the heavens. She inherited her father's holy flames and was a major power during the Great War. This, however, attracted the attention of some fallen angels who ambushed her and her team. Her entire team was raped, tortured and killed in front of her eyes, but she was spared. She heard each of their cries, saw each of them pleading, and witnessed the lights fade from their eyes, all the while the other fallen angels laughed and held her down, taunted her and jeered at her. Almost everything was done to simply make her feel despair. Safe to say that she snapped, and she snapped hard. Emotion surged and her holy flames burned through everything as she let her rage take over and completely lost herself in it for the sake of vengeance. She succeeded. Each and every fallen in the area had died a horrible death, but it was too late for her. Selene had already fallen from God's grace. Her wings had turned black the moment she gave into rage, having fallen to the sin of wrath. She had returned with the bodies of her deceased comrades back to heaven, but was not allowed to enter. Even the angels who had fallen during the torture were disallowed for their remains to even enter the gates of heaven. The one who had stopped her was her own father Uriel. It was safe to say that Selene was utterly lost at the point. And people wonder why the biblical heaven is currently the weakest faction. It was as if the biblical God never even considered the possibility of his death. What would happen if he died? For someone who preached forgiveness, he threw his own so-called children away for a single mistake, just because he could simply make others easily. I mean, imagine humans doing the same. What would happen if all parents started disowning children right after their first mistake? There wasn't even a trial or a hearing or anything. They were just abandoned. The biblical heaven system was extremely faulty. Lucifer had once said that God threw him out because he was the most similar to him. Too prideful to admit that his perfect creations were not so perfect after all, to admit that he, God, had failed at something. After all, he was also not immune to anger and other sins, or else why did he put all his malice, hatred and anger into the curses of Samuel, making him the abomination he was? He too made a mistake and was still mutilated to such an extent. I had considered it a bias from Lucifer's point of view, but now, seeing things like this, makes me question everything. There are always 2 sides of a coin. Some people might say that the biblical God did everything for the good of humans, but these same people forget what he did to the other races. Albion's account just gave me a new point of view. Even his own children, as he called his creations, the angels, had their emotions almost completely restrained at the threat of falling. I mean, what kind of stupid rule forbids a girl from getting angry when they are being sexually assaulted? The saying that the darkest of the shadows is beneath the brightest of the lights has never hit harder than this before. Selene refused to join the fallen angels because of what was done to her comrades. She hated the entire heaven faction with all her heart. Unfortunately, all this didn't save her from the fires of the Great War. She was captured by the previous Beelzebub and had been in this prison ever since. Beelzebub and later some of his descendants had taken centuries torturing her, almost leaving her a soulless husk of her previous self. This is how I found her. What attracted my attention first were her wings. That said, it was still common. What really made me turn to her was her non-reaction to my illusions. Illusions which could make even Satan class like Kateria crumble on her knees had no effect on her at all. This was the main reason why I started to research her and found out about her history. I bound her without any hesitation. There was simply no resistance. The link of the binder made it possible for me to probe into her mind, which she offered no resistance to at all, and start the process of healing. I had no idea about healing someone's mind at all, and such a thing was not even a specialty of the devils, who simply focused on destruction. I asked my subordinates to look for a mind healer for supernatural races and found to my surprise that yokai are extremely good at this. Kuroka's training is progressing at a very fast pace, and she was introduced to the Eastern yokai with Nurerihai on being acquainted with her mother. She was easily taken in to be taught about senjutsu and yujitsu. Although this happened only 2 months ago, her progress made her a favorite of Magari, a 7-tailed Nikomata yokai who is an expert in both the arts. Through her, I found out that yokai can also heal mental traumas with the application of senjutsu and yujitsu. This was actually developed to treat those yokai who were injured in battle or had sustained mental injuries due to the use of fear. I just have to carry Celine out to those people and they will help her, is what Kuroka has assured me. The encounter with the different races helped me increase my illusion magic to a new level. I however met with another problem. The Fidelius part of the spell caused a load on my soul for every person who was put under an illusion. I could only keep so many secrets. So, I had to remove that part completely. Back to the drawing board. For months later I was given access to the labs of Shalba when he saw that I was actually only learning interrogation and torture techniques, maybe to try and get closer to me, and was more interested in their biology. He had been hesitating to make closer contacts with me due to an incident that took place soon after Arya's death. I had burned Kateria Leviathan in a spar. She had the arms completely scorched when my flames tore through her sea serpent of the end. If not for that, she would have been a black scorch mark on the wall behind her. It was a move we both had decided for her to slowly drift away from me. If she had suddenly started avoiding me, people would have doubted. So, I made a plan where she was teaching me how to behave because I had been moody after Arya's death. The spar was something beyond her and she started avoiding me afterwards. It was quite acceptable too. A centuries-old devil, the descendant of the Satan Leviathan, was defeated by an 11-year-old, even by a fluke. Actually, the only reason it was even believable was because that 11-year-old was me. Also, Kateria was also slightly holding back. However, now in the eyes of the others, she was avoiding me because of her pride. Shalba didn't want any baked bees, so he was maintaining a safe distance from me. This, however, didn't stop him from providing me with anything I needed. The labs in this place produced the enhancement drug which I was being injected with. I was actually interested in it as well. I wanted to see exactly what was used to make it and if I could improve it further with my Mad Doctor essence after I left this place. The analysis made me want to bang my head on the lab's tables. I finally understood why even after 200 doses of the enhancement drug, the effect was so reduced in my case. I mean, sure, I was actually becoming the strongest devil ever recorded to have such amounts of demonic power at my age, but still, even with the acquired resistances from the repeated uses of the drug and my Mad Doctor essence, the effect was lower than I had expected. The reason was extremely simple. The enhancement drug used the blood of the previous Satans and some other chemicals which threw the user's DNA into an excited state and then tried to integrate a part of the Satan's DNA into them to increase their demonic powers. It was basically what Madara and Danzo did with Hashirama cells, and just like Hashirama's cells being too strong and killing the users, the original Satan's blood killed the random devils. It was just too much for their untrained bodies to endure and it gave way. I, however, was different because whereas others were trying to get close to the original Satan's DNAs, I was made from their blood directly. I was already the closest possible. In fact, my DNA was stronger than both the original Lucifer and Asmodeus. When the drug was being injected into me, my DNA was being attacked by the original Satans that tried to take over but were not strong. My body, however, became resistant to those assaults and strengthened itself even further. These idiots were trying to increase the purity of 100% pure material by mixing it with a 75% pure drug. Pure geniuses. My sarcasm would have drowned them in shame if I actually revealed any of this information. I, however, didn't want to become a blood donor for the next enhancement drug experiments and thus simply kept quiet. While I was spending my time in the labs, Gretel was in my house with Vienna. The house was something we had separated 2 weeks later and I had taken Vienna with me. The last house had so many memories of Arya that none of the three of us were ready to face right now. Razvan tried to simply stay away from my place. In fact, I had only seen him a handful of times since the funeral and none of them were when we were alone. It was something that each of us three appreciated. On the other hand, the attacks on the old Satan faction were getting larger. Cleria had really let it go after the first 4 times. In these last 10 months of hunting, she and her peerage of 4 members had taken down over 70 stray devils and made 38 of them sign and give up their powers. They were getting better with each attack and had a torture regime in place that broke their enemies and had them sign contracts easily. Now some might wonder just how much power would someone need. To understand this, let us first remember the levels of powers. Low, mid, high, ultimate, Satan, super classes of devils. Now each level was divided into 5 parts. Low, mid, high, peak and borderline next class. Each of these sublevels were the multiples of the low level of the class. For example, a mid-ultimate class devil had 2 times the demonic power of a low ultimate class devil, while a high ultimate class devil had 3 times the demonic powers. So to increase from a low to a mid-level, even in the same class, meant doubling someone's entire demonic power reserves. It was the reason why a peak Satan class like Seraphal was one of the Satans, while the same was true for a high Satan class like Falbium. Graphia was also at high Satan class, while Diehauser was barely at mid-Satan class. The Satan descendants had a higher amount of demonic powers by birth and still were only at low Satan class to mid-Satan class at best, in terms of demonic powers, not skill. I am at a low Satan class right now only in terms of demonic powers. The youngest to have achieved this level as even Surzex and Ajuka had reached this level only in their teenage years, although they were born with ultimate class reserves from the start. The only difference is between the super devils, because that would mean at least 10 times stronger than a peak Satan class devils, which is what the original Satans were. There were barely just a handful of ultimate class stray devils. Devils of those levels were already accommodated quite well, and the strays normally didn't survive till they became that strong. The 38 stray devils, however, pushed her peerage of 4 all to an average of low ultimate class, while Cleria herself is at a high ultimate class level. One has to remember that an ultimate class devil with the absolute demise is a force of nature itself. The entire old Satan faction was as if their asses were on fire. Each of their bases were now being filled with ultimate class devils, and they were only allowed to leave when their posts were taken by another of the same rank. In the last 2 months 4 old Satan factions' bases were destroyed. I made it a point to target the houses using the house traits of the other supporter houses of the old Satan faction. At first there was a speculation that someone had gone rogue, but as the attacks persisted and more bases were attacked, the situation became extremely volatile. Rizavim himself downright rejected coming out to take care of this matter. His exact words were, "Some kids are spreading evil. Who am I to stop them?" It basically meant, "I am having too much fun seeing all of you suffer, so fuck off already." We were lucky enough to gain 2 ultimate class and 7 high class devils allegiance in these. These bastards were extremely cowardly, and even their powers from experiments and drugs, and they gave up as soon as Cleria nullified their attacks. I have 4 more of the house traits from the 72 pillars now. Damien. I turned back to see Shalba approaching me along with a few other ultimate class devils. "Are the studies going well?" he asked, making small talk. Yes. This place has been very helpful to my studies. Thank you for allowing me to use it." I slightly bowed towards him and he nodded back tersely to me. "I wanted to discuss some matters of importance with you." He slightly hesitated, but I nodded to continue. "As you might have already heard, the attacks on our faction have been increasing in the past few months. We think that someone is rebelling, or it might just be a move from the fakes to try and destroy our faction before we can resurface. Many places need to be protected until we can upgrade our security and hunt down the attackers with our own teams. Each major base needs a Satan-class devil, and we want you to protect one of our Russian bases. You can take 4 ultimate-class devils along with you and a dozen high-class devils. If possible, capture; if not, then no need to hold back. Kill anyone who attacks the base." Well, now isn't this a great opportunity? "Okay, when do I have to leave?" I asked without much thought. "As soon as possible," he answered. "I need a few hours to prepare. Can I get the list of people who I can recruit?" I asked after thinking for a moment. Shalba pointed towards his lackey, who brought out a file of the people under the old Satan faction, and I had to sigh at the stupidity of these idiots. No wonder they lost the war so badly. I will be taking Gretel and Vienna. So 3 ultimate class and 11 high class devils need to be chosen. I will send you a list in an hour or 2. I accepted the file and teleported to my new house. Ophelia. I immediately contacted Ophelia through our link. "Yes, master. Give me the names of 3 ultimate class devils and a dozen high class devils that you think will be the most beneficial as thralls." "Master." "Names, Ophelia. I need the names of people you want eliminated or thralled by us. I am being assigned to protect a base and have to submit a list of names. Give me the names as well as a reason each for why they need to be removed and a reason for me to give Shalba to recruit the said people. Make it ready in an hour. Cleria. Young lord. Among the new group of thralls and stray devils, prepare the strongest but disposable ones and make them sign the suicide contracts. I want you to prepare a team of 5 or more ultimate class devils and over a dozen high class devils for an attack on a base in Russia. None of them will be returning. The suicide contracts were contracts which basically stated that all the power of the donor will be transferred over to the contracts on the event of their deaths, and they will be transferred over to whoever signs them later. These contracts took more effort to make than the normal ones, but the true power of the contracts is truly broken. The only flaw being that the user has to sign the contract after knowing about the exact contents of the contract, which makes it nearly impossible for anyone to want to sign. Who will be in that base, young lord? Is it one of the leaders? She asked, lightly intrigued. I will be guarding the base with Gretel and Vienna. Embarrassed face. Chapter 8, Shaken Worldviews. Damien. Sorry about that, Damien, but we can only allow you to take 2 ultimate class devils with you apart from Gretel. Other bases have been attacked as well, and until we can fortify those, we need more people with us. Shalba said the first thing after looking at the list of names I gave him. Anyways, any reason to choose these 3? I can understand Gregory Bune as he was your teacher, but Octavius Paimon. I don't think you have had any meetings with him unless I am mistaken. Lord Paimon is my mind magic teacher, Ophelia Paimon's father. The Paimon's trait of the bewitching voice is very useful in calming people in distressing situations, which is something I might need in case of attacks. He also has experience as a frontline general and can take command of the defending troops in case I am engaged in a fight. Gregory Bune, by his own claim, while a good fighter, is not a capable general. That said, I am more familiar with his working habit and can work well with both Gretel and him as a team. Too bad I can't get the third person in the list. He would have been a great addition to my side according to whatever plans Ophelia had for him, but well, next time. As for Octavius Paimon, he needs to either join my side or die in this attack. Ophelia expressly requested it. He has been a constant terror on Ophelia. It was because of him that Ophelia was tied to the old Satan faction and cannot leave at will. She wants him away from her brother Ace, and I think I can work it out quite easily. A well thought out choice. Very well, you can take the people and teleport to our base in Russia. I will leave the rest to you. He patted my shoulder and left. I gave the list to Shalba's assistant, who was left behind, and went ahead to make the required contracts. A 2-month posting. Right around the time for my 1-year goal. Scene change. Russia is cold. The base was obviously in an alternate dimension under heavy wards, but the outer regions of Russia were generally avoided by the church and the fallen alike. It was known as the place where devils held an upper hand during the Great War, and it had successfully repelled many attempts to take over the area. This area was currently under the houses who support the old Satan faction, namely the supporters of the previous Beelzebub. The dimension was warded quite well against detection, but not that well against attacks. I might not have an expertise in warding, but Gretel has a comprehensive knowledge about any and all techniques on the matter from the Dantalion's libraries. The space affinity made the House Dantalion a pioneer in warding, especially the ones which involved alternate dimensions. In fact, the current raiding games arenas were also based on the same spells, just a dumbed-down version of it considering the people who do normally are not Dantalions. The matches between the top-level raiding games are always held in dimensions made by the Dantalion devils because normal ones wouldn't be able to withstand the power. Clearia. Yes, my lord. Report, what is the status of the ones you are preparing to send here? We only have 4 ultimate class devils right now, and all of them are my peerage members. 2 other ultimate class devils are from the ones who we turned into us in the attacks. They are both low ultimate class. We have peak high class devils, but even if we push them, the most we can do is make them low ultimate class in a month and a half at best. We can arrange 8 ultimate class devils that way, but they will be of no use against you if you want to show a strong fight, but even that would be pushing it. We just don't have enough resources, and the old Satan faction have started to investigate us fervently. We can't hunt more stray devils freely to collect more power. I would prefer if things go according to my plan, but still make sure that the ones who come here are prepared to die. As for the strength of the attacking force, get the 2 to mid-ultimate class if possible, and use the dimension lost on the expendable one after making them sign the suicide contract. We need a strong opposition to truly put some pressure on the people. If possible, use the Annihilation Maker on the other and give them a few doses of Chaos Drive drug. I want them to use Balance Breaker in the fight. Make sure the whole area is isolated when I tell you to. The Longinus. My lord, are you sure? She asked suddenly in an incredulous tone. The suicide contract will make sure we don't lose it. Just do what I say. I don't want to take any chances here. This might be the last play I make here before I leave the old Satan faction. Yes, my lord. A month and a half until the attack. I checked the room for any surveillance and put up a few barriers of my own, and then turned towards my sole companion in the room. Gretel. Yes, master. Ward the place. I want it so that no one can send any information from or to this place without my notice. I will get the books and information about the subject to hide your knowledge about the Dantalion wards. I want every room, every corner of this dimension mapped. Yes, master. There is a high chance that this place will be rigged by the lackeys of Rizavim who were sent along with the group. Now though, I have a reason to simply torture and kill them if I find them sending information behind my back on the guise of them being spies. Vienna is sleeping in the other room and resting. Razvan has left us alone since my little outburst at Aria's funeral. He made no efforts to contact Vienna, directly or through any servant, but most of the time he has been wandering to places that I have no idea about. I had no way to investigate him without causing problems for myself, and I have more than enough on my plate as it is. I finally got the chance I was looking for over a year now. The chance to roam around free without being tracked, and I had more than a few things I had to take care of. The first being, choosing a weapon of my choice. Scene change. I walked down the dirt road towards the corner of the forest. My goal is the house, there, or more precisely the girl in the house. The entire forest is calm and has an extremely peaceful environment. Despite the whole plot, or a majority of the plot of the series being in Japan, this is my first time in this place. I am accompanied by Antonio Amy, one of the two ultimate class devils we had managed to turn to our side. He was the one chosen to use the dimension lost in the fight that I was organizing. There was a certain amount of time provided for him to get used to the sacred gear before the attack in a month. I brought him with me to simply shield this area and prevent unwanted distractions. Young lord, this is the place. The girl you have been inquiring about is inside there. I nodded my head and walked inside. Almost as soon as I knocked on the door, I felt something lock onto me. My observation hockey couldn't detect anything. No detection spells gave me any indication about what this was. It was completely instinctual. The observation hockey makes people's instincts extremely sharp. It was only due to my knowledge about who, or rather what I was facing, made me push Rizavim's sacred gear canceller skill to use. The feeling disappeared as soon as I used it. So this was the reason she was isolated from everyone. It was understandable to some extent. Sad, but still understandable. What was not understandable was their attitude towards this girl who had nothing to do with it in the first place. She was born with it without any choice in the matter, so it was not fair to hate her. The door opened and I saw a girl around the same age as Gretel, looking at me. She was petite, slightly smaller than her own age. Her eyes had slight dark circles around them, an indication of her current health. "Are you here to try to kill me too?" came a soft but feeble voice from inside. Despite knowing the whole story, I couldn't help but feel a twinge in my heart. There are sad stories everywhere. I need to harden my heart and deal with it. This was not time for getting lost in such thoughts. If everything goes as I want to, then this girl might have a better life after today. No. I am here to offer you a chance to live. I spoke softly, trying not to scare the girl away, although I don't think she would be scared so easily. She was too depressed for that currently. After all, what kind of person opens the door to a would-be assassin? She looked up, her eyes showing too much pain. Who knows how many times she has been told the same words, only to meet with a disappointing result at the end. It was understandable why she didn't have even a glimmer of hope at my words, sad but yet understandable. Many have said the same and tried. If you feel like you can do something, I will not reject it. I will not try anything, I will do it. What I am not sure is if you will be able to pay for it. If you can make this stop, I can ask Ryota Oni-sama to pay for it. Beyond that I cannot say anything. There was a hint of determination in her voice, and the assurance that her brother would pay for it went a long way to show her confidence in the person. Ryota Nakiri was the current heir of the Nakiri clan of the 5 principal clans and the first in line to inherit the divine spirit of the Oryu. He was also very close to his cousin and was extremely distressed when the clan decided to isolate her, and has been trying to find a way to help the girl since then. I don't need anything from your brother. What I need is the same thing you want to get rid of, along with a promise that your clan will not try to come after me or mine. Her eyes widened for a moment before she collected herself. Are you sure? Can you remove it safely? I am. Don't you see that you cannot use it right now? I pointed out to her. It was quite easy to stop the sacred gear from being used after all. My observation hockey sensed her increased heart rate, and for a moment I saw a ray of hope glimmer in her eyes. Do it. I agree. Although I knew about it, I still couldn't help but ask, are you sure you want to give it up? People all over the world, both humans or supernatural, would kill for this power. Would you just give it up and not even take a chance to be able to control it in the future? Would you agree to it if I said that I won't follow you? I won't join your peerage. Will you still help me with it? She asked, looking directly into my eyes, no hint of anger or disgust shown in her face or even in her emotions. No. Then what is there to talk about? True. I kinda like this girl. Wish she could have joined me. Well, in that case, here, I gave her a contract, read this and see if you can agree to this. Sign it and we have a deal. She went through the contract without any more words. My life will belong to you in case someone from my clan tried to attack you or yours with the purpose of taking revenge for this. She raised an eyebrow towards me. I would like to keep my assurances. Don't worry. I have no interest in making you my slave or anything like that. What I need is your sacred gear. This contract is only so that my identity and powers remain a secret. The rest is just an assurance for my close ones. As for your clan, I am not trying to brag or anything, but even if your Oreo were to fight me at its peak, I can still assure myself of a way to win. I am not worried. That said, if my loved ones are hurt, I will retaliate in the most brutal way possible, so let's spare the bloodshed with a simple measure. What will you do if you are attacked even after my clan warns its people about it? After all, we can only say but cannot control the minds of all the members. A fair question. Let's say, I will negotiate for that person's life with your brother in return for yours. He is going to be the Oreo's host after all. She looked at me for a moment before taking a deep breath, cutting her finger and signing the contract with blood. My mouth opened a bit. I had a pen. Her mouth hung open as well. My observation hockey told me that she probably thinks that I cannot read the room in the atmosphere. I could, but that was so unnecessary and so unsanitary. The contract, however, didn't care about the sanitation and was completed. I had the Telos karma stored inside the contract and her memories regarding my identity and powers locked away permanently. Yes. The one I was after was Telos karma. The one aspect of everything that I needed on my side is luck. The ultimate karma. The power to control luck to such an extent that it even allows humans to kill gods. The power that can make a Juka Beelzebub, that absolute beast of calculative perfection, spells go awry. I don't have ridiculous plot armor like the protagonists of anime, but that doesn't mean that I can't take my own measures regarding it. Luck is one aspect that can change the course of a whole battle in a single instant, and I need that instant on my side. This is the power that might give me the edge. One moment to get an attack in and I can turn the whole fight into my palm. Technically, boosted gear is a wonderful power and could help me immensely. But I have the essence of the Archmage and I could very well copy the boost magic. It would become easier to use as my soul grows stronger. I know I can use Divide if I work on it. Annihilation Maker is another great choice that can give me the edge in a fight. Matched with my ever-growing demonic power, it can be a nightmare for almost anyone to handle. But manipulating probability is extremely difficult to learn. Mastering it to the level of Telos karma is even more difficult and just as time-consuming. That said, there was never a rule that said I could only have one sacred gear, now was there? Then with this finished, I declare you free, Momiji Nakiri. Rejoice in your freedom. With my words said, I left the place in a flash. I have to return back soon. Scene change. It has been 1 week since the incident. I finally have in hand the best sacred gear for me. The warding of this base has been completed in a way that Gretel can drop the entire warding scheme in a matter of moments if she wanted. Finally, things are looking a bit good. Now I just need to wait for Cleria to get ready for the attack. Dummy, come with me. I have something to show you. A very excited gremlin jumped on me and dragged me from my couch towards somewhere. What is it, Vi? I need to inspect the place and see if the work is going well. This is very important. It won't take much time, she insisted, and I went along with her. We came outside Gretel's room and I looked weirdly at the one dragging me. Now close your eyes. Oh, and no peeking or using observation hockey either. Okay. I closed my eyes and she pulled me by my hand to the room. Now open your eyes. I did, and what greeted me was a brightly decorated room with a cake with 12 candles in between. Ah, I had forgotten my own birthday. Happy birthday, dummy. Happy birthday, master. Vi and Gretel greet me together. Come on, cut the cake already, dummy. I'm hungry. Lady Vi. But. I was dragged towards the cake. It looked just like the cakes Arya made on our birthdays. For all three of us. I looked towards Gretel. She has been working extra hard since Arya passed away, just to maintain a sense of normality in our lives. I had completely immersed myself in my plans and studies to bring us out of that place and had in a way neglected our time together. I didn't spend as much time with Vi and Gretel, but the two never complained. For an adult, this would be understandable, but Vi is not even 10 years old right now and Gretel is barely 14, and yet they are so understanding and supporting. Now I feel like an idiot all of a sudden. How is the cake, dummy? Awesome, right? Gretel made it, but I am the one who decorated it. Now come on, blow the candles and cut the cake. Fast. I smiled and nodded towards her before embracing her. With my other hand I took Gretel's hand and brought the surprised girl in the hug too. Yeah, this feels much better. Master. I put a finger on her lips and she quieted down. Vi's grip tightened on us and slowly Gretel also relaxed herself in my embrace. None of us spoke anything and stayed like that for a while. A while later I cut the cake and fed the gremlin, my cute maid, and enjoyed a peaceful time among us. Scene change. I heard the knock on the room and looked at the door. My observation hockey already having identified the person. Gretel looked up from the side of the bed wanting to get up while Vi was asleep. I had dragged her to sleep with us because Vi wanted to spend some time together. I wanted it too. I waved her to rest with Vienna while I myself got up to the door. It was the maid. Young lord, it's Lord Raisvan. He wishes to talk with you and is requesting your presence. She stuttered a bit. My fingers twitched slightly. The maid was afraid, no doubt already aware of my relationship with the person and was worried that I would nuke her too. Okay. Lead him to the guest room. I will be there in a moment. Yes, my lord. She bowed immediately and almost ran from the place. I closed the door, many thoughts running through my mind. Master, should I? Gretel called out from behind me. I looked back at her and shook my head. No. Stay here with Vienna. If I give an order, take her and escape. Go to Alicia's base. She looked a little reluctant but agreed nonetheless. I changed into my formal clothes and left the room. Why would Raisvan come here and why now of all times? Is he here by himself or is Raisvan pulling the strings? I soon reached the guest room. The maid was standing outside the room. On seeing me arrive, she bowed to me and opened the room. I entered the room and closed it behind myself. Inside the room Raisvan was sitting on the couch with an unnaturally serious face. Not the usual cowardly one but a serious face with similar emotions that were verified by my observation hockey. He looked around the room and then began setting privacy barriers. Set up any barrier that you can. I believe that these discussions will be a little noisy. I watched quietly. Setting barriers? Does he want to assassinate me? Gretel, be on full guard. Something is not right here. Keep checking the surrounding areas for barriers and as soon as you get a hit of one being put around the location, run. Do not wait for me. I leave Vi's safety to you. I called out in my mind. Yes, master. I went on and set up a few barriers with some concealed traps inside. With everything done, he took a seat on the couch back once more and then signaled me to take a seat as well. And that's when the first attack came. I want you to do whatever you did to Kateria and Ophelia, to me as well so that you will believe whatever I say. I stilled for a moment, my clemency working overtime to maintain my expressions. That trick only works when the other party is not an empath. Frankly speaking, it is more suspicious if you show no emotions than if you had an outburst. Your tricks to hide your emotions are good but there are a lot of holes in it. Did you really think that devils, especially ones from top of the underworld, are that much of a fool? Even without empathy, your muscle movements, breathing and even heartbeats are enough for a trained person to see through your guise. You are suppressing your emotion or distracting yourself from it. That however doesn't erase the emotions altogether. Those emotions are still there. He went on a rant while my head was running through the implications of those words. A clemency is a skill that I have more or less self-created. It is something that I later refined with mind magic from Ophelia but that wasn't until I was 8 years old that I started working on it. I made barely any progress until the age of 9 years, give or take 6 months after I had devised the shadow clones who bombarded me with legitimacy probes that I had to defend against. I still had almost 7 to 7.5 years in the place with barely passable defenses. Could it be that my mind was red? No. I would have at least felt anything wrong with it. Even if I didn't, they wouldn't have let me act that freely if they had any idea about any of my skills. Empathy, however, is not something I was expecting. It was not even in the list of things I was considering. A clemency was not a skill for my essences. It is something that I have created myself and thus there could be problems in it. Whether he truly knew what was wrong or was just shooting in the dark was to be seen though. He took a gulp of his drink and then looked at me for a reply. Did you come here simply to give me this speech? No. I have work to do, that's why I want you to do whatever you did to Kateria and Ophelia to me so that you can trust what I am going to say next. I merely looked at him impassively though. He sighed and then continued, I could sense the change in emotions of Ophelia Piemon towards you after the first day she met you. I had some idea about what Raisvan had sent her to you for. Her emotions were also in line with that goal. You were also wary of her because I could sense your unease throughout the time since you were informed about the mind magic lessons. But as soon as she met you, there was a complete change in her emotions to downright worship towards you. It is obvious that you did something because you were suddenly extremely comfortable in her presence too. The same was the case with Kateria. She, while didn't worship you, was extremely afraid of you. It was like you held her life in your palms or something even more. As far as I know Kateria Leviathan, she would rather die than suffer a defeat, so you must have done something to forcibly control her. Blackmail won't work. She is too stubborn and prideful for that. So the only option I can think of is mind control somehow. I want you to use whatever you can to assure that I am not lying or there is no way you will believe me. I stared at the men completely slack-jawed. That a simple empathy skill could fuck my plans so bad is not something I had imagined. All of his words were true according to my observation hockey. I couldn't even imagine what consequences this would have to our escape plan, or if this was all a play for rise of him or him maybe. Why are you even talking about all this? If you can read my emotions so easily, then you should have known that I would kill you the first chance I can get away with, so what is even the point of all this? I asked, a little confused. I am prepared to kill him right now, but I still want to know why. Are you thinking about killing? He simply raised an eyebrow before continuing. Sure. I don't mind that. Still, I want you to hear what I have to say first. As for killing me. A massive burst of power exploded out from him, and before I realized it, I was in the corner of the room, several barriers in between us and the flames of Asmodeus ready to attack at the moment's notice. My heartbeat picked by as I saw his power increase from high ultimate class to high Satan class in a single instant. No. It was slightly more than high Satan class and was approaching peak Satan class. That is around 5 times stronger than me in terms of sheer demonic power. That was almost as strong as Seraphal Leviathan from what I have heard. Members of House Lucifer have on average 4 times more demonic power than other devils. Almost all Satan House members achieve low Satan class demonic powers by the time they are 200 years old, without any kind of training. That is one of the reasons why they are considered the strongest bloodlines around. I am talking about bloodlines, not stronger devils. Super devils are exceptions. If Shalba, Kateria, or Kruzari had trained themselves, they could have easily achieved peak Satan class without any problems. Their elder siblings were such devils. They, however, were too hung up on their ancestors' glory to bother training. That said, even they have talents in many other fields. We don't just waste hundreds of years doing nothing. Every devil of the Satan clans is born with enough potential to reach peak Satan class, minimum. This time I was paying too much attention to his words as one after one my assumptions of this world were being broken down. Observation hockey was my most used skill along with occlumency. It was the first skill I had developed and have been working on even now. For it to be fooled so easily was a major blow to my confidence. There is more than one way to fool a sensory skill. Don't rely on just one. If you see someone's power, always prepare for at least 4 times more strength. That way, even if they were hiding, you will have a chance to escape. Anyways, are you ready? I don't have much time. My disappearance and appearance in this place will be noticed very quickly. I want to make sure the talks end before that. How? How did you do that? He sighed again but explained nonetheless. The house trait of Lucifer is varied. Every member normally has a different trait, and it is almost impossible to guess who has what trait. That said, I have discovered that there is one common fact for all these powers. They are all things for which Lucifer was famous for. Wasn't his power to reject the miracles of the divine? No. That was one of his powers. The denial of divine is the power that Lucifer was most well known for because he could render almost any divine attack useless. That is how Lucifer and the other Satans fought his father to a standstill despite the other party being vastly stronger than them. It is why he is known as the one who rebelled despite there being numerous fallen angels who had done the same. What Rise of him has is a severely watered-down version of that power. Lucifer, on the other hand, had many other powers and legends associated with him as well. He is after all the second most famous individual in the Abrahamic religion, second only to his father. I too have a trait similar to one of his titles. I call it the Prince of Lies. Huh. He sighed once more and indicated to me to sit. I looked at him for a moment but decided to do the same. There was no point. If we fight, I would have to self-destruct to be able to take him down with me. Let's see what he has planned first. Lucifer was called the Father of Lies. He had the power to look through everyone's inner feelings while hiding himself in his lies. My power comes from that. I can see anyone's inner feelings while lying without being caught. My power that was visible was actually a lie from me. I can hide the truth behind my lie. The concept behind a lie can be stretched quite a lot. Devils have the power to train their traits to slightly manipulate the concepts. Like the Baal's trait of the power of destruction, if trained and powered enough, can erase anything. I have trained my trait to lie to the world around me. I don't have enough power to go beyond this right now. It was as if my whole being shivered when I heard this trait. What the actual fuck? Is that even normal? I mean, even the power of destruction is just a joke in front of this. Conceptual erasure requires extremely large powers. The only such being in this world is Shiva, the god of destruction of the Hindu pantheon, one of the Trimurti. Even Sirzex can only use just a fraction of that power in his true form at the cost of all his sanity and control during his transformation. What even is the limit of this trait? Can it lie to the world itself to an extent like the Izanagi? He did say that he was lying to the world to show his power as a high ultimate class instead of his true power. Why though? Why hide it? I will answer everything if you are sure that you can believe me. There is no way that I am letting him leave this place alive right now. Gretel, take Vienna and leave somewhere safe for now. Do not alert anyone of your disappearance. Do not go to Ophelia or Kateria, however. Master, is everything all right? I don't know, Gretel, I really don't know. I will be safe. You take care of Gretel till I return. Master. Gretel, please, just, please. I will agree to listen to you if you agree to speak only the truth while in this room, no half-truths, no twisted facts, just the plain truth. Do we have a deal? I asked him in a normal tone. He looked at me for a moment before a look of realization came over him, but before I could do anything, he agreed. I am using my essence's powers directly instead of using any skills I have learned or created. His trait might be able to lie to others, but my essences cannot be broken that simply. The broker essence even more so. Fascinating. It is like a binding on my very soul. Is your trait? A deal with the devil. Very Lucifer indeed. He didn't look stressed in any way and was talking casually. I have BL silver hair. Oh. So I can't lie even with my trait. I can see why Kateria would be so terrified of you. This does change a lot of things. Anyways, are you sure this method can make me speak the truth? If this doesn't do it, then I have no idea what will. I don't really have many options with me though. He looked closely at me and sighed again. You are prepared to go suicidal and take me down here. Are Vienna and Gretel both in this place? I didn't reply at all. Doesn't matter. I need to talk to you. That is the most important thing. First things first. I did not kill Arya. My heart almost stopped for a second before I noticed a hole in the statement. He must have read it from my emotions, so he clarified it. She actually committed suicide. My head went blank for a moment and I couldn't reply at all. He continued, I have never once hit Arya in my whole life with an intent to harm her. At this point, I was beginning to worry if my essence was even working. Wait. One more deal before the next statement. He raised an eyebrow at me but nodded nonetheless. From now until the time you leave the room, your trait of House Lucifer will be mine along with any other supernatural powers that you can use to lie, directly or indirectly, and in return I will listen to your words. Deal. His mouth opened slightly. That is, how even? His eyes widened, but he agreed nonetheless. I felt the gush of power inside me as my Archmage essence started to scan every part of the power and understand it. I saw his hand shaking a little as he looked at himself, staring at his hand. Do not, I mean absolutely do not reveal this power to anyone. If you do, make sure they cannot ever reveal it. This whole world will be after you out for blood if this is revealed. I know. I am still prepared to kill you if your words do not convince me. I don't have anyone I care about 100 miles around this area. I am prepared to disintegrate this whole place if I have to. Now talk. He looked at me closely for a moment before continuing. I have never once hit Arya without her permission or with the intention to hurt her, nor have I ever made anyone do it for me. I did not kill her. She committed suicide. The words were the same, but this time I could feel that he was speaking the truth. Why? I asked, my hands clenched tightly. It goes back a long way. You will have to listen to the whole story to understand everything. But first answer a question for me. Who killed first Lucifer? The biblical god. I answered as I felt a slight tinge in my head. No. The biblical god killed the Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and left the Leviathan on the verge of death, but Lucifer was still alive if only exhausted, yet he would have survived. The one who killed him was his own son Rizavim. Leviathan was also killed by Rizavim. Huh. Rizavim is a madman who desires nothing but chaos and wants to see the world burn. He knew that as the biblical god had died along with 3 of the Satans, the factions would call for the end of the war. The fallen angels had already dropped out of the war and there was barely anything anyone could do. It would have been relatively peaceful, so he killed Lucifer because he knew that the descendants of the original Satans would want to continue the war. Lucifer, prideful as he might have been, would have stopped the war. After all, it wasn't him who had started the war. The biblical god had been the one to do so. He was injured while sealing the beast of apocalypse and was dying. He wanted to take down the original Satans before that so that they wouldn't gain an upper hand and take over heaven before that. He made sure that all 3 sides were cold so much that no one would cause a war without risking extinction. A brutal but clever move if you ask me. The archangels wouldn't have done well if their father had passed away and the Satans and the fallen had started the war then. It is understandable. Also knowing Rizavim, he is someone who would do such things without a doubt. Anyways, Rizavim was cursed by Lucifer to die at the hands of another Lucifer for his betrayal. What? A prophecy, curse? Are you shitting me? Then again, Rizavim in canon also died at the hands of Valley even after being hit with an overloaded booster gear and Fafnir's dream attacks. In a way this actually happened. He, however, unaware of this, continued, "It is unknown how much of the curse is real and how much is fake, but Rizavim since then has made it a point to torture every Lucifer and break them just to mock his father's last words. The Lucifer magic circle given to the main house members all have a kill switch bound to the soul. I was marked at the age of 6. No, it does not. I checked. There is only a tracker and I can remove it easily. There are no soul marks. There was a mark in your magic circle as well, but who do you think gave you the crest? It wasn't Rizavim who gave me the mark. It was actually Razvan. So Vienna. This is why I didn't want Vienna to learn magic, because it would have required her to be marked as well. No, wait. Kill switches and such magic are always connected to the master, and I can't see Rizavim giving the leash to you. If the kill switch hadn't been applied, he would have known. Who says it wasn't applied? He raised his hand and the Lucifer crest appeared on it. I pushed a little magic inside it and scanned the crest. I had enough experience to know what it looked like by studying my own. This one, however, had marks that were bound to the soul itself, 3 of them. I stared at them and... No lies. Arya. Arya is someone I met after my second wife was killed, or rather, as reported to me, met an unfortunate accident while I was away. The first one had died in a similar manner. Both of them were killed by the kill switch in the Lucifer magic circle. In frustration, I left for the human world. There I met Arya and had saved her from being sold by her own family. She stuck to me since then. I had no intention of being in a relationship with her, but that changed when she got pregnant. Vienna is my first and only child in all my 600 years of life. I wanted to make sure that she stayed as far away from me as possible, but Rizavim's people who followed and kept an eye on me found out about it. Arya was marked before I could hide them somewhere. The energy levels around him rose as he kept speaking further. Taking a deep breath before the energy levels were calmed again, he continued. We were brought here and both of us were trapped here with a knife to our necks. We didn't want to lose the child. She was adamant to keep sticking to me and give birth while I wanted to have a child as well. Rizavim's sick, twisted thinking helped for once when he allowed Arya to give birth to a half-devil Lucifer despite being opposed by the entire old Satan faction. It was also your birth that took their attention away from Arya and Vienna because they were too busy planning everything about you. Arya and I both were already prepared to die since we were bound. What we simply wanted was for our daughter to survive and spend as much time as we could with her. I had been planning her escape for years. My head was already starting to hurt from this ridiculous story, so I interrupted him. If you knew all this, then why didn't you talk to me before? Why didn't you do the same? He returned back. I didn't trust you. You say you didn't hit Arya, but there were bruises on her body. Was she inflicting self-harm? No. It is a simple trick with demonic power. Demonic power, while good for devils, is corrosive to humans. Simply concentrating demonic power at a spot for a moment can cause a bruise. It doesn't hurt and is only cosmetic. Most devils here don't know of it because they never take interest in humans, and the only time they use demonic power on them is to kill. It was to keep others from discovering us. Rizavim wanted to see me suffer and I showed him just that. As for why I didn't talk to you, it is the same. I didn't trust you. You didn't trust a child that was raised in your own house, in front of your own eyes. I gritted out the words out of my mouth, barely controlling my anger. He seemed completely unfazed by the question and replied just as calmly. I could trust a child, but you are not a child, are you? And for another moment, my heart stopped. It seems that you forgot that I am an empath. Well, was. No 2-year-old child that has been shut in an observation pod since birth can have that many and such precise emotions. The only possibility was a reincarnation. A cold chill ran through my spine as he looked towards me with a casual expression. Reincarnation is not unheard of in this world. Souls of the famous heroes are reborn now and then. There are various types of reincarnations as well. Some with only the special soul, some with their instincts and general memory, some come back and regain their entire memories over time by adulthood. I wasn't sure whose reincarnation you are and what kind. I couldn't trust you if you were, say, the reincarnation of a Christian hero. Arya, however, trusted you. She was very adamant about protecting you, so I decided to observe. If there were indications that you intended to harm any one of the two, I would have found a way for you to have an accident as well. I would have thrown you to Rizavim the first moment I could. Even if I hide my trait from everyone, I have more than one way to expose you. It was not needed, thankfully. I saw that you were genuinely protective of Arya and Vienna as well. Then you became close to Gretel and tried to help her. Although your general unawareness about many things makes me think that you only have a very basic knowledge of the world with some of your instincts. It is not a perfect reincarnation. That said, you can understand why I was wary of you. I watched the men while things kept falling in place one by one. Why Arya had rejected every time. Why she refused to leave him. There were never any fights between them. The pain in her eyes was not about her bruises, but that she was forced to hide everything. She knew that she was going to die anyway. She didn't know that I could remove the kill switch from her soul. There was no chance for her according to her. I know I had hidden about my powers from her and I didn't have any right to question anything, but still a traitorous part of my head was screaming just one thing repeatedly. She could have told me. I whispered very slowly to myself. Razvan however heard this and replied, "Do you really think Arya is the type of person who would burden a 9-year-old child that she considers her own with something like this? Put yourself in her place and tell me if you would do that. No matter how strong you are or how talented you are, would a mother really willingly put her prepubescent child in danger, especially in such a case? You were too busy thinking about yourself that you never considered her point of view. It was already killing her to pretend and hide things from you, and yet she kept it all inside so that you don't do anything reckless and get hurt. Also, would she really leave Vienna?" My hands clenched tighter, because I knew that she wouldn't. I wouldn't. "You say that you didn't talk to me because you didn't trust me, but why didn't you talk to her?" "I was worried that you would read her mind. I couldn't risk others finding out." He nodded his head, a wise decision. "Too bad you snapped at the wrong time." My head almost whipped in his direction. "The day you had the argument and little outburst with Arya, did you check your surroundings continuously?" I recalled it. I hadn't. I was too upset to check. My mind was immediately flooded with several dangerous possibilities. "Your outburst was felt by a servant outside the room, and while he didn't find out the topic discussed, this was reported to Ryzovim. I was called and asked to bring Arya later so that he could have a talk with her. We were very near the time for Vienna and you to escape and thus couldn't afford to make any mistakes. She didn't want to take any chances, so Arya committed suicide. I pretended that it was me. The normal plan was to send Vienna, you and Gretel, to a friend of mine. He would have kept you safe from the devils and given you 3 asylum in his own faction if Arya somehow died. That however was delayed because you would have attacked me if I had tried to talk to you any sooner." My mind was blank right now. His words were being heard, but I was not sure I was processing everything though. Who was the servant?" He stopped for a moment and then answered, "It was the one you burned that day. Not even his soul was left, so I can't resurrect him back to life anymore to interrogate or even torture." I pulled out of my thoughts and asked the next question. "What changed? Why now? If I am not wrong, then someone among the people here is going to try to assassinate Vienna during an attack here. They are planning to sic you on the current government by claiming that they were behind the attack. I couldn't take this risk, so I rushed my plans forward." My conquerors threatened to burst out as my eyes became colder. "Do you have a name?" He unfortunately shook his head. "No. I only got the gist of the plan. It was decided among Euclid, Ryzovim, Shalba, and Kruzari. They didn't invite Kateria for this because of your previously close relationship though." I didn't say anything. My mind running at full power to process everything. The trait which I received from Razvan was telling me that it was true. My observation hockey was telling me that it was true. Even my essence was telling me that it was true. This utter bastard whom I had zealously hated for all these years was actually the one trying to protect everyone while I was the one who fucked up and caused Arya's death. I rested my face in my palms while rubbing my forehead. "What is your plan? Who is this friend of yours?" I asked in a low voice. "I will obviously stay in the bases that my people have prepared, but it still doesn't hurt to hear his plan. The Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel." He spoke just as softly. I looked up incredulously from between my palms. "Yes. I know it seems very strange, but I have been in contact with Azazel for over 400 years since I had saved his life once. It was a chance to pull one over Ryzovim and stop a second great war from starting. We have stayed in touch after it, although barely. I again reached out to him a few years after Vienna was born. She was detected to have a Longinus-class sacred gear. Azazel is known to collect and study sacred gear users. Her having a sacred gear would give him an excuse to shelter her despite any protests under the guise of studying the Longinus. I would have pretended to attack you all and chase you to the boundaries of the fallen angel territories where he would have saved you and taken you in. It would have convinced Vienna and Gretel and you could have managed the rest." He went on babbling while I was thinking about something else. It all started to make sense now. How could a 7-year-old Valley escape from this hellhole all by himself and be miraculously found by Azazel? Sure, it could have been luck, but then again there were several incidents just like this all over the world for all of this to be a coincidence. No way could a normal servant have taken Valley away. Azazel being connected to Razvan made sense. Also after that there was no real mention of Razvan Lucifer, most probably because Razvan had died. I pushed it to the back of my mind to ask something else for now. Azazel would keep Vienna, sure. But what about Gretel and me? We don't have sacred gears, and I don't think the fallen angels would welcome a Satan-class Lucifer Asmodeus spawn with open arms. He shook his head. Unlike what you would believe, some fallen angels have a close relationship with devils. The Vice-Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Shemhazai, is in a relationship with a devil in secret. There are many such cases. If anything, quite a few of the fallen angels would want someone as strong as you and Gretel on their side. That said, I have already prepared for such an event. It is why this plan took this long. I had to find the last pieces for it to complete. Arya was adamant about not leaving the two of you behind, and you would have caused too much trouble if I had tried to forcibly take Vienna away from you. He opened a hole in space and brought out two bright orbs from inside it. These two are for you and Gretel. I looked at the orbs with an open mouth. I knew what it was. I was collecting these for a while. Which ones are these? Innovate Clear and a Vritra-type Sacred Gear, delete field. I have already sent 2 more Vritra-type Sacred Gears to Azazel as a payment to take the 2 of you in. Innovate Clear. What the fuck? How? Where did you even find this? This was one of the things I had been searching non-stop for a while, and no methods I had thought of or we had used could get to it. How did he even? It was a lucky hit. I borrowed the Sacred Gear extractor from Azazel and extracted these. Unfortunately, Sacred Gears, while very strong for the rest of the world, are almost useless against Rizavim. Although it's not that I would get a chance to use it anyways. Don't be foolish and try to fight him with a Sacred Gear. I have sent previous wielders of Longinus towards him and hope to know of this fact. I know. I know that already. Still, Innovate Clear. I had been hunting for the Sephiroth Graal for a long time, and even more so since Arya was marked, but the previous wielder had actually died recently, and that meant it would probably be reborn in a newborn. That was the only Sacred Gear I could think that could be used to free me. But it seems that I was out of luck. The previous wielders have often tried to kill the spawn of the devil when I contacted them. They were all killed by me without any exception. Azazel had recently invented the extractor, and I was looking forward to finding out the wielder of this generation, but I am out of luck. Arya is no more. Vienna will be safer without me around her, and I am too tired. I couldn't help but whisper out. I can remove the mark. H's eyes widened a bit before a bitter smile came over his face, which was followed by a self-depreciating, quiet laugh. I can still save you if you want. He shook his head. No. The fallen angels would not accept me. It would indicate them siding with the old Satan faction. My face is too well known. They wouldn't have taken Arya in either. If Azazel was taking a child, he had to show that they would not be influenced by any adult. Arya and I were out. They wouldn't trust an adult with prior connections with the old Satan faction. Moreover, Arya's position as my wife would have led to severe political repercussions. The Fallens would have blamed her to be a spy, while the old Satan faction would have blamed the Fallen to seduce the wife of a Lucifer. Trust me, I had already thought of all the possibilities. I tried to open my mouth and was stopped. I have assigned Azazel as the guardian of Vienna. As for you and Gretel, I had documents snuck in and signed which would indicate you being disowned from the house of Lucifer and Gretel as the head of the Lucifuge. It was before her mother had died. They have no legal claim over you all. It is also a reason that I have to die. They will never let me off when this is discovered. I have places where you can hide. I countered. He has been helping us for all this time, bearing all this by himself. His experience and strength would help me a lot. He, however, shook his head. It wouldn't. It would only give people more reasons to target you, using me as an excuse. If you have a place to hide, then you should hide there. Train and become strong. With the tools and potential you 3 have, you can all become super devils for sure. At such a time, any faction would think twice before attacking you, well, except the Hindu pantheon. I have no more patience nor mental fortitude to take it any longer. 600 years of servitude is more than enough. But what about Vienna? You can live with her. You can be a parent. I will even bring back Arya as soon as I can. There are ways to bring back the dead after all. His eyes fluctuated for a moment before he closed them. No. It wouldn't work. Why? I asked, getting a little angry now. Vienna should never find out the truth. He looked up at me and said very seriously. I should always remain a villain in front of her. Why do all this? There is no need. There is. Vienna has the divine dividing sacred gear. If she finds this out, there is a high chance that she will snap. Juggernaut drive is not something I want my daughter to experience, much less an uncontrollable one. Dragon-type sacred gears are extremely dangerous to their hosts. I cannot and will not take the risk. If you want Arya to be revived, do it after all 3 of you are strong enough. Make your place in this world. If you want anything from me, I can support you, even my life, but I will not place my daughter in any danger. We both stared at each other for a few moments, and although I understood it, it was still hard not to hate this bastard, just slightly. So what will you do now? I asked, keeping this conversation in the back of my head. I will resurrect this asshat whenever I want, along with Arya. As soon as I am strong enough. He does plan anything for me. I will most likely be killed soon enough as soon as they discover everything. I will keep in hiding for a while and then kill as many as I can before I am killed. You all however need to run. I will remove your kill switch. I couldn't bind him because he was far stronger than me, but using broker was good enough. I brought out 2 contracts. One was for not betraying me. The other was for transferring the kill switch to the ones who sign it. I thought of something and brought out a third one. This was a modified suicide contract which would send all the abilities and power back to the contract if the one who signs it dies. I can then transfer that power to someone at a later date. Read these. You will know what you have to do. I said, and he was already onto the contracts. After reading the first one, he looked towards me. I can see why Kateria was so afraid of you now. There must be some conditions to this power as well. If I had to guess, then the one signing it must be aware of the terms of the contract and willingly sign it, or I can see you slipping one of these in every office of the old Satan faction. I nodded my head. This fucker is a genius. He already figured out a vital part of the contract. It is still a fearful power. Anyways, change the first contract to, I will not betray you as long as you don't betray or harm Vienna. I don't want to trade myself from one master to another, especially one who can even control my mind. I added the changes along with a penalty and removed the mind control effect. He nodded and read the other document. The second one had him open his mouth in astonishment, but it was the last one which totally blew his mind. Just what kind of a monster have they made? He all but whispered. The kind that shouldn't be messed with. If this works, I want you to give all this power to Vienna. He replied stoically. She is not strong enough to assimilate all this power. That said, I promise that I will give all your powers along with the Lucifer trait that I have gained from you to her as soon as she can handle it. Make another contract. I shook my head at the men. This bastard trusts me with his daughter but not with the power. Don't mind me. Power makes people blind. I want you to make a contract that you will not betray Vienna and give my powers to her when she is capable of handling it. I have left enough leeway in the contract as a show of trust towards you. I have lived too long in a place with no trust. This is already more than I could afford to. Is this the result of living in a place where one couldn't trust anyone? Would I have turned out like this too? I modified the contracts while he added his comments and signed when the two of us were completely satisfied with it. I passed back his trait to him. I had already seen it work and personally experienced it as well. The Archmage has already made an outline of this magic. He passed me the time and meeting place with Azazel. Wait till the 15th of this month. You will hear about the news of an attack on this place. If you want to attack someone, do it after that. His eyes widened and he spoke, or rather scolded me. I have already sent Vienna away with Gretel the moment you revealed your power. They will stay there. I will arrange a way to cover for them, but I want to leave a nice surprise for Rise of him, one that will keep him indisposed for a long time if possible. Don't worry about it. I will talk to Azazel myself. But before going there I am going to personally tear apart the one who wanted to kill Vienna. Don't let your personal emotions cloud your judgment. There is still risk. You can get killed in the attack. No chance. After all, why would my own people kill me? I smiled this time. This bastard was pulling one nuke after another on me. It is just so satisfying to make the last hit myself. His eyes widened comically, almost threatening to pop out, and then he burst out into a laugh. A laugh that contained joy, humor, pain, satisfaction, and even a bit of hope, but the most prominent emotion no doubt was his vengeance. I saw tears in the corner of his eyes. Ha 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 ha, yes. This is the best. Turns out that Lucifer was right after all. This is the best result I could have asked for. He laughed a little more and then left the place in a flash of magic circle. I sat back down on my own seat. In front of me was a letter. A letter from Arya. I took a deep breath and opened it. That night there would be a dreaded quiet on the outside while a storm of emotions raged inside my mind. _embarrassed face _ Chapter 9, Breaking Free. Damien. I woke up the next morning upon hearing Gretel's voice in my mind through our connection. Arya's letter was too much for me, and inside the barriers I let all my emotions out, crying all of last night. Master, are you all right? Please answer. Gretel's voice sounded once more. I am fine, Gretel. You can return back. It is safe now. I need you in Vienna beside me. Yes, master. The reply was instant, and within a minute I felt the barriers in the place being pierced by a teleportation. Observation hockey confirmed the identity of the arrivals. I got up and left the room to go back to my room. I hadn't realized it, but I had fallen asleep in the meeting room after Raze Van Hand left last night. Gretel's emotions were on her face and Vienna looked like she would shrink into a ball all of a sudden, and that hurt. I can just imagine how much it would have hurt Arya when she saw Vienna being this scared or crying over her. Lying to her children and then even dying for them. How much would it have hurt for Razvan, who would have been known and remembered as a villain by the person he loved and valued the most in the entire world even after his death? I don't know how much this world is similar to what I know, but what I do know is that it has changed since I came here. Razvan and Arya were barely mentioned in the story I read. An abusive father who killed his wife. I clenched my fingers tightly. I went through many emotions last night. I wouldn't say that I was not angry. Someone played me. There was anger. I was angry even with Arya, but after objectively thinking things through though, I realized that their actions were perfectly reasonable. Hell, I would have done something similar in their situation. Their ultimate goal was for Vienna to live safely, and from what I know they would have succeeded even without me. If anything, it was my arrival that might have made things worse. It did give Arya 3 more years with Vienna than was supposed to happen, but still. And the worst part is that I need to keep this burden to myself. Looking at Vi's face, her small hands clutching at Gretel's skirt, I couldn't stop myself and went ahead and hugged her. She returned the hug and her tiny hands gripped me with so much force as if she was afraid of letting me go, as if I would disappear if she did. I brought Gretel into our hug as well. This right now is my family. Don't worry. It's fine now. I am here. I reassured the young girl who was holding me for dear life as I repeatedly caressed her hair. It took me a couple of hours to coax them. Scene change. Razvan's ability was experienced by me and I used Archmage to make a copy of it. It was much faster because the experience was direct instead of just looking or learning the said power. It was both a blessing and a curse. I could see why Razvan, who was born with this power, was so reluctant in trusting someone. There is almost nothing that can hide under this ability. Obviously Vienna is still young and Gretel is connected to me and won't even try to hide from me, but still if I don't turn this ability off, there is a high chance that I would lose my trust in the world. The servants, the people around me in general, all say one thing and have something else entirely in their hearts. It is honestly disgusting. This ability is much more precise than observation hockey. 2 weeks left till the attack. I am looking for the people who are here to protect this place and the people who are here to plot against me. The main person here is the one who is sent to assassinate Vi. We don't allow anyone to come near her at any time, so the chances of them being a mid or low-class devil is near to none. The only way they could harm her is by poisoning, and even if the mad doctor essence I have shared with her is nerfed, it is strong enough to take care of such poisons. That leaves high-class and ultimate-class ones. The high-class ones wouldn't be able to touch her normally if they don't gang up on her, and with Gretel being beside her all the time, even that is somehow doubtable. That leaves the ultimate-class devils by the method of elimination. The 2 who are sent with me. Paimon and Bune. A slight conversation with Paimon revealed that he was a bootlicker of Rizavim of the highest order. He is the kind of selfish person who would sell anything of his just to rise up higher in the social ladder. Ophelia, despite being looked at like the old Satan faction remnant, still brought her house to be one of the strongest ones economically speaking in the entire underworld, all on her own. And this bastard is ready to waste all of that just to stand on the top. I can see why Ophelia hates him so much. My lord, we have found a person matching the description of the one you asked for. My thoughts were interrupted by Ophelia's message. Oh. In the Fornius territory, there is a hospital where a girl named Ingvild, no last name, was found with devil's sleeping sickness. She has been there for the last 100 years. I did not dig deeper so as to avoid detection, but the one who found the information said that she was being guarded by a pair of high-class devils at all times, while the hospital itself had an ultimate-class devil in charge of the whole place. Finally. Someone I had been looking for a long time. Good job. Make sure not to lose sight of her. I will be arriving there soon. Yes, my lord. Ophelia. I have received information that someone here is planning to assassinate Vienna. The major suspects are Gregory Bune and my father. Yes. I assume they will try to throw that on the heads of the attacking forces or the current government to get you against them. She got it in one go too. Yes. I will leave whatever you do to him to you, my lord. There is a high chance that he will be killed no matter whether he completes or fails this mission, to cover up the loose ends. I suggest taking away his powers before killing him. Her voice was completely emotionless and I couldn't see her directly to know what she was feeling through observation hockey either. Ophelia. I am fine, my lord. I had truly hoped that he would change. He didn't, not in the last 400 years. There is no chance for him to change now. Even if there was, it's too late now. I have a family to protect. I don't want him to ruin everything we have here. Okay. Would you like me to pass his powers to you or your brother? I leave it to you, my lord. In that case I will send the contract after taking his power away. However, in the off chance that he is not the one behind the assassination, There is a high chance that he will still be killed one way or the other. If possible, I would like to meet him in the last moments. All right. With that said, she cut off the communication. I looked towards the training room. Vienna was training with Gretel. I had already told both of them about the assassination order for Vienna, and Gretel hasn't left her side since then. I would pity anyone trying to fight Gretel when she is in this mood. She starts off with her space attacks instead of the usual ice ones. I need to find an opportunity for them to leave this place without being noticed. If Vienna suddenly disappears, then the one targeting her would easily know and inform this back. A shadow clone transformed into someone else with illusion magic can help me out with this. I don't want any unnecessary risks. I just need to find a suitable opportunity to sneak Vienna out. She can't be put in any danger. She is barely high mid-class devil strength right now, without her sacred gear. Gretel is a solid mid-ultimate class devil, and with her insane control in space magic, she can easily fight a high ultimate class equally. I wouldn't have called them back at all, but their absence would have raised questions, and even if I diverted everyone with transformed shadow clones, Vienna and Gretel would have been worried sick and would have done something stupid in their anxiety. Thus I can only delay. The last encounter with Razvan has been making me quite iffy about any hidden dangers. Honestly, if it wasn't because of the random Lucifer trait coming out, I don't think I would have been caught. A clemency that I use simply makes my mind blank for others to see or feel nothing. It doesn't show any emotion at all. A normal empath might not succeed, but Razvan is someone who is born with a gift to break through such defenses. That said, his theory was also correct. If I make my mind blank, that means I am trying to hide something. A mind is almost never blank in a normal situation. The trick of false memories can be used, but I don't know the exact method. It is all theoretical, and I would need to spend a lot of time to grind it into something more solid. Anyways, I thought about the sacred gears that I received from Razvan. Innovate clear. I wonder what I can do with this and tell us karma. Razvan's trait, however, did easily provide me with something that I had been missing for a while. The way to hide my energy. The last step to my illusion spell. I am starting to incorporate that into my illusion, but it will need a lot of work. I am not as proficient as Razvan in using the trait. I can only train in earnest after getting out of here. Is there something wrong, Master? I heard Gretel's voice from beside me. Nothing for now. I am wondering when we should evacuate. I still need to do something. You stay with Vienna and retreat when I tell you to. I will be fine. Just don't come back until I tell you to. Master. Please take care of Vienna, Gretel. I can only trust you with her. I still have something to do here. I looked into her eyes and said once more. As long as you are by Vienna's side, I will be able to concentrate on the work here, please. She looked extremely reluctant. Her emotions were practically screaming at her, but her loyalty towards me drove her. Sensing her emotion, I brought her into a hug, and soon we were jumped by the small gremlin in the room. Scene change. I used an illusion on myself to look different from my normal self. Ophelia had already arranged for someone to pick me up and take me to Ingvild's room. This time, however, the wielder of Dimension Lost followed me. The Fornius Territories hospitals are quite prosperous. I have heard that they are linked with the Citri, as both have similar house traits. My guide, Desmond Valentine, spoke. He is Cleria's knight piece. A knight of the medieval age who was resurrected by Cleria after he was stabbed by his companions. Politics was a bitch even back then. Cleria had warned him beforehand, which was highly unusual but at the same time a very smart move on Cleria's part, but he had refused to believe in the words of a devil. Well, he did pay for it. Cleria was summoned by him at the verge of death when he had used his own blood to draw the circle and summon her. The condition had been to avenge himself of the traitor, and he would serve her forever loyally. She took it. Desmond slaughtered everyone. He has been following Cleria since then. His wife had died in the plot back then, and he never took another lover or wife. A model knight from the stories. I have heard that, but on the other hand, the rumors about the current members of the Fornius are also quite prevalent. They are quite bully. It is mainly the younger ones and the branch members. The actual Lord Fornius is actually a very principled man. I have had the opportunity to accompany Lady Cleria and Lord Diehauser to some events and talk to the person. He is a man with a knightly spirit. A knightly spirit, So he is still loyal to the original Satan houses because of his knightly spirit. That is the case. Arnak Fornius has been one of the commanders in the Great War and was especially promoted to the rank by Satan Leviathan. He was chosen over many of the original 72 Pillar Devils for this position, and that was a very high-class honor during the Great War. He has been loyal to the House of Leviathan since then. The house, however, does not share his views. They are all in the old Satan faction for power. This world was so much bigger and everyone had a connection with each other. While the three factions were at each other's necks all the time, if a foreign power tried to attack, they fend off the force together. The old Satan faction are people who don't give a fuck about this balance, and that is why there is a high chance of the angels and the fallen attacking them together with the current government. The current government, while poaching others from different factions, try to maintain a semblance of peace. As we were talking, the person with the dimension lost took the lead and covered us in the fog. This place is a whole other dimension, kinda like Abitos but much more versatile. We walked in towards the hospital room Ingvild was kept in. I don't have another binder slot right now, so I choose to take her with me instead. She was simply replaced by a disguised clone which will dispel after a while. By then she will be far away. The equipment has already been prepared by Ophelia. Everything is ready and is only waiting for Ingvild to reach there. I put an illusion on the 2 guards outside, which were almost half-step ultimate class. The security was also settled. Ingvild's value can be seen just from this. She has high Satan class demonic power despite being inactive for the last 100 years. If she had trained, who knows what level she would have attained. This was also considering that she has the Sea Serpent of the End, and Nereid Kyrie subspecies. Her potential is no less than Vienna, and I am not going to let it go to waste at all. My lord, shall I? The guards have been neutralized. Desmond signaled to the other member and he let the fog wrap around her. I picked her up in my arms and left a shadow clone in place. We were gone before anyone could find anything. The fog opened up in a place far away from the swampy Fornius territory. This place was a small town, not unlike a town from the west. The buildings were wooden and the place was full of people going about their day-to-day lives. The only difference was that these people had different appearances from a human. Some had reddish skin while some had blue horns, some had scales in their arms while some had blackish cornea. These were all devils. To see the normal devils from a close distance was a relatively new experience for me. I haven't been allowed out in the underworld and the people around me were at the very minimum, high-class devils in general. We have to remember that the 72 pillared devils are actually a minority. Even if all of them are collected together, they won't even form 1,000 in total. It is on the lower side, to be precise, a few hundreds. When it was said that the devils had lost a large part of their population and that high-class devils were endangered, it was not a joke at all. These devils are what nobles would be to normal humans. So it is reasonable that if there are nobles, there will be peasants. That much is obvious. A noble only takes care of the administration and security of the territory. The whole territory is still mostly consisting of these common low and mid-class devils. It kinda makes me wonder just how Lucifer and Lilith did this. They created an entire fucking race. That is absolutely a chief god level power. Anything lower than that is impossible. It is completely a mystery how Lucifer, who was as strong as a low-class god at best, could do something like this. Even if we attribute his fighting against his father to his power of denial of the divine, it is still absolutely confusing how just these two could do it. I do have some theories though. The most sound one is that it was due to the fruits of Eden. It is always women and fruits. Kagaya. Lilith eating them might have changed something in her. She would have eaten some considering she knew and even hid some of them, so it is not unreasonable to think that she didn't eat even one. The fruits of the Garden of Eden have a lot of power. I haven't heard the slightest news about them and neither about Lilith. I am not even trying to find her using other people because I know that she is probably hidden away somewhere by Rizavim. If I try to find her directly, there is a high chance that Rizavim will catch on and I don't want to leave any kind of trail that may point to me. After I am free, it is all fair game though. Anyways, these low-class devils still have 10,000 years of lifespan on average. The ability to train themselves to the highest degree and reach Satan class. Yes, each one of the low-class devils has that potential. The only difference is that while the ones from high-class devil households become stronger even if they do practically nothing, and still reach a level of peak high-class devil while the Satan clans reach Satan class just by lazing around, these people have to bust their muscles for every bit of power gain. The rate is also slower than any of the people with high-class families. These people will take around 100 years of hard work normally to become a Satan class, and it's Serorg level hard work. Not to mention the expensive food and resources to go with it too. These people can't afford it at all. This is also a reason why these people have so few strong devils coming from within their ranks. Lucifer and the original Satans carried out dealings in souls which would have easily increased the powers of these devils at a fast pace, but that was no longer allowed. A normal soul would pay around the same as 10,000 deals. This was also considering that the deals are of decent value too. This made the speed of growth of devils very slow. This combined with the innate laziness and sense of superiority of devils, especially those who are especially gifted with stronger bloodlines, like the old Satan faction, they stagnated their growth even more, while the few like Seraphal and the others who trained became much stronger than the original Satan's descendants. Surzex and Ajuka are an exception to this rule, as even without training they would have been at least twice as strong as a peak Satan, if not 10 times by my estimate. This however doesn't discount the potential of these low-class devils who were never mentioned in the books. Anyways, redirecting my thoughts back to what I came here for. This place is also a base made by Ophelia. We walked to a rundown shop in town and Desmond talked softly to the shopkeeper who then directed us to the back of the shop. The back of the shop had a room with a trapdoor under the carpet hidden with magic. Normally opening such a door would show someone a wine cellar, but if the right code and a certain magic circle is used, the door becomes a passage, or to be more precise, a lift. This is pretty cool. If I remember correctly, such a thing is also used in the stations which brings travelers from the human world, right? Yes, master. This one however has codes instead of pass cards. These codes are directly passed by Milady when she wants someone here. The reinforcements of the wards are done by Lady Helena using the Dantalian wards, and thus no one can teleport here except the ones registered by her. Even I haven't been allowed this privilege, and only your direct subordinates will have this power. I have been instructed to lead you to Lady Helena, who will register your magic here so that you can teleport here directly. You can then allow anyone inside. This was also the reason why we had to take this meandering route instead of directly teleporting. I nodded my head while the lift brought us hundreds of meters underground until I felt a shift in space. A new dimension. Yes, master. Wow. Ophelia really went all out. I guess this was also the place that Helena worked the most to make. It is understandable that space magic was used so blatantly with the Dantalians' powers over space. I haven't seen Ophelia's ability, but even when she is not as strong as Gretel, her control and understanding of her clan trait is phenomenal. It is easily deserving of her title of the smartest woman in the underworld. The new dimension is like a town itself. The size is not too big, but it is enough for a middle-sized town to easily exist here. The place has a construction team working even now as they rapidly make buildings everywhere. The main area has already been constructed. It consists of the main residential area, hospital, labs, training areas as well as prisons. The other areas will be for the people who will work here. We walk towards the hospital while Desmond explains everything to me. The dimension lost user carrying vial behind us. The ones at the gate of the hospital were Ophelia and Helena. Master, the two greeted. I nodded back to them. Is the room ready? Yes, master. Please follow us. Ophelia led the way and Helena walked beside me while Desmond and the last devil followed carrying vial. Would you like me to register your magic in the barrier, master? Please do. I will send Gretel and Vienna to this place later. Make sure that they are received and registered as well. The time is near. Yes, master. By the way, has everyone else been registered? Yes, master. There are 4 bases of this capacity in the underworld at different places. It is being managed by Lady Ophelia, Miss Victoria, Lady Cleria, and Lady Alicia. I am unable to leave my home for long periods of time and thus cannot manage the base. I apologize for that. Don't. You have already done more than I could ask for. Even teaching Gretel over the connection. This is already beyond anything I was hoping for at this point. I have seen the barriers and you have done a remarkable job here. After the attack is over, the barriers will be reinforced using the dimension lost. You should spend more time with your family. Being absent for long periods might make someone notice your absence. That would be more problematic. It won't really matter, master. I have always taken long time alone during important research. My family is used to it and my elder brother Lord Dantalian is someone who supports me in my pursuits. He won't be angry with it, she assured me with a smile, and her feelings clearly showed her love for her family. It seems that the Dantalian house is quite close to each other. At least the main house is. In that case I won't insist, but do take care of yourself. Thank you, master. To answer your previous question. Everyone directly marked by you has been registered to the barrier. The only ones allowed inside here are the ones who have signed the contract, so there are no chances of them disclosing anything. As for the raw materials, they have been obtained by the various business ventures of Lady Alicia and Lady Ophelia throughout the world under different names. The collection of materials can never be tracked back to our group at all. We even made sure to take materials from the stocks of the construction companies under us throughout the world just in case. The data was erased after the transfer. Very well. What is the status of the experiments and subject collection I had asked for? The collection of criminals of different races has progressed quite well. The research on the sleeping disease, however, is not something positive. We haven't been able to find anything about it. We already have 32 subjects, but there has been no progress. Ingvild here is also suffering from the same disease. She, however, will wake up in around 8 to 10 years due to her sacred gears awakening. It might also be due to her demonic power growing. You are allowed to observe her, but do not do any experiments on her. Only observing. If that can help your research further, it's good. If not, then no problem either. I will be taking the matter in my own hands after I arrive. As for Ingvild, she will be cured by me when I mark her in a year. A sacred gears awakening can cure the sleeping sickness. No, that can't be the reason. Maybe the amount of energy released gives the body a kickstart of sorts. It might also be something connected with souls. The sacred gears are attached to the soul. Their awakening can affect the soul of the people as well. That might have some effect on the disease as well. On second thought, this idea is much more probable. All this time, all the research that I have heard about was general medicines and no one focused on the spiritual level at all. This side of the theory was never explored and might just have the answer. Helena thought for a while and then answered. It's not that it was not proposed, but the souls of devils hold many secrets of the house they belong to, and permission to study that aspect never passed. The major dissenters of this approach were the Great King faction, and the Satans couldn't take any steps and earn their ire for a bunch of sick people. It was never carried out and the idea was dropped soon after. The Great King faction, as expected. Yes. I remember the argument. Ajuka Beelzebub wanted to continue the research but was heavily opposed. Even Zekrom himself appeared and stated his opinion against the bill. It caused quite a lot of ruckus, but ultimately not many of the stronger houses had sick members and thus no one really cared, leading to the bill to be dropped. Ophelia explained from the side. Continue the research on the soul. Also try to recreate the drug itself. I want to see how the Great King dances when his own behind is on fire. Master, I am just preparing for eventualities. Even if we want to live in peace, the greatest hurdle will be the Great King faction and Zekrom. The Satans can be managed. I have more than one way of handling that. I just want a way to curb the arrogance of the Great King faction without any kind of threat to ourselves. Will you be researching the disease yourself, Master? Helena asked, intrigued. I had given her the nerfed Mad Doctor and she knew that I had a stronger version of the power. She had progressed extremely fast since gaining the skill. I will. Medicine and drug research will be a major source of our future development. There are only so many stray devils for us to steal powers from. A super devil has 250 times the demonic power of that of a low ultimate class devil. Where do you think we will find so many ultimate class or high class devils to make a super devil? The only way is training and research. Training will still be a slower method. I know for sure that within a decade, Gretel, Vienna, and I can reach the level of a super devil even without any extra power from others. The same cannot be said for my other direct subordinates. I saw the stunned looks on the other people who were staring at me completely gobsmacked. What? Surprised? I did remove all your limits after all. As long as you continue training, you will continue to grow. No limits at the peak Satan class. Not even 10 times Satan class will be a limit. That said, this accumulation can take a lot of time. I don't want my subordinates to die for me, I want them to live for me, and that takes strength. All this is only preparation for that. The stunned girls slowly gained their bearings back and Helena asked, almost stammering, Master, our limits are removed. How? I mean, we haven't felt anything different since. I have my ways. Anyways, back to the topic. The research will focus on enhancement drugs and various other medicines to both heal and increase the power of our people. The group didn't question any further. Heal? Is it like the healing of the Phoenix tears maybe? It can be similar, it can be different. I won't say no to that either. I want medicine that can be prepared without relying on any one house so that it cannot be used as the political capital of a single house and freely used for our people. I do have some ideas. We will continue the research further when I am here. The next part will be the research on poisons and disease-causing viruses which can affect other species as well as the devils. Diseases. Biological weapons. Yes. The atmosphere quieted down a lot after this reveal. It is the most secure way to carry out assassinations. I don't want anyone to spread a pandemic. Just something that can target someone and achieve a result. It will only be used when we have an antidote too. Normal poisons can lead to suspicion of murders, but diseases are generally considered as accidents. The Great King faction has been using the devil's sleeping sickness for quite a while. It's about time they got a taste of their own medicine. Ingvild was laid on the bed and all the instruments were connected to her. The doctor soon arrived when called by Ophelia. Our conversation was however shielded by Ophelia and thus no one could hear anything except those inside the barrier. While the doctors checked her, Helena took me to the place that controlled the barriers and registered my energy signature in it. With a few more discussions and further instructions on what to do regarding the attack on the Russia base in a week, I left. It is almost time. Scene change. I looked towards the empty room and counted inside my head. Today is finally the day. The day of the attack on the Russia base and the day of my first show. Gretel has already sent Vienna to Ophelia and she will be staying there. The tracker on Gretel and my marks had been transferred over to a couple of butlers who were sent to spy on us. And that's when it happened. I sensed the shift in Dimension. Dimension Lost was at work. Gretel sensed it too. She was more sensitive than even me to the changes in space. Master. I know. I made a shadow clone and put an illusion on it, making it look like Vienna. You will stay here, Gretel. In case someone asks, you will say that you are trying to break the barrier to call for reinforcements. Just in case, put a barrier around the base. Keep Vienna by your side. As for the rest, you already know it. Yes, master. Sure enough, the other devils sensed the change and sirens and alarms went off at the same moment throughout the entire base. A knock was heard on my door. Young lord. We have been attacked. The maid's voice cried out. I gave a slight hug to Gretel and went ahead. The maid outside was pale white from the fear. I simply walked towards the main gathering area while instructing the people. Call for Lord Bune and Lord Paimon as well as the rest of the staff in the gathering area. Be there in 10 minutes. I will put a barrier up till then. The servants ran as soon as the command was finished. My lord, when do we attack? I heard Cleria's voice on the other end. Hold it for a while. I am putting a barrier up. Make a show but do not break it. Very well, my lord. I reached the main gathering area and in front of me there were around 2,000 devils of ultimate class and below, all gathered there in lines. The high-class devils occupying the front and the mid-class the back with both Gregory Bune and Lord Paimon taking the lead. Young lord, there is an enemy attack. Gregory rushed up to me as soon as I arrived. I know. Did you get the numbers? He nodded back and began the report. There are around 8 ultimate class devils and over 200 high-class devils and around 1,000 mid-class. The main problem, however, are the sacred gear users. There are monsters occupying the front lines. These monsters, according to some of the researchers, are the products of the Longinus, Annihilation Maker. In addition to it, we are also locked inside this alternate space by what we presume to be another one of the top-class Longinus dimension lost. We have no idea if the enemy has any more sacred gear users or Longinus, but these two alone put us at a back foot. Until we can find and take out the user of the Annihilation Maker, we will be facing an endless attack of monsters, and this task in itself is near impossible with the arrival of Dimension Lost. He was sweating buckets of sweat. I guess the last-minute plan to use Annihilation Maker really got the ball rolling and made the entire situation worse for the defending party. I have asked Gretel to put up a barrier and I myself have put one up to hold them back for the time being. I will be facing the enemy ultimate class directly while Gretel will take care of the barrier. You will follow me while Lord Paimon will try to manage the base and take out any rebels that may emerge within. Rebels, young lord. I looked back at the men with a deadpan. We are being attacked by devils and I can recognize some of them as former old Satan faction people. Do you really think there is a chance of there being no spies among our ranks? They even prepared enough ultimate class devils to fight us and even 2 Longinus to hold us back and keep us locked in. It is already evident that they have a mole among us. Can you guarantee that they won't attack or start a rebellion inside when we are out there fighting? With each word I spoke, he began sweating more and more, but I felt a twinge of happiness within as well. So he is the assassin. Pay attention. Let me talk to the people. He nodded and went back. I walked up to the stage and looked at the gathered crowd. The crowd looked a mess and were extremely agitated, not paying attention to me. Well, time to grab their attention. A burst of conqueror's hockey ran through the entire place. It was strong enough for people to go weak in their knees but not to lose consciousness. It, however, was good enough to grab the attention of the crowd. The crowd quieted down in an instant. Gregory took this opportunity to rush forward and shout, "The young lord will speak to everyone. Be quiet and pay attention." Turning back towards me, he continued, "Young lord, please." I walked to the front and the crowd clapped and bowed. I hope this speech works as well as it did for the one I am copying. Taking a deep breath, I started. My brothers, my sisters, my friends. The crowd quieted down as the bewitching voice trait worked in tandem with the charisma of the essence of the king. The gift of your applause is not for me, no. It is for yourselves. The audience listened quietly and I continued, "We are here today because we are craving, because the old ways serve us no longer. We came here today because we want something new, something different." At these words a wave of murmurs spread out in the audience. Even Gregory and Lord Paimon looked at me incredulously. It is said that we hate humans, reincarnated devils, the fallen, angels and the yokai. A wave of agreement was the reply. But I do not hate them. The agreement stopped. No, I do not. For I do not fight out of hatred. I see them as not lesser, but other. Not worthless, but of other value. Not disposable, but of a different disposition. Seeing the stunned and even some hostile looks on the faces of the crowd, I smiled, "What confused?" Gregory nodded back, "Young lord, what do you mean?" "Let me explain. But first, everyone here. Do answer a question for me. Who was the first reincarnated devil?" The crowd fell into silence and different replies came. Some said human, some said the servants of the fake Satans. It might be one of Ajuka Astaroth's servants maybe. Lord Paimon replied unsure. "Is it? It seems that your history is quite weak, Lord Paimon. Teacher, would you like to give it a try? I looked towards Gregory. Lord Paymon's expression bristled with anger but reined in very quickly while Bune looked contemplative but replied after thinking for a while. It might be some test subjects of the evil pieces. I shook my head. The truth here is so obvious and yet people have forgotten it so quickly. The answer to the question is, Lilith. Eyes widened. Lilith, a human created by the father of the angels made into devils by Lucifer. Yes, my friends, the mother of all devils was a human and is and always will be a reincarnated devil. The shocked expressions are obvious, but even with all these emotions, none of them could quite refute this statement. The Leviathan were made into a devil from a sea serpent. The Asmodeus from a demon, and the same was the case with Beelzebub, while Lucifer himself was an angel before becoming a devil. While all of them were strong, it is a fact that none of them were born devils. The crowd went up in a panic and I let them stew in the tension of the situation. I am not comparing the reincarnated humans or beasts to the Satans or Lilith. They have done too much for the underworld, for our entire race, for there to be any comparison. I have the blood of two of them flowing through my very being. No. What I am doing is trying to tell all of you that reincarnated devils are not abominations, not untouchables. They have their values. It is just that their value is different. And haven't we all seen this value already? Now even the two ultimate class devils looked confused. What exactly are you trying to say, young lord? Isn't it obvious, teacher? I am talking about the numbers. The current government relied on these increased numbers to completely make us run into hiding for hundreds of years. The reincarnated devils with sacred gears are always as strong as mid-class devils, and many of them easily become high-class devils. Even the two devils outside having the Longinus, do you think they are all unworthy, of no value? The murmurs spread again. I looked at them and smiled. Is it not proof enough that the army outside has us cornered inside our own base with numbers lower than ourselves, and yet we stand in this place, worrying about the battle, worrying about our very lives? Tell me, are they still unworthy, are they still of no value? There were no answers and my words continued. They were at the forefront of the rebel armies in the Civil War and now are the private troops of each high-class devil and above. Each one of them have 15 pieces worth of potential in front of them as a shield while we all lie bare. Ask yourselves in your hearts that if all the reincarnated devils under the current government attacked us today, will we be able to win? Will we be able to survive? The answer, my friends, is no. The morale went all low and their voices died down, while I smiled inwardly. But does that mean we will give up? Some people looked up. Anger, pride, all the emotions and sins of the devils bursting up in a smoldering flame just for me to fan with my words. No. If they think that they can crush us so easily, if they think they can force me to bow, then I will show them just how wrong they are. I, Damien Lucifer, refuse to bow. Will you? The anger burst out and shouts of denials filled the place. Today I will fight, and I will fight till the end. I sent out a burst of the Asmodeus blue flames until it surrounded the barrier cast by Gretel, completely making a firewall around the base. I cannot promise that everyone who fights with me will survive, but I do promise that those who side with me will win. I make this deal with you, join me, give me all your loyalty, have faith in me and follow me with your mind, body, heart and soul, and I promise you that today we will win. And when we do so, we will see a new tomorrow, the future of the devil race rewritten by us. Will you join me in this? And will you, my brothers, my sisters, my friends, make this deal with the devil? The crowd erupted. The charisma from the king's essence and bewitching voice, driving their shame, helplessness, and anger against their so-called enemy and ultimately to side with me. The cries of yes and the number of deals I made kept on increasing while with my observation hockey I observed the feelings of the people. The ones who accepted the deal instantly became completely subservient to me. Soon enough almost everyone in the crowd had done so. The only ones I didn't sense accepting the deal are Gregory and Paimon. I turned towards them and smiled. So Lord Paimon, teacher, will you be accepting my deal? The conquerors fluctuating around me. They had sweat covering their foreheads. Yes, young lord, I accept. Lord Paimon hurriedly replied. I will protect you with my life, young lord. Gregory didn't exactly accept. Too bad. I already have more than what I expected. Now I just have to catch the attacker and then the final part of the show. The death of Damien Lucifer. Cleria Belial. Cleria stood among the crowd of people cheering for the young lord. Everyone was singing praises and all falling deeply into the web of words spun by the 12-year-old kid whom they were all looking down on a few minutes ago. She was brought in by the young lord along with her entire peerage to assist inside and take down the enemies that were left over. They had to show a scene of a fight after all. Someone was trying to attack Vienna Lucifer. Cleria had already seen the retribution that Damien had brought over the entire old Satan faction after Aria's death. More than 3,000 devils died in the attacks till now and the number of forces under Cleria had only been bolstered after every raid. It was nothing like what happened today. This base would probably be the easiest capture yet. She didn't know if the one who was going to attack Vienna accepted the deal or not. Now, that would be funny. She walked towards the place she was told to while her peerage occupied their predetermined places as well. Vienna was already in Ophelia's care and today she was here to take care of two matters. First would be to disable anyone attacking the Vienna decoy and second to capture Lord Paimon. She took a last look at the crowd who now had a completely different feel from before and a deep fear formed inside her as she thanked her luck that the young lord had taken a much easier path when binding her. Damien Lucifer had changed. She had always known that he was capable of great cruelty as well as great love, but Aria's death had changed something fundamental. There are some incidents in life that shape a person's entire personality. For Damien, Aria Lucifer's death was one such incident. He has since then become much more decisive in his way of dealing with people. Before this he had dealt with Kateria in the same way, but he left her mind alone, and that too was just for her to know and regret her decision of trying to tame the devil. These people, however, were all old Satan faction and no mercy was shown to them. All had only two paths, either submit or perish. At such times she desperately wanted Damien to leave that place and live with her. Such a mentality is not good for a child. The only ones he keeps close to himself and really opens up to are Gretel and Vienna, and even the directly bound subordinates while close still cannot get Damien to truly open up. And even those two children needed help. Gretel would happily kill an entire country with a smile on her face if Damien ordered her to do so in Vienna. She was clinging to the one light she had in the world left for her. While understandable that after such a loss, he would avoid getting close to other people easily, it is still not good for his mentality. She believed that the childish innocence of Lavinia and Chiron or the mischievous Kuroka might get through his defenses and make him open up a bit more. She took her position in the room as she watched the clone of the young lord reading a book. In her heart she wondered who the attacker would be and what end he would meet. But one thing was for sure, the end won't be good for the attackers. Embarrassed face. Chapter 10, Breaking the Shackles. Damien. I watched as the crowd clamored behind me. My shadow clone is in the room with Gretel while Cleria is hiding and keeping watch. I have no idea how many people were bound just now, so a little drama was needed. I kept an eye on the gate and soon got the signal. So are you people ready to follow me to the battle? I raised my voice and a slight use of magic carried it off to the rest of the crowd. Yes. The crowd roared. Then, I turned back, my observation hockey spread, kneel. Almost 90% of the crowd kneeled as if their bodies were controlled by a remote while the clueless 10% remained standing. A blast of Conqueror's hockey stunned the ones standing, making all of them collapse suddenly. I turned back and looked at the crowd. Please arrest the ones who were standing. That they were standing only means that they didn't agree to the deal. There are only two ways for them from here on. One is to submit and two is to die. While 200 mid-class devils can be a large number, if they don't sign the contracts, I will have no choice but to kill them. There is a high chance that some of the people can easily leak information to the higher-ups of the old Satan faction, and that would be a pain to deal with. It didn't even take a full minute as 1800 versus 200 surprised and stunned people was not even a fight. I looked towards Desmond, who had entered the barrier earlier. Search the entire area and capture anyone who has escaped the search. Yes, master. I left the rest in the care of the other attacking forces as I walked towards the room where Cleria was guarding my shadow clone. This fight had truly been much better than I had expected in all my calculations. 90% of people being subdued by a single speech is not something I had expected. The best case scenario was 70%. In that case there would have been a decent resistance, assuming that any of them withstood my Conqueror's hockey. Well, it's good for me, I guess. Time to take care of the last problem. Clone POV. The door of the room opened and Gregory Bune entered the room. So it was him and not Lord Paimon. Ophelia is among the crowd. She seems to have already decided the fate of Lord Paimon in her mind. Gretel, the young lord needs your help outside. The enemy side has more ultimate class devils than us and two of them also have Longinus. I don't think the young lord can hold on all on his own. You are well versed in space magic and can be of much better help to the young lord against the dimension lost than someone like me. Support the young lord and leave the barrier to me. A reasonable statement, albeit a little exaggerated. A barely teenage devil, no matter how talented, holding against an ultimate class devil with one of the top level Longinus is impossible, let alone two at the same time. It can easily be seen that he either wants her to die or simply just send her away from this place quietly. Gretel turned towards me and bowed. Miss Vienna, please remain in the room. It is dangerous outside. I simply nodded my head, sticking to Vienna's quiet personality when she is with anyone except Gretel and me. She gave me one last look and left the room, leaving Gregory in the room with me. Gregory for his part didn't do anything first and waited for around 10 minutes while making sure that the area was isolated and then cast a small barrier around the room. He walked towards me and stood directly in front of me. I am sorry for this young miss, but this is for the future of our devil race. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, and it will push the young lord to regain the throne of the underworld. You should go with pride like a Lucifer. And then he struck. And all that remained was darkness. Cleria. Cleria channeled her power as her peerage members reinforced the barrier around the place. The Bune devil failed to notice that the one he struck seemed to have popped into a mass of smoke and instead looked at the floor. He noticed the barrier soon enough and quickly took on a defensive position with his experience as an ultimate class devil. Who are you people? Come out. Gregory shouted as dragon scales began to grow on his arms and face. Cleria instructed her peerage to proceed as she herself used her worthless trait to prepare against her opponent. She had already made it a point to understand every clan trait of the 72 pillar houses from her brother. Worthless matched with the power Damien had given her was a nightmare for her opponents. Her rook cast a spell to bind him in the place, but considering the difference between the two people, it wouldn't last more than half a minute, but that was all that was needed. Her other knight rushed in and slashed his sword towards the man's chest and used his sacred gear gravity prison, but was stopped by the dragon scale covered arms. Even under the spell and the effect of the sacred gear, the man's movements were barely affected. Only his legs were temporarily frozen in place. Her queen took this opportunity to strike and threw several curses all aimed at his eyes and knees while she made her move too. The grayish power of Worthless spread over and attacked him as he was defending a second attack from her rook, dissolving the dragon scales momentarily. Her knight took this opportunity and rushed in to cut off his arm with his sword while his defenses were still down. However, at that very instant, his aura burst out, blowing them all away. The room was blown away while her entire peerage took a defensive position to block any following attack. The demonic power burst in waves from the Bune devil as he started changing into his dragon form. The Bune's clan trait doesn't only allow them to tame dragons but also change into them, and this was the lord of the house of Bune who had fought in the Great War and even in the Civil War and survived. If he went down that easy, then the devil race wouldn't have lasted this long. The bindings on his legs broke as his size slowly increased, taking the form of a green western dragon around 20 meters tall with a wingspan of over 30 meters. Plan B. A wave of energy passed over her with her queen at the center. Balance breaker. Cleria assisted by using Worthless to suppress the dragonification as much as she could, and in the very next moment the ground shook and hundreds of swords sprung up from under the ground. Holy swords of dragon slaying attribute. 2 of the strongest weapons one could use against a Bune devil. The Sacred Gear collection plan had not only been used to collect the Longinus but almost any good sacred gears or sacred gear users around the world. Her queen was someone with the power to use fire magic. Unfortunately, she couldn't control her powers well when she was under stress. She had once lost control and burned down some soldiers who had been harassing her family for protection money. The unfortunate event also led to the death of her family. The poor girl was severely traumatized. The thugs were well connected as they were commanded by the lord of the place himself, and she was declared a witch and was being hunted. That was how Cleria had found her. She was later found out to have been a natural-born holy sword wielder when she had touched Masaomi's aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi by mistake and was not affected by it. Thus they decided to use the blade blacksmith obtained from the search on her. The swords tore through his defenses and the poison of the dragon slayer and the holy attribute spread through his blood. The dragon let out a loud cry and released a terrifying amount of demonic power. Her rook and pawn cast several barriers in front of them which began to crack as soon as they were cast. This power is almost several times higher than any of the other devils they had hunted in the past. The only one she had fought who was stronger than this was Diehauser, and he was not even serious while Gregory was completely going for the kill. The demonic power burst crushed the entire surrounding. An ultimate class devil is capable of destroying a small country. This estimate was not an exaggeration. The swords crumbled under the power of the attack. Dragonification increases regeneration rate. That was however countered by the dragon slaying attribute. Cleria moved on to the third step. Her pawn had collected the opened a space channel and brought out their weapons. Her knight once again increased the gravity on Gregory, however this time, the effect was only concentrated on half of his body. The dragon was injured enough to be imbalanced. Her pawn took this opportunity and threw a bomb right at the face of the Bune. A massive flame intercepted the bomb, but the work was already done. The bomb set off, leaving a massive flash of light burning the skin of any devil that was affected by it, as well as temporarily blinding the massive dragon. Amira, do it. She used her worthless power on one of the wings of the target, and her queen took this opportunity to bombard it with holy dragon slayer swords. The thin draconic wing gave out as the dragon collapsed to the side. It let out a burst of flame in all directions to get an opportunity to balance itself and gain some breathing room. Promotion Queen. Cleria declared as her pawn increased the output of the barrier and temporarily stopped the approaching flames. Suddenly black flames of incredible power burst out from her queen and enveloped the flames of the dragon, attacking them. A head-on collision between the two would have been a decisive defeat for her queen, but this was just stopping the stray flames from the attack. Amira could easily manage that. After all, if the black flames of grudge lost so easily, then Amira would really shame her family name of Dantes. Amira Dantes, the great-granddaughter of Edmond Dantes, had inherited a part of his power. The fabled black flames of grudge, which is strong enough to burn a high-class devil to death. After training, she had gained a certain bit of control over her power but still cannot use it to their full extent as it might harm her soul. However, stopping an attack like this is easy enough. The injured wing of Gregory Bune was enveloped in the black flames and he let out a loud cry. His eyes turned red and it looked as if he was going to enter outrage mode. Quick, start emergency measures. Cleria's fighting style was the style of Dehauser Belial. She was tutored by him to use strategies to overcome enemies stronger than herself. Dehauser didn't become the emperor of the rating games solely relying on his strength. That would have been impossible. A rating games rule sometimes makes it impossible to rely on strength alone. Dehauser was a master of strategies, and since she was caught in the conspiracy, he began to actively coach her in these. In these 2 months, she had already devised all possible counters against every known skill of Gregory Bune and Lord Paimon. The poison in the black flames of grudge took its effect in the left wing of the massive dragon while the anti-magic effect ate away at his flames. Amira unleashed another barrage of Holy Dragon Slayer swords, but this time it was defenseless. A sword struck its eye, destroying it instantly. It quickly hit its face behind its remaining wing, trying to prevent itself from going completely blind. Cleria wanted to take out its maneuverability so that even in its outrage form, it cannot cause too much damage. With the other wing damaged as well, this task was also accomplished. The eye was just a bonus. The dragon's remaining eye turned red and its outrage mode was almost engaged when a voice stopped everything. You look to be in trouble, teacher. A wave of blue flames surrounded the dragon, making a protective circle around it, and from within the flames a young, silver-white-haired boy with bright blue eyes slowly walked in. He waved a hand and blue flames spread onto the dragon's body, but instead of harming it, it ate away at the flames of grudge, burning it with sheer power. I have stopped those flames, but it would be better if you amputate that wing fast or the poison will kill you. The dragon, almost on the verge of outrage, was broken out of the trance by the soft voice. Cleria realized that it was not simply the voice. It was the clan trait of the Paimon. She would have never even doubted it if she hadn't known the means of Damien. The clan trait of the Paimon can be used to calm people down, but to use it to calm down a dragon on the verge of outrage. Only Damien Lucifer would be crazy enough to even think of something like that. Damien stared at the dragon as his eye turned back to his orange color and slowly changed back to devil form. Gregory Bune looked at the boy as he slowly collected himself, breathing heavily on his knees. The poison in his body affecting his movements. Why, young lord? Where is Vienna, teacher? Damien turned towards her in her peerage and she felt a chill in her spine. Gregory looked towards him and his eyes widened slightly. Looking at his back and then towards Cleria, he quickly breathed out. It was them, young lord. They killed Miss Vienna. He shouted, pointing towards her. A heavy pressure fell on the bodies of everyone present. She felt everyone in her peerage except for herself fall to their knees. Damien's face looked emotionless while she was completely bewildered. One last thing, teacher. Yes, young lord. SPHHHLT. A hand pierced through the back of Gregory Bune, ripping through his chest and tearing the heart out. Cleria felt goosebumps all through her body. The Damien in front of Gregory Bune faded while appearing behind Gregory with a heart in his hand. Why would my own subordinates attack my sister? The pressure on the whole area was lifted and her peerage members got to their feet. Cleria took on the lead and everyone, even the attacking army, surrounded the place and kneeled in front of Damien. Master. Blood flowed from Gregory's mouth as he looked stunned at Damien. Why you, You know, teacher, I really wanted you to be on my side. In fact, I was actually hoping that it was Lord Paimon who was given the job. Damien said as he looked at the heart in palm. You were after all my teacher. One of the best I have had too. So. Why did you have to do that? Rizavim is an idiot who enjoys the suffering of others. Why did you have to involve yourself in that? Why do all this? He breathed out, choking on his own blood. Isn't that obvious? Freedom and revenge. Remember you said that the main family of Lucifer doesn't get death marks in their house crests. He simply looked at me. Well, that was wrong. Everyone except Rizavim had a kill switch in their house crest. Technically he could have killed Vienna while in his office. So the only way I can see all this happening is him trying to cause me unnecessary pain. Did you want to cause me pain, teacher? Did you betray me? The silence was deafening in the whole place. If that is so, then I only did what you taught me, to kill all traitors. The innocent tone of voice sent severe chills down the spines of everyone present. Gregory lost a bit of light from his eyes as he understood that he was nothing but a pawn in the game played by Rizavim. Is this because of the human? Cleria's pupil shrank as she expected Damien to blow up the men in a fit of rage. The result, however, was different. Among other things, yes. Ryzovim is responsible for many deaths of the people connected to me, including my father. The dying man's head snapped in the direction of Damien. Lucifer had actually survived the battle against God, and even Leviathan was only half dead. The one to kill them was Ryzovim. Cleria had not known that. She didn't even know if it was true or Damien was lying. So you would understand why I am doing all this to get away from my dear brother. I can't stand to live under the same roof as the killer of my parents. You were merely used as a pawn to cause more chaos. Somehow Cleria truly believed that statement. The only doubt was the identity of the parent that Damien was referring to. Gregory Bune lowered his head. The shock of having their beliefs crushed and being betrayed is hard for anyone to recover so quickly. I am sorry. If you are really sorry, then tell me, who else was involved in this? Who else wanted to kill Vienna? The man who lost almost everything breathed out the words. Euclid Lucifuge made the plan and Lore, Ryzovim agreed to it. Okay. The pain, poison, and the loss of heart took its toll on the man as he crumbled down. As you have betrayed me, I cannot send you off in a proper manner, but I do want to do so will you, teacher, make a deal with me? He looked at Damien with half-glazed eyes and blinked. Offer me all your power and in return I will give you an ending worthy of your name. Okay. Then goodbye, teacher. A pillar of blue flames burst around Damien and rose to the skies. It stayed like that for a minute, after which it dissipated. No one said a word. The body of Gregory Bune, the lord of the house of Bune, the son of the original Bune, disappeared along with his soul in the legendary flames of Asmodeus. Damien stood up in this place. Set up a spell strong enough to vaporize the whole place and teleport us to our base. Cleria bowed. It was finally the end of this farce. Damien. I did feel a tinge of sadness despite everything when I ripped Gregory's heart out. I didn't have to lie when I said that I really wanted him on my side. That said, that option went down the drain as soon as he agreed to attack Vienna. I walked towards the place where Ophelia was waiting for me. Is it done, Ophelia? Yes, master. Father has sent a dying message to the headquarters that everyone in the base has been killed and that you died while killing 8 ultimate-class devils in a fight along with Gretel. She showed me a contract. He signed the suicide contract before heroically self-destructing to take down an enemy ultimate-class devil. Her tone was emotionless, but I felt a bit of emptiness inside her. He was after all her father, no matter how much of a scumbag he was. Keep that for your brother or yourself. Use it when your brother is stronger than your father or on yourself, or else he might not be able to withstand the energy. She bowed slightly. Yes, master. I gained all of Gregory's powers at the last moment and I could feel my demonic power reserves almost at the level of mid-Satan class devil. It is just that the potency of his demonic power was much less than my own, so the gain was less. The best gain, however, was the clan trait of the Bune. The dragonification aside, the dragon tamer abilities alone are one of the best things I could ask for. It would have been harder to make him agree to the deal if he hadn't been injured, poisoned, and on the verge of death. My bewitching voice wouldn't have worked so well on convincing him. He would have noticed the change in his thoughts in an instant. All I had to do was push his thoughts in a direction and take all the benefits. I stopped using that bewitching voice directly before the deal so that it doesn't affect the deal itself. Dragonification also has a lot of room to progress. I remember that Ophis could make a body out of Great Red's flesh which would be far stronger than any natural devil body. Dragons naturally have a higher power limit than devils. This obviously doesn't apply to me as I have the Blank's essence, but Dragon's power is also useful for something else. Dragon's souls are exceptionally strong. I mean, Vritra's soul was chopped into pieces for centuries and could still be combined and even awakened as a whole again. This shows the tenacity of a dragon's soul. Can the dragonification trait help me replicate this trait? I looked forward as Gretel came towards me. No words were said. I went ahead and washed my hands. Gretel used her magic to dry them. I somehow didn't know how to feel. This is the opportunity that I had been waiting for all this while, but now I don't know how to feel. The attacking force set up the spell. Cleria returned to me along with Ophelia. Their peerages stood behind them. The rest were teleported by the user of Dimension Lost. It is done, master. You can activate the spell anytime. Ophelia bowed slightly. As I thought of the scene about to appear in front of us, a sudden thought came to my mind. Do you know what true art is? I asked, smiling a bit. They had a confused look on their faces and I chuckled at my own joke. True art is an explosion. Boom. Let's start the next part of our lives with an explosion. Scene change. We teleported to the base after the wonderful exhibit of art. Dummy. Vi ran into me, hugging me tightly. She almost forcibly had to be kept here when she found out about my plans. I had kept the whole plan and the supposed dangers of it from her till the very last moment so that she didn't do anything stupid. She had denied staying back as soon as she heard that Gretel and me will be in the very center of the fight. It took a lot of convincing from both Gretel and me to finally get her to agree to this and stay behind at the base. She was after all the target of the assassination. There might have been more than one person and attempts. Even a stray hit from an ultimate class devil could have killed her. She is strong. Much stronger than probably any other devil her age right now, but she is still at best as strong as a strong middle-class devil. Not even a high-class one. There was no way I was going to bring her to such a place where there were dangers at every corner. It is fine. We are free from now on. Yes. Finally free. No need to hide my talents. No need to pretend to have stupid reasons for everything I do. No need to hold myself back anymore for anything. Right around the age of 12 when the children of devils start their fastest growth period, till the age of 25. I am going to abuse the fuck out of this time. Next goal is to make my subordinates into peak Satan class and my marked subordinates into at least pseudo-super devil class in the next few years. I plan to use every skill from every world I can think of in this aspect. Scene change. I stood in the training field of the underground base and watched Vienna and Gretel learn the shadow clone technique. It has been 2 weeks since I became free. The first thing we did was pass on the ownership of Dimension Lost to Gretel. The ultimate class devil who possessed it had already signed the loyalty contract and had easily given up the Longinus, but not before making a spatial barrier around the whole base. Helena and Gretel had then worked on the dimension to stabilize the barrier even further. I want to start their training, but to truly milk every bit of time, I decided to teach them the shadow clone technique. This technique can be learned due to the effect of the Archmagescence. It not only allows me to use any type of energy but also teach others any system of energy usage. The shadow clone technique can be used to learn any magic or studies as they need the experience, and the physical training can be done by the main body in the meantime for the all-round development of skills. I haven't seen any devil except for the Boons and Barbados able to fight at close range, and even they only do that due to their clan trait being physically attributed. Apart from Serorg, there has almost never been a devil who has trained in Tuki. Not even Die Hauser Belial. Serorg could crush any high-class devil with Tuki alone without even trying. This goes to show just how much potential was being wasted by all the devils. We don't have any alternative other than to become stronger to even live. The old Satan faction will be hounding us like mad dogs should they ever discover Gretel, Vienna, and I are still alive, and the current government would be too wary of us to not try anything. People in places of power more often than not become too resistant to give it up and react extremely hard when they feel any threat to their power. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I don't know how much the current government is corrupted, but one thing is sure, and that is, the old guys will absolutely not give up their power. Not to mention the other factions. So for the sake of our freedom, there is only one way out, to become so strong that they will not even dare to fight against us. Why is it that even with all the bullshit the current government is pulling with the evil pieces, no one declares war on them and just watches the entire devil race accumulating power? Well, there is only one reason, well kinda two reasons: Serzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. 2 of the top 10 strongest beings in the various worlds are in the devil faction. The old guys use them as shields and do whatever they want. As for the 2 themselves, from what I have found out from Charlene, the younger niece of Falbium Asmodeus, Serzex Lucifer is someone who genuinely wants peace. He has seen too much war and was in a similar position as the current us during his childhood, hiding his power alongside Ajuka to avoid the attention of the Satan descendants and their lackeys who were then the ruling body. From that they rose and took over the rule. In a way I can sympathize with them as I have seen the behavior of the old Satan faction and I know their feelings. But that will probably have no effect on our relationship. Ajuka Beelzebub. Probably the person whom I respect the most and am the most wary of despite not having met the man himself is someone according to Charlene who will support Serzex in whatever he does. It's Serzex who keeps quiet when the old devils cause trouble to not start off disputes and solve things in a peaceful manner, so Ajuka also keeps quiet. I can understand Serzex thinking as well. The devil faction might seem like the strongest of the 3 factions, but its strength is in fact not stable at all. The fallen angels might have people with different opinions, but if there is a war, they will all fight for the Grigori, there is not a shred of doubt about it, but the devil race would likely go into a civil war between different houses as well as between the reincarnated devils and the pillar houses as soon as the news of a war arrives, and internal disputes at the time of war is probably the worst thing one can ask for. The dissatisfied parties grit their teeth and bear because they are afraid that a rebellion in normal times will be crushed, and even if the Satans are involved, they will not give anyone any mercy. They have no hope of winning against such monsters, so they bear everything. If that changes somehow, then well. Lucifer saved the pillar houses. All of this is however Charlene's honest opinion. I will have to see things for myself. I for my part have started to use the shadow clones to work on several things. Those are first, my illusion. After getting a feel of Razvan's, the Prince of Lies, I have started implementing it in my illusion technique. Hiding the manipulation of energy under a lie. This step requires experience with the clan trait itself and is not like the normal Fidelius, which is just a simple spell and is just done by using it once. I am using the prisoners as test subjects. Hopefully I can gain enough experience with it soon enough. The illusion is going to be absolutely stunning. I can already feel it. The second is the training of my body. While I broke and healed my muscles repeatedly with my demonic power, and so my body is far stronger than a normal devil, or else I couldn't have torn out Gregory's heart so easily, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Tuki is an obvious skill to learn. Another thing that I want to learn is armament hockey. It is the only hockey that I haven't been able to use so far though. Armament hockey has extremely high potential. Especially for someone like me who has an endless supply of hockey that I even have to consciously suppress so as to not accidentally crush everything suddenly. The training basically involves the clones trying to, will the hockey into existence. It hasn't been too successful though. I can feel myself getting stronger, but I am not sure if I have armament hockey. I remember that the Kuja doesn't all have black coating for hockey. That is supposed to be one of the stronger ones. My current level was like the Kuja crew. To advance forward, I followed the words of Rayleigh and fought with my clones. Hockey develops under pressure. The third is my sacred gear. I have finally used Telos Karma permanently on myself. The power of luck is really a cheat. There is a chance that something can happen and Telos Karma just increases that chance several thousands of times over depending on my power levels. If the power is enough, even gods can be killed. This fact is in fact not wrong at all. Telos Karma is overpowered. For example, if there is a chance that someone will slip during a fight, Telos Karma can manipulate that probability, which is say 1 is 10,000 to absolute if the user is strong enough. I don't know what the balance breaker is or how to reach there, so I am only using the normal form. This Longinus is a cheat among cheats. Need money. Manipulate the probability and you can win a lottery very easily. Need to kill someone. They might slip on a banana peel and get stabbed with a fork during the slip. These are probably the easiest uses. The better ones are just manipulating the probability of an experiment to succeed, manipulating the probability of someone breaking their limit during training, or even some conceptual tier manipulation simply. Imagine using the enhancement drug on a low-class devil and manipulating the probability so that they survive. Continue it a few times and we have a high-class or even an ultimate-class devil. This sacred gear was born to be paired with the essence of the Mad Doctor. The fourth is my attempt to search for my own clan trait of the Lucifer house. Did I inherit one? If yes, then what is it? Rays Van proved that I might have one completely different from other people. Something associated with the myth of Lucifer. While not having one might not make much of a difference for me, as I can always pass off the broker essence as the clan trait, having one will no doubt be helpful to me. Till now there has been no progress. This thing is too hard. Vienna pouted as she huffed in exhaustion. It is supposed to be. You don't even know the basics about chakra, how do you expect to learn the technique which is ranked B in terms of difficulty? Moreover, due to our Lucifer lineage, we are far stronger than normal devils, who in turn are already stronger than humans. Chakra is dependent on someone's physical energy, which is life force, which we have in spades, and mental energy, which is our magic, which we also have much above the rest. With such enormous amounts of chakra, it is only obvious that you will take a lot of time controlling it. Once you do it, however, you can reduce your training by several times. So stop complaining and concentrate already. She pouted, but as the first step of training, took a leaf and tried to stick it to her forehead. I made a calculation and found out that I had enough chakra to make around 1,000 shadow clones. It is just that the information that I get back after even 20 minutes of that is enough to make me faint. To be precise, it was around 2 weeks worth of information. A devil's brain is much stronger than a human's, but that much information was like a mental attack. I won't be taking that risk anytime soon. I decided to test my limits. To do so, I started with dispelling 20 shadow clones after 20 minutes, then 40 shadow clones, then 60 and then 80 until I would feel serious discomfort. My limit to such a method was 320 clones at once for 20 minutes. I would have a serious headache for an hour after that. I did discover that my limit to the information overload was increasing with each such mental attack. The process is a bit slow, but it is definitely there. Today I also have something to look forward to. Ophelia will be bringing Kuroka and Chiron here for training. They had been treating Celine all this time to try and heal her mind. As soon as I had transferred over to the Russia base, Kateria had gone over to the prison where Celine and others were kept and proceeded to kill a few of the prisoners to vent her frustrations. It was obviously done on my orders. Celine being killed there allowed me to use the binder's essence and summon her with Ophelia. She has since then been in treatment for the mental injuries. I want to test how Senjutsu interacts with chakra and if the Yukai of this world can use chakra easily. I sensed some auras entering the training ground and stopped my training, looking back. Ophelia, Cleria, Kuroka, Chiron, Lavinia, Victoria, Helena, and Alicia came together. Except Charlene and Celine, all the people bound by me are present. Alicia, Charlene, Helena, and Victoria often have other jobs to do, so they cannot stay away from public view for very long. Even here, the shadow clones are extremely useful, that is why I called them all to come over and start learning the technique. Kuroka is the same age as Vienna, which is 10 years and a few months old and hasn't had to go through the experiments. Although her strength was supposed to be a lot lower than her current self, the nerfed essences made up for the absence of the experiments and even more. She has been trained by an expert of senjutsu since the very beginning without the interference of the demonic power. She is in a sense even better than she would have been if she hadn't met me. Damien Samya, the little black cat, rushed to me and hugged my arm, her tail swishing behind her in joy. We have talked several times since I bound her through her link, so we were not strangers. Chiron, on the other hand, was much more cheerful than the emotionless self she would have ended up as. She was 3 years younger than Kuroka at slightly above 7 and had an extremely cute pixie cut with a white kimono which had a space for her tail. Her ears twitched as she looked at me shyly but didn't come closer without asking. Her ears twitched as she watched Kuroka hug me. I beckoned her with my other hand and she shyly came forward. She is so cute. I caressed her head and she literally purred and I couldn't help but smile. Hello Chiron, how have you been? I asked the girl who had almost melted with the head pats. She looked up at me and merely nodded shyly. Someone on the side was perhaps equal parts jealous and fascinated by the wild-haired cat Loli. Vienna looked at me with a pout and came and took my other arm, asserting her place. Such behavior reminds me of the time when Arya was alive. Vienna had gotten much more reserved with such things. Kuroka, Chiron, Lavinia, meet these two. The gremlin hanging on to me is Vienna Lucifer and the other one is Gretel Lucifuge. They are the closest people to me and you both can trust them as much as you trust me. Vienna, Gretel, the black-haired one here is Kuroka, the blonde one is Lavinia and the cute one here is Chiron. I think you already know the rest. They are all people whom I have directly marked. You can ask them for any help if you want. Chiron and Kuroka will also be joining us from time to time while Lavinia will be staying with us from now on to train. Ooh, what will we be learning today, nya? Ninjutsu. Helena raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a specialty of the ninjas in Japan? I had no idea that you also recruited a ninja, young lord. I haven't. The ninjas in Japan use different techniques than the one I am talking about. I will only be teaching all of you a few tricks which will be useful for everyone. But first of all we will have to learn how to use chakra. I stopped Kuroka from speaking up, already knowing what she was going to say. This chakra is different from the nature energy you use. It is a combination of the physical energy or tuki with the spiritual energy that the onmyoji generally use in equal parts. That energy will then be manipulated with the use of several hand signs. Each hand sign aligns with an animal and a sequence of these hand signs will be used to perform a technique. As all of you have already been marked by me, you can use almost any type of energy as long as you have a complete idea about it. We will be practicing the use of chakra first and learn how to control it. I made 10 shadow clones for them to practice with. I have to think about some basic ninjutsu too. Some of them are extremely useful. But for now I need to concentrate on martial arts. The essence of the king gives the user an extremely high talent and proficiency with martial arts and all kinds of weapons, but I still need to learn them because of the nerf. I asked Cleria for help and she suggested practicing with her knight Desmond for starters. As for Tuki, Kuroka has learned the basics and I just need to raise my basic strength. For a long uninterrupted training period, I made only 120 clones. With 10 clones guiding the rest, I assigned the other 10 to practice the swordsmanship stances, 25 each for Mad Doctor research, illusion training, magic training, and hockey training. This is going to take a long while even with the clones. Euclid Lucifuge. Euclid smashed the bottles on the table, shattering them in rage. The bottles of alcohol both filled and empty made a mess of broken glass on the entire floor. Again. He lost again. Again to some guy who claims to be Lucifer. This time, however, Gretel died as well. Unlike Graphia, he cannot even see her anymore. He had high hopes for her when she started improving in the Lucifuge house's magic. An ultimate class devil at 12 years of age. She would have surpassed Graphia. She would have surpassed that red-haired fake. She would have been his masterpiece. But, it was all gone. Another attack. Euclid would bet his life that it was the red-haired bastard trying to finish off anything and everything related to him. They must have found out about Damien, Lucifer and Gretel, two potential super devils in the making, so they had attacked in advance. It was something he would have done as well. It was something anyone with a shred of brain would have done to remove future threats. And Gretel had to follow that entitled brat who was born in a test tube. He had already been the reason for his mother's death because she chose to carry him for 9 months as a service to the late Lucifer. Carrying someone with the blood of 2 super devils without being related to them by blood took a toll on her, sucking her remaining life away, leaving her with only 4 to 5 years of lifespan. She might have already known that and chose that way to kill herself, ending any chances of any other Lucifuge being born from her. Euclid knew this, but he still couldn't do anything to stop it. He wanted her to pay for her betrayal. The betrayal which had cost him his beloved Graphia, yet. Now everything is gone. Dead. They were all dead. He had denied it once, but no matter how much he checked, it was the truth. The trackers on their souls were gone. The kill switches on both Damien, Lucifer and the half-breed were gone. He went and personally witnessed the scene of battle, and the only thing left there were the eerie blue flames threatening to devour the souls of anyone who came even close to the place in the midst of a gigantic crater, as if some ancient titan had simply torn out that piece of the world. While thinking of all this, he got a call from the headquarters. Euclid. Lord, rise of him. It seems that the blood of my father and Asmodeus turned out to be a failure. If he couldn't even survive against a bunch of trash, then he was of no use to begin with. And here I thought that he would be better than Razvan. A part of his mind asked him if he could do the same. Taking down 8 ultimate-class devils and 2 Longinus wielders at 11 years of age, but a larger part of his brain, the one which was filled with rage and envy, pushed this aside. Damien Lucifer, no, he was not a Lucifer. A Lucifer wouldn't be so weak. He wouldn't have failed to save Gretel. There was no way he was a Lucifer. Euclid clenched his hand as he listened to Lord rise of him. I think it is time that Mother Dearest picked up the slack and helped us out. I want you to collect the best team of scientists that you can and start experiments to make new devils. Those insects are very proud of their numbers, so we will face them with numbers. Yes, Lord rise of him. I will do so as soon as possible. An idea came to Euclid's mind. The mother of all devils who gave birth to the entire devil race. The one who gave birth to the first Lucifuge. Couldn't she be used to make another Lucifuge? One better than every other. The idea stuck to his mind, and every time he thought of it, he became more convinced of his plan. A new devil race. If the current devil race will keep denying him his dreams, then he will create a new devil race to work with. Embarrassed face. Chapter 11, Meetings. Damien. I sat in the private room of a bar, waiting for the other party to arrive. The only one accompanying me is Gretel in case we need to leave with Dimension Lost. It has been 6 months since we escaped from the old Satan faction. These 6 months have been extremely productive for my entire group. Kuroka had been the first one to get a hang of chakra in merely 2 weeks, followed by Chiron. Yukai had an innate advantage when trying to control their life force and spiritual power. Those are basically Tuki and Yujitsu. I wonder if Kuroka can somehow use the Naruto-style senjutsu by absorbing nature's energy and balancing it within her own body. That would surely increase her strength by a lot. The Nekashu, however, unlike normal humans from the Naruto world, had much more chakra reserves due to being a supernatural race. It kind of made me wonder the similarities between the senjutsu of this world and how the Otsutsuki's like Kagaya, Hagoromo, Hamura, and the others use chakra, without any hand signs, directly manipulating the chakra. It was probably due to the chakra fruit, or maybe due to their affinity to chakra. That said, I noticed that Kuroka and Chiron can manipulate and control chakra even better than me, and I have been using shadow clones for a few years now. I put in trading the senjutsu and chakra affinity from a Yukai prisoner for myself and my subordinates. And while a little slower than those two, others picked up the skill as well. Helena taking the lead this time, surprisingly. I saw for myself why she was called the best female researcher in the entire underworld. She had that look of a possessed person when she was busy in her research. The normal calm and composed girl somehow vanished as soon as she took up research and was replaced by a true mad scientist. When I had explained to her about the shadow clone jutsu and its applications, she had started practicing it like a woman possessed. Then again, it was understandable. The shadow clone jutsu was basically the wet dream of every mad scientist. Several copies of yourself to do the experiments that you don't trust others to do, perfect feedback of all that data, and no injuries in case of experimental accidents. It was everything a researcher could ask for. As for the mental load of the feedback, we are devils. We can get used to it or find ways to overcome it. She was currently working on creating a new dimension in the dimensional gap. We realized that the bases in the underworld can only carry us so much. I mean, despite everything, what we were doing there was hiding from everyone. The area was still under the control of the current government. What we needed was a place of our own, a place that no one could claim any stupid legal right and use it as an excuse to declare a war. Thus came the idea of creating a new dimension for ourselves. The underworld, heaven, and many other dimensions are connected to the human world, but there is the dimensional gap surrounding it. The raiding games are conducted in the temporary dimensions created in the dimensional gap. The popular belief that Ophis and Great Red would attack anyone who trespasses the dimensional gap, the truth is very different. They just don't care. It was also understandable in many ways. After all, would you kill every ant that wanders around in your entire property? Ophis is fine as long as she is left alone. Great Red is fine as long as he is free to do whatever he wants. Helena was currently reading over the ancient ways of making a dimension. After all, many of these dimensions were made by someone. If it was done before, what stops us from doing it again? A new dimension will also give us a place to be free. Gretel has been assisting her with this enterprise. Dimension Lost can create dimensions, and its balance breaker is known to seal things inside an unbreakable dimension of sorts. Dimension Lost has a spirit inside it, but nothing was known about it. It never talks, and even the barest communications that it makes with its user is instinctual than anything vocal. Just what kind of being was sealed inside the Dimension Lost, and just what is its connection with the dimensional gap? This is a question that we are trying to figure out. I gave Innovate Clear to Helena to use temporarily. The power to create a world and life within it. It is a combination of both Dimension Lost and Annihilation Maker because it can make both different dimensions and living creatures within it. We are studying ways to replicate these powers. Helena hides the presence of her sacred gear under several enhancements. She has been sending her shadow clones to public gatherings in her place since she learned the technique and only attending a few of them herself. I also made progress with my own sacred gear. Telos Karma is a piece of art. I tried using it with my Mad Doctor experiments. Recreating the enhancement drugs was not hard. I even made some improvements to it. The good part came when I was checking it on the prisoners. With the use of Telos Karma, each of those prisoners survived 2 doses. Above 2 doses, the probability became lower and the rate of survival was reduced. The probability varied from person to person. That said, I was using the weakest of the low-class devils I could. The increase was also different for each person despite surviving the same amount of drug. A mid-class devil got a higher increase in demonic power compared to a low-class devil. A 5 times more increase. To understand it in a simpler way, imagine both Rock Lee and Might Guy opening the 5th gate. Lee couldn't even beat Gaara while Guy could smack Kisame with it. It was the difference between basic stats. The enhancement drugs provided a percentage increase in strength. Anyways, a low-class devil was elevated almost to the level of a high class within 2 weeks after the enhancement, while a mid-class devil became a peak high class. The problem that arose after this was that they became mentally unstable, or their bodies began to slowly degrade after a few months. Only 40% of them survived, and among them only 20% were left sane. This was not the result I was looking for. I will need more samples of blood from other people. I wondered if I could make a drug from the blood of a super devil. Would it be a lower or higher grade than the current one? I did have my own, but my blood was unusable due to the King's Essence's power, so this route was closed. There were other projects too. As I was thinking about how to expand my network and influence around the world, the one I had been waiting for arrived. A man with black hair and golden fringes, dressed in a purple yukata, walked into the room. He stared at me and I noticed his eyes widening for a moment before he controlled himself, and then he burst out into a laugh. Ha ha ha, Damien Lucifer, I really didn't believe him when he told me how you looked, but color me surprised. Half the underworld would have gone toward just looking at your face. I am not into men. That cut his laughter abruptly as he spluttered. And neither am I, brat. Your words seem to imply otherwise. Fuck, what I meant was who you look like. Do you not realize that you look hauntingly similar to Lucifer, so much so that people would rather call you his twin than Michael? Huh. That, I had no idea about. I'm afraid that I was unaware of that. There were no pictures of Lucifer I could peruse. Well, just look at a mirror. He snorted before picking up a glass of whiskey and downing it in one go. That hit the spot. He then looked at Gretel, standing behind me. Is she the Lucifuge girl? Greta. Gretel Lucifuge, my aide. I introduced myself as she bowed slightly. Lucifers and their maid fetishes. I heard the men whisper, which earned him a death glare from Gretel which he ignored. This was the strongest fallen angel in history, and I could sense that he was stronger than anyone else I had seen except Rise of him. He was almost twice as strong as Razvan, and that is beyond a Satan-class devil. Wasn't he supposed to be as strong as Seraphal and such? Why is he stronger? He also has the Downfall Dragon, another armor on top of it to increase his power. But in hindsight, this also makes sense. After all, which faction doesn't have a trump card or two? It wouldn't make sense if they didn't have any backhand to at least stop a super devil level threat, if not defeat them. They did fight in the Great War after all. Gretel and I stand no chance against this person in a straight-out fight, and we can only escape with Dimension Lost if such a situation arose. So, Razvan told me about the change in plans. Apparently you have a few followers of your own that you would like to bunk with. I felt the wild fluctuation in Gretel's emotions. She had almost collapsed when she heard the truth about Arya and Razvan. Although she didn't need the Vritra-type sacred gear anymore, she was still moved from the care of those two towards an orphan like her. Too bad that Razvan had passed away a month ago, or at least that was the news circulating round. He was killed in the old Satan faction's main base, but not before causing more than half of it to collapse. Euclid lost almost half of his limbs and I don't know how, but Ryzovim lost an eye to the madman on a death run. Later on, Kateria informed me that he had taken in suicidal amounts of enhancement drugs and something else that increased his power enormously for a short period of time but at the cost of all his vitality. Ryzovim had underestimated him and paid the price for it, but when he had gotten serious, Razvan stood no chance. The good news is that while he had caused chaos in the base, Kateria and Ophelia had taken the opportunity to free some of the high-profile war captives from the main base. This included several of the 72 Pillar Devils who were thought to have died in the Great War and the Civil War. They also emptied the research base for valuable materials. That is mainly what we were using for our research. She informed me that Euclid was planning to conduct an experiment on a very special test subject, but she couldn't find out who that was. I had an idea, but there was no way to bring the test subject, Lilith, out. No one knew where Lilith was at the moment. Too bad Euclid somehow survived the ordeal. That said, more than 24 ultimate class devils had died in the fight. I pushed the thoughts out of my head and concentrated on the conversation. I feel more comfortable with them. He raised both his hands. Hey, whatever's good for you. In any case, I have already gotten the payment and I owe Razvan, so I will help you out at a later date if you need. That said, I have heard that he managed to collect some good specimens. I was wondering if I could trade them for something. Sorry, those have already been used by my people. I don't have the habit of trading my people. I'd be fine for a chance to study the sacred gears alone. I could provide you with anything you need from me in return. He continued. What are you studying? Let's see. I am trying to create sacred gears of my own. It is obviously much harder than one might think. Centuries of work and I can only make some half-baked ones. My current biggest project is to create a draconic-type sacred gear, so I was wondering if I could study the divine dividing. I assure you that no harm will be caused to Razvan's daughter, obviously. He added the last part when Gretel's demonic power leaked slightly at Vienna's mention. I will have to ask her about it, but it will not be without one of us supervising, and not in the next 2 years. She needs her own training. I can help her master her sacred gear if you want. He offered. I did sense that he wanted to study the divine dividing, but he had no intention of actually harming Vienna. The Prince of Lies makes it almost impossible for people to hide from me. On second thought, Razvan, being the true user of the Prince of Lies, still wanted to entrust Vienna to this person and should have already given me the answer about his intentions. Azazel had no intentions of any harm towards us. I want her to study some of the basics first before making her concentrate on her sacred gear. Albion agrees with my training method as well. Oh, the White One agrees. Now that is a surprise. The heavenly dragons are usually too aloof to talk to anyone but their hosts, but from your words it seems that you have a good relationship with him. He has lived a long life and has many valuable experiences that I can learn from. I like talking to him when I can. No, the surprising part is him talking back. So any experience you want to share? He seems to hate your father second only to Drake. Ahahaha, that is a funny piece of information. There are many who do the same though. The talks were interrupted by the waiter knocking and bringing some food in for us. So what made you think of inviting us to this place for a meeting? Gretel had been on edge since we entered the place and I somehow couldn't find words to soothe her either. What? You don't like the épée club the members of Grigori have set up? I dare say it is one of the most successful businesses in the country. Using lust-based fallen angel to indulge in their habits and earn money as well as make connections among the upper-class society people that come here is indeed a brilliant idea. What I was asking is, why did you call a 12-and-a-half-year-old to this place? Details aside, you are kinda my nephew. I was just doing my part as the cool uncle, showing you fun things to do. Father knows what Lucifer did to raise Ryzovim to make him the way he is. I'd rather you steal girlfriends and wives from humans than their souls, like my brother Dearest had been preaching back then. In that way, Razvan was much better than both his father and grandfather. One of the reasons I got on so well with him. I looked at the men in front of me and surprisingly, extremely surprisingly, there was no lie in that statement. You really like humans, don't you? I asked, curious. All the knowledge I have about this ancient being, someone who is older than all the devils currently in existence, came from the light novels and anime that I have learned firsthand not to rely on at all or from the mouths of other people. Of course I do. I was thrown down because I taught them some fun things to do. Apparently my father didn't like my enthusiasm. It is too early, he said. I heard you slept with a human woman and that got you kicked out. The men almost choked. Hey, I was teaching her that not everything comes free. If she wanted beauty products, she had to pay for them. Teaching people to work to earn their keep, isn't that good stuff? I sensed some inconsistencies in his words and called him out for it. You loved her. His eyes widened slightly, and he recovered so quickly that it might as well have been a mirage. Obviously I liked her. Why would I sleep with someone I don't like? You loved her. Huh? Me. I am Azazel, the angel of playboys. My love cannot be reserved for a single woman. Lie. Is that why you don't have a single child in all your life of sleeping around? He winced. We have too low fertility rates. I can sense when you lie. I saw his mouth hanging open. That's Razvan's trait. It is. That brat left this as a surprise for me. Say, how about you forget that bit just now? It just doesn't go with the image. You mean all that angel of the playboys image? Yes, that one. Sure, why not? I smirked. You owe me one. This is probably the best conversation I have had with a male in this whole world. The men in my base all call me boss and are a bit reserved. Desmond and the members of Cleria's peerage are also similar. A devil through and through. I merely raised my glass towards him. So, can we get to the main topic for today? He straightened up. You said that you wanted to cooperate with the fallen angels through me while hiding your identities. I nodded. With what? Information, resources, jobs that you might find difficult to do with your people, among other things. Money. Funding and influences with Alicia's and Ophelia's companies alone wouldn't cut it for our needs. For the initial period, my people would need much more funds to establish ourselves, expand and gain more people. I couldn't let both Alicia and Ophelia become the center of attention if they tried to expand. They would immediately be contained and shut down by both the current Satan faction and the Great King faction when they find out about it. Those two factions almost always keep fighting with each other but wouldn't hesitate for a single moment to cooperate and crush a third force from making a foothold in the underworld. Every move made between the members of these two factions is because of this. From the recent news, it seems that Surzex has had a child named Milikas. This has sent out some murmurs about the next Gremory heir. The traditionalists don't want Milikas to become the heir because that would mean that the future House Gremory would be in control of the new Satan faction completely. There is also a fact that boys can easily have more children with harems, whereas girls would be restricted and thus preventing the house from having more members, restricting its power. The House of Gremory is already strong enough to be a threat in the eyes of the Great King faction. Zeoticus, with his connection to Zekrom via Venelana, at least maintains a mirage of ties with the Great King faction, and they don't want that to be broken. This in turn puts a lot of pressure on the current heiress, Rias. Zeoticus has been talking about arranging an arranged marriage of Rias with the House of Phoenix, the so-called richest house in the underworld, to provide her with enough backing to fend off the future pressure as well as any puppets sent by the Great King faction to take Rias' hands and gain control over the house. The cooperation of two of the biggest houses of the underworld would make a power base that wouldn't be trifled with easily. The children part was just an excuse for it. There is another girl in a similar position, Sona Citri. She is currently engaged to a puppet of the Great King faction. I have heard through the grapevine that they wanted to make the engagement binding, but Seraphal had personally visited the other party and that decision had been held off. Ophelia later confirmed that to be true. The Citri are the biggest medical service providers in the underworld, with their services being used by other territories just as much as their own. Phoenix tears, while marvelous in their effect, were not able to cure sickness, only injuries and physical and mental exhaustion. This made the services of the Citri that much more valuable. Demonic power is very chaotic and thus healing powers are almost non-existent among devils. The sleeping method only works as the user circulates their demonic power to the other party to mend their wounds. It does nothing for sickness either. This is where the Citri's command over water magic comes into play. Water magic is second only to holy magic and senjutsu for healing, and even then holy magic cannot be used to heal devils. Previously, the followers of the original Leviathan were almost always well versed in water magic. Houses like Viper, Halfas, and others. Now among them, only the Citri are financially well enough to maintain such business. One has to wonder how all the other houses were so conveniently bankrupted. Yes, bankrupted. There are still 3 such houses left, but they cannot maintain their households anymore. These kinds of power plays were pretty common among the people of the underworld. Now if such things happen so regularly inside a faction, one can already imagine what happens between 2 different factions. Thus Azazel's reaction to my offer had been completely expected and actually more on the good side. He kept staring at me and I knew that I had to throw in something here. He was the leader of an entire faction and I was a 12-and-a-half-year-old runaway with 2 factions and potentially 3 super devils chasing behind me. Why should he cooperate with us? I have some prisoners to exchange with you. Prisoners from the Great War thought to be dead. Now that got his interest. They were locked away in the main base of the old Satan faction and I made it a point to retrieve them when the chaos with Razvan was happening. Not all of them wish to join you though, so my apologies for not trading them back. Names. I want a list of names and your price. I handed them a note with all the names on it. The highlight would probably be the name of the son of Penemu, another 8-winged fallen angel who was thought to be dead 200 years ago. The price will be connections. I want your connections to other factions. The Yukai, the Norse, the Shinto, the Celtics, etc. You want me to give my millennia-long connections to you through a backdoor and also help you to hide your ass. I nodded pretty confidently about this one. That list had some pretty high-profile names. TCH, you have that annoying pride of Lucifer too. Any one faction, choose. He replied, still looking at the list. 2. And you give me information about potential recruits, sacred gear users, talented fighters and magicians and hero descendants. 1. And I will give you information about potential recruits without any sacred gears and you allow me to study any sacred gears that you get your hands on. Agreed, but not all sacred gears. I didn't expect Azazel to tell me about sacred gear users to begin with. That's his hobby after all. It was just added to be haggled down. The Norse. I answered after a moment of thought. I can get the connection among the Yukai through Kuroka and the Shinto from the Yukai. The Celts have declined a lot. The Greeks have a mile-long stick up their asses. The Hindu pantheon is too dangerous and like to keep to themselves. The only reasonable choice was the Norse. He took a few minutes to look over the list and kept it down with a sigh, resting his face in his palm. You said there were a few that didn't want to join us anymore. Can you tell me their names? Some of them have their privacy that I respect, but I can give you an example. He raised an eyebrow and continued. Selene, the daughter of Uriel. I saw his eyes widening and a hint of guilt in them. We thought she was dead. She was captured and abused for over 400 years until she was merely a shell of her former self. She didn't have any sense at all when I met her, like a soulless body. She is currently under rehab trying to regain her senses. She didn't want to have anything to do with the fallen angels. I saw him lowering his head and asked. Who was it? Who was behind that attack? The incident didn't seem to be your style at all. Obviously. I had fought wars against the angels, but I never gave commands for people to rape them. My problem was with Father. To be honest, after a few centuries, I didn't care. The life of a fallen was good, much more suitable to me. For good or for bad, they are all my siblings or nephews and nieces. I attacked them to save my people, but that was something I would never allow. However, there are some people in the Grigori who bear too much hate for the angels and heaven to do something like that. It was wartime and I couldn't control all of them. I know I have made some decisions that were brutal, but that was the Governor General of Grigori leading his troops, but even I had lines I do not cross. No lie. But thinking about it, Azazel was the first one to pull out of the war. It earned him the ire of many of the Grigori members, but he held his ground, and as a result, the fallen were the ones who suffered the least in the Great War, well, relatively. Who was behind the attack? I asked again. I can't tell you. He won't tell me. So he is still in the Grigori. He is someone relatively higher up, so Azazel wouldn't give up on him even with all this. That higher up the command chain in Grigori can only be a cadre. Semhazai is not the type. Penemu actually fell because of the incident herself when she chased after Selene, dissatisfied with the decision of heaven and losing trust in her father. Kokabeel would rather kill than do such a thing. Barakiel was not the type either. The ones left are Sataniel, Amaros, Arakiel, Asmodel, Gadriel, and Tamiel. The others are not people who would survive this kind of a thing. Okay. I can find that myself. What? Just that. No arguments, no persuasions. No. Any information you give me now won't be something I would trust. Not holding back anything, eh? He took another sip from his glass while I ate the food in front of me. Fine. I will send the information about the potential recruits to you. As for the Norse, wait for a few years. Deals are made between people of similar strengths. Weak ones can only submit or die. Get stronger. Be in a position where you can use the connections I offer you. Right now talking to Odin will only be suicidal to you. I had heard from Razvan about the two of you. A decade or so and you three can easily be a leader class, and then you will have enough backing to negotiate with a major faction like the Norse. Reasonable. As for him backing out, that was never the matter anyways. I thought over it for a bit and nodded. So, when can I meet them? I will send you the address at a later date. Fair enough. We discussed more things after that. He told me some stories from his time in heaven, and that's when I asked him about something I had been trying to search for a long while. Can you tell me something about Lucifer? Interested in the good old dad, eh? Sure. He poured himself another glass before leaning back on his seat. Lucifer, or rather Helel, was the first of the two angels created by Father, his dearest son. I raised an eyebrow and he chuckled. Father valued him because he was the only one who didn't agree to everything Father said readily and actually questioned. The ability to think is very precious is what he used to say. He was the most brilliant of all angels. Charismatic, talented and strong, always the center of attention and always the first to do any work. He loved his siblings more than anything. Compared to it, Michael was a jealous middle child. He has grown up a lot since then. He took a sip as a hint of nostalgia seeped into his voice. You seem to respect him a lot. I did. You don't anymore? I asked, intrigued. Hello, yes. Lucifer, I don't know. What happened? The more someone loves something, the more they can get hurt by it. Hello, he loved Father, adored the very ground he walked on. That's why when he started working on humans, Lucifer didn't say anything. He carried on with his job. But with time, he started questioning Father's decision about the unworthy humans. Why should my siblings act as chauffeurs for them? He desperately tried to show everyone the faults of humans and how they were sinful and not worthy of Father's love. Say what you will about the old man, but he was stubborn, but so was Hello. Something happened. I don't know what, but Hello had left heaven with Lilith. Father never told us what had happened, and we only knew that Hello rebelled. Yes, all of us fell, but he was the only one who rebelled. Of all the angels who went against Father, Hello was the only one who was not thrown out of heaven. He left voluntarily. Now that was something I didn't know. This world's Christianity is not the same as what I had known, so I had no idea what to think. The next time I saw Hello, he called himself Lucifer. His magnificent wings had lost their feathers and looked like that of bats, and his magic corrupted. I won't lie, but that was the first time I felt fear. I had fought against gods of other pantheons when under Father and had seen Father at his full power, not weakened when he was in the Great War, and still, that day Lucifer scared me. His voice seemed a little hollow. The brother I knew had changed. Didn't fall, but had become something else entirely. He had completely rejected Father's powers. It seemed as if he was the antithesis of everything Father stood for. And fallen I still had the power of light. I felt instinctively revolted. There was insanity in his eyes unlike anything I had seen before. He took a deep breath and continued. To truly hate someone, you have to love them just that deeply. After all, have you seen people hating random strangers with all their beings? He still had his charisma. He got together allies and created an entire race, a feat rivaling Father, but that caring person whom we knew had turned into a proud tyrant. So yes, while I loved and respected Hello, Lucifer was another story. If I didn't know better, I wouldn't even believe that those two were ever the same. The atmosphere quieted down after that. Azazel didn't seem to be in a mood to speak anything else, and I didn't force him either. I had asked him about Lucifer to know more about his myth in this world, to find a clue about my Lucifer house trait, if I had any. Till now, I had no idea what it was. The Prince of Lies was from Raisvan, and I was pretty sure I didn't have that ability, and same was the case for the denial of the divine. So I had to have something else that Lucifer was known for. I had thought that I might get a clue if I asked Azazel. After all, he was someone who knew Lucifer from even before the devil race was created. We left after finalizing some other matters. Scene change. I walked into the meeting room, Gretel following me. Vi was playing with Chiron, who had come to visit. Cleria was there with some other members. I took the seat at the forefront of the table as Gretel stood behind me. How was the meeting, Master? Cleria asked. It was satisfactory. Azazel seemed amiable enough. He might seem like it, but that is the most cunning of the fallen angels. I wouldn't be surprised if he had cards hidden as well. Ophelia commented. I never expected anything less. We got a decent deal. Here is the list of some potential recruits. Check them and see if they can be recruited. I handed the list to Ophelia. I don't understand something, young lord. Lavinia asked. Lavinia was, well, an airhead. She was never afraid of asking or doing things, or rather it would be better to say that she lacked common sense. I think Glenda didn't care about her common sense and general knowledge at all. She had once entered my bedroom and cuddled Vienna, who was sleeping with me. When I woke her up, her words were, why are you in my room, young lord? Do you need hugs for sleep? And then she proceeded to hug Vienna and me to sleep. I was too tired that day during training and didn't even bother saying anything. The main problem had been when Gretel had come to wake us up the next day. She was furious but was pulled into the bed by a sleepy Lavinia whom she was trying to scold. She had been a little hostile to the airhead but was slowly won over by Lavinia's simple and pure-hearted nature. Nowadays she treats her like a younger sister even though Lavinia was the older one. What? Why are you sending the fallen angels away? There are so many good people in them. We could have been friends. I have to say that this is something even I had doubts about. They might stand up against us, after all they were captured by devils and tortured for years. It wouldn't be surprising if they wanted to take revenge. They could also make the other fallen take actions against us. Victoria spoke up, albeit meekly. You didn't understand either, Victoria. Well then let me explain to you. Each one of them had to sign a loyalty contract to me. The contract states that they will work normally and live their lives in the Grigori, but their ultimate loyalty will lie with me. They are my sleeper cells inside the Grigori in case we stand on different sides in the future. Some of them will make other spies for me inside the Grigori. So the ones who didn't want to leave haven't signed the contracts yet. If they don't be of use, then I can only make sure that they end up as a way to increase Celine's powers. This was my goal from the very start. This is why I didn't insist when Azazel lowered the number of factions to 1, because my goal from the very start was not his connections, but to make my spies gain entry inside the Grigori without being suspicious. Now, although they will be suspicious, they will monitor these people but will find no anomalies. Moreover, their release was due to a reason, so Azazel himself will cover for them. Azazel, as good as he might be, was still the leader of a faction. If there ever came a time where the prophets of Grigori and my safety clashed, he would stand against me in a heartbeat. That is why I had to make sure to infiltrate the organization. These released prisoners will do nothing odd or betray Grigori, that is unless Grigori acts against me. I will send some people to recruit them. Ophelia said after looking at the list. Observe them first. Don't make your presence known. Azazel might have put similar people in position to insert his own spies among us. It won't work, but it's still good to be cautious. Anything else? I am sorry to inform you, Master, but our funding cannot sustain all of our projects without attracting the attention of others. Currently most of the funds come from me and Alicia. A part of it comes from Helena's patents and some from Diehauser Belial helping Cleria. Most of our forces are recruited from the old Satan faction and stray devils and thus cannot roam around freely, which restrains our use of our manpower severely. We need some other ways of earning money. I apologize for our incompetence. Ophelia informed me. Her incompetence? No. The reason for this is my urgency. I never realized this in the old Satan faction because I used to get whatever I wanted there. What with me being a child and the young lord. Here, however, we needed more money. I had made it a point to keep Ophelia and Alicia funding me a secret, but the construction of the new bases, the research, the widespread search for sacred gear users and even arming the armies for the raids, have all taken a ridiculous amount of money. They didn't inform me of this earlier because it was somewhat shameful for them and a bit because I was already busy with trying to escape the old Satan faction. Now, however, our spending is bordering on a line from where the shifts in funds can be noticed by everyone. Now, how to raise money? I closed my eyes and thought of a few plans. If I remember correctly, Alicia has a firm grip on the entertainment industry, right? Yes, Master. Does that include the human world? I do have some industries dealing in the human world as well. Which industries do you focus on, Ophelia? Mainly construction. Construction and entertainment. I wonder if I can plagiarize the manga and anime from my previous life. I don't want to draw manga on my own, but I can use illusions to show them to others from my memory and they can recreate it. The Mind Palace technique does give me an exceptional memory. I can recall almost all the plots perfectly. Do you have any reach in the manga and animation industry? I asked Alicia. Not directly. I do have acquaintances that do. Buy a small studio. Hire mangaka and animators. I will send you the recordings for the plot. See if it works. If it does, then continue. If not, then drop it. It will be a small project. The entertainment in this world is shit. Drag Sobal. I was tempted to burn the TV with my blue flames. I mean, if Seraphal Leviathan's show was a super hit in the underworld, it has got to say something about the stupidity that this world's entertainment is. The major project will be other industries. We cannot start medical industries in the underworld without stepping on the Citries and Phoenix's toes. The only way would be if we make a contract with one of these two. I'll let you pick. In the meanwhile, Helena and I will try to make some medicines for humans to use. The human world is much better for such kinds of things. Start a pharmaceutical company in the human world. Alicia nodded. With Helena and me working together with the Mad Dr. Essence, we could make a top-rated pharmaceutical company in the human world. Later on, this industry can be spread in the territories of my subordinates on a lower scale. In the meantime, if we can make a contract with any of those two houses, preferably with the Citri, we will spread the industry through them. Ophelia. Yes, Master. What about the agriculture and plantation industries? There are no major industries for these things. Lords of various territories can simply buy it from others. It is only the lower-class devil who participate in such things, and they have to pay taxes to the lords. There are small factories but nothing too extravagant. Oh. Why is that so? With so much area in the underworld and so little population, I would have thought that they would be farming huge areas to make profits. It is not that anyone hasn't tried it, but the underworld has had too many wars. These wars have left a majority of the land uncultivable due to the blood of extremely strong beings corrupting the places. Even 3/4 of my own lands are like that. Thankfully the lands we have under our control are much larger than other pillar houses, so we can make do with it. Because of these reasons, the farming part is not possible in most of the lands, and where it is possible, it is more difficult. Water is not that easily available in all parts of the underworld, making it difficult to do agriculture. The main source of water in such places is magic, and low-class devils can only use so much of it. No high-class devil would waste their time in agriculture now, would they? Yes. I have heard that before the Great War, the original Leviathan would use her sea serpent of the end to form massive water bodies in different parts of the underworld. This would help the people of the underworld grow their crops. Now, however, no one does such a thing. Seraphal would put the land in permafrost if she tried such a thing. Apparently seeing my bewildered look from Helena's information, Ophelia continued. While it might seem that Lucifer and the other 3 Satans had an easy time establishing the devil race in the underworld, it was not so. The underworld was a barren place at the start. It took a lot of effort from all the 4 Satans to make it habitable. While Beelzebub is known as the king of flies and is known to bring ruin to crops, he could also control worms to tilt lands and make them more suitable for cultivation. Leviathan alone has created more water bodies in the underworld than there are cities. They might have had their faults, but there is a reason why even the current Satans have to use their names to rule. They literally use their blood and sweat to create the devil race. The general population is also long-lived, and thus the current government cannot just vilify and bury the deeds of the original Satans like they normally do in the human world. Villains of one place, heroes of another. Watching a story from a different perspective really does show us different things. Is there any way to reclaim the corrupted lands? I asked. There might be one, but it is too difficult to try. Oh. The yokai and spirits of the land can use senjutsu to purify the land without the use of light or holy magic. They can also enhance crop growth exponentially. It is just that, getting help from the yokai is near impossible. The yokai. Kuroka is too young to use her to make a connection with the yokai. It seems I will have to make some moves myself. The Nibirius. Have you found out any information about them? Any yokai among any of their peerages? They looked slightly weirdly at me but continued nonetheless. There has been news of a pair of twin kitsons in the peerage of a branch house member of the Nibirius. They are around 13 years old and are doing very well in the lower-leveled rating games. Both brother and sister are very talented in senjutsu and might even rival Kuroka without your mark. So they did start the experiment. I will have to find a way to get an insider in that place. I need to find a way to use this incident to profit as much as possible. A kitsune twin pair. How many tails do they have? 4. Not bad. While not a nekasha, their talents will not be behind either. The Nibirius are conducting experiments on those 2 and possibly more yokai. Find a way to get an insider among them. Experiments. To use senjutsu to create a super devil. I have no idea what they have in mind, but they might be related to Shalba and the old Satan faction. Find and talk to Kateria if possible and see if you can find any information about them. Until the connections with the yokai can be made, the land cannot be reclaimed. Or is there any other way? I thought about it and a certain power came to my mind. Growing plants and absorbing demonic chakra, Mokutan. If Hashirama Senju knew that his famed power was being planned to be used in this way, on a second though Hashirama would have been happy about it. Madara would have burned everything to cinders. Can Mokutan be used? It is a highly valuable power to use. Even the ingredients for our research and medicines will need to be grown. I am pretty sure I can recreate that power, or one of my marked subordinates can. Probably Kuroka. Maybe some other additions as well. She did have talents in chakra and senjutsu to fully use the power of Mokutan. This is however a long-term plan. Alicia, Ophelia, try to recruit the members of the pillar houses that have become broke and lost their nobility. They might have lost their nobility, but they haven't lost their blood. They are still more talented than the normal low and mid-class devils. If they join and sign contracts, inject them with the enhancement drug and employ them in your peerage. Do you have any peerage members who have their own evil pieces? My peerage members are all over 200 years old, master. All of them are high-class devils. Same for me. All of my household members are high-class devils. Fill their peerages with the talented members. Keep the top members out, however. The pharmaceutical business we will be making will serve as a way for making deals. Deals with the rich and the influential people of the human world. Businessmen, sportsmen, politicians, target them. We will be selling some drugs that are unavailable to humans. Drugs like cancer suppressants. Not cures. No. Employ a method of dividing our memberships in different levels. For example, cancer suppressants will be in level 2, for which they will have to make 100 deals with us to unlock. Anti-aging medicines will be for level for which they will have to make 10,000 deals with us unlock. We will use only mundane materials, so no supernatural factions will be able to do anything to us. This method has a legal loophole that no one can blame. It will help your peerages to qualify for mid-class and high-class level promotions very quickly without having to show their strengths in the rating games. No joke, master, but you sound like a black-hearted businessman. Charlene joked. She had a very lively personality with her friends. I am the devil. What else did you expect? It will attract the attention of the current government and the old devils. They will not like others gaining powers so quickly. Ophelia commented. Don't worry. By the time we start this business, they will be too busy putting out the fires in their own houses. I sat back thinking about what needs to be done. Azazel. Azazel sat in his private room. There were two other occupants. The vice-governor of Grigori, Shemhazai, and Penemu, the latter having tears in her eyes as she drank from the glass of whiskey. You wouldn't believe me till you saw him for yourself. He looked like a mini Hello. I thought for a moment that he was trying to pull a prank on me, but apparently he didn't even know how Lucifer looked. He, I wonder what heaven and the devils will think when he reveals himself. Shemhazai laughed in amusement. Michael will probably have a heart attack. Azazel joined in. It was the only woman in the room who joined the conversation then. You said hello. Hello, not Lucifer. Shemhazai quieted down when he realized the words and looked pointedly at Azazel. He reminded me of Hello. Something of both him and Lucifer mixed in. I would never imagine holding such a civil conversation with Lucifer for father's sake. The boy was a bit like him. The him before he became that. Oh, how was he? Shemhazai asked, finding it rare for Azazel to be using these words. Helel had been a complicated topic for every biblical faction for different reasons. Apart from the looks, he had that charisma, but then again devils had that too. There was something, I don't know, something familiar that reminded me of him when I looked at the boy. He was calm. Sure, he was wary of me and had kept some guards in a mirror dimension to protect him. Ah, that reminds me, they have the dimensional lost user. Azazel threw in the bomb in between the conversation, stunning the two easily but continuing the conversation without bothering with their reactions. He had power too. A Satan-class devil without even entering his teenage years. Another bomb was thrown. It was just the way he managed himself. There was a certain calmness containing the insanity that Lucifers generally have. He seemed more balanced in a weird sort of way. Just an instinct. I told him stories about the old days and he listened to everything attentively and had more emotions, no matter how much he tried to control them, than I would ever see in any Lucifer. Knowing what the boy has been through, I expected him to be a ball of angst waiting to burst, but he was far more collected for his age. I saw how the Lucifuge girl was relying on him and him supporting her. It was in their body language. Lucifer would never allow that. No. That was a quality of Helel, something Lucifer would never show. Is that why you agreed to share your connections, even an important one as the Norse, with him? The fact that he asked for the connections is what makes me more attracted to him. Alliances and friendships were not something Lucifer would ever make. In this aspect, he was better than even Helel. Helel was a daddy's boy and never saw anyone worthy to be allied with father. Lucifer, on the other hand, never saw anyone worthy of their devil race. Damien, however, is more accepting in these areas. What are you planning, Azazel? Shemhazai asked, looking into the eyes of his longtime brother. You know how much of a shitstorm the boy can cause with just his presence. Isn't that why there are only 3 of us in this room and not every cadre? They will not care whether he is like Helel or Lucifer. They will demand for blood. And that is not even considering the devils. Both the new Satans and the old Satans will be after him just because of his identity. I hope you know what you are doing here. Azazel simply looked into the sky outside the window. Call it a hunch, brother, but I know that Damien Lucifer will change the world. For better or for worse remains to be seen, but he will. And when he does so, I want to see what the new world will look like. Shemhazai quieted down while Penemu took this opportunity to speak. I don't care about your hunches, Azazel, but this boy has saved my son and brought my niece, my student Celine, out of that hellhole. For this alone I agree to support him. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have torn off Sataniel's head centuries ago, but now knowing what Celine had gone through, I am rethinking my decision. He has been moving suspiciously nowadays. Keep a watch on him. If he does go stray though. None of the other 2 required any more words about what would happen. Hell hath no wrath was true for all races. The fallen angels were no exceptions. Unlike what most would believe, Penemu had fallen from rage, rather than lust. Embarrassed face. Chapter 12, Characters. Name, Damien Lucifer, Asmodeus. Age, 12 years 6 months. Race, pure-blooded devil. Bio, created from the blood of the original Lucifer and Asmodeus, Damien is a reincarnated soul with the power of essences, namely essence of the Archmage, the King, the Broker, the Binder, the Blank, and the Mad Doctor, albeit nerfed versions of the essences after a chance encounter with a certain someone. Damien has been trained by the best teachers in the old Satan faction who wanted to use him for their own purposes. Damien has planned and used his powers to escape the old Satan faction and now plans to make a place for him and his loved ones to live safely in this dangerous world. Demonic power, High Satan class Devil. Skills, High Satan class Asmodeus Passion Flames, High Satan class Prince of Lies, Mid Satan class Ice Magic, Mid Satan class Mind Magic, High Level Observation Hockey, High Level Conqueror's Hockey etc. Equipment, Tellus Karma, Longinus. Overall power, Peak Satan class, Base. Pseudo Super class, with Longinus. Name, Gretel Lucifuge. Age, 15 years. Race, Pure-Blooded Devil. Bio, the youngest sibling of Graphia Lucifuge created by Euclid Lucifuge. She has withstood 5 doses of the enhancement drug, second only to Damien himself. She hasn't inherited the ice magic of the Lucifuge from her mother but has instead inherited the power over space from her father's side. She was tortured and trained to become like Graphia by Euclid. She hates them both for the death of her mother and her 3 other siblings. She is fiercely loyal to Damien who marked her as his first subordinate. Demonic power, Peak Ultimate class Devil. Skills, Low Satan class Ice Magic, High Ultimate class Mind Magic, High Ultimate class Barrier Magic, Mid Satan class Space Magic, High Level Observation Hockey, etc. Equipment, Dimension Lost, Longinus. Overall power, Low Satan class, Base. High Satan class, Longinus. Name, Vienna Lucifer. Age, 10 years. Race, Human Devil Hybrid. Bio, Vienna Lucifer is the daughter of Arya Smith and Reyes van Lucifer, the granddaughter of the Rizavim Levon Lucifer and the great-granddaughter of Lucifer. She is a half-human half-devil and the current White Dragon Empress. She was often ostracized by the old Satan faction where she was born with only her mother, Damien, and Gretel being supportive to her. She was only allowed to live because she was found to be born with a very strong sacred gear. She escaped the old Satan faction with Damien and Gretel after her mother died. She is extremely close to Damien and considers Gretel her elder sister/mother figure after the passing of her mother. She is also very close to Albion, the vanishing dragon. Demonic power, Mid-High class Devil. Skills, High class Ice Magic, Low-High class Mind Magic, Low-Level Observation Hockey. Equipment, Divine Dividing, Longinus. Overall power, Mid-High class, Base. Peak High class, Longinus. Name, Ophelia Paimon. Age, 400+ years. Race, Pure-Blooded Devil. Bio, she is the daughter of Lord Paimon and the current head of the House of Paimon. She became the head of her house after her father went underground to the old Satan faction after faking his death when they lost in the Civil War. She was a part of the old Satan faction and was selected to teach Damien about mind magic. In reality she was asked to brainwash him to obey Rizavim's commands. She was later bound by Damien and has been loyal to him since then. She is very protective of her little brother Ace whom she wanted to keep away from the old Satan faction due to their radical ways. She is well versed in business and politics. She manages most of Damien's work in the world while he works in the shadows. Demonic power, Mid-Ultimate class Devil. Skills, Low Satan class Paimon trait of Bewitching Voice, Low Satan class Mind Magic, Low-Level Observation Hockey, etc. Equipment, none. Overall power, Mid-Ultimate class. Name, Cleria Belial. Age, 100+ years. Race, Pure-Blooded Devil. Bio, she is the cousin of Hauser Belial, the champion of the raiding games. She was sentenced to death because she fell in love with an exorcist of the church, Masaomi Yagaki. In reality it was because she had found the corruption in raiding games using evil pieces and was thus removed by the old devils of the Great King faction. She had been bound by Damien at an earlier date and thus could be revived. She is currently working for Damien in hunting and recruiting people to their force. She is being trained by her cousin in strategy and tactics of fighting. Demonic power, High Ultimate class Devil. Skills, High Ultimate class Belial clan trait, Worthless, etc. Equipment, none. Overall power, High Ultimate class. Name, Alicia Saulos. Age, 400+ years. Race, Pure-Blooded Devil. Bio, Alicia Saulos, the Lady of House Saulos, ranked Duke, was someone similar to herself. She had taken the position as the head of her house after her parents retired after the Civil War. However, in her case, she had the support of her parents and thus it was easier for her to establish herself as the #1 actress of the underworld. In fact, while it is not well known, Alicia was one of the richest people in the human world. She was bound by Damien along with Cleria Belial. She uses her businesses in both the earth and the underworld to help Damien fund his organization. Demonic power, Mid-Ultimate class Devil. Skills, High Ultimate class Salos Gift of Insight, etc. Equipment, none. Overall power, Mid-Ultimate class. Name, Helena Dentalion. Age, 300 plus years. Bio, Helena Dentalion, the second in line for the head position of House Dentalion. Rank Duke is the younger sister of Lord. Elder brother is the current lord and his son the current heir, but that didn't make her position any. Dentalion is one of the best scholars among the devils, and while not at the level of a Juka Beelzebub, she is a person whose talents were recognized by many. She was marked by Damien along with Cleria. Belial is the best researcher under Damien, especially after being gifted with a nerfed version of the Mad Doctor. She has a close relationship with Gretel, who is her cousin and has helped Gretel in learning the Dentalion space magic. She is currently using Innovate Clear as a means to improve her space magic. Demonic power, mid-ultimate class devil. Skills, high ultimate class Dentalion space magic, mastery in sciences, etc. Equipment, Innovate Clear, Longinus, temporarily. Overall power, mid-ultimate class, base. Low Satan class, with Longinus. Name, Victoria Valak. Age, 100 plus years. Bio, Victoria Valak is a member of the Valak's branch house. Victoria, while not known by many, not even her own house, was the strongest user of Seeker's Eyes, the trait of the Valak house. To escape the fate of being sold to the highest bidder as the rest of the girls in the Valak house due to their house trait, she hid her powers and started working under Ophelia Paimon as her secretary. She was marked by Damien along with Cleria. Belial and has worked for him since then. She works to use her house trait to look for things Damien is searching for, generally people or sacred gears. Demonic power, low ultimate class devil. Skills, high ultimate class Valak Seeker Eye. Equipment, none. Overall power, low ultimate class. Name, Charlene Glycolabelas. Age, 25 years. Bio, Charlene Glaciolabelas is the heiress of the Glaciolabelas house, ranked Earl and, the younger sister of Falbium Asmodeus. She helps Falbium to maintain the records of the armies of the underworld along with many other security information. This places her in a position with access to a lot of useful information. Damien bound her along with Cleria. Belial and she informs him about the important details from the new Satan faction. Demonic power, mid-ultimate class devil. Skills, high ultimate class Glaciolabelas ultimate defense, mid-ultimate class barrier magic, etc. Equipment, none. Overall power, mid-ultimate class. Chapter 13, Chapter 12, New Recruits. Damien. 6 months have passed since the time I first met Azazel. His information about possible recruits was very helpful. Despite what the men said, he also handed over the information about a few sacred gear users. Not very strong ones, but still ones worth training. Thanks to this I have 5 great additions to my core group. Tsubaki Shinra, daughter of a member of the Shinra clan, one of the 5 principal clans who worship the divine beast Bayako. Yes, the same girl who would have been recruited by Sona Citri in a year at most. She was ostracized for the same reason as Momiji Nakiri, for being born with an uncontrolled sacred gear. These bastards call themselves the 5 principal clans and all, but they can't help one of their own, a child, control a power that she had no choice of being born with. Mirror Alice is not even as strong as Telos Karma was. They could have easily controlled it and even would have increased her strength by a lot. In fact, the only reason she was not taught all of this was because they disliked the fact that she could use a power that was not their own. I mean, just how much fucking pride do they have just on the basis of a divine beast who was not even a proper Satan class? Yes, among all 5 divine beasts, only the Aurea was a proper Satan class entity. The others were at best peak ultimate class. This time, however, I was not the one who went to recruit her. It was Gretel. I encouraged both her and Vienna to recruit people in the hopes that they can bond with people other than me. They are too emotionally dependent on me. It was hard to do, but she did agree in the end. I don't know if it was her simple nature or Tsubaki's own background of being shunned by her own family due to having a different power. Gretel and Tsubaki took to each other very readily. The second member was Sean Collins, or rather Sean O'Qualine, better known as Chulayan. Their names changed over time in history, finally becoming Collins. He is a descendant and inheritor of Kuchulayan. His family had to change their name several times to hide themselves from people who were trying to hunt them, and Sean was left alone with his grandmother. I offered him a job and he accepted as long as his grandmother would be taken care of. To be honest, I was actually surprised that the guy was more amused at me being Lucifer. I thought he would have a prejudice against me or something for, you know, being the devil and all, but instead the guy actually laughed. The child of light, with the Lightbringer, why not? Seems pretty fun. We are both descendants of gods of light. I somehow couldn't find any word to reply for a moment. Sean was 16, almost as old as Lavinia, and was a very fun guy. This does get him in trouble with Gretel when he isn't formal with me sometimes. Gretel is too particular about such things. I, however, find it more comfortable. I am surrounded by girls most of the time, and I actually appreciated some good male company sometimes. I did call Magnus, who had graduated from his university and was ready to work for me. He had been trained regularly and was now pretty adept with both magic and sacred gear. Even his girlfriend, Sarah, was offered a job in one of Alicia's new pharmaceutical companies and had moved to our base. She was a bit hesitant at first, knowing our identities, but later adapted very well. She even accompanied him to learn magic and was given a normal sacred gear that gave her enhanced intelligence. Nothing too shabby, but nothing to write home about either. She was, however, very happy with it because it helped her do her job well. Ophelia was also thinking about introducing me to her brother Ace, but we put that on hold till we were a little older, or it would be awkward to hang around someone who was a few hundred years old. The third and fourth members were surprising, but when I thought about the fifth one, it still didn't seem that much. All three were hero descendants. Third one was actually a lucky hit. The fallen angels had known about the church's Sigurd project for a long time. It was not surprising that Valper Galilei was recruited by Kokabeel so soon after his excommunication in canon. The information I got about the project actually led me to something beyond my expectations. I got the fucking source of everything. They were trying to make artificial Siegfried soldiers, but where did they get the DNA from? How could they even do that? The truth was that they had captured the descendant of Siegfried, or rather the inheritor or Sigurd, and were basically using him to mass-produce soldiers. And they said that the Holy Sword project was the only bad one. In actuality, it was the only bad one, exposed. There is more than one reason why the children went insane. First, trying to contain the DNA of someone like that was near impossible for a simple human. Second, might have something to do with the fact that the child was also a descendant of the crazy Valkyrie Brynhildr, making them a very tiny part god. They might have inherited something from her too. I also had to wonder what would happen if Brynhildr found out that this descendant was Sigurd's inheritor and the church was experimenting on him. The Sigurd descendant, whose name was also Sigurd because the church didn't give a shit about the descendants of pagan gods, didn't bother to name him anything else. Oh yes. If this had been the devils, I would have revealed the news to cause a shitstorm there, if only to divert some of their attention from our businesses. I sneaked there with Gretel and collected all the possible information and proof that would make it impossible for the church to deny their involvement with the matter. The material I found was much, much more than I could have expected. To discuss everything, I had to call Azazel for a meeting. And Azazel was serious for the first time since I met him. Blackmail materials at its best. Sigurd was also 16 and was quite unfamiliar with the outside world. He has been trying to learn about the world and its common sense. He is a very polite guy though. The fourth was someone who made me doubt if this world was a fucking crossover for a bare moment. A pink-haired swordswoman who was shunned from her family mostly because she has inherited the powers and skills of her ancestor, Musashi Miyamoto. She was, however, a simple girl of 15 with a passion for swordsmanship and had no noble phantasms, much to my hidden disappointment. That disappointment didn't last long enough when we tested her swordsmanship. She took down Desmond, who was bordering on ultimate class and was a pure knight with her swordsmanship alone. Sure, Desmond had held back his strength and speed, but in terms of swordsmanship alone, she was without any doubt a legend. I could just imagine her with both haki, maybe tuki, and I could have my very own saber. I whisked her away from their dojo, and surprisingly no one even cared or noticed it for a whole week, and they wonder why the Miyamoto family had declined so much. Musashi, on the other hand, was extremely happy in her new home. I neared the room and I could hear the ramblings of the fifth member. It's totally unfair, you know. I mean, a girl goes to a church and confesses, "Father, I have been a bad person, I have sinned. Please punish me." The priest listens to her and everything is hunky-dory. But if the same girl comes to me and says the same thing, albeit in slightly different words, it becomes a sin. How is that fair? So what words did she use? I heard Sean's voice. "Daddy, I've been a bad girl. Punish me." Eh? How is that bad? Gre-chan, how is that bad? Lavinia's clueless voice echoed, and I didn't need my observation haki to sense Gretel's mood. Her rising demonic power was enough for that. "Mr. Merlin, the toilets haven't been cleaned yet. Would you like to do the honors?" Gretel's cold voice sounded as I entered the room. "Gee, Gretel-chan, I was just joking." "Joke, a joke. All the toilets in the building." "Yes, ma'am." "Yes. I got the inheritor of Merlin. Somehow I didn't get the serious Merlin who had created the entire modern human magic system I was expecting, but instead this goofball 18-year-old who looked disturbingly similar to me. Merlin Ambrosius, or rather Merlin Asmodeus, was a half-human son of Asmodeus. He was shunned, obviously, as is the case with the half-devil descendants of the Satan clans or any devil clans, to be honest, so he went ahead and gave humans the knowledge to use calculations to recreate devil magic and reduce their reliance on deals from the entire devil race. It was a solid move, to be honest. It did more harm to the entire devil race than the entire church faction could do since its foundation. He even went ahead and trained Arthur Pendragon, who shafted the devils quite well in his lifetime. In a weird sort of way, this person is the inheritor as well as the descendant of my half-brother. Our meeting was the weirdest of all too. It was quite the opposite of how things went generally. Flashback. I walked into the cafe with Magnus to check on my new recruit. Merlin. That was not a name I was expecting to get from Azazel. Then again he sent me this name because of his relation to the original Asmodeus. It was surprising but then again understandable. Merlin, the creator of the modern human magic system in this world, was the son of a Satan. It kinda matched with his background in some of the anime I had seen, with him being a half incubus, as Asmodeus was a similar demon. Then again it made sense with human magic being so similar to the devil magic system, the existence of contract magicians who wanted to learn magic from the devils. This man was probably just as famous, if not more, in the entire human world than even his own father, my father, kinda sorta, who was a Satan for fuck's sake. We took a seat on one of the empty tables and I found that he was already looking at us. I noticed the girls in the restaurant staring at both of us despite me being slightly lower than 13 years old. Looking closely I realized that he had inherited Asmodeus magic. The charm was passive. Magnus realized the strangeness and looked towards me with a questioning gaze, but I waved it off. We had some coffee in peace. No words were said. At the end of it, all three of us walked out together. Magnus was the only one confused. So, the devils couldn't stand coming for my head, he said as he walked casually. Although the words were said casually, I had sensed his magic moving in preparation already. I raised an eyebrow. The devils. As far as I know there is only one devil who can be called the devil, and that's me, and I am not here for your head. I don't know if it's in the blood or something, but I feel slightly annoyed whenever someone claims to be the devil. Is this Lucifer's sin of pride? I mean, if I could inherit their powers, so who says I couldn't inherit other things? I think I didn't realize it fully in the old Satan faction because of how occupied or suppressed I was. That said, even then I have had bouts of this sometimes. Azazel did say that every Lucifer descendant has this without fail. It is annoying, but I can mostly manage it with the clemency. It is still a massive pain in the ass. The man looked towards with a slightly wide-eyed expression which turned into an amused smile. Oh my, so why does the devil want to meet Lil Olmi? I want to invite you to join me. His steps faltered for a moment before he burst out in a laugh. Those old bastards want me back. Ah yes, I did hear that they were beaten black and blue in the Civil War and were forced to hide in some rat hole somewhere in the world. So now they need my help and want me back. His voice started in a joking tone, but there was an undeniable line of ruthlessness in it, and by the end of it, it had turned into a mocking tone. Those old guys could die in a ditch for all I care. I am here to ask you to join my team. Not those old guys, not the new guys, mine. Ho ho, now that does sound interesting, but before I join you, could you tell me something about yourself? It is only natural to know the name of my future boss. He laughed. I didn't pay any attention to his behavior, while also thanking that I hadn't brought Gretel with me, or she could have been pissed off at his frivolous behavior. My name is Damien Lucifer, and I guess you can add Asmodeus to it as well. If he doesn't join me, I could always have his memories about me erased through the broker essence. Heh, a Lucifer and an Asmodeus had a child. I didn't think it was possible. Their bloods wouldn't have agreed to be subservient to each other. I had in my previous incarnation calculated the probability of such a childbirth, and it was a 1 in a million, by devil standards. You can really call yourself 1 in a million, ha 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 ha. I was created by the blood of the original Lucifer and original Asmodeus artificially. His laughter stopped. That's impossible. The bloods would react heavily against each other and would simply destroy each other. And yet I am here. Then you have been lied to. Such a thing is impossible. I looked at Magnus and nodded my head. Merlin looked warily at us. Magnus brought out his sacred gear while I cast a barrier around the area. Magnus manipulated the mechanical parts on one of the electronic billboards to make birds of metal and sent them my way. I lifted my hand and the birds were rendered into a heap of iron falling down. Merlin had his mouth open slightly. That's sacred gear canceller. No, but that is not possible. Only he could use the denial of the divine, you. I guess this proves my claim of being a Lucifer. The startled man gained his bearings soon and collected himself remarkably quickly. That, while surprising, was not the problem in the first place. You look like a mini Lucifer. I'd have believed you even without it, with that face and that demonic power reserve. The problem is you being both a Lucifer and Asmodeus. Before he could say anything, I snapped my fingers and the pile of iron burst into blue flames, completely erasing it from existence. This time I didn't say anything to get the open-mouthed man's attention. I just dispelled the barrier and walked along with Magnus, who was putting money near the place where the electronic board stood. We walked a few steps ahead and were soon followed by a rushing Merlin who directly grabbed me by my shoulder. Tell me more about yourself. And that led us to a pizza store where we sat over for several hours while I explained my identity to him. Ha 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 ha, wonderful. That was really wonderful. Those cranky bastards really deserved it. He held his stomach by the time I finished the story. So, what do I have to do to join you? I raised an eyebrow. You trust me? Aren't you doubting that I might lie? He waved his hand. Nah, you are still inexperienced. My fingers twitched while I wanted to use the Prince of Lies and show him just how big the world is. I would rather keep my trump cards to myself. You just need to swear your loyalty to me. I will provide you with protection and support, and in return you will always be loyal to me. Do we have a deal? A deal, eh? Just like the devil. Something tells me that it is not so simple, but I am willing to trust my instincts this time. He smiled. Deal. And thus the deal was finalized. It was the weirdest recruitment I had ever made. Even while making the recruitment, I didn't feel that it was me who was in control the entire time. I later came to know why. That bastard had an uncontrolled precognition ability. He could see snippets of the future. He already knew that I was going to come, and he had planned to agree from the very start. It kinda reminded me of the Fate Merlin, although nowhere near his level. Flashback end. The only thing that I hadn't known at that time was the annoying playboy habits. He started with Gretel, which led the men to be admitted into the hospital soon after. Sure, he was strong, but his devil blood had been diluted several times over the generations, and he was only an exceptional mage, a young one at that. He was without a doubt an ultimate class even with that, but Gretel was someone who could fight a Satan class with her sacred gear. She didn't go serious, but the guy still ended up in the hospital because even during the fight, he kept teasing Gretel. He recovered very quickly and started his work with Helena. He had asked for copies of the books we had copied from the Dantalian's library and had spent all of his free time reading. He was extremely fascinated with the research that we were doing, especially the shadow clone jutsu, which he has named the researcher's wet dream. Boss. Help me. He jumped towards me as soon as I entered the room. I dodged and took a seat on the side. Has there been any news from Azazel yet? Yes. He will be waiting for us at the same place. We were asked to go to the room whenever we are ready. Gretel answered with a slight bow. Well then, let's get this over with already. Gretel. She nodded and a grayish mist surrounded us soon, and we left the base. Merlin threw me a look of thanks. Scene change. No matter how many times I see this, I always envy it. Can you imagine the uses of this sacred gear? You can peek wherever you want and run off without ever being caught. This is the dream sacred gear of all, gentlemen. I deadpanned at the guy while walking between a seething Gretel. Merlin somehow knows the exact things to say to irritate her. Sometimes I wonder if you have a hidden masochistic trait somewhere. I said, looking at the men. Pain and pleasure. Hasn't it always been the case though? People work so hard, bear so much pain, ultimately it is all for the sake of gaining a more pleasurable life. How am I any different? You know, boss. There is a point in what he said. Sean whispered slowly. Eh? Really? In that case, I'll send you both to volunteer for the next batch of drugs that we make. Those experiments will really be pleasurable for you guys. Ah, well, I was just saying that he has a point, not that I am interested in it. The guy backed down in a hurry. What is this place? Why are there so many women dressed like this? Sigurd asked, looking outside the one-way glass window and into the bar. This, my friend, is a place of culture. I mean, if even a dignified leader of the fallen angels thinks so, then there has to be a certain truth to it. This is called the Ape Club. I held Gretel's hand lightly and smiled slightly. The only reason why I am not stopping Merlin's antics is because Gretel and all the other younger members really need it. Merlin really knows how to push everyone's buttons and anger them, while I want them to know of their weak points and learn to control them. Despite his goofball attitude, Merlin has a very high IQ and EQ. This incarnation of Merlin has inherited a lot of his knowledge and is without a doubt one of the best teachers one can get in this whole world. It is for this reason we have a tacit understanding. As long as he doesn't cross a line, I allow him to mess with the other members. It wouldn't do for my members to lose their temper in a moment of heat in a battle and then suffer for it. As I was thinking of these things, the door to our room opened and in came Azazel. Oh, that's quite a gathering you got there. So enjoying the show? He asked, looking at the others. Merlin gave them a thumbs up with both hands, while Sean looked at me, or rather Gretel behind me, and then chose not to answer. Sigurd was the politest one as he slightly bowed his head. The men looked at Sigurd and barely held a hint of grimace. That bad, huh? He slumped into the seat and I signaled Gretel to pour him out a glass of alcohol. He downed the glass in a single gulp before replying, worse. I used the information you gave me to verify how exactly the church had gotten their hands on Sig here. It was a huge mess. Sig, probably wanting to know more about himself, listened attentively. I noticed that while Sean didn't show it and looked uninterested, he was paying very close attention to the subject as well. Those two were recruited at the same time and have been very close to each other. Merlin was also showing a rare moment of seriousness. So before I start this, tell me, do you know of the story of Sigurd, or more importantly how he died? Yes. I would appreciate your point of view all the same though. After all, I find it hard to believe telltales. Sigurd had climbed to the top of Mt. Hindersfall, met Brynhildr, one of the strongest Valkyries and the daughter of Odin, and saved her from a long sleep. There was however a prophecy that if they met each other, their lives would be hurled into ruin and he would die. He still did that to save her and had decided not to fall in love with her, but love is a strange thing. They lived together while Sigurd steeled himself to fight the prophecy. He took her as his wife and she taught him of the runes that she had learned from her father. He took another glass of his alcohol before continuing. He then went on to continue his journey as a hero. That's when this situation started becoming bad. Somewhere during this time, he was tricked into drinking wine that made him forget about Brynhildr. This was done by Gunther, his own brother-in-law, who also wanted to marry Brynhildr. He however knew that he couldn't fulfill the condition of defeating her in a fight to get her hand, so he played a trick. He looked at Sigurd and continued as the man was trying to recover from the shock of the situation, and it was here I realized that Sigurd had died without even knowing about the truth. He asked help from Sigurd, the one she loved the most in the world. They disguised Sigurd using runes he had learned from her, used the fighting skills he had learned from her to defeat her in the battle and present her to his brother-in-law as a wife, all the while she knew the truth. I instantly put a barrier around us as the men in question looked devastated and the furniture in the room were crushed into dust from the power his body was radiating. The power had a major aura of a dragon with a slight hint of divinity. Sean hurried over and grabbed his shoulders, trying to calm him down. I too used my bewitching voice as well as the Bune's dragon tamer ability to help him calm down. Calm down, Sigurd. Losing your temper like this won't give you anything. Save this anger for those who really deserve it, and if they are dead, then to make yourself stronger so that such a thing never happens again. A blade is of no use if it loses its temper. It took a few moments, but he took a deep breath and regained himself. Looking at him calm down, Azazel continued again. Brynhildr accepted her fate at the start, but later she was overcome by the indignation and attacked Sigurd, cutting him in half. There were varied reactions from everyone. Sean bristled but controlled himself. Merlin merely closed his eyes while the guy in question breathed out softly. I deserved it. You didn't. You had no idea. Sean argued. It still doesn't change the fact that I wronged her. The ones who wronged her were the ones who conspired against you too. It was not your fault. I assured the guy as well. It wasn't your fault, kid. Odin believed that too. In fact, when Brynhildr found out about the truth, she tried to commit suicide to reunite with you but instead went into a coma for several hundred years. Later she forcibly put herself in an enchanted sleep to wait for you if you returned and forgave her someday. Odin on the other hand had rampaged ruthlessly and crushed all those who were involved in the conspiracy, and that's how we reached here. One of the survivors of that incident, the descendant of Gunther, had made his own family and swore revenge on Odin and Brynhildr. His descendants had found out that you had been incarnated and sold you to the church people. The church had been trying to collect weapons from all the factions to boost their power. This included Graham and the other swords associated with your legend. Odin hadn't paid much attention to this back then, but now, I am afraid he might start a war against heaven and the church, and if that happens, we will have to be involved too. The devils haven't endeared themselves to any faction with their evil pieces either, and now even the church is being involved in such things. I can somehow understand Odin's feelings regarding this situation. I don't want there to be any war. Many people are uninvolved in this. I don't want to be the cause of their deaths. Sigurd shook his head. Trust me, kid, none of us want a war. We will convince Odin too, but I believe your words would be more reliable in this case. Damien, I think it would be better if you go there too. I am sure that Odin won't deny your request as you are Sigurd's savior. I can also use it to establish a good relationship with the Norse. Looking at the tense atmosphere in the room, I ordered. Gretel, take Sigurd and Sean back to the base. He might need some rest after all this emotional news. I will call you back when we are ready to leave. Yes, master. Grayish mist spread over the room as she left with Sigurd and Sean, leaving Azazel, Merlin, and I in the room. I had given the information about you to Damien, but I never expected you to actually join him. How have you been, old friend? Azazel asked, looking at Merlin. Fate works in mysterious ways. I quite like this half-brother of mine. So much better than those stuck-up pricks. Moreover, he's so interesting. A true miracle, if you will. I wouldn't have been able to sleep with the curiosity if I had let him go. It seems you remember most of your past life. Most. Looking at my confused look, Azazel clarified, I was the one who had helped Merlin back when he had escaped. We bonded over the beauty of the female body and research of magic. Those were the times. No lies. What is your opinion on this matter? Azazel asked Merlin, who simply shrugged and slumped back into his couch. I will follow whatever my new king says. Last time I had helped Arthur grow just to piss off the devils. I never skived my duty, mind you, but my motivation was pretty personal. This time I want to see this king of mine grow, while teaching some of the people with the most potential in the whole world. Azazel raised an eyebrow and picked up another glass. You sound very relaxed this time. I am. The ones I had a grudge with are already several feet under the ground or hiding like rats. The new ones, while still containing some of those annoying oldies, are still much more bearable, and I am with people similar to me. Vienna is so adorable. I would have thought that after what I did to them, they would have known better than to harm the mothers of half-devils like my previous self, but some people never change. Well, this time I would like to see just what kind of punishment Damien delivers unto them. It is a rare chance to see the devil in action. Are you really going to fight them? Azazel asked, looking at me. Do you truly think they would let me go if I did nothing? Moreover, I have made a promise, a deal, and my deal is my bond. Rizavim and Euclid will die. I couldn't care less about the others. I said in a monotone. There was just too much to just turn back now. Asterisk I asterisk, let's put that aside for now. What do you plan to do with the current situation? What do you advise Merlin? I asked, looking at him. War is out of the question. War would drag us into this mess despite you wanting otherwise, just because of our identities. Moreover, the old Satan faction would definitely use this as an opportunity to take advantage of. It is even more so for heaven and the church than for us, so the only thing they can do is negotiate. I think getting back the swords of the Norse along with something that belonged to the church as compensation. Punish the people who were involved and get some of the children who were a part of the project. They after all contain the blood of Odin, no matter how dilute. The church will obviously be resistant to the advice of a mere fallen or a pagan god, so pressure and blackmail them. Azazel nodded back. I had similar thoughts. Michael would agree. He already has more than enough trouble managing the system as it is. He wouldn't want to be stuck with it in the middle of a war. He turned towards me. So, what do you want out of this? Me. What do I want? A nun in training named Asia Argento. She is currently in one of the churches of Italy and possesses the twilight healing. I want her. There was a very important reason for choosing her. It was not because she was a so-called canon character. I had already gotten over that. The main reason was her dragon tamer ability. The strongest creatures in this world are dragons and gods. My denial of the divine can somewhat restrain a divine, but the dragon is still an uncontrollable factor. I have been using all my power to prepare for it. My own Bune's dragon tamer ability from Gregory, Ingvild's Nereid Kyrie, and even some other sacred gears with anti-dragon abilities, are all my preparations. Asia Argento is someone whose dragon tamer ability allowed her to tame hundreds of evil dragons. She is a must-get for me. This is the only reason why I have put her value above even the piece of Holy Grail which can help and enhance the power of the Sephiroth Graal or anything else. Azazel and Merlin both looked at me weirdly. A girl. Twilight healing, while rare, is not a unique one. Why do you want her specifically? I have my reasons. He raised both his hands. Hey, who among us has never had a nun fetish? In fact, Merlin has had his fair share. Boss, could it be that you were inspired by my joke today? You want a confession from a naughty nun too? I deadpanned at the men, and you wonder why Gretel is so annoyed with you all the time. Gretel-chan is very strict with anyone who is not you. By the way. He got closer to me and whispered, what's the deal between you two? I mean, everyone already thinks there is something going on, but no one dares to confirm that. I bet the only ones with the courage to do that would be Lavinia and Vienna, but they are too innocent to be set on such a risky venture. Yeah, what is the deal between you two? Azazel poked too. I am 13. What do you expect me to say? I lost my virginity at 11. Don't disappoint me, lil bro. Merlin cried. Exactly. Don't tell me you are waiting for adulthood or some crap like that. Above 18 is something humans have decided. We grow differently. It's not like that. Gretel and I, we have been through too many things together. She probably knows more about me than anyone else in this world and has pulled me out from a situation which could have left me as an emotionless murder machine. We have been together since our childhoods, and I wouldn't be surprised if our relationship went further and developed into something more, but she is also too emotionally reliant on me. If I ask her, she would agree without a doubt, but I would never know if she is doing that because she wants to or just because she felt she owed me. That's why I am waiting for her to grow a bit more emotionally independent. I don't want her regretting her decision later. So you have thought about it. Good to see that my dear brother is so thoughtful. But, that doesn't mean you can't, what's the current term, well, get to know someone else. Merlin elbowed me slightly. Yes, there's a saying from a very wise man, practice makes a man perfect. Isn't that the line you invented to seduce married women back in the Middle Ages? Merlin suddenly said something utterly unbelievable out of nowhere. You invented that? Hey, it was meant for good. Not my fault that it also worked as a wonderful pickup line. I somehow feel violated having used that line so many times in my life. The talks went on from one topic to another and I returned back to my base late at night. It was decided that we will meet Odin a week later. Scene change. I came here with Vienna to possibly make a deal for a sacred gear. The special thing about this visit is that this is the one Albion was waiting for a long time. Are you sure that he will agree? Albion called out from Vienna's wings. Absolutely. I just want you to remember your promise afterwards. I don't go back on my words. And neither do I. I found my target trying in front of us. Is that the person? Yup. Vienna, however, was a little pissed off. How is that possible? My rival. That. Are you sure you didn't hit your head in some training, dummy? She asked, pointing at the brown-haired kid staring at the girls walking by and guessing their breast sizes. I am honestly amazed why no one is carrying him off to his parents and giving him a strict lecture. Okay, I'll go and make the deal. Be sure to record it. I am. I walked to the kid who looked at me and had the fucking gall to click his tongue. Damn pretty boy. What do you want? Yeah, no regrets. Oh, who am I kidding? I am the fucking devil. I do not regret. Oh. You have a problem with me. And here I was thinking of trading these Apay pictures with you. I brought out a few pictures from Merlin's collections. He had been too enthusiastic to lend them to me, giving me a knowing look. Oh, if only he knew. Apay. He looked at the pictures almost drooling and I seriously tried to check if he had some kind of spell on him. I pulled the pictures back. Now, I said trade not donate. What do you want? I want, let's say a certain artifact you have. Artifact. Like in Dungeon Hunter. Kinda similar. Anyways, you just need to agree to give me an artifact of my choice from you and I can give you 5 boob pictures. How about it? Fair deal. He nodded as a pendulum and I for a moment felt sorry for Drake. Yup, deal. And I brought out 5 pictures from my pocket and gave them to him. Here, deal complete. He took the photos and opened them. Hey, these are animal boobs. I don't want that. What do you mean? I never said I would give human boob pictures. Giving such things to children is illegal. His cries didn't matter. I had completed the deal according to my words. And I already had the boosted gear. I signed a pre-made contract to store the boosted gear in it before Drake could say anything and teleported. Scene change. My eternal rival was a pervert. Vienna sighed for I don't know how many times now. You don't have to get so down about it, Vi. He is no longer your eternal rival. I sighed. You don't understand, dummy. How am I supposed to show everyone how awesome I am if I can't even fight a good opponent and win my fated duel? You get defeated by almost everyone here, shorty. I think you should concentrate on that. Sean commented, earning a glare which was more adorable than intimidating in return. You people don't understand it. Tell them something, Albion. I am going to hold this over Drake's head till either of us dies. Albion didn't sound unhappy. In fact, the deal we had was that he won't start unnecessary fights with Drake if I give him something extraordinarily embarrassing to hold over Drake's head. I bet being traded for 5 pictures of animal breasts did the trick. So now you have both the Dragon Emperors on your side. Any idea who gets the boosted gear? Merlin asked. He was a bit disappointed when he found out the reasons for me borrowing the pictures. No idea. I will see who gets it. Do any of you want it? I asked, looking towards them. My sword is enough for me. Musashi denied. I just need a good spear. Sean looked uninterested too. Sigurd looked very lost, so I didn't ask him. Miss Helena has offered me the Innovate Clear after she is done researching it. I think that one would suit me better. Merlin denied it as well. Helena has been keeping Innovate Clear under enchantments while researching it, but such a thing could be disastrous if it was found by anyone. It would raise too many unnecessary questions and suspicions on her, and I don't want that. She has basically been using Innovate Clear to temporarily make plants for ingredients and suitable conditions for making certain drugs or conducting experiments. Innovate Clear is extremely suited to such things. It's like having a place where you can do any experiment or practice. Basically a room of requirement without any caps. What Merlin does, however, is different. His idea of using it is like a reality marble which assists him in his spell casting, which is truly terrifying. He could fight an ultimate class, but that was only because of his current level of magic reserves. His knowledge and skill level are a solid Satan class. The way he runs circles around Vienna and the new recruits, even if they are all working together, is a sight. If Innovate Clear is added to it, yeah, that would be a sight to behold. You know, you could always try to learn Albion's abilities. With the powers I have given you, learning them should not be impossible. I am pretty sure you would become stronger if you could use it in tandem with Albion. I suggested. I can, she asked confused. I had kept the true extent of the abilities of Archmage from her because knowing her, she would try something awesome and get hurt in the process. I touched her forehead and softly incanted, divide. I felt a tiny amount of power enter my body. Well, tiny for me but half her power for Vienna. Ha. You really did succeed. I had my doubts when you had asked my permission but this. Albion was stunned. Hey, if young Welsh dragons sealed in the boosted gear could do that then why not me? True I suppose. But even then, even a single count of divide can help you immensely in battle. My abilities show their true power if my wielders are stronger. The more energy they can bear, the more useful my abilities will be for them. It is still incredibly hard to do. It is obviously hard. It is a part of the principle of supremacy. It is one of the handful of magics that I can use despite my full power. That's the price I paid to learn it. You learning it is already nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, my abilities are much harder than the red ones. The red one only needs the strength of his soul to boost the power of a spell while I and my divide need to overcome the will and magic of others to divide their powers and then change it into my own. Moreover, there is always a chance that the other party might be too strong and just let their power go, in which case, the user will overload and die. The red one doesn't have to worry about these things. Albion explained patiently. You know, if I didn't know better, I would say you respect the red one, as you call him, a lot. Sean asked, intrigued by our conversation. I might despise him but that is because of our very beliefs. I divide while he boosts. We are the antithesis of each other so we fight to prove whose way is better. In a normal fight my user can just keep siphoning power from him while his boost would at most keep him at his normal level while I become stronger. In such cases it should result as my complete win. But there is also the case that the red one doesn't need anyone else to increase his power while I do. He could make his attack stronger even without anyone or anything to siphon from. So, I might despise him but I also respect him. Just no common weakling can be called the eternal rival of the vanishing dragon. It does put a lot of strain on the soul. Dragon's magic is especially reliant on the soul. Boost and divide are the strongest among such magic below the dragon god levels. Obviously they will put a lot of strain on the soul. You should work on improving your soul's power. I have been trying to do so but there haven't been any results yet. I am quite wary of letting anyone near my soul because of what that devil might have done or from the fear of them figuring out that I am not from this world. Maybe if I can bind Valerie but the vampire faction has been closed off. They have been trading with Ophelia but the knowledge of the happenings of the Teeps castle has been closed off. I have tried to discover what has been happening there but with no results. Even the nobles who trade with Ophelia either kept their mouths shut or just had no idea. Infiltrating the vampires is hard because those bastards never leave their homes. All trades are carried out by the thralls or lower-class vampires. For a self-proclaimed noble race, they are just a bunch of pussies. As I was thinking about these, I got a message from Ophelia, Master. We have got information about the Nibirius house. The people from the branch house are conducting experiments on the Yukai as you had predicted. I made some of them sign our loyalty contracts and made them a part of the project. One of the twins is reaching his limits while the sister is not involved in the experiments. There are talks about her being included. What are your orders? Have you found enough information to make sure that they cannot hide it or shirk responsibility? Yes, Master. That said, we have caught a hint of something else. Oh. The head of the Nibirius has had something imported from the flying city Agrias. The one where the crystals of the evil pieces are produced. Yes, Master. We have no idea what it is but apparently it was something that was done with the help of Abnus Beelzebub. It might be prudent to find out about it. Abnus Beelzebub, the elder brother of Shalba, while not as strong as him, was still relatively strong. He had attacked the underworld after he had mutated somehow and gained enough power to liquefy the surroundings with his poison. He was killed by Surzex who had to use his true form to do so. I am pretty sure that it means he was above Satan class. No one could find out how those mutations occurred though. The Nibirius have always been close to the Beelzebub. Do they have something to do with it? Agrias was the city where the research and experiments of the original Satans were carried out. Enhancement drug or some kind. Somehow the topic made me uneasy. Maybe I'll look into it. Keep watch. If any of the twins snap and there are accidents, help them escape and hide them. Make sure your identity is not revealed. Also try to get someone inside the Nibirius house. I have an uneasy feeling about this. Yes, Master. We will meet the Yukai when we disclose the Nibirius incident. Make sure that the involvement of the old Satan faction is hidden. Not completely but not enough to pin the blame of the experiments on them. Embarrassed face. Chapter 14, Chapter 13, Meetings and Revelations. Damien. I was ready for Azazel to pick me up for the meeting with Odin. Merlin decided to accompany me, and somehow Sean was not leaving his best friend, Sigurd, in that broken state for such an important meeting. Sean was a bro. Gretel followed us in case things went awry and we needed to escape. So, finally the 5 of us were to go for the meeting with Odin. A golden magic circle appeared in front of us as Azazel walked out of the light. So many. Well, your beloved maid can be your second, Sean can follow Sigurd, and Merlin can be my second. In such meetings, it is impolite to bring more than one person with you. He looked at me and explained at my apparent confusion. First, it will be taken as a sign that you are weak and will automatically put you in a backward position in any further negotiation. Second, it might be interpreted as a sign of you trying to show your power and make the other party cower, and we do not want that. Although this meeting is fundamentally different, it will do you better to keep these things in mind. He looked at Merlin. You didn't explain this to him. Oh, he did. It was extremely annoying to hear the explanations. I was never told about these in the old Satan faction because they never expected me to make alliances, so what was the need to know how to have such meetings? Then again, the explanations were understandable because bringing more people to such meetings could also be a plot to assassinate the leader, and such things can put a strain on any possible peace talks. You don't put a gun on the table before starting peace talks, right? Merlin smiled. Why do you think there are just enough people for us to make pairs? It might also be due to Sean not leaving Sigurd in case he did something stupid, a decision that I am actually supportive of. Sigurd had not taken his story well and was prepared to offer his head to Brynhildr as a compensation for what his past incarnation did to her. It had taken a lot of convincing and support from our side to help him recover. Sean just didn't want to risk him relapsing when he met Odin and possibly Brynhildr today. Ah, so that's the case. Well, let's go then. No need to keep this meeting on hold. Scene change. The meeting place was chosen on a neutral ground. We had decided that I should meet Odin first, and then Odin will meet Michael and the church representative, so that my presence does not make a mess of things. My face alone could have given Michael a heart attack. Azazel had told me that Michael might look like a pretty boy with his girly looks, but there was a reason. He was the current leader of the angels. Michael was far stronger than he let on. Azazel had once said that Lucifer was almost twice as strong as him, and Michael, he was at the same level. While not a superclass, he was still a pseudo-superclass, and with the trump cards of heaven, he would without a doubt rival a superdevil. The God of the Bible was not a fool. If he could make Longinuses and throw them around as freebies to humans, he must have kept something in heaven as a trump card too. Something at least rivaling a Longinus. This was one of the major reasons why I had decided to keep my presence hidden right now. The meeting place was a restaurant, and we followed Azazel. The people in the restaurant paid no attention to any of us, which was extremely suspicious because anywhere I had gone before this had attracted a lot of eyes. Especially Merlin and me with our passive charms. They are under spells. The real workers of the place are on the second floor. These people are spelled to not notice supernatural beings. Follow me. Our meeting room is on the top floor. And follow we did. I spread my observation hockey and noticed that the staff consisted of fallen angels and magicians for the most part. The higher floors were no different. What? You look surprised. Azazel asked when he saw me observing the surroundings. I am. I fully expected this to be one of your épée clubs, to be honest. I felt Gretel's finger twitch lightly at this. Ha 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 ha, I didn't know you missed those. You are always welcome there, you know. I'll pass. We arrived to our destination and Azazel nodded to the man outside the door, who opened and let us in. Inside was a man with a long beard and a monocle and a serious look on his face, and beside him sat a young woman with silver white hair down to her ankles and beautiful blue eyes. I saw her eyes staring to me for a moment before I realized that she was not staring at me but rather behind me at Sigurd. The man on the other hand was looking at me without blinking, and I am sure of that. I felt Sigurd still as he looked inside the room. The woman stood up, her sight never leaving Sigurd, and stepped forward. Sean tensed slightly, ready to put himself in between the two, before Merlin placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. Sig. There were tears in the eyes of the woman, who I am almost sure by now must be Brynhildr herself. She stepped forward, taking the man in her arms, hugging him tight. I kept my observation hockey on full alert, but nothing happened. I guess whatever the prophecy was fulfilled the last time she killed him, so it was not acting again. Give the two some time alone. Let's talk about what needs to be done by then. Odin spoke for the first time. I nodded towards my followers as well, and they went out, leaving Odin with Azazel, Merlin, and me. A period of silence settled over the place. It was, however, broken very soon by Odin himself. When you said that you were bringing someone with a complicated identity, I didn't think you would bring the devil himself. You sure know how to surprise people even in their old age, Azazel. Ha 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 ha, he looks like him, doesn't he? Even I was a bit taken aback when I had first seen him. You can guess why I didn't want to reveal his identity. It would have caused too much chaos at such a delicate time. Odin's stare had still not left me. Good to see that you have made up with your brother, even if it is his reincarnation. My soul almost popped out of my mouth due to his claim. He could see souls. Damn it. Can he see that I am a reincarnator? Huh. Before I could ask anything else, he continued. Do you think this eye of mine is for a show, child? Your soul is hauntingly similar to his brother's. Not completely, which is a bit off in itself, but still too much for it to be a coincidence. The fuck was this man talking about? I looked genuinely confused this time. Azazel was now looking at me, thinking about something. It might have something to do with the fact that he was created from Lucifer's blood. A clone of sorts. Merlin put out a thought. I could see the intrigue in his eyes dancing. Odin shook his head. That might have something to do with it, but body and soul are two different things. His soul is older than his body. A reincarnation if I have ever known any. He might not remember it, but he is a reincarnation. In fact, everyone except the girl that came with him were all reincarnated. Azazel quieted down for a while and thousands of thoughts ran through my mind before he spoke. So you are telling me that Damien here is the reincarnation of Lucifer? His voice was extremely neutral. No. Azazel looked up and he continued, I am saying that he is a reincarnation of your brother. I saw Azazel's eyes widen for a moment before he hurriedly asked, are you sure? I have met your brother before and I know a soul when I see it. After he changed, his soul changed too. It looked tainted, chaotic. He paused for a moment thinking of better words maybe. While this child also has that taint, he is much more controlled. Much more balanced. Yes, balanced. That's the word I am looking for. Azazel's gaze towards me became a bit complicated. I decided to break the subject before something else came out. I was having hard time controlling myself as it is. Will my being the probable reincarnation of the devil be a problem for this meeting? I asked in a neutral tone. In my mind, I had already thought of several things. He waved a hand. Nah, that's a problem for the three factions. I was just surprised as is. For me, you are the savior of my blood and probably also my daughter's life. That alone puts you above most people in the three factions. I nodded. His words were true. I had to find a way to hide my soul now. I don't know what that bastard had done to my soul, but I couldn't use my essences to heal it so easily. I had tried trading my soul's damage to others, but that didn't work. Now, could you tell us about the situation once more? How did you find Sigurd? What is this, Project Siegfried? I had gotten some information from some of my sources among the church that they were creating enhanced exorcists. These exorcists had the DNA of Siegfried implanted into them and many of them went crazy or died before they could even reach their teenage years. I had lent this information to Damien here, to repay him for a favor. He infiltrated the research facility and found some documents, and on searching further, he found out just who they were extracting this DNA from. He took Sigurd out along with all the documents when he realized what he had stumbled upon and contacted me, and that's why we are here now. Odin looked at me and bowed slightly in gratitude, and I bowed back. So, you understand this as much as I do, that people have been very displeased with how the devils have been recruiting from several factions. Surtur, the second being in the peerage of the current Lucifer. He paused at the Lucifer word and looked at me for a moment looking unsure. I shook my head and asked him to continue. Had already raised many voices, but I had calmed them down due to the fact that Surtur had left on his own. That case, although a major one, was by no means an isolated one though. There have been many such cases, big or small, where people were recruited in the peerages of the devils, sometimes even through less than fair means, and this has caused a lot of strain on our relationship with the three factions. The warmongers among my people were furious when they had heard that the church had captured the swords of our faction, but I used my authority to suppress those. The swords they had collected were all bad memories for many of us, but this is not something I can control. Perhaps we could ask heaven to pay some form of compensation. Sigurd himself doesn't want a war. His words would hold some value too. Sigurd has been raised by the people of the church. His words will be considered based and thus might not hold such value. Compensation will need to be paid. It has been decided that they will have to hand over all the children with Sigurd's blood over to us, for they carry the power of the Norse. They will return all the weapons belonging to the Norse back to us, as well as a legendary holy and a legendary demonic sword as compensation. This is already the least I could ask about. Some of my people wanted heaven to hand over a Longinus wielder as compensation or start a war. That might have been a bit too much and would have given the church people a reason to push more. Those people are more fanatical than they are useful. Merlin said awkwardly. I remember having scuffles with them. Just because I invented magic and I had a Satan's blood, a Satan who had disowned me, mind you, they had declared all the forms of magic taught by me as heretical. Like seriously, there has got to be a limit of pettiness. Do you think they will agree? I asked Azazel. I have talked to Michael personally. He was quite agreeable towards the idea. The church had acted by itself, and while I will not say that heavens were completely unaware of such things, they were still in the unknown about the true extent of things. They are probably the side who are restricted the most in increasing their strength. They have to rely on the church to a great extent to ensure their survival, and the church takes advantage of such. They are will to agree to any reasonable demands to prevent this war, because no matter what happens, heaven will be the ones losing the most. Which is quite understandable, as in the event that there is a war and the other two biblical factions join them and support the heavens, they will have to make severe concessions to them. These concessions will surely surpass whatever Odin was demanding. So, what is it that you need from heaven? Odin asked, looking at me. Me. If possible, I would need a particular person. A nun by the name of Asia Argento, who has a sacred gear called Twilight Healing, which is capable of healing even devils. She is currently a holy maiden in Italy. I wish to recruit her. A healer who can heal devils. Healing-type artifacts and medicines are very rare, especially ones that can heal even devils. I can understand your choice, but is that it? Odin asked, a little surprised. From heaven and the church, yes. From you. Oh. He narrowed his eyes. I wish for an alliance with the Norse faction. He raised an eyebrow at the unexpected request, so I explained further. My identity is, as you had already guessed, quite complicated. Hey, that's putting it very mildly. Exactly, and I have no intention to join the old Satan faction or their delusions of conquering the world. They are still after that? He asked incredulously. Perhaps stubbornness is the only thing they have inherited from their ancestors. I have no intention of becoming a part of that foolishness. Nor do I have any intention of becoming a political boy toy of the current government. Even with my level of patience, I am not sure I could resist doing something unpleasant to those old devils if they plotted against me, which, let's be fair, here is a foregone case by now. Both Odin and Azazel smiled slightly at that. This only leaves me with the option of making a place of my own, and I want your help with this. He looked at me incredulously. So let me get this straight, you, the possible reincarnation of the devil, the second most famous figure of the Abrahamic factions, is asking me to help you with creating a faction that might as well become a fourth power. Do I look that much of a fool to you? An honorable man was what I preferred, but in case, and here I smiled, the great Allfather Odin, the king of the Norse gods, will stoop so low as to deny the savior of his child's life, then sure. Is that it? Trying to provoke my pride, he asked blandly. Not really. I can promise you that the Norse will have my eternal friendship as long as they do not betray me and mine first. I will also provide you with some products that only I can make, which will include an alternate to Phoenix Tears. I saw Azazel snap his head in my direction, but I continued. I had expected this to be a negotiation that I will have to fight on a back foot, but that was the reason Ophelia, Merlin, and I had spent the last week sleeplessly thinking of anything that I could offer to have this alliance. The Norse name is big enough to make the coming journey extremely smooth. For a price, of course. There will be other products too which will be added later on. That said, you will get a priority for these products as well. Odin looked a little thoughtful. Phoenix Tears is a rare good after all. A single member of Phoenix family with their clan trait needs around 5 hours of perfect concentration to make a single Phoenix tear. Even a slight interruption or loss of concentration can cause the process to fail. This is the reason why Phoenix Tears are so rare and cost 100 millions per dozen, and that's for the devils. Other factions have to buy them through other channels, which cost them several times more. I and Helena have been working our asses off to make a substitute for one since we started our work. It is always an immensely persuasive negotiation tool. So you want a trade agreement between your people and mine. That's fine. But for me to recognize your people as a legitimate faction, you will need numbers. Some factions can have a leader class at best, but they are still recognized as a legitimate faction because they have numbers. A handful of people, no matter how strong, can only make a group of terrorists. Do you have any plans for that? I do. I will get the numbers by the time I reveal myself. Azazel joined here and supported me. It's not as if there haven't been such cases before. Merlin here did so. Mephistopheles has also created a magician's organization known as Grausabuer, although he has maintained a connection with the current government. Making an independent faction is not without a precedent. It will take some time, but I'm sure I can make one. I just want a place for my loved ones to stay away from politics and live peacefully. We all wish and hope for peace, but something as luxurious as peace needs to be earned, and believe me, it is very hard. Odin spoke with a solemn voice. Anyways, you did save the life of my child. Prepare your people. When you are ready, we will have an alliance. You have my word as Odin, Allfather, and the King of the Norse. We can begin our trade then. We discussed the deal in detail. My subordinates and I had spent several sleepless nights thinking about these deals. It was finally decided that we will commence our trade in 2 years when I have a proper production line for my products. I only needed one, but I hope to push my subordinates and I to a respectable level of strength by the end of 2 years. Odin will be having a meeting with Michael and the church representatives with Azazel as a mediator soon. My presence will be kept a secret from the entire Norse until I am ready. Brynhildr thanked me several times and promised to repay me in the future if I ever needed her help. I think I have an idea on what I needed from the Norse. A certain Valkyrie who is still in training now. Scene change. So, I take it that you succeeded? Ophelia asked as I slumped into the couch. The talk with Odin had been incredibly risky. As Azazel had said, I wanted to wait till I was strong enough, but even at the peak of Satan class with a Longinus on top of that, I still felt a bit lacking when facing Odin. Not to mention that Thor is said to be stronger and one of the top 10 strongest beings in the world. I still don't understand why you went for it, to be honest. The current government could easily offer them the same deal with the Phoenix Tears and could provide them with a much more profitable deal than we could. They might even turn against us and help those people to kill us. Vienna complained. That won't be so easy. Ophelia explained. First, there is no civil war right now. If it is found out that they targeted the descendants of the original Satan, without provocation, especially one who is descended from two Satans like Damien here, there would be riots everywhere. The old Satan faction will take advantage of this. Our moles in the faction have made sure of it. Second, it is precisely because we are the weaker party that Odin will be more agreeable to sign the contract with us. With the current government, they would have faced a party who would have been more or less at the same level as them, so they wouldn't have had the upper hand in the negotiation. They would have never agreed to attack Damien because Odin is not a fool. What's to guarantee that they would keep their end of the deal after Damien is killed? They might as well claim that the Norse hurt the descendant of an original Satan and turn on them asking for compensation. Damien, on the other hand, in their minds doesn't have enough power to go against them and won't do so unless pushed into a corner, so is a more agreeable partner. Obviously this would have been extremely different if they had any idea just how many Longinuses we have on our side or the means of our people. If that was known, not only the Norse, every faction out there would try to kill us as quickly as possible. We currently own almost half of the Longinuses and similarly strong sacred gears. This is enough to make any faction cautious about us. We just have to make sure that we can keep our side of the deal till we are strong enough to defend ourselves. Will the Norse really back us up? Vienna asked again. She had been coached by Gretel and Ophelia about politics no matter how much she disliked it. They will. They backed the Fallen during the Great War. That was one of the main reasons Azazel could quit the war so easily without any of the other two sides chasing the Fallen to kill. There are no eternal alliances, Vienna, only eternal profits. As long as the Norse profit from us, they will back us up. We need a decade at most to surpass them all, so by the time they realize it, it will already be too late. My deals are not so easy to break. I did make a deal with Odin. Something he doesn't even realize at this time. So we just have to become strong, right? Vienna asked, pouting. I smiled as I picked her up before bringing her in my lap. The little gremlin now acted as if she was a grown-up, all tsundere towards me. Yes, so train hard, all right, so that you can save me from bad people. I caressed her head despite her protests until she gave up her resistance and melted into my arms. Ophelia, please look into the matter of the Damphers in the Teeps faction faster. I will need their assistance sooner than I had expected. Did something happen, my lord? I thought for a moment as I recalled the talks from earlier. My soul looked like Lucifer's, well, almost like Lucifer's. Was it because of the essences? I remember that my essences had reacted violently when I had first taken them and that bastard had done something to my soul to fix it. Did he make it so that he could watch me suffer and have fun? Was it because I was being injected with the blood of the original Satans? Or was it because I was created from the blood of 2 of the 4 Satans? There are a few types of magic that change souls too. Odin looked at me with his enchanted eye and he said. Everyone looked at me while I tried to find the correct words to explain it. He said I might be the reincarnation of Lucifer. I could literally hear the heartbeats of the people in the room as everyone's breath got stuck momentarily. What? Ophelia asked wide-eyed. His reason was that my soul was older than it looked, which was obvious. I was a reincarnation after all. But what the hell did it mean by me being a reincarnation of Lucifer? He said my soul looked almost like Lucifer's. Not completely but hauntingly similar to his. But that's impossible. We devils, we cease to exist after we die. There is no afterlife for us. There is nothing for us after we die. How does one even reincarnate from oblivion? I don't know the reasons, but it might have been because I was created from Lucifer's blood. He did say that it was not completely alike. His actual words were that my soul was more similar to Lucifer's before his rebellion. It was tainted, sure, but unlike Lucifer's, my soul was more balanced. Helena, please help me devise a spell to hide my soul. I don't think there are many things that could hide from the enchanted eye of Odin. We can try though. What can I use to hide my soul? I mean, I don't even know what a soul looks like. What was my soul supposed to look like? What does a normal devil's soul look like? I didn't even think that there was a reason to hide my soul. Razvan's example had made it clear that the best disguise is the one that's just out in the open. What should I do? If I started hiding my soul by simply making it disappear, it might bring more suspicion from those who can observe souls. I mean, it's not like anyone can attack me or anything just by looking at my soul. It is quite similar to what my observation hockey does to others in a way. So what should I do? I thought about it and the answer led me back to my very first project, which was almost on the verge of completion now. Illusions. I am almost there. I can feel it already. The last part, which was related to the conversion of energy, had come from a very unexpected source. Albion's divide. Divide is separated into two parts: first, having the power of the one they touch, and second, absorbing the halved power. Albion's divide can change any type of energy to the one he uses when he divides others. I just reversed the process, and by the end of it, I could change my energy to any other type of energy. Now lay the part of hiding it with a lie using the Prince of Lies, and I was able to create an illusion that could help me contend with superclass beings easily. Try to find the Damphers quickly, Ophelia. In the meantime, please bring me any information you can get about souls and soul magic. I think I might know where you can find such information, my lord. Helena said. Ajuka Beelzebub's research. The evil pieces work on the souls as well. It is the reason why gods and Buddhas cannot be changed by the evil pieces, because their divine souls protect them. I had tried to do some research on them but was forbidden as I was not a part of his research team. Evil pieces are very closely related with the current Devil Society and no one is allowed to do independent research on them. It was both understandable and frustrating. She pouted. It was quite hilarious to adorable watch the usually calm and composed lady like her pout like a child when she was denied research in a particular field. It was almost like taking a toy from a child. I was getting to see various sides of my bound subordinates. That's quite easy, you know. You could just hunt a stray devil and isolate their evil piece inside your Innovate Clear's world and research it as much as you want. Moreover, I will need your help for training. I want you to try to use your Innovate Clear to try and create a small world where time flows faster than outside. I saw the look of realization on her face. Of course. A time chamber. If we don't have time, we can just make some for ourselves. Why didn't I think of it? This will solve so many of our problems. Obviously, there is the fact that we will still age normally, but that's a matter we can handle easily with our long lifespans. I wonder. And she went on with her thoughts. I don't think many of the people in the underworld would have seen this side of the most famous female scholar among the devil race. The time chamber idea that I had come up with recently after I was watching the shit show that was Dragso Ball. Even if she was able to increase the flow of time inside the Innovate Clear by twice and maybe increase gravity or such, it could become the most advanced training room possible. It was a hyperbolic time chamber plus gravity training room plus danger room all combined into one artifact. Try to arrange for the books on soul magic of any pantheon or faction. With that said, I returned back to our original topic of the deal with the Norse. Scene change. I looked at my shadow clone who was currently under the illusion. I had them use every detection method I could use to try and break from the illusion. Observation hockey could easily be fooled if the signals received by the brain itself were changed. That said, the instinct of the clones was still intact. I had reached the level of future sight, although it was only a fraction of a second. If the clones realized they were going to be destroyed by staying in a place, they moved. They could also retrace the attack and retaliate in the said direction. This also meant that anyone with clairvoyance could retaliate even when trapped in this illusion. That said, from the feedback I got from the destroyed clones, they didn't sense anything amiss before that. They couldn't break the illusion either. It is complete. Finally. And it will only become stronger the more I become proficient in the Prince of Lies trait. Years of work and I finally have created my first original skill. There was happiness, but fatigue overcame that at the moment. I slumped on the ground of the training ground. It had been 2 weeks since I had the meeting with Odin. I had devoted the entire time, all of the clones and every bit of energy I had to improve my illusion spell. Dummy, Kuroka is here. I heard Vienna's voice calling out to me. And sure enough, a pair of cat girls was walking my way with Vienna by their side. In the last few years I noticed that Chiron was growing up just like Kuroka and was not having her growth stunted by her trauma. The mark and proper senjutsu training helped too. Damien-sama, I'm back. Did you miss me? The older of the two cat girls jumped at me. Kuroka has always been more into physical shows of emotions. She was almost my age and at 13, she was starting to develop into quite a beautiful girl. I did. I caressed her ears as she purred. Vienna pouted and Chiron fidgeted when looking at her sister. Come here you two. I grabbed Vienna's head as she resisted in name before crumbling into my embrace. So how are you, Kuroka, Chiron? Did you have fun in Japan? Yes, Nya, we visited the headquarters of the Nura clan with Maguri-sensei. It was so cool. Kuroka explained her trip animatedly. Kajoro-san was very nice. She cooks tasty food. She hummed. Oh, Nurarihion's home. Did you make friends there? Why yes. Everyone was very nice to us. They even invited Wani-chan and me to join the Nura clan directly under Rikuo-sama. Ah, Rikuo-sama is the grandson of Nurarihion, a quarter Yukai and possibly the third head of the Nura clan. I know. He invited you too. He said that we were welcome to join them. The others invited us, yeah, but we rejected. They didn't mind though and even taught us their style of jujitsu involving fear. I still haven't learned it properly. They didn't force you, did they? I asked, sensing that Kuroka held something back. No, nya. They didn't. What are you hiding, Kuroka? I asked a bit sterner this time. There was a fight. The Shikoku Yukai had attacked. We fought. When? It was a month ago. Chiron was in the headquarters but I fought with others. They were quite strong but not my opponents. I defeated 6 of them alone and the Yukai of the Nura clan were very impressed. I was even invited by Nurarihion-sama himself. Oh. Yes, nya. I was invited too. But we didn't agree. Wani-chan told them that we owed our lives to someone else and would like to serve him. They still thanked us for our help and said we could ask them for anything if we wanted. We were also given some tips about fear style of Jujitsu by Nurari-sama, and since one of the higher-ups of the Nura clan was killed during the attack, he gave me a territory to rule. Hey, did they ask anything about me? They did. We said that you wanted to keep your identity a secret for now and we won't reveal it. They didn't insist much after Magari-sensei had vouched for us. I even got a second tail this time, yeah. And she did. I had noticed it when she had arrived here today, but Kuroka now had 2 tails instead of her normal one. Her aura was also much more controlled. I guess that some congratulations are in order then. Tell me, what do you want for getting a new tail, Kuroka? Anything, really, she asked as her ears perked up and her tail swung from side to side. Well, as long as it's within a limit. Huh? Why does she get a prize while I get nothing, dummy? I have become stronger too. Vienna pinched my side. I will give you one when you get your next pair of wings. You only have 4 wings right now. Unlike the Pillar Devils and the Extra Demons, the Satan descendants had multiple wings which showed their lineages. Others only had a single pair of devil wings no matter how strong they became, while the wings of the Satan descendants increased with their strength. It might have something to do with the fact that all the other devils except the original Satans were created by Lucifer and Lilith. I am not sure of it. These idiots consider these wings as a sign of their right to rule, which according to me is a bunch of crap. It looked cool though. Added a lot to the presence. I had 12 wings after reaching the Satan class, the maximum a devil can get. Rizavim has 12. Razvan had 12 but he hid his last pair of wings. The idiot trio had 10 wings each. Vienna on the other hand had 4 wings, although her strength was stronger than normal 4-winged devils. Her wings didn't grow as easily as mine, maybe because of her half-human race or the dragon genes. That said, the divine dividing more than made up for it. Really? Promise. Okay, you got it, dummy. Albion was saying that I am almost on the verge of getting my 3rd pair of wings. She cheered as quickly as she had become angry. In that case, I will prepare a reward for you too, and the same goes for Chiron. Chiron's tail swung from side to side too as she tried to hide her happiness. This girl is too adorable. I know what I want, nya. Oh. I want you to take me on a date, nya, just the 2 of us. The impending doom came faster than my observation could have warned me of. Vienna's demonic power surged as she got a scary smile on her face. Hey, Kuroka, I heard that you became stronger with that new tail. Wanna test it out, she said as she cracked her fingers. Ha. Sure, if you don't mind getting your butt kicked again. And thus before I could say anything, both of them ran ahead to spar. Chiron took this opportunity to cuddle into my side as I caressed her head. Cleria. I spoke inside my mind through our connection. Yes, my lord. How much progress have you made with Annihilation Maker? I asked. I had given Cleria Annihilation Maker because I honestly couldn't think of anyone better who wanted it. Cleria was trained in discovering the weakness of the enemy for the use of her worthless trait. She could easily identify the best route to defeat her enemy, and Annihilation Maker would help her do just that. Making monsters that can counter her enemies and take advantage of their weaknesses, the Annihilation Maker best suited her style of fighting. I have attained the Balance Breaker recently, although I cannot make more than 2 creatures at once. That will be more than enough for now. Can you make the monster I asked you to? It was a bit harder to imbue a monster with all those characteristics, but I did make a miniature version of it. It has the range of a continent and I can control it to make it anything smaller than that. That will do for now. Has a desolate dimension been found for the test? There are many desolate dimensions in the dimensional gap. We know of a few that can be used for the tests. Although I don't think the results will be that good since none of them are as big as a continent nor do they have lives in them. It will not have enough energy for the beast to absorb. It will still serve as a good point to test our theory. As for the lives, test and see if the monsters created by Annihilation Maker satisfies the criteria. Yes, my lord. I will set up the first trial in a week. If the trial is successful, then find a place inside the ocean where no pantheons have any influence over and set up the 10 tails to absorb from the sea creatures. I will place an illusion on it to hide it and Gretel will put it behind her dimension lost's barrier. It will be a good place to gather energy from. Yes, my lord. She answered before we cut off the call. That was one of my pet projects. I had the idea when I started the Naruto manga in this world. It was a pretty solid hit too, especially in Japan where the people literally drank in the ninja awesomeness. There were even fans for the nine-tailed fox, Kurama among the Yukai children from what I have found out. Since Annihilation Maker can create monsters according to the user's wishes, why can't it do the same here? Since then I made as many notes as I could about the 10 tails and the process by which it gathers the energy of a planet or a dimension and how it converts it into a chakra fruit. I even added some modifications about how it can separate the negativity from nature's energy. Even if I absorb a small bit of energy at a time, I can still get mini chakra fruits that can significantly increase the powers of any Yukai that eats them. There are also advanced steps of the plan if it succeeds. Innovate Clear used in tandem with the Annihilation Maker can make an idealized world with an increased speed of time where the 10 tails can suck life without restraint as all the living beings in that world will be under our control. It was basically a chakra fruit orchard if this plan succeeded. All of that if the test succeeds though. My plans to see 10-tailed Nekasha goddesses seems to be quite near. I looked ahead as Vienna and Kuroka fought, Vienna without using her sacred gear. It was an even match. Both the girls pushed each other through tricks of their own. Vienna under our tutelage is more than just a simple brawler as Valley would have been. She is a sly little minx who would use every chance she could get to dominate a fight completely. Observation and armament hockey played an important part in her fighting styles too. Kuroka used senjutsu and tuki in return. Ice magic and Yujitsu-based flames scattered around the training field as they clashed repeatedly against one another. A white-haired, black hockey user and a black-haired, white tuki user fought and the scene looked amazing. Apparently I was not the only one who thought so as Chiron was also watching the scene with rapt attention. They fought for about 40 minutes, completely destroying the area around them and then fell on their knees panting for breaths. Let's make a concession here. How about before the wish Kuroka asked me for, we all go to an amusement park? All of us for a holiday. How do that sound? Good. Then it's decided. We will go to the amusement park and even have a picnic. I will have Gretel make the arrangements. That should calm the two down. It did. If Chiron's tale was an indication of how she felt, then she was absolutely delighted by the idea. Vienna's eyes lit up too. This might just be our first holiday together. Scene change. Are you worried about what Odin said? Merlin asked sitting beside me as I sat on the roof of the tallest building in our base. That thought had haunted my mind since the words it out. What would people say if they found out I was a reincarnator? Raisvan hadn't told anyone about it but he had watched me around a decade to assure my character and still was a bit reluctant to trust me. Aria's trust in me could be attributed to her raising me. That's one extreme suspicion and one trust. A 50% is not something that eased my mind. Would they think differently of me if they found out about my previous life? It has kept me up for nights in the last 2 weeks. I had spent every waking hour training to hide my soul. The problem however was, I had no idea what to do. I was broken from my thoughts by Merlin's voice. It doesn't matter. I looked at the men and he continued. It doesn't matter if you are the reincarnation of Lucifer or someone else. Reincarnations are not all like their previous selves. Experiences makes a man. You have experienced different things than Lucifer or Hell for that matter and thus you are a different person. Suddenly finding out that you might have been someone in your previous life doesn't matter at all. So don't worry your head about it. Is it really so easy? Did you not feel anything different when you found out about this? I wouldn't say I felt nothing. I felt quite surprised. But, yeah, that was it. Surprised and then it was back to normal. I looked at the men in disbelief. Let me tell you a story. Arthur was my student, a friend, like my own son to my first incarnation. When he had died, I was devastated and had half a mind to erase the entire Camelot in my rage. He was the only one I had considered family to me. A true family to me. In my last incarnation, I found his incarnation as well. His name was Felix. He paused for a moment as if collecting his words or trying to find suitable words to convey what he was about to say. I killed him. Huh. I killed him. No pretty words. He was a bandit. A murderer. He had killed several villages and pillaged the places. I saw him and I knew at once who he was. It might have been my duty to protect the place or my anger at the piece of shit for defiling the image of my student. I killed him, and I never regretted it once. Arthur was Arthur and Felix was Felix, and I knew that. If people didn't change, then what was the point of reincarnating again? One might be a saint in one life but become a bandit in another. Souls sure have power, but they do not set our future in stone. Always remember this fact, Damien. You have lived a life, you died. That was the end. This is not a new chapter. No. This is an entirely new book for you. Write it as you want. Don't let your previous life cloud your judgment. If you want to continue living as your previous life, sure, do it. I'll support you. If you want to create a new devil race, I will support you again. Hell, if you want to open a bar and chill out the entirety of your life this time, I will sit by you and make a drink for myself too. I did swear my loyalty to my king, Damien Lucifer. Him being the reincarnation of Lucifer or anyone else matters not to me or any of your loved ones. Thank you. Always my king. Now you should go and spend some time with others as well. They had been worried sick about you when you didn't say a word and started training non-stop. Vienna even called those Nekasha sisters to get you out of training and take some time to relax again. When you have children worried about you, understand that you are doing something wrong. Now, I have heard that you have planned a picnic in an amusement park. Good job. I want a ticket too for all this good advice. I smiled a little and then it turned into a chuckle and finally let out a good laugh. Yeah. I am having children worried about me. Damn, Lucifer wouldn't have sucked this bad. You know what, Merlin? You are right. Who cares what my soul looks like? I have already proclaimed myself as the devil. If my soul looks like Lucifer's, then he should be proud to have a soul like mine. I will make the name Damien Lucifer surpass the name of Lucifer himself. So much so that if he were to be revived, he would be proud to share the same name as me. I will surpass him and make a place of my own, but first, I have a picnic to plan. Well said. With those words I got up, feeling a heavy burden lift from my shoulders. Good night. I said as I walked towards my room. I had already sensed Gretel waiting outside the room for me and Vienna inside the room. Yukio Town, Nura clan's headquarters. I miss Kuroka-chan. Tsurara said as she slumped into her seat. She said that she will be back in a week. She did say she was going to visit her friends. Do you think it is that secret master of hers? I still think it is some bad guy who is tricking her and Chiron, and we need to help her. We need to do nothing. Kuroka is very fond of her other friends and her master, who has saved her life. He even taught her those fancy tricks. I didn't know we could use chakra like that. Kuroka is very proficient in senjutsu and it is very hard to fool her. She will not put Chiron in danger either, so if she thought that those people were of any danger to the two of them, she would have ran away. She didn't, which means she cares a lot about them. We need to understand and respect that. But Kajoro, she rejected Rokuosama's offer to join the night parade for that master of hers. How can someone be more cool than Rikuosama? The killer monk decided to join the talks at this moment. She also rejected Nurari-sama's offer to join the Nura clan as well. Not only she, even little Chiron rejected. They were happy to be friends, but they only had their master in their hearts. I think Kuroka likes this master of hers. What? The Supreme Commander's invitation. He offered her a town to rule over as a token of appreciation and offered his help in case she needed anything. He seemed to have been trying to get the goodwill of those sisters. Well, they are very talented. Magari-sama said that she might be a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Moreover, Chiron shows the same talent. According to Magari-sama, both of those sisters have a high chance to surpass her. But Magari-sama is a seven-tailed Nikomata. There has never been anyone among the cat yukai with more than 7 tails. Apparently the training her master puts her through and the things he has provided her has increased her growth rate without harming her in the slightest. That strange type of chakra has boosted her growth immensely. So this person, this master is a man? Ayatabo asked, drinking a cup of his sake. He is. From what I know, he is around the same age as Rikuosama and Kuroka. If so, then I hope they can be friends. Kuroka is a very strong and talented yukai and Chiron is the same. I would like them as allies even if they cannot be a part of our Nura clan. What do you think, Rikuosama? Kuratabo said as he placed his sake cup on the table. The young boy sitting on the cherry blossom tree looked towards the moon. A friend of our friends is a friend. Kuroka has helped us with the Shikoku Yukai and has won our friendship. Her master will get the same honor from us. In that case, would you like to invite him over? Tell them that she is welcome to bring her master over whenever she wants for tea with us. The Nura clan always welcomes its guests. Rikuo spoke. The crowd cheered and went on to do their normal routines and party through the night. Embarrassed face. Chapter 15, Chapter 14, Yukai, Ayakashi, and Devils, oh my. Damien. I walked into the amusement park while the group followed me. Vienna, Gretel, and I were under my illusion which would hide our true appearances from everyone. Kuroka was latched onto my arm while trying to press her budding breasts into my side, despite the heated glare from Vienna who was latching onto my other arm. Gretel had a stoic face while she carried the basket of food along with Lavinia, Musashi, and Sean. Merlin was carrying the most though. It might have something to do with the fact that he tried teasing Gretel before coming here. Chiron on the other hand was walking beside Gretel with our newest addition to the group, who looked as if she thought we were fattening her up only to eat her after it. Asia Argento was delivered to us by Azazel after Odin had the meeting with Michael. Safe to say that the church was adamantly against any compromises, but that was only until Odin lost his patience and let out his aura. This reminded everyone that the one who was sitting in front of them was a king of gods, a being who led a pantheon and showed heaven how truly and utterly fucked they would be if Odin made any moves. Odin however was already pissed and raised the stakes. Immediate execution of those who were directly involved with the Siegfried project and excommunication of the outer members. Moreover, he asked for every child with even a hint of his blood to be returned to the Norse. Michael took command for once and negotiated the execution of the director and vice director of the project and anyone who conducted the experiments being excommunicated, but to let the others go. Odin did claim 2 swords from heaven's side which the church handed the now tainted Clarent, which had lost most of its power, and its demonic sister sword Florent. Asia Argento was handed over with what Azazel called resistance that was mostly a formality. Poor girl didn't even know what she was being used as, and I seriously doubt she does even now. She had almost looked like she would have a panic attack when she was introduced to us after we brought her back from Azazel. I couldn't blame her for it. She was only a 10-year-old and had been fed the stories of devils being the cause of all the misery in the world. The devil made me do it is surprisingly a very common excuse even in the world. I just wish they removed the when using that. I don't have enough free time to worry about those idiots. The poor girl had almost retreated into herself from all the stress and fear. It was only due to the efforts of Lavinia, Vienna, and Kuroka repeatedly barging into her room and bringing her out to play or have some fun since then. Gretel had in her own way taken care of her, and so had Tsubaki. While she might not show it, Gretel was probably the most careful when dealing with her, apparently because the girl reminded her of her own self a little. So scared and looking at everyone as someone just waiting to hurt her. During our private talks one night after Vienna had gone to sleep, she had told me about it and I encouraged her to do what she thought was right. Since then, she took some time off to teach Asia about the world outside the church, cooking, and even studies. My little maid was really a kind person. This place is very good, nya, Chiron purred slightly, her eyes locked at the cotton candy stall on the side of the path, making a few of us chuckle. Chiron's personality was completely different because of avoiding the harshness of the early world. She was like a child her age was supposed to be, cheerful and lively. The park was in Kuroka's new territory in Japan. She had decided on this place as it was relatively safer for us. This place was owned by the Yukai. I asked, looking around the place. There were some Yukai in disguise around the place serving as vendors and mascots. Yes, nya. The Ayakashi use the fear and the negative feelings from the haunted houses in the place. It also has a shrine for a land god of this area connected to it so that the New Years are celebrated in the park, and also increases the visits to both the land god, preventing her from being forgotten, and the income of the park. It is a cooperative relationship between the two sides which Lord Hi before me had established. I verified the relationship with the land god once I became the ruler of this area. She is very kind, like a little fairy, and likes mochi. That is quite smart of them. But negative feelings? I thought Ayakashi only fed on fear. Musashi asked. Fear is the main one. When Ayakashi attack people, most feel this emotion. Some might feel anger too. There are many who feel despair. The last one gives the most power and is extremely addictive to an Ayakashi, which is the reason we were explicitly asked to avoid such things. I am a Yukai, so it doesn't concern me, but I was asked to kill any Ayakashi indulging in such practices in my territory. Dummy, let's go to the roller coaster. Vienna dragged me by the hand. I saw the sparkle in her eyes and didn't resist either. Wait for me too, nya, Kuroka followed. They looked towards Gretel and beckoned her to come with us as well, but she said that she will find a spot for the picnic first. Tsurara. Rikuo-sama, see a haunted house. Can we go there and scare people? It will be lots of fun. I bet we can get a lot of fear there. This is Kuroka's territory, Tsurara. Did you forget it? Moreover, this haunted house was established by Lord Hi. There are already a few Ayakashis residing in this place. They own the haunted house. Kuretabo held the super excited Yuki on aback. HMMP, I knew that, but they could always share a little for a day. We just want to have some fun scaring the visitors, it's not like we are planning to take over this place. Oh, look. Isn't that Chiron? Kijoro pointed towards the white-haired Nekasha. Who are those people with her? Tsurara asked, spotting the other people with Chiron. Could those be the friends Kuroka was talking about? Are one of those boys the master Kuroka was talking about? Asked Tsurara. Oh, that white-haired one does look handsome. But isn't he a bit older? Looks around 16 years more or less, so it's not that old. The other one walks like a warrior. His steps seem to be casual but are measured and alert. It's almost ingrained in his bones. Kuretabo measured the people in front of them. The one who is leading them is that girl. They seem to be deferring to her. Could she be the leader of these people? Maybe. She isn't a boy though, so she isn't the master. Tsurara instead, already playing a detective. We could always go and introduce ourselves and ask directly. Rikuo spoke. Yes. Let's go and show them that Rikuo-sama is the greatest. Tsurara cheered. The Rikuo currently, however, was the human part, and he didn't like any kind of conflict. We are not going to fight anyone. Just introducing ourselves. Everyone behave. Yes, Rikuo-sama. So she followed Rikuo-sama to those people. Chiron smelled them right away and turned towards them. Those people are devils. At least 2 of them. Kotabo spoke as he walked closer. That's fine. Magari-sama told us that Kuroka was taken to her territory by the devils. Apparently they had saved their lives after Fujimai-sama passed away. By that time they had gotten closer to the other group. Rikuo-samya, Tsurara-chan, Kijoro-san, everyone, are you here to have a picnic too? The cute cat girl jumped in excitement. Are they your friends, Chiron? The girl leading them asked. Yes. They are Rikuo-sama and everyone from the Nura clan. We stayed at their place. Kijoro-sama makes very nice rice cakes and fish nya. Yufufu, I would have brought some food if I knew you were coming here too, Chiron-chan. We just came here to have some fun on our vacation. I am Gretel. Nice to meet you all. I thank you all for taking care of Chiron. No, it's a pleasure of ours. Chiron is always fun to have around. Where is Kuroka? Is she not with you? Tsurara asked Chiron. Ani-chan went with Damien-samya to the roller coaster. Gretel-san, can they join us please? The girl called Gretel looked at their group. No, please, we wouldn't want to intrude. Ah, Rikuro-sama is always so considerate. It will not be an intrusion. Please don't worry about it. I apologize for our master is not here, but I am sure he wouldn't mind. Yes, he is a pretty chill dude. Feel free to join us. Fun times are always better with a beautiful company. By the way, are you single? The white-haired one came around and took Kijoro's hand, kissing it slightly. Yufufu, oh my, what a flatterer, but I am sorry, I am already taken. Kijoro replied with a giggle. Ah. Tsurara gaped, as did all her other companions, looking at the giggling Kijoro. So Kobayashi finally got the guts to propose. Oh, what a pity. Your partner must be a very lucky man. Wait, hold on. Kobayashi proposed. When? That sneaky bastard. He didn't even tell any of us. The group congratulated Kijoro while following Chiron's group to search for a place for the picnic. Damien. I returned with Kuroka and Vienna hanging onto my sides like 2 koalas. These 2 are really competitive. Then again, they are closer in age and still childish. Musashi and Tsubaki are far more of the quieter type. The scene I saw in front of me was surprising to say the least. They are from the Nura clan nya. What are they doing here? Kuroka revealed their identity as she asked. Your friends? Vienna asked. The brown-haired one is the 3rd supreme commander of the Nura clan, the grandson of Nurarihion, Rikuo-sama. Magari-sensei introduced us to them. I had some thoughts in my mind. Were they here to spy? Let's find out directly from the group. Rikuo-sama, Tsurara, everyone, did you come here to play too? Kuroka asked the group cheerfully. Kuroka. Yes, we came here to celebrate our victory over the Shikoku Yukai. It took 3 weeks to take care of the aftermath. We even tried to invite you, but Magari-sama said that you were unavailable. He looked at me and asked, is he? This is my master, Damien-sama nya. Damien-sama, this is Rikuo Nura, the 3rd commander of the Nura clan. I put my hand forward towards the guy, who shook it quite nervously but with no hidden intentions. Nice to meet you. Same here. I agreed. Master, would you like to have something to eat? Gretel asked me from the side. She had made everything herself. Yes, please. I asked as she passed a plate to me while Lavinia distributed food to the rest as well. We talked about various topics and I noticed that they tried to poke to find my identity but were unsuccessful. I also got looks of suspicion from the blue-haired Yukiana a few times, but each time I looked at her questioningly, she turned and huffed cutely. It was more cute than annoying, so I left it as it is. The good thing was that Vienna got to make some new friends. When it was time to leave, the group got up. I said a few words to Kuratabo, who seemed to be the most mature one among the group. I saw his eyes widen and muscles tense before he turned to me. I didn't say anything but left with my group. Kuroka has called us to her new place while I still had to watch over Cleria's experiment with the 10 tails. Scene change. I looked at the massive tree in front of me. This was an abandoned dimension created by some god and forgotten, with many animals and plants. Such dimensions are generally connected to a main dimension like the human world or the underworld and are used for wars or experiments and such. I am sorry it took so long, Master. Cleria came up to my side. No, this is wonderful. The tree was siphoning the energy from the place at a massive rate, unlike what the 10 tails had done in the shinobi world under the direct orders of Annihilation Maker. We had arrived at this place just a while ago and the god tree was felt even from the corners of the dimension. I had to find a way to seal its presence from being felt by others if I wanted to use it in any way. This dimension was as large as a small country. I stood in front of the giant tree, which was as if a borderline Satan-class beast was releasing its powers without restraint. I was accompanied by Gretel, Merlin, and Kuroka. Everyone else was staying with Chiron at Kuroka's place and enjoying a holiday. How long do you think it will take? I asked as we neared the place. I had to shield Kuroka so that she could bear the pressure from the god tree's aura. Around an hour more, Master. I have been making it work for almost a day now. I looked around the area. With my observation hockey, I watched as the ground seemed to be losing its vitality somehow. It was like a bright colored picture losing its colors. How does that feel to you, Kuroka? I asked the girl who had been staring at the tree with horror since we arrived at this place. It's a monster, nya. I feel like it will take away all the life. All of nature's energy was taken away by it. Everything is devoured by it, and when I try to use senjutsu, all of that is being concentrated on whatever is on that tree, a small fruit of some kind. I cannot even look at the fruit, but it's as if it's calling out to me. The tree is taking all the negativity inside it while using all the pure nature's energy to create the fruit. That's about right. Well, except the calling part. I had asked Cleria to separate the negativity from the nature's energy and she chose this way. What do you mean by calling out to you? I don't know, but that much nature's energy is intoxicating to feel. Oh, is the energy irresistible? I asked, looking at her slightly drooling on the corner of her mouth. Yes, nya. We waited around the tree observing the changes for a whole hour until the surroundings were all drained of vitality and energy. So that's the chakra fruit. I looked at the small peach on one of the lower branches of the tree. By this point Kuroka was visibly drooling. I'll have to work on her mental defenses more. The essence of a dimension collected into one small fruit, yet I can sense no malice from it, maybe because all of that went to the beast itself. Merlin inspected the fruit, casting a few spells around it and recording everything. Helena hadn't been able to arrive at the experiment because it was her nephew's birthday. Now, she was totally the type of person that would forget herself in work, but she never missed her family time when she did remember it. The Dantalian house is really blessed like this. She had asked Merlin to take over the research and collect all the data from the 10 tails, god tree mode and the chakra fruit. So, is it all as we had predicted? I asked, watching Merlin step away from the fruit. Yes, I couldn't find any fault from it. Can you? I touched the chakra fruit and my essence of the mad doctor verified that it was extremely close to the real chakra fruit. In fact, it was much better than the original chakra fruit in terms of quality at least. The Otsutsuki didn't eat the chakra fruit directly but rather made pills out of it before consumption. Honestly, this reminded me of those cultivation novels. The chakra fruit did contain the vitality of the beings it devoured, but also their last bits of emotions, which more often than not was malice. I mean, it would take a special grade of masochist to feel pleasure and gratefulness from having their life sucked out. This malice would cause a massive change in the personality of the user if the chakra fruit is eaten directly. I kinda know why Kagaya went all emo all of a sudden now. That's what Merlin and I predicted before this project, and Cleria made changes in her design of the 10 tails to have it suck out the malice and negative feelings to the 10 tails itself. Later it will condense another fruit containing all the negative emotions. I will check if it works on the Ayakashi because they are literal creatures made up of negative emotions. Go on, eat it, Kuroka. I know you can't wait anymore. Consider this a gift for your next tail in advance. Go. I looked over to Cleria, who controlled the 10 tails so that it didn't react violently if the fruit was taken. Kuroka went ahead with dazed eyes and touched the fruit. The behemoth shook for a moment before Cleria used her annihilation maker to control it once more. She plucked the fruit and took a bite from it, and I erected a barrier in between us. A massive wave of chakra or natural energy to be precise erupted from her. She shouted, not in pain but in pleasure as it revolved around her in a whirlwind, increasing in speed with time. Then it happened. She arched slightly as she was lifted from the ground. 3 tails popped out from her back right beside the previous 2, making for a total of 5 tails. Her energy rose sharply and stopped when she was stably in the mid-ultimate class. That said, the qualitative change in her power was massive. Her power was far, far denser than before and natural energy almost danced around her, shaking at her every move. Did the chakra fruit increase her affinity with natural energy? The energy around her calmed down slightly and her body was lowered slowly to the ground. I caught her. Looks like she fainted. I also sensed a faint smell. I looked at her glazed look and then the source of the smell. She had an orgasm. A snap of my finger cleaned the girl before she could be embarrassed in front of others. She was completely out of it to notice though, so I brought her out to let her sleep for a while and rest. That was quite amazing. I'll be honest, I knew that this could work theoretically but I had no high hopes for it. Good job on that. Merlin said as he cast a few spells on Kuroka. Increased energy levels, energy density, physical strengthening, higher cellular vitality, increased regeneration, high sensory reception. I'll have to check the extent of the increases along with the mental aspect later. There is also the increased control over natural energy. The side effects of eating might be pleasure-filled euphoria. I'd take it any day. Congratulations, King. You just made something that would drive any and all Yukai to be your slaves for a bite. As for Kuroka, there are no other side effects from what I could say, not physically at least. We will have to check the mental part when she wakes up. I nodded at the report. It was basically what we had calculated. Scene change. Kuroka was mentally fit too. There were no changes in personality either. The overconfidence that she might have gotten due to becoming an ultimate class was very soon beaten out of her when she fought against Gretel as a test of her new powers. The sheer ease with which Gretel handled her would probably keep her reminded why Gretel Lucifuge is the second strongest person in our entire group. That said, Kuroka has gotten stronger. She had a slight bit of control issue after getting so much power in one go, but she will get used to it soon. Her reflexes had increased drastically and so did her observation haki. Further checks showed that her body was changing and becoming stronger as the natural energy purified her body. Her regeneration was becoming stronger. Sages were so strong because they were completely one with nature. The natural energy purified their bodies over and over till it was at its peak level, and in case of Yukai, the level where another tail can grow again. After all the tests, Kuroka was asked to sleep and rest again. It was then that I got a message from Chiron. Dummy Samia, there is trouble. There is trouble here. Vi Samia is fighting with someone, nya. Hurry up and help. I stood up instantly on hearing her voice. Where are you? I am at our place, nya. Sean Samia sent me back with Muchan. He is with Vi Samia. I am coming there in a moment. I directly teleported to Kuroka's territory from our laboratory. Chiron was standing outside the house and the gathering Yukai there. They all turned towards me and took battle positions until Chiron rushed towards me and hugged me. Where are they? That way, nya. Muchan went there after sending me here, nya. She pointed towards the general direction and I pushed my observation haki in the direction, sensing the people. There were around half a dozen high-class people in the place apart from Vi, Musashi, and Sean. 2 devils with one at the peak of high class while the other at mid-class, and the others were all humans. The rest of the humans were all weaker but still stronger than mid-class. Stay here. I will take a look myself. I left a clone with her to protect her and rushed towards the place quickly. It was a few kilometers away from where we were staying, towards forest-covered areas around the edges of the town. Vienna Lucifer. What the hell was up with these old coots? Dummy was right. Old coots with mile-long sticks up their asses were annoying to deal with. She didn't understand what that meant. She did understand why Gretel had glared at him for whispering those words though. There was a no-cussing rule at home and no one defied the maid of the house on this one. She erected another ice wall to stop the fire attack on herself while the other girl hid behind her. She thought of how this started in the first place. She and Chiron had been out for inspection of the area because Kuroka wasn't here and she was very excited to be finally out in the open by herself. It was during the walks that she found that there was an exorcist going around exorcising haunted houses. It was something about her being new to this area. Chiron had wanted to impress her Wanisama by investigating the exorcist and Vienna had taken it up just to kick some ass. They had quickly started investigating like those awesome ninja manga that Dummy had Alicia make. Being all super secretive and silent, she and Chiron found the location that the exorcist was hiding. Inside a shrine on the border of the forest, her observation haki had easily found the exorcist whose energy was a bit weird, and both she and Chiron had decided to surround the exorcist from 2 ends, so they separated and struck from the 2 ends of the shrine. She drop-kicked the door, sending it flying through the shrine while Chiron jumped through the window like an awesome ninja. Aha, your attacks end here, evil exorcist. No cutting down little Yukai and Ayakashi. We are here to stop you from hurting anyone else. Yes nya, we are, whatever Visamnya said nya. It was after she had made her kick-ass entry that she noticed the exorcist. It was a little girl with a patched-up shrine maiden costume with her back against the wall. She had a paper talisman in her hand pointing at them although her hands were shivering with fear. Eh? Are you the exorcist nya? Ani-sama told me that exorcists are scary-looking people but you don't look scary nya. While Chiron was speaking, Vienna looked over the room and saw the other parts of the room more clearly now that she had time. The room was mostly empty and even broke but had recently been cleaned. She saw the door crashed in the corner right over what looked like food on a piece of newspaper. Rice cakes. Only rice cakes and nothing else. She looked around the room once more but couldn't find anything else there. It was the only room in the shrine so she was pretty sure that the exorcist couldn't hide the food anywhere else. Suddenly she saw Chiron sniffing the air and then towards the exorcist. She smells like a fallen angel nya. Magari-sensei showed me how they smell. She pointed towards the girl. It was then that Vienna realized what was wrong with her energy. This girl was a fallen angel but not a full one. She was a half-human, probably just like her. I am not a fallen angel. I have nothing to do with them. Chiron stepped down a bit in shock at the frightened girl's sudden outburst and Vienna quickly stepped between them, hiding Chiron behind her. It took Chiron a few moments to collect herself but she did and then pointed back to the girl shouting, I am not lying nyaa. You totally smell like a fallen angel. Don't try to trick us nya. I am very smart. Vienna saw the look in the girl's eyes and something pricked her heart. She knew that look. She couldn't remember from where but looking at the tears collect at the corner of her eyes, she put a hand on Chiron's shoulder. Wait, Chiron. Let me ask her something first. Chiron stopped and looked at her but then stepped back. I don't care if you are a fallen angel or an angel. Are you the one who has been exorcising and driving the Yukai and Ayakashi in this area from their homes? Why yes. See, she is a bad person. She was chasing the Ayakashi out of their homes. Chiron. Why? I needed money. People hired me for exorcising their house of evil spirits. I did that and they paid me for the work. Why are you here? Where are your parents? Family. She saw the girl shrink on the mention of her parents and then hate at the mention of her family. The feeling in her heart got worse. I have no family. She said, her voice cold. I see. The Yukai and Ayakashi in this area are under the control of the Eastern Yukai faction of the Nura clan. These Yukai and Ayakashi don't hurt people, just sometimes pull some pranks on them and scare them to gain energy sometimes. The overseer of this place takes care of any rogues themselves. She saw the girl relaxing slightly and continued. I know your intentions were good so we will not do anything but you might actually seriously harm some innocent Ayakashi this way. Please don't do this. If you need to work for food, I will ask the overseer of this place to give you something. Your race will not matter. She does not discriminate against any races. She saw the girl's eyes widening a little so she continued, I am a half-devil myself. I understand how people can treat half-blooded supernatural beings like us but the overseer of this place is a bit annoying but kind person. She will not hurt you. Yes, my Wanisamaya is very kind nya. Chiron chimed in from the side listening to the mention of Kuroka in the speech. She saw the girl putting her hands down and heaved a breath. It was at this moment that the girl in question lit the talisman and a bright light flashed in the whole room. It blinded both her and Chiron. She quickly spread her observation haki and covered Chiron in reflex. By the time she was able to open her eyes, the girl was gone from the shrine. She was already outside and running into the forest. Chiron rubbed her eyes and regained her vision quickly too. That exorcist was bad nya. Wanisamaya was right. Exorcists are bad people nya. Let's go catch her Visamaya. Chiron said, flailing her hands. Vienna had thoughts of her own and chased behind the girl as well. It was then that she heard a blast in the girl's direction. Her haki sensed around 6 people surrounding the girl. One of them was as strong as a high-class devil, still a bit weaker than her. She stopped for a moment and looked at Chiron as the girl stopped from the sound as well. Chiron, go back to the main base and call Sean and Muchan. I will take a look and see what's going on. That girl, she was scared. There are other people surrounding her. I will go first and help the girl. But Visamaya you can get hurt nya. We don't have time, Chiron. Hurry and bring me help. I am very strong. Quick. The little Nekasha looked a little hesitant but ran after giving her a nod. Are you sure about this Vienna? Albion's voice came from her back. That girl looked very scared, Albion. It reminded me. She stopped her words as she flew towards the area where the blast just came from. In that case, go. I will help you. Albion didn't show himself anymore. She flew over the area and stopped on the top of a tree looking at the area below. A bald old man was standing in front of the girl who looked injured. One of the men was injured and being treated. You should have died the same day your whore of a mother died by our hands. Vienna froze for a moment. Flashes of barely forgotten memories came back to the forefront of her mind. Her fists clenched tightly as she tried to work her clemency to keep her calm, but it was like stopping a raging ocean with a thin plastic sheet. The old man held the girl by her hair and lifted her up. She cried. He sneered and brought his face close to her and spoke, no. Something like you should never have been born. Your filthy existence is a sin against nature itself. The plastic sheet ripped and the raging torrent burst out like a tsunami. You get your fucking hands off of her. She felt a wave of energy burst out of her while the old man was stunned enough to let go of the girl and snapped his neck in her direction. The men except the old one all fell down one by one, but Vienna wasn't paying attention to those as she dived towards the old man, her hands coated with armament hockey. The old man, while shocked, quickly regained his bearing and threw a talisman which was able to cover his escape. The talisman burst out, but this time Vienna had already shut her eyes and used her observation to head forwards. She sent a volley of ice spears towards the old man's retreat path while covering the girl behind her back. The men blocked the spears with another one of those talismans, but one of them grazed his knee and he stumbled and fell behind. Vienna took this moment to send another barrage of ice needles towards all the attackers. Gretel had said to concentrate on the fight till the enemies were dead or incapable of doing anything. Merlin had taught her the same. Vienna had learned to know that if those two agree on something, it's probably true. Hurry, go towards the town. I will block them for now. Vienna said as she erected an ice wall around the people. She didn't know who these people were, but they seemed to be from this country. It could be troublesome for Kuroka if she killed them after attacking first. The girl, however, was stunned and frozen in place. Vienna couldn't help but get a bit irritated. Hurry up and run. What are you waiting for? The girl shook awake from the voice and looked at her. Why? Vienna's hands clenched as she recalled the moment when she had asked Dummy the same thing. Did someone like her even deserve to live? Was she a mistake that shouldn't have been born? Would her mama be alive if she wasn't born? Did they hate her for being born? Dummy's face and words that day would forever remain engraved in her heart. Because being born is not a sin. If your birth was a mistake, then mine would have been the sign of the apocalypse itself. Does that mean I shouldn't have been born? Do you hate me for it, Vi? The girl's eyes widened as she registered the words, and then her eyes were filled with tears. She remembered that she had hugged Dummy and cried till she had fallen asleep. She then looked in front of her as the people had regained consciousness and thrown several talismans around the area blocking the escape routes. She raised several ice walls to surround the two of them, and that's why they were stuck in this situation. She just hoped that Chiron would get back with help sooner. Colluding with the devils now. Just when I thought you couldn't fall any lower. The old man stood up, his shoulder and the side of his face injured from the needles. Things got worse when two more people came in with strength equal to high-class levels. Very well then, first I will burn this insolent cur in front of you, just like your mother, and then drag you to face justice. The men attacked the ice wall as the old man started chanting a high-level spell and sent a huge fireball towards the ice wall. That would be dangerous. She couldn't hold back anymore. Do it, Albion. I need your help now. Divide. The enormous fireball was reduced to half the size while Vienna felt herself fill up with energy. She pushed more demonic power into the ice wall and faced the blast head-on. Those accursed wings. Such a horrible existence. She should be wiped out in the bud. All of you, attack with me. The old men got together to chant another spell while one of them rushed with his katana to strike the ice wall, only to be stopped by a spear running through his head and right through the ground in front. The atmosphere went still at the sudden death. There once was an old fool. Doing things totally uncool. He barked like a cur, with a matching temper. I for once wanted to let loose. She saw the owner of the spear walk in and pull out the spear from the dead guy's head. The old man broke out of his shock and looked at Sean. Who are you? Name yourself before you die. He growled. Vienna chuckled in her mind. Killing Sean. Yeah, she couldn't beat this beast of a guy even with Albion, and he was just using a normal spear. His skill at using the weapon and runes along with it were legendary. He was also among those who had picked up the hockey teachings, the fastest only rivaled by Muchan. Me. First name Mario, last name Mario. He spun his spear and shook off the blood on the blade of the spear. Mario. Anne, wink wink. He turned towards her and looked at the girl behind her. What kind of mess did you jump into this time, shorty? The boss, or even worse the boss lady, would flay me alive if you got hurt. So, get out. I will cover you. Vienna stood up in front of the girl and stared back at Sean. I will not leave her. He quietly looked at her and then the girl behind her and went silent for a few moments before sighing lightly. I don't get paid enough for this. Next time I will put the babysitting duty on Muchan. Ha, who needs your help? I could beat them up all by myself. Why are you even doing that? Who is this girl? She's. Suddenly Vienna turned back and remembered that she hadn't asked for the girl's name. What was your name again? You don't even know her name. Sean shouted. Why would you need to know someone's name to help them? Vienna replied. Point. The girl slowly whispered, Akino. My name is Akino Himajima. Oh, nice name. They couldn't talk for much longer as the men who had fainted had regained consciousness by now and raced towards them. Sean flashed in between two of them and with a single strike, pierced the throat of one of the men and the heart of another. He then dodged the katana of a third and kicked him in the knees to make him lose his balance before striking his forehead with the butt of the spear, knocking him completely out cold. Vienna shot a massive barrage of icicles towards the group who protected themselves again with those damn talismans. One of them started chanting while another one held the barrier. The third started setting up more talismans to trap them all, only for there to be a flash and the talismans surrounding the areas were sliced clean off. Two more men fell to the ground, their throats slit as Muchan stood in between them, her hands holding two katanas. Are you hurt, Vai-chan? I am fine, Muchan. Let's kick their asses. These bullies were attacking her. The old men also got more backup. Two more people of high class came and joined the group with several more mid-class ones. This is getting more annoying. Did you call for backup? Sean asked Muchan, who nodded. Chiron is collecting a bunch of Yukai and Ayakashi and will be arriving here soon. I had no idea how many enemies or how strong the enemies would be before I arrived. At best we need to hold them back for a while. Sounds good. Well, cover the base. I'll thin their numbers. I don't know any defensive spells. Sure, got ya. Muchan vanished in a burst of speed while Sean started writing runes in the air around the area they stood, making a protective shield. Shorty, hold them off for an attack. Sure. The man who was chanting completed the spell while the one preparing the talisman attacked with it. Muchan cut the talismans before they could do anything before flashing behind one of the stronger ones who had his throat cut open too. Haruma, the old coot who was casting the spell, shouted and released the spell towards them. Vienna, be careful, those flames are of purifying nature. They will hurt you even if they cannot kill you. Albion warned quickly. He fired a massive fireball in her direction. Vienna put her full strength behind her ice wall. The fireball took the shape of a bird and crashed into the wall. Divide. It hurt. The magic power flowed into her and she pushed it all into the ice wall. The temperature of the place rose and she felt herself slowly losing her grip. Sean was busy setting the runes up and couldn't be disturbed at all. Die, you filthy abomination. Your kind should just die. She was pushed back slightly. Suddenly she felt a talisman knock on the fireball before being quickly burned. The girl behind her was throwing talismans too. She had her eyes red with tears, but she kept using whatever she could to hold off the attack. Vienna felt her anger erupt once more. Shut your trap, you old coot. The fire pushed back once more as the other old men joined in. Muchan was cutting people on their side up one after other while trying to block any going towards Sean. Sean looked like he was going to drop the runes and come to her rescue, but she signaled him not to. And then, it went completely white. She heard Albion's voice in her ears and a smile rose on her face. Balance breaker. A pillar of light erupted from her body. Divide, 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 divide. The fireball shrunk to almost nothing. The crowd gasped as Vienna rose from the wreckage, blue wings shining behind her white armored body. Divine dividing scale male. She felt herself fill up with magic instantly and waved her hands, completely freezing the feet of the attackers. Only the stronger ones had somehow dodged, but even they were not unscathed as Muchan took the opportunity to cleave off the hand of one and slice the eye of another before retreating back. Sean completed his barrier too. The old coot seemed to have realized that they were at a disadvantage and backed away into a defensive position while glaring at her group. Well, color me impressed, shorty. You really pulled through. I was prepared to dive in at any moment, but you surprised me. Congratulations on getting balance breaker. Congratulations, Vai-chan. Congratulations, Vienna. I believe you have taken another step to mastering my power. Albion's voice sounded too. Now how about we clean up some trash? Sean said, looking at the people who looked at us alertly. They were about to start the fight when they felt two presences coming towards the area. A strong one, almost as strong as Sean, while the other was much weaker, around the same level as Aquino. Both the groups stood aside to see if they were a friend or a foe. The wait ended when two figures arrived from between the trees. An old gentleman and a young girl with crimson hair and turquoise eyes. The old man's eyes widened when he looked at her, or more precisely, her armor and wings. The girl on the other hand was looking at her with starry eyes. "And who might you be?" "A friend of theirs?" Sean asked. "Ah, where are my manners? My name is Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, a peerage member of Lord Zeoticus Gremory, and this is our young lady, Miss Rheas Gremory, heiress to the House of Gremory. We heard some explosions in the area and came to see what was happening. Could any of you fill us in? Those old bastards were attacking Aquino over here, so I beat them. They wanted to kill me, so we fought. They were just too weak." Vichan, language. "Ah, sorry. So this fight is over, that young miss over there. Say, if you don't mind, could I suggest a solution?" He looked at the old coots and said. "HNGH, what solution? It seems that you do not want that girl. How about we offer to take her under the protection of Lord Gremory? She will never appear in front of you again." The old coots looked at each other and then back and nodded. "As long as she doesn't appear in front of us, we don't care if she lives or dies. You can take her." And that's when Vienna snapped, "Oi, old fart. And please don't remind me of language for now, Muchan. This stupid prick thinks he can just walk in and sell Aquino over to whoever he likes, like her life was ever in his control. Well, get a reality check, dumbass, it's not. Aquino here is with us now. She is under our protection and we ain't need nobody to protect her. So you people are friends. In that case, I can offer the same offer to you all. I assure you that you will be taken care of well. The Gremorys are very kind to their servants." Vienna looked at the dumbass blankly. "Not interested. I'll pass." Sean answered. "I have a master." Muchan answered as well. The little girl looked a little disappointed but didn't say anything. "What do you say, Aquino? Do you want to join us?" She looked at the now confused girl. "Please reconsider this, miss. I know you people are strong, but someone of your strength and talent and being the host of the White Dragon Emperor on top of that will have many people coming after you. The House of Gremory can protect you from it. Miss Rheas is the younger sister of Satan Lucifer. We can help you." Vienna looked at Sean, who smirked, and Muchan, who shook her head with a wry smile on her face. This idiot. He was baiting her with the Lucifer name of all things. "Oh, that's an interesting offer, I hear. However, I'll deny it in her place. My Vi is too cute to be anyone's servant." She heard a very familiar voice and turned back. A smile lit her face as she saw the men approaching her. Damien. To think it would be this scene. How did this happen in this place all of a sudden? It wasn't hard to guess the identities of the people even without the names just mentioned now. And to think this guy would have the audacity to invite my Vi to be a servant. And that too with the Lucifer name. For a moment, I wanted to rip his neck off, but then I ignored it. It was like watching a monkey dance around without realizing its position. The two girls were looking at me with dazed eyes and light blushes on their faces. I was not under an illusion. My passive charm was working unfiltered. Vienna and others might have gotten used to it, but these girls hadn't. Vienna had fought and shown her sacred gear. Her appearance was already recognized by everyone. If those bastards tried, it wouldn't be hard to guess her identity and thus the fact that we were also somehow alive. The only way to avoid that would be to kill every one of the outsiders here and silence them. That, however, would cause a massive shitstorm that was not worth the effort. I let out a sigh mentally at the mess this situation was. "Dummy!" Vienna shouted and shot towards me. She attained her balance breaker. That's something good that came out of this farce at least. "Bossman." Sean nodded towards me. "Master." Musashi bowed to me. "So, what's going on here?" I was informed that Vienna was fighting with someone and that she was in danger. Would you care to elaborate? "Dummy, listen to me first. Those old old guys were attacking Aquino-chan here. They even killed her mother because she was a half-fallen angel and said that she didn't deserve to live, that she was a mistake, a sin. So I went ahead and beat them up, but then they said the same thing about me and attacked. We fought and we were about to beat them up once more when these two came and were asking me to be a servant. To listen to this, a servant to the little sister of Lucifer. Ha 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 ha, that guy is so dumb." She looked at me as if wanting praise. I breathed in deeply before I flicked her forehead sharply. Her armor cracked before dispersing. "I heard that you went to investigate the exorcist in the town alone." "I didn't go alone. I had." She became quiet when she remembered her doings. Yes. "My apologies, you were not alone. You had a 10-year-old with you." "Really, Vienna? That was extremely reckless. You could have gotten hurt if they weren't keeping an eye on you, or worse, killed. Do you realize what that would have meant? What if you had encountered someone dangerous and way above your level? You were the elder one. You had to take care of her too. Do you understand what I am saying? She calmed down instantly and looked down, completely downcast. It hurt to just see her eyes like that. Then do you have anything to say? I repeated. I'm sorry. She whispered softly. And that's when someone interrupted me. Hey, don't be mean to her. She was trying to help the other girl. She's a hero. She is awesome. The crimson-haired girl looked at me with a pout and her hands on her waist. The scene was southwest out of place that everyone was stunned into silence once more. Hey, don't insult dummy. Vi almost burst out, furious. I put a finger on her lips, shutting her up and looked at the surprised girl. I know. I replied calmly. Huh. The girl was taken aback. I know that she is awesome. She has been awesome since the day she was born and I know it more than anyone else in this world. She doesn't need to prove it to anyone, let alone me. That's why when I see her being reckless sometimes I feel I need to show her the error of her ways. I don't want her to regret something later on. After all, she is my family. Thank you for standing up for Vi. You are a very kind girl, princess. I smiled at the girl. The girl became quiet and blushed the color of her hair. I gently patted Vienna's head. It wouldn't do to praise her first or she would take this kind of thing for a game. She needs to understand the consequences of her actions. Now for the next part. Vi, you are very brave for saving the girl. I heard how you actually stopped and talked to her instead of just starting to fight at the very start. I am proud of you for doing what you thought was right. You were awesome, Vi. She lifted her head and hugged me. She hugged me tightly for a moment before separating. I turned towards the rest. Now, would you tell me what you all are doing here? The Gremory servant spoke up. We came here to investigate the fight. His voice was much more restrained now. Perhaps because of Sean and Musashi calling me boss and master respectively. I raised an eyebrow. This territory is under the Gremory. Correction. This territory is under the Eastern Yukai faction under Nurerehion. The Gremory territory ends 2 kilometers away from this place. I narrowed my eyes. I saw the eyes of the people from the Haimajima clan and they were looking at him in hope. Oh, now that's interesting. The girl on the other hand looked surprised by the reveal. She genuinely didn't know that this wasn't Gremory territory. Ah, I must have missed that. We were on our way to meet the Yukai chief of this area, Lord Hi-Hi, and introduce Miss Rias to him and show Miss Rias around the area. We were invited a week ago. The surprise in Rias' eyes was enough to reveal the truth even if I didn't already know this. Oh, that's surprising. I narrowed my eyes. After all, Lord Hi-Hi passed away 3 weeks ago. This area now has a new leader and I am pretty sure that she hasn't invited anyone. How surprising. His eyes widened and he looked caught off guard but for a moment before he schooled his expressions quickly. We had no idea. How did this happen? This was 3 weeks ago in the attack from the Shikoku Yukai. This town was given to its new owner after that as a reward to look over. Let's come to this discussion later. You seem to be quite misinformed about the current events, it seems. I turned towards the Haimajima clan members, an older one to be precise. Now, please correct me if I am wrong, but you people invaded this territory, unannounced, uninvited, correct? And who are you to ask anything of us? One of the younger ones finally couldn't resist and snapped at me. Boom. A blast of Conqueror's haki focused on him and he lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth. Every one of them took a step back in surprise. Oh my, how uncouth. Do you not know that it is bad manners to interrupt people when they are talking? Be quiet. I turned towards the frozen members. So, where was I? Ah, yes. You came to this place, uninvited and unannounced and caused a fight here, am I correct? I continued in an even tone. We were here to take the girl away. She belongs to the Haimajima clan. He started blabbering, gaining confidence along the way. Oh, is that so? And yet you attacked and tried to kill her. It is a matter of the Haimajima clan. You don't have a say in this, outsider. I do believe I had a say in it the moment you attacked my sister. She attacked us first. As was her right as one of the people protecting this place. You did invade like little thieves after all. And as for being a family goes on, I believe her mother is dead. She has nothing to do with your family now. I turned towards Aquino. Look at me, Mississippi, don't worry. I know this might be slightly painful for you, but can you tell me your father's name? The Haimajima idiots stiffened on that. Aquino was both scared and angry when Vienna touched her shoulder and nodded to her. She gritted her teeth and answered very softly, Barakil. Ah, that bearded buffoon. Jaws dropped on hearing my word, but I continued. If that's the case, then even if distant, you and I are also family, technically. Don't worry, Mississippi daddy issues are kinda my family theme. You'd be right at home. I turned towards the Haimajima clan members. You see, I do have the right to interfere in this. Why you? They knew that they were being pushed into a corner. Right now any fight would lead to their deaths. The Gremories won't help. Too much is at stake already. But don't worry, I'll give you all a chance. My subordinates did kill a bunch of you. So let's make a deal, shall we? The crowd looked at me. Akino looked a little scared and I heard Vi whisper to her. Don't worry. Dummy might be a dummy, but my dummy is the strongest dummy there is. We'll win. Controlling my lips from twitching, I looked towards the group and continued further. I see that a dozen of your men died here, so I'll give you a dozen attacks. I will not move from this place, I will not retaliate against you, and I will not receive help from them. If you can make me move even one step from this place or well kill me, you win. You get to decide what to do with the child. You fail to do so and you will turn back and leave, never interfering with her life ever again, directly or indirectly under the punishment of eternal servitude to her. Are we clear? If so, do we have a deal? I saw them looking at me in disbelief. Why should I trust you? You could always go back on your word and use this as an excuse to attack us. One of them called out to me. Oh, how suspicious. But don't worry. I do not lie, that's what humans do. Hey. Sean cried out. What, you don't? I raised an eyebrow. Well, we do, but don't say it out loud. Whatever. Also, my word is my bond, human. Or we can just leave our own merry ways. So what shall it be? Deal. As soon as he said the words, talismans shot towards me. It wasn't even able to get close to me before it was burned to ashes. 11 attacks left. The 3 remaining ones took their stances and started chanting high-level spells. Vienna and Aquino stayed back and watched over me with worried eyes, one fearing for my health and the other probably her own. 3 gigantic fireballs with the power of high-class devils shot out towards me, but before they could even get close to me, they vanished. 8 attacks left. I yawned. Rias Gremory. Rias looked at the fireballs rushing towards the cool and handsome-looking boy and disappearing while he yawned. She felt her blood rising to her cheeks as she saw him casually waving away attacks that could easily destroy her in a moment. She was called here to see what was going on when Agrippa got the information about a fight going on here. She hadn't expected the scene to be what it was. A girl in white armor and awesome blue wings stood in the sky and 2 others were against some old guys who were definitely the villains. The White Dragon Empress. She was right, as the girl was trying to protect another girl who looked scared and injured sitting on the ground. She would say that she was a bit disappointed when the girl had rejected an offer to join their family but didn't mind it. After all, they might have a family of their own. She was a bit confused by the expressions on their faces when Agrippa talked about her brother though. Generally people were awed or even scared on hearing his name, but they actually chuckled. It was mildly annoying but also intriguing. People always flattered her for her family name and her brother's title. She hardly had any good friends, which was why she wanted them to accept the offer so that she could at least have a few friends to play with. Sona was her only friend and she couldn't visit her often, and Milikas was too young to even speak. And that's when he arrived. White hair and those blue eyes. She could feel herself blushing at the boy's face. Her heartbeat rose and she almost missed the words of the girl. That boy, dummy. What kind of name was that? Was she mocking him? Ah, that was a nickname of sorts. Then he scolded the girl and Rias felt anger. The girl was risking her life to save the other girl. She was so brave, a hero, and he was scolding her so she couldn't control herself and shouted loudly at him. Imagine her surprise when the girl herself retaliated. But he then explained himself. She has been awesome since she was born, why does she need to prove that? Thank you for standing up for her, princess. Rias has been called princess and heiress many times before this, but this was probably the first time it felt so real and cool. And then he made that deal. Attack after attack fell towards him but disappeared before they could even reach him. The old guys were extremely angry, and then the oldest one of them all brought out a scroll. You called for this, devil. This scroll contains the full-powered attack of the divine beast, Suzaku, which can burn all evil. Give up or I will be forced to use it. Divine fire? That's very dangerous for devils. Mother had taught her that divine attacks are the most dangerous for her kind, even surpassing holy attributes. She looked at the boy worriedly but saw him smiling brightly at the comments. Oh no, I'll be fine, I mean really, you're kind of weak. The old man's face turned ugly. Your funeral then. She heard Agrippa step in front of her, asking her to leave quickly as he started to summon a barrier circle before the spearman came in front of them. Let me help here. He laid out a barrier of runes in front of them. Agrippa didn't comment but continued summoning his own barrier. She felt goosebumps on her body and a severe chill ran down her spine as a massive bird of fire emerged from the scroll held by the four old men. It screeched loudly and a wave passed around the area, scaring off anything that even came around the place. She looked at the boy but saw him standing there completely unfazed. The bird raced towards the boy. The trees in the surroundings burned away as it raced forward. The heat was incredible. It came quite close to the boy and then an incredible thing happened. Everyone froze completely at the result of the attack. He blew some air from his mouth and the bird disappeared. Rias felt her mouth open in abject shock. Damien Lucifer. Using a divine attribute against me and that too of the fire element. What an idiot. I looked at the gaping faces of disbelief as the Haimajima clan members looked at me in abject horror. That level of attack doesn't work on me. Ah, Itachi, now I know how you felt. I walked towards the old men who had fallen to the ground. Why you are the devil. My lips curled up into a smile as I brought my face close to theirs. Exactly. The old man just fainted. I looked towards Sean. Throw them out of the territory. Yes, boss. I returned my gaze back towards Heinrich Agrippa and walked towards them. He looked defensive but Sean was already beside him and he didn't have any other option. I ignored him and walked straight to Rias and took her hand, kissing her knuckles slightly. She blushed furiously but didn't pull her hand away. I took this opportunity to place a binder's mark on her. After today, the current government will be aware of us. I need to place some security measures. You were very brave today, princess. Trying to stop the fight and giving me enough time to reach here. I thank you for that. I gave her a smile. She nodded her head twice. It's all right. I just wanted to help them. And that's why I said you are kind. It was nice meeting you, princess. I hope we can meet again under some better circumstances maybe. She nodded her head. It was then that Vienna kicked me in the shin. You are incorrigible, dummy. Flirting with her as soon as you meet her. She shouted with a pout. Huh. Is it because she has bigger boobs? Eh. The girl in question blushed even more and took a peek at my face. I know you always take peeks at Gretel. Don't try to hide it from me. What are you even talking about? I asked surprised, not knowing the reason for her outburst. Don't deny it. Last night when she was serving you food and the day before that when she was making my hair. I saw it. And you are even going on a date with that thieving cat as a reward, and now her too. You are even calling her princess. Where is my reward? I can use my balance breaker now. I want a reward too. Ah, so she was jealous of Kuroka. Oh, yes. I do believe that you deserve a reward. I know. So let's decide when we return home. Really? Have I ever lied to you? She hugged me and I saw her giving a smug look at Rias who pouted only for her to mouth the words, "Dummy likes me the most." I shook my head. I will take my leave, princess. See you later again. Goodbye. I turned and walked towards the town. Wait, what's your name? Rias called from behind me. I saw Agrippa paying attention too. I think those old men already introduced me. Them. They only said, you are the devil. I am also a devil. That doesn't tell me anything. She tilted her head. Ah, but that's where you misunderstood, princess. I gave a feral smile towards Agrippa as 12 wings opened behind my back. You are a devil, while I am the devil. Vienna also let out her 6 wings with a humph and we took to the air under the amazed eyes of Rias and the horrified eyes of Agrippa. Oh, by the way, I only have one sister and this is her. I pointed towards Vienna. Do remember that the Lucifers didn't fight in the Civil War, and while I might detest the old warmongers, if Serzex or anyone pushed towards my sister again, I can remedy the situation very easily. That was not our intention. He quickly stuttered, understanding the implications of his earlier words. I know that, and thus you are standing here. Do pass on the message. Vienna went and picked Akino up while I nodded towards Sean and Musashi to follow. The 2 devils went back towards their territory as well, the older one running away as soon as possible. This was a huge mess. I just left Vienna alone for a few hours to play with her friends. Interlude. Serzex. He waited for his sweet little sister Rias and his father's servant Agrippa to arrive. Riatan was possibly about to get her first member for her peerage and maybe a good lifelong friend. When he had found out that the Haimajima were contacting the devils to give them the whereabouts of a half-fallen angel child, Barakil's daughter to boot, he was taken aback for sure. They had apparently killed her mother, a member of her clan, for having a relation with the fallen angel cadre. He knew the amount of shitstorm that would cause if a devil did something to her, so he contacted Azazel personally. He was informed that there might be some traitors in the Grigori who would want to harm the child because of her being half-human, and with Barakil always being busy as a cadre, her safety was not assured at Grigori. He then suggested that he could take the girl and have her become a part of his sister's peerage, and he would explain to Barakil himself. They had discussed the finer points and he had agreed to it. It was advantageous for both sides after all. Maybe one day this girl might act as a bridge between the two factions. The thoughts were quickly interrupted when he sensed the arrival of his sister, Riatan. He went ahead and hugged the adorable ball of joy. Oni-sama. You are home. Yes, I got some free time so I came to meet my adorable Riatan. Father told me that you had an adventure. Will you tell me about it? She blushed. Yes. It was an adventure. It was totally awesome. Hey. So what was it? Did you meet someone? Her blush deepened and Surzex felt a bit weird as he looked at Arjipa, who had a tense look on his face. Did something happen? Where was the girl? Agrippa looked at Rias and he nodded slightly. Let's talk about it at dinner, Riatan. First take a bath and get cleaned up. She nodded and ran away towards her room. Surzex quickly put a barrier as his father and mother along with Grafia looked at Agrippa. Where is the girl, Agrippa? Did you not find her? Did those people back out on the deal? He asked softly. Agrippa had served the Gremory house for over 400 years and his loyalty was no doubt unquestionable. This, sir, some things came up. Really unexpected things. Oh. Is the girl safe? We couldn't get her. Was she? No, the child was safe. It's just that when we arrived there, the Himejima people were already fighting with someone who was protecting the girl. Oh. It was the White Dragon Empress. Surzex straightened in his seat while the other three gasped. Please tell us everything in detail. He nodded and started recounting the events of the day. The girl seemed to have met a half-devil girl who fought against the Himejima clan members along with her friends to protect her. The White Dragon Empress seemed to be very protective of her. Interesting. A half-devil is the White Dragon Empress. That's good news for our faction. Was she from any house? I am pretty sure that someone would have bragged about it. Even if she was a half-devil, the White Dragon Emperor is someone who can change the standing of any house. I didn't know about it. She was under her balance breaker and protested to the girl being traded off like common goods. The girl herself seemed to be close to her. Her friends were also strong, and in the fight before we reached there, a dozen members of the Himejima clan were already killed by the two friends. I would say that they were all around as strong as me, or maybe a bit stronger, though they did seem very young. He took a break, letting everyone process the information. Go on. Yes, sir. I offered them all asylum in the Gremory house. I pardon for speaking out of line on behalf of the Gremory house, but they all seemed very talented and of good character because of how much they were doing for a half-fallen angel who could be their enemy. His father waved it off. Don't worry about it. You did the right thing. If they were unaffiliated, it would be a great boon for the Gremory house to have one of the heavenly dragons associated with us. Thank you, sir. She rejected, however. I tried to explain to her that her life would be in danger if people found her and that we could help her. She could join Miss Rias, who is the younger sister of Lord Surzex Lucifer's peerage, and will be protected and also provided with resources. He started sweating. Surzex waved it off. This much was nothing. And that's where I made a mistake, sir. Oh. Grafia raised her eyebrows slightly at this bit of information. Another boy of around 14 years of age came at that time and rejected the offer. I felt my spine chill at the mere sight of the boy. He did nothing, but all my experience begged me to be respectful towards him. I even checked if he was using any kind of magic, but he wasn't. It was like watching Lord Surzex when serious. The friends of the White Dragon Empress also addressed him as master. His eyes narrowed at the description, but he didn't interrupt the story of Agrippa, who seemed to be in a horrified daze as if remembering the situation. Did he do something towards? His father asked. No, sir. He was quite polite, but I think he figured out the situation instantly. The Himejima people couldn't guide the girl into the Gremory territory and were caught before that. We were in the Yukai territory, so I had to make an excuse about visiting Lord Hai, the overseer of the area. Lord Hai is a kind man. He wouldn't mind such small things. His father reassured. Lord Hai passed away, sir. What? Lord Hai passed away in the attack of the Shikoku Yukai 3 weeks ago. There is a new overseer in the area who was rewarded this territory. I see. I am sorry, sir. Continue. The boy didn't call me out on my lie but dealt with the Himejima people. He managed to point out their fault of invading the area and thus justifying the attack of the White Dragon Empress, whom he stated to be his younger sister. He also stated that the girl was distantly related to him, technically. An alarm bell rang in Surzek's mind at this. He then offered the Himejima clan members a chance to attack him once for each of their members killed without any kind of retaliation. If they could make him move from his place, he would offer the girl back. If not, they will all leave and forget about the girl and will not interfere in her life directly or indirectly from then on. He took some water and drank while Sirzex looked at the serious faces of all his family members. He didn't move a single step from the place. Even when attacked by 4 high-class exorcists, even when they threatened to use a scroll with the Vermilion Bird's full-powered attack, he merely smiled and said that he would be fine because they were weak. The Vermilion Bird's full-powered attack is poisonous against devils. It could vaporize even someone like me and grievously wound a Satan-class devil. What happened? His father asked urgently. He blew some air at it, and it dispersed. What? Sirzex got up and asked as if he had misheard something. He blew some air at it and it dispersed. Sirzex dropped all presences then and there. What was his name? How did he look? What did he say? Please don't miss a single thing, Agrippa. This is very serious. Agrippa seemed to understand it as well. He had silver-white hair and blue eyes. The worry and anxiousness appeared in his eyes as he looked at Graphia, who seemed to have caught it too. The White Dragon Empress called him dummy the entire time, so I couldn't get his name. When Miss Rias. What? What about Rias? Did he? He didn't do anything unkind to Miss Rias, sir. He first scolded his sister, but Miss Rias had protested that she was only trying to help the girl and that she was brave. He had kindly explained that he already knew that his sister was brave, but he didn't want her to regret any decision. He even thanked Miss Rias for standing up to him for his sister. When Miss Rias asked him name, however, and just because he was a devil didn't give her his identity, he replied, "That's where you misunderstand me, princess. You are a devil while I am the devil," and that he had only one sister, and that was the White Dragon Empress girl. He heard the sharp breaths of his parents but continued to listen to Agrippa's story. He might have misunderstood that I was there for his sister too, so A pit grew in Sirzek's stomach. If the boy was who he said he was, then a misunderstanding like that would be anything but simple. The Lucifer name still ran the underworld. Even in the Civil War, they had only won because the Lucifer house didn't participate at all. Now if. What did he say? Please say every word clearly. Yes, sir. His exact words were, "Do remember that the Lucifers didn't fight in the last war, and while I might detest the old warmongers, if Sirzex or anyone pushes towards my sister again, I can remedy the situation very easily." That he knew this was a misunderstanding is the only reason he was letting this go. Sirzex. I know, father. The Lucifer house had Rizavim. Not much was known about Rizavim's son, let alone this new devil. Anything to prove his claims of being who he said he was. Graphia asked, and then Sirzex remembered that there was not any complete evidence that he was who he said he was. It might be someone else disguised and pretending to be a Lucifer to push the other devils away from the White Dragon Empress. A hope rose in Sirzek's heart but was crushed that quickly with Agrippa's next words. He had 12 wings, ma'am. He saw Graphia's slightly open mouth. His parents had the same expression. Multiple wings on devils is a sign of the Satan houses, and the number of wings told the strength of the devil. 12 wings meant Satan class at minimum. While Satan class was still not a very big worry for Sirzex, the fact that it was a 14-year-old who had these 12 wings and was a Lucifer on top of that was a serious matter. What about his sister? His father asked, and he too raised his head to listen to the answer. 6 wings, sir. She seemed to be around a year younger than Miss Rias. A high-class devil with a Longinus and a balance breaker. That would rival ultimate-class devils easily. This too at the age of 11 or 12. Things just keep getting better. You said that he said something about detesting those warmongers. His mother asked, and he remembered this point too. Elaborate on this. He seemed to be against the people of the old Satan faction, if what I could gather from this. I do not know the reason, but I can hazard a guess that it was because of his sister. The old Satan faction is a blood-purist group. And to them a half-devil would be considered a shame. There was already such drama with Merlin. His father sighed heavily, reminiscing. What did he look like? His mother asked, and Agrippa created a magic circle, making a 3-dimensional hologram of the boy. Sirzex felt a shiver run down his spine after looking at the face of the boy. Graphia stumbled slightly and his father dropped his drink. His mother was stunned into shock as well. Poor Agrippa didn't even know what he was holding in his hands. His father spoke after a minute of silence, catching his attention. Sirzex, solve this misunderstanding as soon as possible. I don't know about Rizavim, but if this person wants to cause trouble, it would be far more disastrous. His face alone would make more than half the houses side with him without a moment of hesitation. He seemed reasonable enough from what Agrippa describes. Talk to him yourself. Also, don't let anyone know of this. Especially not those old ones in the council. They would try to pull something, and that would be. I know, father. Agrippa, forget whatever happened today. Graphia, contact Suji and ask him to assassinate the Himejima clan members who were present there. Erase every possible evidence of this happening. Satan-class devils cannot be eliminated without anyone knowing, and a child, a Lucifer at that. Even if it was not his style, Surzex would never bring the thought about eliminating the boy. The harm that would cause would be far beyond what the underworld could bear. The tensions between the reincarnated devils and the pure-blooded devils, the tensions caused by the Great King faction, had divided the underworld in many parts. Such an action would be like throwing a lit match in oil. Send Mathers and Suji to find out about the location of this boy. If possible, contact him and be respectful. Yes, my lord. Graphia teleported soon after. Just when he thought he could spend some time with his adorable sister and his son, things went to hell. Then again, perhaps that was normal considering he lived in hell and ruled it. _embarrassed face_.